10 billion people worldwide have crossed over, arriving in this world of slaughter. Shenmue stared at the system prompt before him, a surge of disbelief rising in his heart. He hadn't expected to encounter such a devilish beginning right after his rebirth. This is a bloody world filled with zombies, monsters, and ferocious beasts. Only slaughter is the sole rule for survival. If you don't strike decisively, you'll be killed by the monsters and become their meal. Everyone who arrives in the world of slaughter will receive an initial skill, with skill levels ranked from highest to lowest as SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, E, F. Not far from Shenmue, there were 3 other players who were born in the same location, the term the system uses to refer to all transmigrators. However, this is no ordinary game. Failure in this game means death. What skill did you awaken? Someone asked. I got F-level throwing technique, which can double my throwing power, but it feels pretty weak. What about you guys? I'm also F-level. It can enhance my movement speed. Is the system implying that I'm just meant to run? He said with a wry smile. I'm E-level fireball technique, which allows me to summon fireballs for attacks, with a maximum casting range of 10 meters, said the man who asked the first question. Wow, E-level skill, that's insanely cool. I'm so jealous. Unbeatable. Boss, let's team up, shall we? From now on, I'll be your most loyal follower. Upon hearing that the other party possessed an E-level skill, the other 2 immediately started flattering him, entering the big brother recognition mode. The man's lips curled into a smug smile, feeling like he was truly the chosen one. Companion skill, huh? Shenmue wondered to himself, curious about what kind of initial skill he would draw. Would you like to draw an initial skill? Faced with the system prompt, Shenmue did not hesitate and chose to confirm the draw. Drawing in progress? Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level air compression skill. Air compression, the name sounds quite impressive, but unfortunately, it comes with an F-grade prefix. Shenmue tried using his right thumb and index finger to mimic a gun, lightly lifting them to compress air into the size of a peanut, which could be shot out with a range of about 2 meters. As for its power, well, it could probably knock over an empty soda can. Pathetically weak, so weak it's downright despair-inducing. This devilish rebirth, this hellish beginning, Shenmue could only curse the heavens in his heart. What was the point of being reborn? He wasn't a masochist. Name, Shenmue, age, 22, gender, male, blood type, O. Identity information verified. 1 second SSS level skill upgrade system is binding. Binding successful. Just as Shenmue was worrying about how to survive in this world of slaughter with this useless skill, a strong metallic and emotionless electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System. These 2 words were absolutely familiar to Shenmue, practically a cheat code in life. Has his hack finally arrived? Before he could think carefully about the system's function, a prompt popped up again in front of him. Detected that the host possesses a non-SSS level skill, initiating 1-click upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level air compression skill. Seeing this message, Shenmue's mind roared loudly. An F-level skill instantly upgraded to SSS, the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Apart from the word bull, he really couldn't find a more suitable adjective. Hey, kid, want to join us? Work together to survive in this world of slaughter? At that moment, a voice came from the other side of the rusty, at least 2-meter-high fence. No need, Shenmue rejected decisively. Compared to cooperation, he preferred to be a lone wolf and disliked being dragged down by others. What's more, this was an environment comparable to the end of the world. These words made Zhao Xiaojiang, who had just been flattered and was proud of his E-level skill, feel extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself, I'm an E-level skill holder, giving you a chance to cling to a big shot, and you actually refuse? Truly ignorant of your own limits. Zhao Xiaojiang didn't want his plan to build a kingdom in this other world to encounter obstacles right from the start. He strode up to Shenmue, raised his palm upward through a wall, and summoned a bouncing fireball the size of an apple. With an air of superiority, he threatened, I am an E-level skill holder. Are you sure you want to refuse? I advise you to agree. Someone as weak as you, without a big brother to protect you, do you believe you can survive even tonight? Our Black Tiger Guild is destined to go down in history. If you join now, you'll be a founding member in the future. We don't mind that you're weak. What are you hesitating for? The other 2 lackeys immediately followed suit, earnestly persuading Shenmue not to act tough. Shenmue happened to overhear their conversation and learned that the tall one was named Li Yue, and the slightly chubby one was Wang Xiaofa. If it had been before awakening his dual systems, when Shenmue only had an F-level useless skill, he might have chosen to join the group to increase his chances of survival. But now, he possessed an SSS level skill. How could he possibly acknowledge someone with just an E-level skill as his boss? If word got out, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of everyone, ridiculed behind his back, and die of embarrassment? Shenmue wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Li Yue's face change drastically. He quickly stepped back half a step and shouted in horror, Look, what on earth is that thing? It's just a dog. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Xiaofa thought he was making a fuss over nothing. You can use the system to check its information. That's a corpse hound. Its strength, speed, and all other attributes are superior to ours. I'm afraid. Only Zhao boss's E-level skill can deal with it. Li Yue was drenched in cold sweat. Thanks to the steel wire mesh, he felt a slight sense of security. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Surrender to me, and I can let you live, Zhao Xiaojiang said jokingly. Zhao Xiaojiang was an E-level skill holder. How could he take a mere corpse hound? Seriously? To put it bluntly, wasn't it just a dog with severely decayed skin, large areas of exposed ribs and skull, writhing maggots in the rotting flesh, and an appearance that disgusted people? Corpse hound? Shenmue turned his head to look, but there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he felt it had come at just the right time, perfect for testing the SSS level skill he had just acquired. You brat! Prepare to die. Seeing Shenmue completely ignore him, Zhao Xiaojiang was so furious his chest heaved. He wasn't planning to give him another chance. He wanted Li Yue and Wang Xiufa to see clearly what happens to those who defy him. Using Chen Wei as a stepping stone, he aimed to boost the loyalty of his subordinates. Zhao Xiaojiang had already envisioned the tragic scene of Chen Mu being pounced on by the corpse hound, torn to shreds, and then pathetically begging him for help. When that moment came, he would refuse without hesitation, making Chen Mu taste the agony of utter despair. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the corpse hound lowered its head, baring its teeth, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent as it stared fixedly at Chen Mu. Facing the corpse hound, which was picking up speed and charging toward him, Chen Mu raised his arm and once again made the gesture of a gun with his hand. Li Yue asked in surprise, is this kid alright in the head? What's the point of making that gesture? Wang Xiao laughed and said, probably scared silly, serves him right. You had your chance, but you couldn't handle it. At this moment, the bullet was already chambered. After confirming the corpse hound was within attack range, the trajectory was locked, and Shenmue pressed his thumb, which represented the trigger. Bang! Boom! The result shocked everyone. The corpse dog was torn into countless pieces, instantly evaporating without a trace. In front of Shenmue was a semicircular destructive depression, 2 to 3 meters wide and gradually spreading. At its widest point, it was 8 to 9 meters. On the road, whether it was rocks, trees, or 6-story buildings, everything was destroyed and shattered into fragments so tiny they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Dust rolled up on both sides, and the ballistic trajectory was clearly visible. For some reason, they all felt as if a knife was hanging over their hearts, ready to fall at any moment and split them in two. This result, not to mention the three of them, even Shen Mu himself hadn't expected. After all, he had only used 2 to 3 tenths of his strength, with 7 to 8 tenths still held back. Chan Mu couldn't imagine what kind of astonishing power would be unleashed if he went all out. A single strike piercing through an entire city? A mountain peak? Truly living up to its name, it was an SSS level skill. Successfully killed the corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Slaughter point? After asking the system, Shenmue learned that slaughter points can be used to upgrade skills or purchase equipment in the shop, such as weapons, ammunition, food resources, etc. Boss, there are more corpse hounds inside. Hearing Li Yue's fearful voice, Shenmue turned to look and found that the trio had already been targeted by 2 more corpse hounds. Each of them bared their teeth with ferocious expressions. One of the corpse hounds had severely rotted lips, unable to cover its sharp fangs, with its entire set of teeth exposed to the air, exuding an intimidating presence. If bitten by one of these, it would definitely tear down to the bone. What are you panicking for? I have fireballs. Zhao Xiaojiang forcefully shook off Li Yue's hands that were tightly gripping his own, palms facing upward, and summoned a fireball. Raising his arm high, he hurled it at the corpse hound. However, to Zhao Xiaojiang's surprise, the corpse hound was exceptionally agile and easily dodged the attack. Even with all his strength, he couldn't even graze the hound's fur. What kind of dog is this? How is it so fast? An E-level skill can't even deal with such a minor creature? What's the point of playing anymore? Zhao Xiaojiang was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofa remained silent, using a mobility skill to swiftly move to the door while everyone's attention was focused on the corpse hound. He unlocked the iron chain and escaped. Hearing the sound of the chain hitting the ground, Zhao Xiaojiang's face turned red with anger. Are you mute? Couldn't you say something? Running away like a coward, how disgraceful. Li Yue joined in the scolding. The two of them quickly ran toward the door, with the corpse hound chasing closely behind. Seeing the hound about to catch up, Zhao Xiaojiang summoned another fireball and hurled it fiercely at Li Yue. Ah! Li Yue let out a sharp scream as his pant leg caught fire, and the more he tried to pat it out, the worse it burned. Bang! Woof woof woof! Suddenly, 2 corpse hounds pounced simultaneously. One bit into Li Yue's arm, while the other clamped onto his unburned leg, tearing at him viciously. Ah! Let go of me! Let go of me! You beasts! Get off! Li Yue was terrified and struggled desperately, but he was no match for the 2 corpse hounds. His pants were shredded, his flesh was torn, and blood flowed freely. Help! Help! Facing the dual assault of the corpse hounds and the fire, Li Yue felt utterly weak. His dazed eyes turned to Zhao Xiaojiang, who looked panicked, and he reached out, trying to grab him, but that vision grew closer and then farther away. Huff 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 huff! Zhao Xiaojiang panted heavily, cold sweat streaming down his face as he quickly ran out the door, slamming into the iron gate. Unexpectedly, the rusty hinges of of the gate couldn't bear his weight. Bang! Ah! He fell to the ground along with the gate, making a loud noise. The noise immediately caught the attention of the corpse hounds. They released the bloodied and barely alive Li Yue and, with powerful strides, charged toward the fallen Zhao Xiaojiang. Ugh! Seeing this, Zhao Xiaojiang quickly scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain, and ran toward Chen Mu. He planned to use his position as the leader to command Wang Xiaofa. Quick! Use him as bait to distract those two corpse hounds, or we won't escape, we'll all die here. Wang Xiaofa hesitated for half a second but eventually nodded in agreement. Alright. The hesitation stemmed from the fact that Zhao Xiaojiang's E-level skill wasn't as invincible as he'd imagined. It couldn't even handle a few dogs. But it wasn't entirely useless. From the beginning, Wang Xiaofa hadn't connected the terrifying destruction to Chen Mu, thinking that strange occurrences in the world of slaughter were normal. If it really was Chen Mu's doing, why would he be so scared? He convinced himself to sacrifice Chen Mu in exchange for his and Zhao Xiaojiang's survival. Bending down, he picked up a fist-sized rock, preparing to use his speed advantage to quickly circle behind Chen Mu and knock him out. Perfect! Wang Xiaofa circled behind Chen Mu, raised the rock high, aimed at his head, and was about to strike. Zhao Xiaojiang's face twisted into a sinister smile, exhaling deeply, thinking he finally had a chance to survive. The next moment, Zhao Xiaojiang suddenly froze. He was terrified. Wang Xiaofa was also bewildered, suddenly feeling as if his arm had lost all sensation. Turning to look, he found the cut on his shoulder perfectly intact. His entire arm had somehow fallen to the ground at his feet. A chilling fear instantly enveloped him, suffocating him. Ugh! Before he could scream, a tight sensation suddenly gripped his neck. Tighter and tighter, tighter and tighter. Wang Xiaofa reached out to grab something but caught nothing. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger, his eyes bloodshot. In desperation, he lost control and began clawing at his own flesh, ignoring the pain, just wanting to breathe fresh air as soon as possible. Thud! The next second, a sound of impact echoed. Wang Xiaofa rolled to Chen Mu's feet, his eyes wide open, his face filled with terror. Chen Mu could not only compress air into projectiles but also compress it into invisible, intangible threads, or an incredibly sharp blade. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 1% speed boost and automatically upgrading to SSS level infinite teleportation. Another SSS level skill was born. This was something Chen Mu never expected. Even more surprising was that killing a player could actually drop skills. No wonder this place was called the Slaughter World. What exactly did you do? Zhao Xiaojiang asked, his face blank with shock. There was only Chen Mu nearby, with another person lying on the ground, barely alive. Once could be overlooked, but twice in a row. Zhao Xiaojiang could no longer deceive himself. All of this had nothing to do with Chen Mu. At this moment, the two corpse hounds had already closed in on Zhao Xiaojiang, their limbs exerting force as they easily leaped 1 or 2 meters high. Zhao Xiaojiang glanced sideways and vaguely saw that enormous scarlet mouth opening wide. Suddenly, the sound of bursting echoed by his ear, followed by cold, sticky liquid splashing onto his face. Zhao Xiaojiang was so terrified that he momentarily forgot to breathe. Looking down, he found that the heads of two corpse hounds had been pierced through, suspended in midair. Something's wrong. Upon closer inspection, the blood revealed the outline and sharpness of an invisible blade. What skill is this? Is it S level or SS level? Recalling that devastating attack just now, Zhao Xiaojiang's mind instantly conjured up SSS level. This guy actually awakened an SSS level skill. Zhao Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, his heart filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He knew better than anyone that Chen Mu would never let him go because when he killed Wang Xiaofa, he did it cleanly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Xiaojiang, unwilling to die with a belly full of anger and frustration, couldn't help but speak. Don't think you're so great. You're just lucky to have awakened an SSS level skill. If neither of us had skills, you wouldn't be able to beat me at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Chen Mu instantly moved from over 10 meters away to stand right in front of him. The corners of Chen Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. That's right, I am lucky. Don't you know that luck is also a part of strength? I don't just have one SSS skill, I have two, and soon, I'll have a third. What? 2 SSS level skills. Zhao Xiaojiang's pupils trembled violently, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. He raised both hands to cover his neck, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out between his fingers. Ugh, ugh. His eyes rolled back, and he died in despair. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining E-level fireball spell, automatically upgraded to SSS level world-ending heavenly fire. Another SSS level skill acquired. This feeling makes one's whole body break out in goosebumps. Incredibly excited, Chen Mu was full of anticipation for his future life. Successfully killed the corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed the corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. 2 slaughter points credited simultaneously. Help me. At this moment, Li Yue's faint voice for help came through. Chen Mu teleported to his side. Li Yue vaguely saw a figure enter his field of vision. A savior? No, it's the king of hell coming to
claim a life. Anyway, this guy won't survive. Either he'll be infected and turn into a zombie, or he'll die. Might as well turn him into experience points and gain another SSS level skill.
Shenmue raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and when he clenched them, an invisible knife appeared, hovering over Li Youwei's heart.
Put.
With a forceful stab, it pierced through. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level throwing technique, automatically upgraded to SSS level 10,000 times strength. In less than half a day, Shenmue already possessed 4 SSS level skills. At this moment, his mood was far beyond what the word thrilled could describe. As for why he could act so decisively, ruthless, bloody, the reason was simple. Before his rebirth, he had been a mercenary fighting on the battlefield for 15 years, accustomed to life and death amidst a hail of bullets, long desensitized to death. Opening the system's virtual panel, Shenmue wanted to see what items could be purchased with the slaughter points and their value. World Trading Center unlocked. World Chat Channel unlocked. As soon as the virtual panel was opened, 2 system notifications popped up in succession. The World Trading Center and World Chat Channel, as the names suggest, have functions that are easy to understand.
Shenmue first entered the World Trading Center.
The number of posts was not high. Among the hundreds of billions of people, most of the posts were about exchanging food and resources.
Put. Smack. Next, Shenmue opened the World Chat Channel.
This was divided into a random world channel, where upon entering, one would be randomly assigned to a room.
The people in the room were also random, and each entry would be different.
There is also a regional chat channel where the players are those closest to you. As for how close is defined, the system does not specify.
Shenmue chose to enter the regional chat channel to see how many lurking, watchful competitors, or should he say, experience points, were around him. Anyone looking to team up?
I awakened the F-level sword swing skill.
The more swings, the greater the power, but the maximum number of swings is 10, after which it resets. I'm at bus stop number 10. If you're interested, contact me. I'm a cute girl surrounded by zombies. Is there any handsome guy willing to come to Garden Community to save me? If you come, I'll agree to anything you want.
I just heard in a world chat channel that not only can you earn slaughter points by killing monsters, but there's also a chance to loot other players' skills by killing them. People can be unpredictable, so you'd better be extra careful.
Killing monsters is one thing, but now they want us to kill each other? This world is way too cruel. No kidding, why else would it be called the world of slaughter? D-level skill ice magic, planning to create a guild. If you're interested, come find me. Don't worry, rather than relying on the slim chance of dropped skills, I want to build a strong team. Only through cooperation can we survive better. D-level skill. Who is this big shot? Begging for the location. I want to join. Be the boss's accessory.
Seeing a person with a D-level skill being crazily praised and clung to by other players shows just how rare high-level skills are.
The vast majority of people only have F-level skills.
If a D-level skill is so highly regarded, then the 4 SSS level skills in his possession. Shaking his head, Shenmue forced himself to stop overthinking. He exited the World Chat Channel, as there wasn't much valuable information there, and then opened the shop.
Desert Eagle Pistol, 1 kill point. Universal Handgun Bullets, 100 rounds/1 slaughter point. Canned Beef, 1 box of 10 cans/1 slaughter point.
Mineral Water, 1 box of 12 bottles/slaughter point.
After reading through, the variety of goods far exceeded Shenmue's expectations.
From handguns, rockets, sniper rifles, and even Gatling guns, everything was available. Food, water, combat uniforms, and other supplies were abundant. A Gatling gun costs only 10 slaughter points, which shows just how cost-effective slaughter points are.
However, thinking carefully, when he had just used 1 E-level skill and 2 F-level skills to deal with the zombie dog, although the overwhelming
advantage was obvious, it wasn't exactly effortless. Perhaps it was because they had just crossed over and their combat proficiency wasn't high enough? Shenmue withdrew his thoughts and spent 2 slaughter points to purchase food and water resources from the mall.
Purchase successful.
Slaughter points -1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of mineral water X1.
Purchase successful.
Slaughter points -1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of canned beef X1. The slaughter system comes with a backpack grid, a total of 10 slots, which can be used to store items without having to hold them all the time, thus avoiding delays in mobility.
The design is quite thorough. Pop. Shenmue was hungrier than he had imagined.
He casually took out a can of beef, pulled the tab, opened the tin lid, and without bothering with etiquette, scooped up large chunks of beef with his hand and stuffed them into his mouth, feasting heartily. One word, delicious. The can of beef was quickly devoured by him, not leaving even a drop of oil behind.
Boom!
Flames appeared out of thin air in his palm, and the high temperature evaporated the grease, leaving it no longer sticky.
Glug glug.
He took out a bottle of mineral water, tilted his head back, and drank more than half of it in one go. The rest he placed back into the system backpack, no need to waste it. Suddenly, Shenmue heard familiar low growls coming from behind him, and there were quite a few of them. He turned around to look and saw over a dozen corpse dogs appearing out of nowhere. There were Malinois, golden retrievers, retrievers, ranging from large Alaskan Malamutes to small Pomeranians, quite a diverse variety. Slaughter points delivered right to his doorstep. How could Shenmue refuse? After all, this was an important source of food for him. Direct purchase was clearly more reliable than scavenging in the ruins. Not only was the success rate of scavenging low, but even if he found something, who could guarantee it wouldn't be expired? What if you get food poisoning and have to go to the hospital? See zombie nurses and doctors for treatment? One bite for eternal peace? Instantly immune to all poisons? Shenmue raised both arms, like a great rock spreading its wings, his 10 fingers spread wide, slightly bent inward, with red marks etched into the flesh of his fingers. On the other side, the zombie dog pack had finished assembling and, as if receiving an order, charged toward Shenmue in unison. 30 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. When all the corpse hounds fully entered the attack range, Shenmue suddenly crossed his arms in a swift motion. The air blade, stained with blood and connected to his 10 fingers, gradually revealed its outline. The blood of the corpse hounds splattered like ink, spraying over a distance of more than 10 meters. The dozen or so corpse hounds were sliced into evenly sized chunks, with clean cuts, as thick, dark blood slowly oozed out. The entrails that fell to the ground had long been hollowed out by white maggots. As soon as they hit the ground, they burst open, with at least 100 maggots writhing frantically in the blood and rotting flesh, clearly startled. Successfully killed a corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed a corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed a corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. With a gentle flick of his fingers, 18 points of slaughter were effortlessly collected, and the air blade vanished accordingly. Using this SSS level skill is truly exhilarating. The strength of Shenmue's second system lies not only in its ability to instantly upgrade any skill to SSS level but also in maxing out its proficiency to 100%. The word invincible comes easily, and all of this was being witnessed in its entirety by someone who had just woken up inside the building. He had been rejoicing over awakening an E-level skill, thinking he might rise again in this world of slaughter. But then he saw Shenmue waving his hands and instantly slaying over a dozen corpse hounds in a shocking display. The man was so terrified that his whole body trembled, not daring to breathe heavily, as cold sweat poured uncontrollably. He covered his mouth tightly, fearing to make even the slightest sound, afraid of attracting Shenmue's attention and getting himself killed as well. The corpses of Zhao Xiaojiang, Li Yue, and Wang Xiaofa were clearly visible to him. Those former prides had long been shattered completely by the overwhelming strength displayed by Shenmue. Since all players are now familiar with the world of slaughter, daily tasks will be released in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Daily tasks? In Shenmue's view, the word task is often accompanied by rewards. I wonder what the reward will be this time, he thought curiously. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Daily task has been issued. Please proceed to the designated location, complete the required number of kills, and receive your reward. Designated location? Shenmue closed the system panel, and a red prompt appeared in his field of vision, 1654 meters. The task he received was to kill 5 mutated spiders. The reward was not specified and would only be revealed upon completion. There was no need to exert effort traveling. Shenmue could instantly teleport within his line of sight using spatial jumping. Unlimited teleportation has 2 methods. One is within the visible range, and the other is to places he has been before. He immediately locked his eyes on a nearby 30-story building, his target clear. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The man hiding behind the wall was startled once again. At this moment, Shenmue was already standing on the rooftop of the 30-story building, overlooking the city. He turned around and looked at the abandoned, unfinished buildings, sighing inwardly, a few hundred meters away, and I got there in the blink of an eye. Amazing, truly amazing. Without hesitation, he locked onto the mission icon again. Standing high enough, the marked point was fully visible. Teleport. Arrival in seconds. Arriving at the entrance of the mall, it was even quieter than imagined, resembling a graveyard. The quieter it was, the harder it was to calm the mind. The tasks were randomly assigned, and Shenmue was unsure if anyone else had been sent here to complete a mission. As the saying goes, people fear ghosts for their horror, while ghosts know the malice in human hearts. He was on high alert to avoid encountering someone like Zhao Xiaojiang again. Let the well water not interfere with the river water, but if someone offends me, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth. He lifted the dusty, dry, weathered plastic curtain. Achoo! Shenmue raised his hand to fan the air, dispersing the dust floating before him and trying to invade his body. Stepping into the mall, a massive boulder and numerous fragments lay in the center. Looking up, it turned out to be caused by the collapse of the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, there was a decayed, skeletal arm at the edge, clearly belonging to a victim who failed to escape. The elevator had long stopped operating, so Shenmue turned to the stairs and climbed to the second floor. He was absolutely certain that the location indicated by the system was right here, but why hadn't he seen even half a mutated spider? Although there were plenty of spider webs, they were all covered in thick dust and had long since lost their stickiness. Could the system have made a mistake? Stop! Don't move!
move.
A stern voice came from behind.
Shenmue ignored the warning and tried to turn around. The man pulled the trigger without hesitation.
The gunshot rang out, leaving Shenmue's ears buzzing. However, the gunshot did not stop Shenmue from turning to look.
Is that a person? Shenmue was full of confusion,
because his face was tightly clung to by a spider.
The spider's 8 legs pierced the flesh, hooking onto his face.
The man had clearly used violent means, the flesh was torn, and the wounds were a bloody mess. The spider's body was slightly smaller than the man's head, just enough to cover his entire face. One eye peeked out from between the spider's legs, bloodshot and red, making it look as if he had conjunctivitis to the unknowing observer.
You, get over here and find a way to get this thing off, or I'll kill you.
Despite his tough tone, it couldn't hide the fear and panic in his heart. Shenmue understood in his heart that this man would never have been so weak before.
A normal person would never be so thin as to be skin and bones.
Obviously, that facehugger spider was crazily draining his nutrients.
Squeeze him dry, turning him into a mummified corpse. Shenmue remembered that someone had mentioned the system could check monster information.
He locked his gaze on the facehugger spider, confirmed to inspect, and the system panel immediately popped up.
Name, Facehugger Mutant Spider.
Introduction: a mutated spider skilled in ambush and seizing the right moment for a frontal sneak attack. Once it succeeds, there is no escape. It will slowly drain its
victim's blood until death.
Note, with each successful blood extraction, the spider's level increases accordingly, enhancing its size, speed, and various attributes.
You little punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or just don't understand human language?
Do as I say right now, or don't blame me for blowing your head off with a bullet. The man, seeing Shenmue still standing there dumbfounded, staring at him without moving, burned with rage and shouted angrily. He raised his arm, pointing the dark muzzle of the gun at Shenmue's head, his index finger pressed tightly against the trigger, ready to pull it at any moment and send him to meet the king of hell with a single bullet. Faced with a man destined to die, Shenmue couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Rather than letting the man be drained by the mutated spider, it was better to take matters into his own hands, swiftly sending him off and picking up a skill in the process. The man was completely unaware as Shenmue's right hand began to move, his thumb pressing against his middle finger, and 2 seconds later, he flicked his middle finger forcefully. A fierce gust of wind suddenly struck the man's cheek, overwhelmingly strong, as if invisible hands were relentlessly slapping his face. The man froze, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the gaping hole in his chest. His mouth slightly opened, unable to hide his shock. Ugh! Before he could make a sound, he was already dead on the spot.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level handgun mastery, automatically upgraded to SSS level firearm proficiency.
Shenmue had seen in the world chat channel that players killing other players could indeed drop skills, but the probability was extremely low.
However, it seems that due to the second system, I am enjoying a 100% skill drop rate. Why do I always feel like this system wants to turn me into a downright killing demon?
He thought to himself mockingly.
But clearly, there's no time to think too much about it now.
The face-hugging spider seemed uninterested in the corpse, withdrawing its 8 steel-hard legs deeply embedded in the man's facial flesh. Turning around, its 8 legs moved swiftly, a black shadow flashed, and it charged toward Shenmue. It was too fast. Shenmue quickly raised his hand, his 5 fingers spread and clenched, forming an invisible sword that stabbed straight at the face-hugging spider. The blade pierced through the spider's head, shattered the tiles, and penetrated a few centimeters into the ground. The facehugger spider let out a distinctive shriek, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving.
Successfully killed the facehugger spider.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point.
Same level as the corpse hound?
Shenmue muttered to himself. Stepping over the facehugger's corpse, Shenmue walked toward the man's body, bent down, pried open his fingers, and picked up the handgun he was still gripping tightly. He also found a few bullets on him.
Woo woo woo.
Including the magazine, there were 9 rounds in total.
Woo woo woo.
For Shenmue, it wasn't of much use, skills were the real key.
Still, keeping it wouldn't hurt.
It could be exchanged for resources at the World Trade Center.
He placed the item into the system backpack.
At present, among the task of killing 5 mutated spiders, Shenmue had already taken down 1, leaving 4 more to go. However, after wandering around the area for half a day, he still hadn't found any trace of the mutated spiders.
Could it be that I was too ruthless earlier and scared them off? They're too afraid to come out now, he thought to himself. Continuing to search blindly like this not only wasted time but also drained his energy.
Shenmue calculated in his mind that it would be best to find a suitable place to settle down before nightfall. After all, wandering around in a world full of zombies and monsters at night was far too dangerous. He cast his gaze outside the window, where the horizon was already tinged with an orange-red glow. The sun was estimated to set within half an hour.
Thinking of this,
Shenmue decided not to waste any more time and shifted his approach.
He walked to the tempered glass window, locked his eyes on a tall building, and teleported away.
Meanwhile, at a crossroads 100 or 200 meters away from the mall, a man and a woman cautiously observed their surroundings as they walked in the middle of the road, gradually approaching approaching them all. It was clear that the task they had received was the same as Chen Mu's, requiring them to complete it at the mall.
Ziming, I'm scared.
What if a monster suddenly appears and tries to eat us? The woman asked nervously.
Don't be afraid. With your crisis sensing skill and my archery expertise,
the monsters won't even have time to eat us before we take them down first, said the man named Han Ziming, comforting her. Chen Mu noticed the couple and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to see lovers in a place like this. Showing off your love will get you killed faster, he silently mocked in his heart, then raised his right hand, preparing to test the SSS level skill he hadn't had the chance to use yet, apocalyptic heavenly fire. Based on his understanding of this skill, it was powerful enough to destroy most of a city, but it required a relatively long preparation time.
This time, Chen Mu only intended to destroy them all.
Since those little spiders refused to show themselves, he might as well wipe out their nest along with them. In midair, directly above them all, the fireball began to expand continuously, resembling flowing magma, with flames swirling around it.
From its initial size of a human head,
it rapidly grew to a diameter of 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, and even expanded to 30 meters, 100 meters. The light was dazzling, and the heat was scorching.
Han Ziming and the woman were stunned, looking up at the massive fireball, almost thinking they were hallucinating. Was the sun about to fall from the sky?
Hot sweat poured incessantly from their bodies, impossible to wipe away.
The white short-sleeved shirt gradually became semi-transparent, faintly revealing the light blue undergarment beneath. Ziming, what is that?
The woman clung tightly to Han Ziming's arm, filled with fear.
I guess someone must be using a skill, right? Han Ziming also seemed a bit uncertain. A skill? What kind of skill can summon such a huge fireball? That's just too unbelievable, the woman said in disbelief.
If it really is a skill, it must be at least S level, or even higher.
Han Ziming was not only surprised but also full of envy. S level. If we could team up with him, surviving would probably be much easier, wouldn't it? The woman suddenly had an idea. Stop joking around. How could someone of that stature possibly pay attention to nobodies like us?
In his eyes, were nothing more than burdens. Han Ziming shook his head with a bitter smile, advising the woman not to overthink. They decided to wait until Chen Mu's skill was fully unleashed before proceeding to complete the mall's mission.
But come to think of it, there aren't any monsters in the air. What exactly is he trying to attack? Han Ziming muttered to himself in confusion. The fireball crashed down with a roar, and the resulting gusts surged like tidal waves, unbearably scorching, as if the two were placed inside a microwave, roasted from every angle without respite.
They quickly felt their bodies dehydrating, their mouths dry and parched, and even swallowing a bit of saliva felt like swallowing knives. The high temperature distorted the scenery before their eyes. Soon after, they saw the sizable shopping mall completely crushed and leveled to the ground under the bombardment of fireballs.
Dust filled the air, blurring their vision instantly. Immediately after, a system notification popped up.
Due to the disappearance of the task location, the task has been cancelled and failed. The woman was the first to react, tugging on Han Ziming's sleeve. It shows here that the task location has disappeared. The task was automatically cancelled, and it failed.
Same here, Han Ziming said with a bitter smile, not expecting the task to end like this before it even officially started.
The way these big shots complete tasks is simply paving their own path while leaving no way for others. The key is not to complain. If someone hears it, the fireball above might immediately crash down, and even several lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Kill mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level mission package.
Meanwhile, Chen Mu's system notification was completely different from what Han Ziming and the others saw.
The mission was successfully completed, and the reward has been credited.
Successfully killed a facehugger spider.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point.
Successfully killed a facehugger spider.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point.
Successfully killed a brain-eater zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 2 kill points. The descent of this heavenly fire not only brought destruction but also rewarded Chen Mu with over 50 kill points, a bountiful harvest indeed. Since the mission was complete, it was time to find a place to settle down. At that moment, Chen Mu keenly sensed a massive shadow swiftly charging through the smoke and dust. A rounded body, long and
sharp legs. In the next instant, the colossal creature broke through the smoke, revealing its true form, a giant mutated spider.
Although the spider's appearance hadn't undergone significant changes, its sheer size, magnified hundreds of times, and the clarity of its details were enough to
instill fear. Its brown, hardened shell was covered in cracks, with large sections peeling off to expose tender flesh.
Scars were visible all over its back and legs.
It actually withstood that fireball? Chen Mu was puzzled.
No matter how tough the spider's shell was, it couldn't possibly be sturdier than concrete. Walls or steel bars, could it? Most likely, it had sensed the danger and tried to escape but was still severely injured by the fireball's residual force.
The giant mutant spider was charging madly toward Han Ziming and his female companion.
Although the matter was closely related to him, Chen Mu had no intention
of stepping in to help.
Moreover, the distance was too great at the moment, and even with an SSS level teleportation skill, skill, he wouldn't have time to react. The massive creature raised its front limb, sharper than a spear, high into the air, leaving Han Zimming no time to react. Thud, his chest was already pierced through by the spear-like spider leg. Looking down at the blood staining his chest, Han Zimming suddenly remembered what he should do. A longbow materialized, an arrow was knocked, and without bothering to aim, he pulled the bowstring to its limit and released the shot. I don't know whether to call him lucky or unlucky. Although the arrow wasn't aimed properly, it happened to hit the spider's exposed flesh that wasn't covered by its hard shell, with most of the arrow shaft embedded. The pain caused the spider to split open its massive mouth, capable of devouring Han Zimming from top to bottom. Saliva continuously stretched into threads, forming a complex web. Accompanied by hissing and gasping sounds from its throat, the saliva dripped onto Han Zimming. This saliva was extremely viscous and astonishingly thick, almost wrapping Han Zimming entirely, as if tightly bound by several layers of cling film. The feeling of suffocation intensified. Han Zimming desperately clawed with his hands, pressed with his face and tongue, but it was all in vain. The slight gaps he managed to open were soon filled again as the saliva slowly flowed down, quickly covering the fingerprints. His struggle gradually turned from intense to slow. Before long, his hands hung limply, his body leaned backward, completely losing any response. Splat! The spider raised another leg again, piercing through Han Zimming's body. The two spider legs worked together like human hands, grabbing the corpse and taking a large bite. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, landing on the woman who was weak and collapsed on the ground. Apart from fear, the only thought in the woman's mind was to escape. However, her limbs seemed to have lost all sensation, completely uncontrollable, and she could only watch helplessly as the giant spider easily chewed up her boyfriend's corpse and swallowed it whole. No, no, don't eat me. The woman gently shook her head, murmuring softly, then suddenly burst out with a plea for help. Save me. Please, save me. I'm willing to do anything for you, willing to be your slave, serve you for a lifetime. I'm begging you, save me. These words were clearly directed at Chen Mu. She knew the owner of the fireball was still nearby, and he was her last hope. The woman believed she had some charm, perhaps enough to move Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu did not respond at all. Meanwhile, the giant spider had devoured Han Zimming completely, leaving only half a shoe that fell from the corpse, landing in front of the woman. She opened her mouth wide, staring in terror at the giant spider approaching step by step, completely unable to speak. Splat! His chest was pierced by the spider leg once again, and that familiar pain struck. Chen Mu appeared just in time. This just in time was not for the woman, who was already shrouded in despair, losing too much blood, and her consciousness gradually fading. Chen Mu raised his hand, forming a gun shape with his thumb and index finger, and pulled the trigger. Silently and without a trace, he acted before the giant spider, sending the woman away from this world of slaughter that was not meant for her. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining E-level danger perception ability, automatically upgraded to SSS level danger perception ability. The giant spider noticed Chen Mu's presence and quickly raised its spider legs, preparing to pierce him like spears. But before that could happen, Chen Mu had already used spider silk to firmly bind its 8 legs. It hung in midair, unable to move downward even an inch despite being just a short distance away, no matter how hard it struggled. Chen Mu waved his hand, pulling the strands of spider silk. Puff, puff, puff. A powerful force instantly tore off the spider's 8 legs, exposing tender pink flesh, and blood gushed out wildly. Without its legs, the giant spider lost its ability to move. How to deal with it next was entirely up to Chen Mu's command. He raised his hand and summoned a fireball the size of a watermelon, aiming at the terrifying giant mouth filled with sharp teeth stretched to its limit, and hurled it with all his might. Boom! The giant spider froze instantly, and the next second, the fireball expanded and exploded inside it, blowing it to pieces. Successfully killed the giant spider. Congratulations to the host for earning 3 slaughter points. The scene was not as gruesome as imagined, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Most of the flesh had turned to charcoal. Looking back, his gaze shifted downward, and the woman's chest had been torn open, leaving a large hole. Buttons and her bra had snapped and scattered to the sides. What should have been a delicate and beautiful sight was now filled with grotesqueness and gore. Chen Mu could even see the cross-section of her heart. Her chest was left with only the outline of its edges, while the rest had turned into a mess of mangled flesh. Retracting his gaze, Chen Mu quietly vanished into the air. Sigh, what a pity, a chance to cash in on an SSS level skill wasted for nothing. Looks like I'll have to act more decisively next time and not let that giant spider take advantage. 3 kill points are good, but as an adult, Chen Mu's goal is to take them all down. This is the basic operation. Damn it, I've walked at least 1,000 meters in this place, and I still can't find a spot to sleep. Everything is in ruins, covered in dust, and there's no way to rest peacefully. Chen Mu complained helplessly. He could barely tolerate the filth and mess, but the cracked and hole-ridden walls made him worry that zombies might sneak in while he was asleep and take his life. He was a heavy sleeper, but fortunately, he had obtained an SSS level danger perception skill from a woman, allowing him to anticipate all attacks in advance. Coupled with unlimited teleportation, his survival chances had increased dozens of times. The sky gradually nearly darkened, the last trace of light was about to disappear, and darkness almost engulfed the view. Standing atop a high-rise, Shenmue surveyed the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on a glass building, roughly estimated to be over 100 stories tall. At the very center of the rooftop, 3 peeling red characters stood out prominently: We Hotel. Originally a 4-character sign, the last character had already collapsed, leaving only a few pillars to support it. The most striking feature was the massive hole, over 10 meters in diameter, located around the 30 or 40th floor, sparking curiosity about what had destroyed it.
Monster? If a monster could cause such destruction, its size must be enormous, truly terrifying. Shenmue teleported to the edge of the broken opening and looked back. His feet hovered just a few centimeters above the void. For someone with a fear of heights, this scene would be enough to make their blood run cold. Turning to face the interior of the building, with the last rays of sunlight, he vaguely made out the true culprit behind the hole. A fighter jet burned down to its skeletal frame. The sun finally set, and night completely enveloped the world, plunging it into pitch-black darkness. It seems I need to get some night vision capability. Hiss. Shenmue suddenly remembered that he had seen night vision goggles in the system mall before, costing only 1 slaughter point, but they seem quite bulky, inconvenient to move around with, and the image is still green. Purchase successful. Kill point -1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-powered flashlight. This high-powered flashlight is priced the same as the night vision goggles. Although Shenmue felt there was a significant technological gap between the two, the system mall's minimum pricing was set at 1 kill point, with no fractions allowed. The only consolation is that this high-powered flashlight comes with an infinite power source, allowing for continuous use. Pressing the switch, a beam of light illuminated the surroundings. The distance grew increasingly blurry, with occasional faint sounds drifting through. Shenmue chose to go straight, arriving beside the fighter jet. He climbed over a small hill formed by rubble and shone his flashlight into the cockpit. Inside was a blackened skeleton, still strapped in with a seatbelt. The helmet had long since shattered, leaving only the metal shell. The next moment, Shenmue noticed a slight movement within the hollow eye sockets. Before he could react, countless tiny spiders surged out of the 2 eye sockets like a tide, quickly scurrying in all directions. Fortunately, these little creatures showed no aggression toward him, merely fleeing in response to perceived danger. Shenmue had already lost interest in studying the plane. The most important thing now was to find a suitable room to rest for the night, replenish his energy, and wait until daylight to act. Until he possessed feline-like eyes capable of piercing through the darkness, even with SSS-level skills, it wasn't worth taking unnecessary risks. Just as he was thinking this, his hair stood on end, and a scene flashed through his mind. The next second, the skeleton that had been lying quietly suddenly emitted a strange sound. To be precise, it seemed as though something was hidden inside. Shenmue's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged to the side. A long, rod-like creature sprang out like a spring from the skeleton's suddenly open mouth, almost brushing past his face, and landed 2 meters away. He quickly shone the flashlight over and discovered a worm at least 2 meters long, its body segmented and pieced together, with a flat shape and a suction cup on its mouth. Sensing the flashlight's beam, its mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp, spiral-shaped teeth extending endlessly inward. Shenmue could see hundreds of them. Saliva splattered, as if it were using its terrifying appearance to intimidate him. Shenmue inexplicably felt that this creature somewhat resembled the tapeworm he had seen in biology books as a child, the kind of parasite that lives in the human body. Wait! He suddenly turned his head to look at the skeleton in the cockpit. Could it be that this guy was parasitized by it, which is why he lost control and crashed into the building? You damn thing, you want to parasitize me too? Shenmue summoned a ball of flame, its light dazzling and brilliant. Suddenly, he thought to himself, with such a useful illumination skill, why did he spend kill points to buy a flashlight? He couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. On the other hand, the parasite was clearly very afraid of fire. The moment it saw the flames, it immediately shut its mouth and tried to escape, its movements eerily snake-like. How could Shenmue let it go? He accurately predicted its movements and hurled a fireball straight at it. Boom! The fireball hit the ground and exploded, flames instantly engulfing a range of 3 to 4 meters. Seems like there's no need for prediction at all. He shook his head with a bitter smile, the damage range far exceeding expectations. The parasite was surrounded by a sea of fire, letting out a piercing scream as it desperately rolled around. Countless hook-shaped, fine spikes emerged from its surface, clearly meant to anchor itself to the host's internal flesh walls to prevent expulsion. Crafty fellow. Shenmue showed no mercy, successfully killed the mutated parasitic tapeworm. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Brother, I avenged you. Shenmue glanced sideways at the skeleton. For a person, learning to regulate their emotions is, in his view, an extremely important skill. He withdrew the flames, condensing them into a fireball in his palm. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, he instantly extinguished it. The flames dissipated, and thick smoke seeped out from between his fingers. The orange-red glow of the fire was too eerie. Shenmue was more accustomed to the blinding white beam of a flashlight. After all, the slaughter points had already been spent, and there was no returning it. Who knows, it might end up buried in a drawer for a long time.
time. Better to use it a few more times while he still remembered to make it worth the cost.
Yes, as always, learning to adjust one's mood on your own is truly an essential psychological skill.
He opened the door and stepped into the corridor, glancing left and right. It was eerily quiet. Apart from the thick layer of dust, the environment was very clean, with no clutter. The plants in the flower pots had long since withered.
Bang!
Shenmue walked straight to the door opposite him. Without needing a rune card, he directly fired an air bullet, penetrating the lock and completely destroying the lock core structure. Since his vision couldn't penetrate the door, the teleportation skill was of no use. The interior of the room was much cleaner than he had imagined. He moved the shoe cabinet to block the door, then walked to the bed, lifted the blanket and tossed it aside casually. It was covered in dust and he couldn't be bothered to clean it. The weather wasn't cold, so he had no use for it. Lying on the bed, the soft touch immediately made him relax, letting out a long breath. After a brief moment of ease, he propped up the pillow, sat up, and leaned against it. Then, opening the system backpack, Shenmue decided to activate the F-level mission pack he had obtained earlier for completing the mutant spider kill mission to see what rewards he could get. He selected the F-level mission pack and confirmed to open it.
Opening F-level mission package. Successfully opened.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beginner combat set X1. Shenmue quickly skimmed through the contents of the beginner combat set: a submachine gun with 300 rounds of ammunition, a bulletproof vest, and 1 grenade, 1 smoke bomb,
and 1 flashbang. This F-level mission package, in terms of skill level, belonged to the most basic type. He was already quite satisfied with getting this equipment. If not for awakening the second system, this package would undoubtedly be an essential supply for survival.
It also made him realize that completing system tasks, especially those daily tasks that offer higher level rewards, was absolutely necessary. If any gift pack could offer a skill lottery chance, even if it resulted in an F-level skill, it would still be a profitable deal for Shenmue. He switched to the world chat channel and randomly joined a chat room. So lucky, not only did I earn a kill point by completing the mission, but I also got an armor-piercing sniper rifle from the gift pack.
It's just a pity my firearm proficiency isn't high enough yet. I advise you all to quickly find a place to hide and not get too fixated on missions and gift packs. The official explanation says that nighttime is when those monsters are the most frenzied and bloodthirsty. Wandering outside during that time is practically asking for death.
I've been hiding all this time, almost starving to death.
Is there anyone who can spare some food or water?
If I make it through, I will never forget your kindness. It's been less than half a day, and nearly 100 million people are already gone.
This world is insane. I just want to escape.
From the constantly updating chat messages, it was clear that most people were having a very hard time, with no chance of comfort. But in this world, comfort was a luxury. Just staying alive was already taking everything most people had.
Shenmue switched to the World Trading Center.
The number of posts had increased by thousands, even tens of thousands of times compared to before.
Firearms and equipment were
of little use to him and would only take up space in his backpack, which had only 10 slots in total, so he listed them all, intending to trade them for food and resources. The post was just published and immediately attracted numerous comments. The large number of people is one reason, but more importantly, the higher the value and rarity of the exchanged items, the greater the weight, and the higher the post ranks, naturally increasing its exposure.
Weapons and ammunition are undoubtedly the most solid currency in the early days of the apocalypse, requiring no second thought. A beginner combat kit? Someone is actually trading such premium equipment. How resource-rich is this big shot?
Portable high-precision, high-rate-of-fire submachine gun, 300 rounds of ammunition, plus a bulletproof vest, grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs. This is hands down the most extravagant post I've seen today, no contest.
A box of plain bread. Want to trade? A box of plain bread? Not even a bit of meat. I think you're trying to eat air.
Just because the boss isn't short on resources doesn't mean you can fool him like he's an idiot. Shenmue didn't care about those who called him boss. Many people had offered all the resources they could, and the system automatically sorted them by value, displaying them on the right side of the screen.
Currently, the top offer was 2 boxes of canned luncheon meat and a box of water.
The trader's name was Chin Lu, which sounded like a girl's name.
The note read, "This is all I can offer. If it's not enough, I'll gather more food later.
I promise I won't go back on my word." Shenmue could tell that she really needed a weapon, as it seemed the skill she had drawn wasn't suitable for combat. But he wasn't in a hurry to make the deal, planning to wait a bit longer to see if anyone could offer something more valuable in exchange. Half an hour passed, and the rankings for second and third place kept changing, but no one managed to surpass the first place.
Not wanting to spend too much effort on this, Shenmue ultimately chose the first option and confirmed the transaction. Transaction successful. Beginner combat set -1.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 boxes of canned luncheon meat, totaling 24 cans, and 1 box of water, totaling 12 bottles. Although there were 2 boxes of luncheon meat, they were of the same kind, occupying 1 backpack slot and displaying 24 cans.
The water
shared a slot with the water resources he had previously purchased with slaughter points. This freed up quite a bit of backpack space. At the same time, the handgun and bullets he had picked up from the mall were successfully exchanged for a box of plain bread.
Transaction successful.
2 boxes of canned luncheon meat, 1 box of water. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner combat kit. Seeing the system notification, the woman was so excited she almost jumped up.
That's great. Finally, a weapon for self-defense.
She was Qin Lu, the one who had previously traded with Chen Mu. The skill she acquired was called Queen of Firearms, an E-level skill that grants her exceptional proficiency with any firearm weapon, with continuous hits further increasing damage. In a state of holding a gun, both reaction speed and observational skills are significantly enhanced, classified as a beneficial skill. As the Queen of Firearms, being without a weapon renders her powerless, even in a world of slaughter.
Fortunately, Qin Lu was lucky enough to be born in a small convenience store.
Although the store had long been looted, she found 2 boxes of canned luncheon meat and a box of water in the wardrobe of a room on the 2nd floor, which led to a turning point. Wearing a bulletproof vest and taking out a combat submachine gun loaded with bullets, the moment Qin Lu held the gun, she felt completely refreshed. Everything around her became incredibly clear. She didn't even need her eyes. Just by listening, she could hear the faint sound of fingernail-sized
bugs crawling across the glass window.
Sweeping away the previous despair and gloom, she finally gained a bit more confidence in surviving.
All of this was thanks to Chen Mu.
Unfortunately, all the resources had been exchanged for weapons, leaving her with nothing for herself.
Now,
touching her empty stomach, it growled incessantly. Brr! Chen Mu, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He had just devoured 2 plain loaves of bread, a box of luncheon meat, and a bottle of water, indulging in a hearty meal and enjoying himself thoroughly.
With ample resources, he didn't need to save anything. If he ran out, he could simply go out and hunt a few monsters to replenish his slaughter points. With the dozens of slaughter points he had in hand, he could live carefree for a while. Full and satisfied, the only thing he wanted to do next was sleep. Bang! Boom!
But just as he closed his eyes, the untimely sound of explosions erupted outside, one after another in quick succession.
Do they not sleep at night? Why insist on fighting those monsters that are no different from being on steroids?
Chen Mu looked utterly puzzled.
Is hiding not an option? Do they really think they're invincible? He got up and walked to the window.
Using the flickering light, he grabbed the curtains with both hands and pulled them open. He opened the tightly shut window, leaned on the windowsill, and looked down. An off-road vehicle sped past, followed by a crowd surging like a tide. Squinting for a closer look, it was not a crowd at all but hundreds and thousands of zombies. To be precise, it was a zombie horde. Indeed, the night is truly the domain of these monsters, Chen Mu thought. Such a scene was never seen during the day. These zombies ran as fast as a normal person sprinting at full speed, and combined with their overwhelming numbers, anyone who saw them would be terrified to the point of weak knees. Even more absurd was their limitless stamina, allowing them to maintain this speed until death or dawn. However, those lunatics down there were an exception. Why are they called lunatics? The reason is simple. When such a crisis erupts, fleeing or avoiding the fight is the rational choice. It wouldn't be surprising if there were individuals with advanced skills in the group. Yet, that particular group used modern weapons to kill and block the zombie horde, attempting to stop the devouring with gunfire.
Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom!
Gunshots and explosions rang out one after another, mixed with maniacal laughter and crude, smug remarks. Clearly, they were taking pleasure in the slaughter.
Chen Mu initially planned to ignore them, thinking the lunatics would leave on their own.
Unexpectedly, they started leading the zombie horde in circles around the glass building, playing games. In this atmosphere so silent that you could hear a pin drop, the zombies launched into a wild chase, emitting guttural groans and growls. That made it impossible to sleep. Not to mention the incessant rat-a-tat of gunfire and explosions, which made rest completely out of the question. Chen Mu had no intention of accommodating them. After all, this was a world of slaughter.
Politeness? Tolerance? These words might as well be erased from the dictionary.
He opened the door, returned to the broken opening, locked onto the off-road vehicle, and teleported to its roof. The sudden sound of impact above their heads startled the people inside the car, who thought a zombie had taken the opportunity to leap onto the roof. A man half leaning out of the car window, resting on the window frame with a gun in hand, was the first to notice Chen Mu. He turned his body halfway, pressing his back against the car window to better aim his gun at Chen Mu.
Doesn't look like a zombie.
Definitely not a zombie, Chen Mu replied affirmatively.
Can talk?
So you're actually a person? The man laughed.
How did you get up here?
Sorry, this game doesn't allow last-minute entries.
Of course, if you have an S-level skill, maybe we could consider giving you a backdoor. The man's words weren't genuinely offering
Chen Mu a chance, he was merely mocking him. After all, they had never heard of anyone possessing an S-level skill up to now. I've heard that even the top-tier ones are nothing more than C-level skills.
Yang Han, why are you wasting words with him?
Just shoot him and feed him to the zombies.
We're almost out of bullets anyway, might as well use this to delay the zombie horde and find a chance to escape.
A man's urging voice came from the driver's seat.
If you want to go crazy, that's none of my business. business.
But if you're making noise here and disturbing my peace, then it becomes my business, Shenmue said coldly.
What? Are you trying to say we're too noisy and disturbed your sleep? Is that why you secretly climbed onto the roof of our car? Yang Han said, unable to hold back a laugh. You guys are really noisy. Idiot. Yang Han's patience was clearly running thin.
Coupled with the jeering from the others in the car, he raised his arm, aimed at Shenmue's head, and prepared to pull the trigger. At that moment, Shenmue raised his hand, slowly opening his fist, palm facing toward him.
What? Do you think you're made of steel and can block bullets with your body?
Yang Han laughed so hard that tears came out, wiping the corners of his eyes.
Don't tell me your awakened ability is being a clown? The kind that specializes in making people laugh? However, the next second, Yang Han's smile abruptly froze, because he saw a wisp of flame unexpectedly emerge from Shenmue's palm. Wait!
The flame surged out like a pillar, resembling dragon's breath, shooting straight toward Yang Han. The gun in his hand didn't even fire a single shot before it was instantly melted. His head turned to charred remains in an instant, the outer skin peeling off to reveal a ghastly white skull. His eyeballs burst from the intense heat with a pop, splattering onto the face of the alluring woman beside him, who wore over a dozen earrings on her ears.
Ah!
The woman trembled all over, her piercing scream chilling to the bone.
Did your mom die? Why are you shouting so loudly? The man in the driver's seat instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror.
But in the mirror, he saw that charred, horrifying face staring intently at him. One eye had already melted, while the other was swollen like a bulge, with half of it squeezed out of the socket.
Ah!
Startled, he jerked the steering wheel, crashing straight into a utility pole.
Cracks suddenly appeared on the utility pole.
The utility pole fell, heavily smashing onto the front of the SUV. Seeing smoke coming from the front of the car, the two hurriedly got out. Shenmue, on the other hand, was busy confirming the results and collecting the system rewards.
Kill successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the F-level ammo replenishment skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level infinite ammo. Congratulations on successfully killing the player, gaining all their kill points. Kill points plus 10. The F-level ammo replenishment skill originally had a chance to automatically refill ammo upon hitting a target, but the probability was extremely low. When lucky, it would trigger once every 5 bullets. When unlucky, it might take 20 or 30 bullets to trigger. But after the system's automatic instant upgrade, Shenmue, who possessed the SSS level infinite ammunition skill, could automatically and infinitely replenish ammunition no matter what weapon he used. Any weapon.
He became a man who would never have to worry about ammunition. Even he thought it was perverse when he saw it himself. You little brat, it's all your fault. You wrecked our car, and with so many zombies behind us, how are we supposed to escape? The man roared, raising his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at Shenmue. If you didn't have what it takes, you shouldn't have messed with me in the first place, Shenmue replied helplessly. What did you say? The man's face turned livid with rage. His words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The woman next to him added fuel to the fire, refusing to back down. Brother Pang, kill him, get more blood out. Those monsters love the smell of blood, and we can use the chance to escape.
That's actually a good idea.
Li Yunpeng looked at the approaching horde of corpses 200 or 300 meters away, his hand on the trigger, ready to empty the magazine. Suddenly, he noticed that his fingers seemed to have disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed abruptly. The handgun was sliced in half, and even his fingers were severed.
Not a single finger was spared. Ah, my hand.
All my fingers are broken. Li Yunpeng panicked, trying to cover the wound, only to suddenly realize he had no fingers at all.
Da da da.
He could only howl in pain. His knees bent, and he collapsed to the ground. The woman sensed something was wrong and recalled her boyfriend dying under a flash of fire. She thought Shenmue had used a flamethrower to kill, but discovered he didn't have such equipment on him at all. He was completely unarmed. Could it be that this guy possessed advanced skills? Thinking of this, the woman said no more, assuming that since Shenmue had his back to her, he couldn't see her. She looked around, confirmed the escape route, and then started to run. With a dull thud, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Pain quickly shot to her brain. When she turned to look, her legs had fallen half a meter away, blood gushing out. The woman was absolutely certain that the pair of legs wrapped in black stockings and wearing a slit pencil skirt were hers. The tear in the stockings caused by her boyfriend's mischievous fingers was exactly the same. The fear of vision was so intense that she knocked out several of her front teeth, yet she felt nothing.
Ah, like Li Yunpeng, she could only scream miserably.
But the woman's condition was far more severe than Li Yunpeng's. Her consciousness was rapidly fading, becoming blurry.
Bang! No, I don't want to die. Someone, anyone, save me. Her lips turned pale as she clung desperately to the ground, struggling to crawl. In the blink of an eye, her fingers were already worn out, covered in scars, and even her entire ring fingernail was forcibly torn off due to excessive force. Yet she remained indifferent, crawling slowly. Shenmue decided to give her a swift end, to act as a saint, to spare her from dying in vain, achieving nothing. At the very least, her death should be meaningful and extraordinarily valuable, to pave the way for one's invincible path, as weighty as Mount Tai. Put! A compressed air bullet, silent and invisible, pierced through her brain. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Far Vision, automatically upgraded to the SSS level skill Clairvoyance. Shenmue sighed, regretting that it wasn't night vision. Don't get cocky, those guys will catch up soon, and you won't escape either. Get ready to be torn to pieces. Ha ha ha. Li Yunping's face twisted into a ferocious grin, having already given up hope of survival. Turning his head, he saw the horde of corpses was less than 100 meters away. He decided that if he was going to die, he would take Shenmue with him. Is that so? Shenmue raised his arm, pointing straight ahead at the swarming zombies rushing toward him. Their bodies twisted frantically, the sound of bones grinding together audible, their mouths gaping wide to reveal blood-stained teeth. A fireball, starting the size of a palm, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelling to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters within a few breaths. Li Yunping's face, illuminated by the orange-red firelight, revealed a trace of disbelief. Boom! The next second, the fireball transformed into a massive beam of light, shooting straight out for dozens of meters. Li Yunping turned his head sluggishly, his neck stiff like a machine that hadn't been oiled in years. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror. In the flames, a group of humanoid shadows could be clearly seen struggling, their flesh and blood rapidly devoured, revealing the outlines of their skeletons. In the end, even the skeletons turned to dust and completely disappeared. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed a zombie. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Meanwhile, on Shenmue's side, the system rewards were refreshing so rapidly they were hard to discern. Hundreds of slaughter points were easily credited, and the entire process took less than half a minute. 5 fingers clenched tightly, the flames dissipated, and the world plunged into darkness once again. But Li Yunping clearly saw that the asphalt road had melted and deformed due to the high temperature, full of footprints forming pits, and the houses were covered with a layer of charred and cracked marks. You're an S-level skill holder? Only then did Li Yunping realize that he had provoked a god of death. No, it's SSS level. Shenmue saw no need to hide the truth from someone about to die. SSS level. Before Li Yunping could speak, a red line appeared on his neck, with beads of blood of varying sizes seeping out. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill, Driving Proficiency, automatically upgraded to SSS level God tier driving. With this skill, whether it's ground driving, sky flying, or space exploration, as long as Shenmue grips the steering wheel, his proficiency instantly reaches max level. A few hundred kill points and 3 new SSS level skills, being disturbed from sleep doesn't seem so bad after all. Boom! Shenmue's gaze locked onto a nearby building, and he quickly made his way to the rooftop of the 6th floor. Bang! Boom! The SUV behind him exploded instantly. After several relocations, he returned to his hotel room. Letting out a long breath, he finally felt the tranquility of the world. Shenmue finally fell asleep smoothly. That night, his sleep quality remained as usual, unaffected by being reborn into a world of slaughter. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily. He twisted his neck, and his bones made a faint cracking sound. He was accustomed to hard beds, so he found the overly soft hotel mattress somewhat uncomfortable. Looking around, he didn't notice any signs of intrusion. Everything was still normal. He opened the system store. There's actually no toothpaste or toothbrush among these daily necessities? Or is it that, system, you never expected someone to be extravagant enough to brush their teeth and wash their face the next day, living such a refined life? The system naturally wouldn't respond to such a question. Helpless, Shenmue had no choice but to open the trading center and post an offer to exchange items, a can of meat, for a toothbrush and toothpaste. Since the conditions allowed, why not enjoy life a little? As soon as the post was published, it immediately sparked a heated reaction. Brushing teeth. My goodness, I'm still worrying about not having food to eat, and someone else is thinking about how to maintain personal hygiene. A can of meat. So tempting. This name looks so familiar. Isn't it the expert who traded food for a beginner's combat suit yesterday? Bang! Master, please take me under your wing. I'm a cute girl, and I only need 3 cans of food and 1 bottle of water a day. I promise to keep your bed warm every night. Can the person above be a little more reserved? I'm a 9-head ratio Chongsam goddess, and I ask for 1 less can of food per day than the person above. Shenmue was speechless. He only wanted toothpaste and a toothbrush. The 2 girls never considered that, in peaceful times, as a heartthrob, he would find himself in a world of slaughterware. Toothpaste and a toothbrush were more important than him. Even offering themselves for free, no one paid attention. Finally, 7 minutes later, Shenmue saw an option appear on the list. A flying soft bristle toothbrush and a green tea mint toothpaste. Confirm the exchange. Exchange successful. Canned meat -1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a flying soft bristle toothbrush and a green tea mint toothpaste. 220 grams. Bang! This weight is quite a lot for toothpaste. Took a look at the date. It seems unclear what month or day it is in this world now. Anyway, it looks pretty clean. Opened the plastic packaging, then the cardboard box, took out the toothpaste and toothbrush, and squeezed squeezed a little. Opened the system backpack, took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed the mouth first, and then carefully brushed up, down, left, and right. The toothpaste tastes good, not making Shenmue feel nauseous or want to vomit. After brushing for 2 minutes, he rinsed his mouth with half a bottle of water and drank the other half to hydrate. By this time, the sun had fully risen, and its rays were shining warmly on Shenmue. Coupled with the refreshing green tea mint flavor in his mouth, this kind of life felt truly comfortable. Having just woken up, his stomach wasn't very hungry yet, so Shenmue decided to think about breakfast. Later, compared to eating, he was more curious about the constantly flashing email notification in the upper right corner of his view. He opened it to take a look. Heavenly rankings and earthly rankings announced. Time, midnight sharp. Heavenly rankings? Earthly rankings? Shenmue had thought that rankings were something exclusive to games, but he hadn't expected to see them here as well. Other than fostering competition and triggering a desire for killing, he couldn't think of any other purpose for them. Still, he decided to click and take a look to get a sense of the overall combat power of the billions of people in this world. Heavenly rankings, individual combat power leaderboard. Earthly rankings, daily kill leaderboard. Note, the heavenly and earthly rankings are updated daily at midnight, with rewards settled. The leaderboards display only the top 100 names being ranked. Within the top 10% of the total participants qualifies for rewards. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards, subject to the actual distribution. There are rewards. Thinking of this, Shenmue immediately perked up, completely shaking off his drowsiness. After reading the introduction, he first opened the earthly rankings. The name of the first place is so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. First place, Shenmue, kills, 1008. Thinking about it, it's clear that this wave came from the zombie horde at the mall, plus the one before bed last night. Should he thank those crazy people who stayed up all night to lure zombies? Actually, even without them, Shenmue would still firmly hold first place. The reason is simple, the second place only has 18 kills, a staggering gap, practically a cliff-like drop. Would you like to claim the leaderboard reward? Claim, without hesitation. Claim successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource map of the current city. Once the reward was received, the resource map was automatically integrated into the system, unlocking a new icon. With just a click, it allowed an aerial view of the entire city, with all resource points, whether food or weapons and ammunition, clearly marked, and even provided navigation. Shenmue thought this was a very practical reward. Next, he opened the heavenly rankings. The first place remains without suspense. First place, Shenmue. No more data, just one name. Claim the heavenly ranking reward? Claim. Claim successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an elite difficulty trial card X1. Trial card? Shenmue chose to view the details. Elite difficulty trial card, the key to unlocking the path to the elite difficulty trial grounds. Upon completion, you can obtain a large number of special and unique rewards. Note, you cannot leave until the task is successfully completed. Seeing this additional reminder, Shenmue hesitated for a moment. Was this really a reward? If one didn't have a clear understanding of their own strength, using the trial card could either mean being trapped forever or meeting a swift end. However, the special and unique rewards were indeed highly tempting. With 8 SSS level skills, I shouldn't fail even a single elite difficulty task, right? He opened the system backpack, clicked on the elite difficulty trial card, and the options use and cancel appeared vividly on the screen. Shenmue's heart began to pound. A slight misstep could cost him his life. The system will release the daily task in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, players. Just as Shenmue was hesitating, a new system prompt popped up. The trial card wouldn't expire even if unused, but the daily task was different. Shenmue decided to seize the opportunity at hand to boost his confidence for the challenges ahead. In less than 3 minutes, the time was up. Daily tasks have been released. Players, please proceed to the designated location and complete the elimination task to receive rewards. 4,300 meters? Not close at all. Shenmue carefully studied the task. The location was an abandoned chemical plant, and the target was a mutated creature. The mere term mutated creature was extremely vague. In this world, any monster, even zombies, could be referred to as mutated creatures. More importantly, this daily task was different from the previous ones. It wasn't limited to solo completion, meaning players could form teams. In a team, everyone would share the reward, and as long as one person completed the elimination, the entire team would be considered to have completed the task, with the reward quantity remaining unchanged. Was the system being considerate, or was the task itself far more dangerous? Shenmue didn't think much and directly locked onto the farthest distance. In an instant, he leaped onto the rooftop of a 3-story concrete building, covering over 2,000 meters in one jump. Then, he continued teleporting, quickly approaching the coordinate point. For an average person, it would take at least an hour at normal speed, but he arrived in less than 3 minutes. Upon arrival, Shenmue found over a dozen people blocked outside an abandoned factory, unable to enter. Walking into the crowd, he casually patted one person on the shoulder and asked, "What's the situation?" situation inside. A guild called Blood Wolf claims this mission is exclusively theirs, and no one else is allowed to participate, the person explained, suppressing his anger. Then can't we join them? Shenmue continued to ask. Sure, E-level skills, whether they're combat skills or not, can join. But for skills like ours, F-level and non-combat, they're completely useless. They wouldn't even look at us. The man's tone was full of helplessness and defiance. For this daily task, he had spent a fortune, using 1 kill point to buy a handgun, only to find himself with no opportunity to use it. With so many people, why not just storm in together? Shenmue probed, trying to gather information about the situation inside the factory. The guild has D-level ability users stationed there. No matter how many of us F-level people there are, it's useless. If we really start a fight, wouldn't that just be delivering ourselves like lambs to the slaughter? The man sighed helplessly. Ability users? Shenmue didn't continue to ask, fearing he might interrupt the man's complaints. Meanwhile, more and more people were arriving. Knowing that as long as one possessed F-level combat skills or any useful abilities, they could apply to join the Blood Wolf Guild and share in the mission rewards, many people eagerly raised their hands and shouted, Me. Truth and lies mixed together. The Blood Wolf Guild was naturally not foolish. After recruitment, there would be strict verification. Those who faked it, regardless of their pleas or cries, would be beaten half to death and thrown out like a dead dog to intimidate others. At the moment, there was no movement inside the abandoned factory, and the members of the Blood Wolf Guild were in no hurry to act, clearly intending to recruit a few more potential members while they had the chance. Smart move. Shenmue decided to first make use of this group to test the difficulty of the mission. After all, caution is the parent of safety. He squeezed out of the crowd, stood at the door, and said with a forced smile, I'm an E-level ability user. E-level? The gatekeeper looked Shenmue up and down with suspicion. In the end, he still opened the door. You better not be lying to me, or I'll break your legs. Shenmue didn't say much. He slipped through the narrow door that only allowed one person to pass. The man who had just been talking to Shenmue saw this and appeared quite surprised. I didn't expect him to actually be an E-level ability user. Haha, what E-level ability user? It must be fake. How could there be so many E-levels? I bet he'll soon be beaten half to death and then kicked out. Exactly. For an E-level ability user, he seems way too kind and approachable. Kind? Approachable? If it weren't for their comments, Shenmue wouldn't have realized that he had such a gentle and refined image in the eyes of others. Bang! Kid, what skill did you awaken? Hurry up and show us, don't waste time. The crew-cut young man tightly gripped the plastic rod in his hand, ready to do some physical work. Here? Shenmue confirmed. Where else do you think? The crew-cut young man widened his eyes. Hurry up! Shenmue said no more and raised his hand. The crew-cut young man squinted, staring at Shenmue's palm. Seeing nothing, he thought he was seeing things and leaned in closer. Boom! A ball of fierce fire instantly rose up. Shenmue casually hurled the fireball at an empty metal barrel 10 meters away. Bang! Boom! It exploded on the spot, the sound like thunder. The metal barrel was blasted 7 or 8 meters into the air. Everyone looked up, only to see the barrel torn to shreds. The crew-cut young man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his legs weak, almost wetting his pants. He had nearly collided with the scythe of death and been sent straight to hell. He really awakened an E-level skill. Who said it was fake? He doesn't even count as an E-level ability user, then what does? Hearing these questions, the few people who had been shouting the loudest earlier quickly retreated to the edges of the crowd, unwilling to be the focus of everyone's attention. Unexpectedly, Shenmue really turned out to be an E-level ability user. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. A man in a trench coat walked toward Shenmue, smiling as he said, Brilliant. Your skills are truly impressive. I hereby announce that from this moment on, you are officially a member of our Blood Wolf family. He raised his hand and lightly patted Shenmue on the shoulder a few times. I admire you greatly. Don't let me down later. Shenmue listened to these words and vaguely felt that the man in the trench coat intended to groom him into his right-hand man. Who are you? Shenmue asked. Idiot. Can't you see? This is Tao Yon, the vice president of our Blood Wolf Guild. Hurry up and show your gratitude. The buzzcut young man scolded. Tao Yon's expression instantly changed, and he immediately delivered a fierce kick to the buzzcut young man's chest. That kick sent the crew-cut young man flying 7 or 8 meters away. Tao Yon's face was icy cold as he asked sternly, Who gave you permission to speak to my brother like that? Sorry. The crew-cut young man clutched his chest and quickly apologized, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his lips, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. Little brother, the dog wasn't properly leashed, don't take it to heart. Tao Yong rarely showed politeness, as he had managed to recruit an E-level newcomer and didn't want the crew-cut young man's rudeness to ruin the opportunity. It's fine. Shenmue shook his head. Alright, young brother, you're quite generous. Tao Yong gave a thumbs up and then said, Operate it yourself. Join the team, the mission is about to start. Tao Yong's words did not deceive Shenmue. After confirming there was no better candidate, Tao Yong immediately ordered 2 of his men to open the warehouse door. Shenmue scanned the area. Besides him, there were more than 20 people inside the factory walls. Clenching his fists, Shenmue's hands began to itch as his gaze shifted back
to the two men responsible for opening the door. One person pressed both hands against one side of the large iron door, and the two exchanged a glance. After nodding, they pushed together with all their strength.
Buzzing sounds.
Due to being in use for a long time, the hinges were severely rusted, making the iron door difficult to open and producing a piercing noise like drums and gongs. Before long, the iron door was pushed open about 2 meters, but it could not be pushed any further.
Vice President, it won't budge, someone shouted.
You two, go in and take a look, Tao Yong instructed.
Although the two looked reluctant, as the lowest-ranking members of the guild, they had no choice.
If they acted, they might die at the hands of the monsters. If they didn't, they would definitely die at the hands of Tao Yong.
The two entered the factory one after the other. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and still no news.
Tao Yong was a bit anxious and shouted, "Anyone still alive? Give me a response.
What's going on in there? Hey!"
Seeing no response, Tao Yong took a few more steps forward and shouted loudly. Then, the iron door was knocked down, and two figures, like human cannonballs, shot out from the warehouse and landed heavily not far from Chen Mu.
Their waists and abdomens were severely deformed and grotesquely twisted. Blood was flowing
from their eyes, mouths, and all 7 orifices. Although they hadn't completely stopped breathing, they were barely clinging to life, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Judging by the size of the handprints, it was clear how massive
the person who left them must have been. While everyone's attention was drawn to the pitch-black warehouse, Chen Mu quietly extended his hands from behind his back. His fingers bent, releasing 2 strands of thread that instantly wrapped
around the necks of the two individuals.
With a forceful tug of his index and middle fingers, their necks were severed in an instant.
A bright red line appeared on their throats, accompanied by a spray of blood droplets of varying sizes.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level arrow splitting skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level 1000 arrows barrage.
Originally, the F-level arrow splitting skill could only shoot one arrow that split into 2, dealing double damage. But after the SSS level enhancement, a single arrow could transform into thousands.
The system's interpretation of overpowered was, as always, vividly and thoroughly demonstrated.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level hidden weapon skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level hidden weapon master. The mission had just begun, and Shen Mu had already gained 2 SSS level skills, a joy that was beyond words. He then turned his gaze toward the interior of the factory. The low growls were shocking, and the dim lighting inside the factory, combined with the light streaming in through the broken iron door, finally revealed the appearance of the monster that had severely injured the two people.
It was a giant, with a round head and a bulky body. Its entire frame was covered in well-developed muscles. Just one of its legs was as thick as 2 people's waists. Shackles adorned its feet, and its hands were encased
in a pair of iron gauntlets connected by a chain as thick as an arm. Each step it took produced a crisp clanging sound. A metallic respirator covered its mouth, concealing half of its face.
It wore only iron shorts
on its lower body, and 2 thick tubes extended from its back, running from its shoulders to its lower back, their purpose unclear. The rest of its exposed skin was flesh-colored, with sharply defined muscles that exuded
a terrifying strength, resembling a living mountain of muscle. Standing at a height of 3 to 4 meters, its blood-red eyes looked anything but human. Could it be a giant zombie? Shen Mu was filled with doubt. Everyone, spread out in a circle. Focus on splitting the aggro. Tao Yong quickly reacted, issuing commands to the remaining team members. Shen Mu pretended to act enthusiastically. Tao Yong finally removed
the trench coat that Chen Mu had always thought was cumbersome. Immediately after, someone stepped forward and handed Tao Yong a large sword with a distinctly European style, holding it out with both hands.
Modern cold weapons?
Chen Mu speculated that Tao Yong's awakened skill must be swordsmanship. At this stage, members with strong skills often held higher ranks in the guild, as there wasn't much time to assess a person's leadership abilities. Using skill levels as a standard for evaluation was quicker and more convincing.
Chen Mu was 100% certain that Tao Yong was the one rumored to have awakened. A D-level skill. D-level swordsmanship? Shen Mu couldn't help but want to witness it firsthand and see if it could be documented.
The variety of abilities was dazzling. Skills like fire and ice were relatively common, but since they were only F-level, their power
wasn't even enough to scratch a giant zombie, let alone harm it. At most, they could be used to draw its attention. Ice magic would form
a thin layer of frost on its legs, only to be crushed instantly with a single step, rendering it completely ineffective.
Some skills could accelerate bullet speed, enhance lethality, or increase defense and resistance. Overall, they were not particularly outstanding. What Shen Mu anticipated most was still Tao Yong.
His gaze was fixed intently on him. Tao Yong gripped the hilt of a sword adorned with sun element patterns and drew out a massive silver greatsword at least 2 meters long from its sheath.
Holding the sword single-handedly, he stood with it slanted by his side, quietly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Although 2 or 3 people had already been
smashed into bloody pulp by the giant zombie's iron fists, Tao Yong's face remained calm and unshaken, showing no trace of emotion.
Finally, Tao Yong seized the opportunity, quickly dashing to the giant zombie's back, gripping the greatsword with both hands. At that moment, the giant zombie was focused on others, raising its iron fist high, ready to strike down. A person curled up in the corner was trembling, their face ashen, tears glistening in their eyes, on the verge of breaking down.
Just then, a flash of cold light streaked through the air as Tao Yong raised the greatsword high and slashed down fiercely.
The giant zombie's right arm was severed cleanly at the root.
The arm, as thick as a supporting pillar, fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The man in the corner, choking and gasping for air, inhaled a large amount of dust and began to cough violently.
Oh, is it also related to ice?
Shenmue saw everything clearly. A layer of frost covered Tao Yong's greatsword, and the severed arm on the giant
zombie's shoulder was firmly sealed by ice. Without hesitation, the giant zombie raised its left arm, crushed the layer of ice, then picked
up the severed arm and similarly crushed the frozen stump. Afterward, it forcefully pressed the severed arm against its shoulder, and countless fleshy tendrils grew out, reconnecting the arm to the shoulder. Then, the severed arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tao Yong was clearly encountering such a zombie monster for the first time, his face showing an expression of shock.
The giant zombie's hatred was cleverly redirected by Tao Yong's sword strike.
It suddenly turned around, swinging its arm horizontally, using the rotational force from its turn combined with its immense strength to strike fiercely at Tao Yong.
Not good.
Tao Yong knew he couldn't dodge, so he quickly held his sword vertically, gripping the hilt with one hand and pushing the blade with the other, using the sword as a shield in front of him.
Bang! Boom!
The result was self-evident. Tao Yong was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into a pile of discarded metal barrels. The barrels scattered in all directions, with several of them almost completely deformed. Shenmue was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that under such an attack, Tao Yong could still be alive. Using his sword to support his body, Tao Yong stood shakily. His lips moved slightly, as if murmuring something, and then a green light descended from above, quickly restoring his condition. He no longer looked like someone who had just been severely injured.
Is this also part of a skill? Shenmue's interest grew stronger. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Heavy footsteps accompanied by the sound of chains whipping the ground echoed. Seeing that Tao Yong was still alive, the giant zombie charged at him like
a raging bull.
The sight alone was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. The surrounding people quickly retreated, with no one daring to step forward and intervene.
A bunch of useless trash.
Tao Yong once again raised his longsword high with both hands, the hilt almost touching the top of his head, and the
blade pressed tightly against his back.
As soon as the giant zombie entered his attack range, he spun 360 degrees and slashed down with his sword. This sword strike, whether in speed or strength, was executed with full force. The muscles in Tao Yong's arms bulged as he gripped the sword, their contours resembling steel bars, exuding a terrifying sense of power.
Bang! However, this seemingly ferocious strike was easily blocked by the giant zombie with its ironclad fist.
It didn't even break through its defense. The sword blade only left a hair-thin, almost invisible scratch.
How could this happen? Tao Yong's face changed drastically, his smile vanished completely, and his confidence utterly collapsed.
This mission was 2 or 3 levels harder than he had anticipated.
The giant zombie raised its right arm.
Unlike its left hand, which couldn't open, the iron fist on its right hand had fingers that could move freely like a human's. It suddenly gripped the sword blade, pulling and yanking forcefully. This sudden immense force made Tao Yong completely unable to control himself, watching helplessly as the greatsword flew out of his hand for dozens of meters and plunged a third of its length deep into the ground. In his line of sight, the shadow of the giant zombie's iron fist rapidly enlarged, almost filling the entire frame.
What are you standing there for? Use your skill already. Tao Yong caught a glimpse of Shenmue still watching the show from the side and urgently urged him while dodging attacks. It was only then that he remembered he hadn't asked the other person's name.
Shenmue also felt the timing was right. Everything that needed to be understood was clear. It was time to step in and reap the rewards. He raised his hand, and a half-meter diameter fireball slowly took shape. When the fireball gradually expanded to a 1-meter diameter, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts, thinking there might be a chance to counterattack. When the fireball's diameter grew to 2 meters, everyone began to feel uneasy, fearing they might get caught in the blast. When the fireball suddenly swelled to 3 meters, the crowd scattered like mice, fleeing as far as possible, at least 10 meters away, never settling for just 9.9 meters.
Otherwise, they might risk being melted by the fireball. At the same time, a big question arose in their hearts. Is this really an E-level skill? It seems a bit too terrifying. Or is it just a case of outward strength but inward weakness?
Just as everyone was lost in wild thoughts, Shenmue combined the compressed air skill and instantly released a fireball, causing the propulsion speed to suddenly accelerate. The speed was astonishingly fast, leaving everyone unable to see clearly. Looking back, the bottom of the wall on the left side of the factory had been pierced by the fireball, with magma-colored liquid slowly dripping down. The factory lost its support and instantly collapsed with a loud crash.
trash. You still dare to call this an E-level skill, someone cursed inwardly. As for the giant zombie, although it wasn't directly seen, upon closer inspection of the trail of burning marks, there were two areas that hadn't been charred, shaped strikingly like a pair of footprints. Realizing this, a terrifying thought involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. Could that giant zombie have been instantly melted to the point where not even its bones remained? Is this really the power of an E-level skill? How is that possible? Tao Yong's D-level skill couldn't pose the slightest threat to that giant zombie, could it? If E-level skills were truly stronger than D-level ones, then why even bother with the ranking system? It's clearly redundant. It has nothing to do with proficiency. Speaking of proficiency, Tao Yong's performance was obviously more impressive.
Shenmue merely raised his arm and conjured a fireball, that's all.
Could it be that he was deliberately hiding something? Successfully killed the giant zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
Kill mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for receiving an E-level mission pack. Compared to their speculations, Shenmue was clearly more focused on the reality before him.
The mission was easily completed, and the reward pack was securely in hand. Tao Yong awkwardly got up from the ground. He wasn't a fool. With things developing to this point, how could he not see that Shenmue was deceiving him? Who exactly are you?
Equally puzzled were the crowd gathered behind the railing gate, watching. They had long abandoned the idea of participating in the mission. Going in was a dead end.
This absolutely can't be an E-level skill, right? Nonsense. Does your E-level skill have the power to instantly kill such a huge monster? Too strong. At least A-level, maybe even S-level. S-level? Impossible, right? I've never heard of anyone awakening an S-level skill. Wouldn't that make him 1 in a million?
Regardless of whether Shenmue truly has an S-level skill, after witnessing such a terrifying display, some people have already started scheming how to cozy up to him.
Not important.
Shenmue had no intention of revealing his identity to avoid trouble.
Boss, this is strange. Our mission failed. Yeah, how could it fail?
Mission target has been eliminated. Mission failed. There was no need for them to say anything. Tao Yong could see it clearly himself. He signaled one of his subordinates with his eyes to quickly pick up the large sword that had fallen in the distance and bring it back to him. Gripping the hilt tightly, as the sword's tip pointed at Shenmue, a green light descended, and Tao Yong instantly recovered to full health, with all the visible wounds on his body disappearing. From this, Shenmue quickly deduced that the sword itself was the core of the skill.
You're not in our party? Tao Yong questioned. Why should I team up with you? Shenmue retorted. Tao Yong hesitated to speak.
Seeing the dozen people following his gaze and command, all pointing their guns at him, ready to act, Shenmue
couldn't help but laugh. You don't dare aim your guns at the monsters, but you dare point them at me, the one who killed the monsters? That kind of skill, if I'm not mistaken, you can't use it frequently, right? Tao Yong voiced his guess. If this killing move had no usage limit, why would Shenmue go such a long way and even set traps to trick himself?
Shenmue remained silent, while Tao Yong's lips curled slightly, knowing he had guessed correctly.
The sound of bullets being loaded echoed one after another. Tao Yong spoke again. Will you hand over your resources willingly, or take this to the bitter end? What makes you think you can kill me? Shenmue asked curiously.
Your skills are already exhausted.
With so many of us here, one shot each and you'll be riddled with holes in no time. Tao Yong said confidently. I advise you to surrender. You should thank your good luck that I'm willing to give you another chance to serve me like a horse or an ox.
Sorry, I refuse, Shenmue replied without hesitation.
Courting death.
Tao Yong raised his hand, pointing his sword at Shenmue, his teeth clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound. He had completely lost his patience with Shenmue.
Seeing Shenmue raise both arms horizontally, Tao Yong sneered. Only now do you want to surrender?
The corners of his lips twitched slightly, and with the strange noises constantly ringing in his ears, Tao Yong frowned deeply and turned his head impatiently, saying, What are you all screaming about? What he saw was that everyone was like marionettes out of control, suspended in midair. They couldn't breathe smoothly or make any proper sounds, only producing noisy, strange noises. 10 fingers frantically scratched at their necks, legs kicking desperately, but it was all in vain.
Tao Yong saw clearly that it seemed as if invisible ropes were wrapped around their necks, cutting half a centimeter into their flesh. His gaze quickly returned to Shenmue. Just as he was about to speak, Shenmue's little finger moved slightly. Bang, bang, bang.
Several people fell heavily to the ground, dull thuds echoing one after another.
However, the distance between their heads and bodies was a bit far. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Fire Spitting, automatically upgraded to SSS level Dragon Flame Breath.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Freezing Technique, automatically upgraded to SSS level Frost Domain.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Bullet Acceleration, automatically upgraded to SSS level Unlimited Acceleration.
3 SSS level skills, a light touch, and they can be mastered. What's going on? How are those people floating in midair? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I want to figure it out too. It must be that kid's doing.
I noticed that just before those people's necks were slit, his little little finger moved slightly.
Just by moving a little finger, you can kill 3 people from a distance?
What kind of perverse skill is this?
I still haven't figured out that big fireball skill from earlier, and now another heaven-defying skill pops up? Could it be that he really is a double S skill holder? Another double S skill holder? These words have appeared again.
Gulp! Tao Yong swallowed hard. He never imagined that one day he would face such a monster. At this moment, Shenmue's right ring finger moved slightly again.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Shadow Step, automatically upgraded to SSS level Ghost Shadow Technique.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Heat Sensing Eye, automatically upgraded to SSS level Demon Eye. This magic eye is the skill Chun-Mu has dreamed of.
It not only allows thermal sensing through vision but also ignores darkness, functioning as usual in both day and night.
Guilt? Why feel guilty? They once pointed their guns at him. If he had died, would they have felt remorse?
As for the excuse of following orders, Shenmue completely rejected it.
The slaughter continues.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Defense Enhancement, automatically upgraded to SSS level Impervious Golden Body.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Draw Slash, automatically upgraded to SSS level Unlimited Draw Slash.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Water Spray Technique, automatically upgraded to SSS level Heavenly Water Descent.
Stop.
Shenmue, right in front of him, treated him as if he were invisible, wantonly slaughtering those who were once his companions.
What does Tao Yong hate?
He hates himself for being unable to control his trembling body, hates that even so, he can only plead softly for mercy. Unexpectedly, his recklessness had attracted the god of death. He even felt that all of this, from the very beginning, was a complete trap. He had fallen into it, and so had everyone else.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Object Manipulation, automatically upgraded to SSS level Object Manipulation.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Conceal Breath, automatically upgraded to SSS level Complete Invisibility.
From then on, except for Tao Yong, all the members of the Blood Wolf Guild present were slaughtered by Shenmue. A total of 10 SSS level skills, perfectly assembled. The number of people who died under the iron fist of the giant zombie was too many.
Shenmue suddenly felt a trace of regret. Why didn't he act sooner, losing so many SSS level skills for nothing? Fortunately, this world isn't lacking in players. Alright, next, it's your turn. Shenmue's gaze refocused on Tao Yong.
Good things are naturally saved for last. Shenmue was full of anticipation, eager to see what surprises Tao Yong could bring him.
There's no need to go to extremes, right?
I admit my attitude was a bit poor earlier, but it's not worth dying over. Shenmue's expression remained blank, making Tao Yong, who was usually adept at reading people, feel a bit uneasy.
Seeing Shenmue still silent, he raised those eerie hands again, the hands that could kill invisibly.
Tao Yong's breathing quickened, his chest heaving uncontrollably, and his hands instinctively gripped the great sword, holding it diagonally in front of him.
He shouted loudly, almost roaring, "Don't kill me.
I can help you become the president of the Blood Wolf Guild.
How about that? Will that work?"
Shenmue remained silent, but Tao Yong kept talking incessantly, forcing a bitter smile and saying, "The Blood Wolf Guild is quite large now, with over
100 members.
I believe, with your strength, becoming the president and leading the guild to become the world's #1 is absolutely possible. Since I have this ability, what use are you?" Shenmue's words left Tao Yong speechless. That smile was merely a bitter self-mockery.
"Looks like there's a 90% chance I'll die here today."
Tao Yong spoke while gently twisting his wrist, making his palm press more tightly against the sword hilt to prevent it from slipping and affecting his performance.
100% accurate and steady, Shenmue corrected. "Don't underestimate me." Tao Yong dashed forward, trying to seize the remaining 10% chance of victory ahead of time.
In his eyes, the odds between himself and Shenmue should be 1 to 9. Just as he took a step forward, Tao Yong felt his limbs go numb, and his entire body fell straight to the ground with a heavy thud. Turning his head to the side, he saw in the distance an arm still holding a sword. The speed was astonishingly fast. It was only at this moment that blood began to slowly gush from the cut.
What happened? Tao Yong was completely unaware.
This time, he didn't even notice Shenmue's movements.
In fact, Shenmue did not actively attack.
He merely utilized those invisible, air-compressed transparent threads, combined with the unlimited acceleration skill, turning them into a weapon equivalent to a high-frequency vibrating wire saw. It was Tao Yong himself who ran into it, severing his own limbs.
At this very moment, Tao Yong finally understood that the so-called 9-to-1 odds were a joke.
From start to finish, he didn't even have a 0.01% chance of winning. This was completely a one-sided crushing and slaughter.
"Aren't you going to use that healing skill?" Shenmue asked curiously.
"That can only heal minor injuries.
For something this severe, it's completely useless." "Forget it, just make it quick for me," Tao Yong explained and then closed his eyes.
Shenmue raised his hand and conjured a barely perceptible long blade above Tao Yong's head.
The hand fell fell, and the blade struck. A fatal blow. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a D-rank Paladin, automatically upgraded to SSS rank Angel Paladin. Paladin? A foreign novelty? Shenmue glanced briefly. The original D-level Paladin skill could summon a Paladin sword with a frost effect, along with a basic healing skill. After upgrading to SSS level Angel Paladin, Shenmue could summon the Radiant Holy Sword and ride the Radiant Pegasus. Meanwhile, the basic healing skill was enhanced into Angel's Blessing. How exaggerated is this angelic blessing? Simply put, as long as Shenmue still has a breath left, he can instantly recover to his original state. Tao Yong indeed did not disappoint him. Seeing numerous members of a guild being slain out of thin air by Shenmue, without even understanding the methods he used, the people outside dared not linger. Like mice, they scattered in all directions, fearing that Shenmue, in a killing frenzy, would spare no one. This is absolutely not impossible. In fact, Shenmue did not want to become a machine that only knew how to kill. Being decisive in killing did not mean he would indiscriminately kill the innocent. Ignoring those people, Shenmue opened the system backpack, selected the E-level mission package, and confirmed to open it. Opening E-level mission package. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 10 free attribute points. Attribute points? Shenmue was not unfamiliar with this concept. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Attributes are a common setting in games, such as strength, speed, evasion, defense. In the world of slaughter, attribute points can similarly enhance various aspects of one's abilities. Random means there are no restrictions on the type of points added, allowing for free allocation. Shenmue evenly distributed the 10 free attribute points among strength, speed, evasion, defense, endurance, and other areas, adding 1 or 2 points to each. After adding the attributes, he clearly felt that even without using skills, this body was much stronger than before. His movements were lighter, his punches more powerful, and his muscles much firmer. This reward is really great. Shenmue's eyes lit up. Anyway, it's much better than weapons. Those weapons were of no use to him, except for heavy weapons like Gatling guns and missiles. Regaining his composure, Shenmue opened the system backpack once again, his gaze fixed on the elite trial card. Armed with over a dozen SSS level skills, especially the Angel Paladin skill, Shenmue thought that even if he couldn't kill it instantly, he could wear it down to death. Without hesitation, he clicked to confirm the use of the elite trial card. Immediately, a black card appeared in Shenmue's hand, engraved with indistinguishable golden runes. The method is automatically instilled into the mind. Pinch the card with the index and middle fingers, and it shoots out. In midair, the card disappears piece by piece like a mosaic. Afterward, a vortex door appears in front of Shenmue. The scene inside the door was blurry and indistinct. Taking a deep breath, Shenmue stepped inside. As his back foot touched the ground, the vortex door vanished. Looking up and glancing around, he found himself unexpectedly standing on a street. This place was no different from the previous urban environment, dilapidated, filled with despair, and deathly silent. Several high-rise buildings were charred black by flames, the marks strikingly grim. All the windows were shattered, with shards of glass scattered across the ground. Shenmue cautiously scanned his surroundings, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. Suddenly, he noticed a centipede crawling out of a manhole cover at his feet. He raised his foot to stomp on it but was abruptly stopped by an inner sense of danger. Helpless, he conjured an air blade and slashed down hard, cutting the centipede into 2 pieces. The severed body writhed violently, spraying green blood. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it began to foam white, emitting white smoke and a pungent sulfuric odor. At this moment, Shenmue finally understood why his sense of danger had been triggered. The centipede's blood was terrifyingly corrosive. A tiny centipede, only as long as a finger, had blood that corroded a pit the size of a tennis ball. Unbelievable. Could such a small creature really be an elite boss? How was that possible? Suddenly, a series of chaotic noises came from beneath the manhole cover, followed by the cover being pushed upward. Bang! It seemed the force was insufficient, and the cover fell back heavily. Bang! 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 The repeated impacts grew stronger each time, lifting the cover higher and higher. Meanwhile, centipedes swarmed out like a tide from around the manhole cover and the edges of the hole. Finally, boom! The manhole cover was completely flipped over, and a massive wave of centipedes erupted like a geyser, shooting up 2 to 3 meters high before falling densely like raindrops. Just watching this scene was enough to make one's skin crawl and send shivers down the spine. After landing, the centipede swarm quickly adjusted their posture and surged toward Shenmue, as if he had a GPS tracker on him, locking onto him with precision. Shenmue had no intention of letting these creatures touch him. If bitten, their corrosive venom would seep into his bloodstream and likely burn through his bones instantly. He had no doubt about their corrosive capabilities, as the centipedes were. About to reach his toes, he swiftly pulled back, instantly appearing 20 to 30 meters away. The centipede tide showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly chasing after him. Shenmue had already prepared a feast, waiting for them to enter his attack range. He raised his hand and struck down fiercely. At the same time, a massive fireball
5 to 6 meters in diameter, crashed into the centipede swarm, instantly incinerating thousands upon thousands of centipedes into charcoal. Boom! The fireball exploded, flames scattered, and a 365-degree wall of fire surged 2 to 3 meters high, ravenously consuming the centipede army. Under the effects of thermal expansion and contraction, the centipede bodies burst apart, producing a continuous crackling sound. Unfortunately, these creatures were too weak to qualify for kill rewards, otherwise, the system would have been flooded, easily earning him hundreds of thousands of kill points. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Shenmue resembled a fire mage, continuously conjuring massive fireballs in midair and hurling them down one after another. Although the fireballs weren't as dense as raindrops, the visual impact far surpassed that of a torrential downpour. The blazing flames illuminated every inch of space within Shenmue's field of vision. The charcoal-like remains of the centipede bodies piled up, raising the ground by over 10 centimeters. Shenmue had lost count of how many fireballs he had launched, at least in the triple digits, finally suppressing the terrifying centipede tide. The manhole no longer erupted with centipedes, and their crawling speed had slowed by hundreds of times, leaving only a dozen or so stragglers that posed no threat. Is it over? Shenmue couldn't help but feel that it had been a bit too easy. After all, for most people, the centipede tide would have been nearly impossible to withstand. Tens of thousands of centipedes with highly corrosive blood. If one's skill level was high enough, it might be manageable, but without sufficiently powerful abilities, relying solely on modern weapons, tens of thousands of bullets, completely unrealistic. Da-da-da. The eerie sound of a hard object repeatedly striking the ground suddenly echoed, resembling surround sound. Something was nearby, and it was a colossal creature. Danger sense issued another warning, and Shenmue reacted swiftly, teleporting 10 meters away in an instant. Bang! Two silver blades suddenly emerged from the original spot, each about 2 to 3 meters long, carving a deep X-shaped mark. The speed was astonishing, completed almost in the blink of an eye. A moment's delay, and he would have been sliced into pieces. Immediately after, the ground rose and collapsed to both sides, revealing a massive centipede with a red back and silver belly, covered in hundreds of legs. It stood 5 to 6 meters tall and was estimated to be 20 meters long. Its head resembled that of a king cobra, hard and enormous, but the most horrifying feature was the flat human face it bore. Its silver mandibles opened and closed, exposing rows of sharp teeth. The two long blades from earlier turned out to be its forelimbs. Besides these two sharp, blade-like forelimbs, slightly lower down, it had another pair of silver blade forelimbs, though slightly shorter. The hundreds or even thousands of clawed legs also had a silver blade-like texture, incredibly sharp. If it crawled back and forth over someone a few times, it would undoubtedly feel like being sliced by 1,000 knives. They would be torn into minced flesh on the spot. It seems this should be the final boss of the elite trial ground. Shenmue was filled with absolute confidence about this. In terms of intimidation, hundreds of thousands of small centipedes combined couldn't compare to it. With a roar, the giant centipede swiftly moved its 100 legs, lunging fiercely at Shenmue. For silver long blades were raised high, ready to tear him to pieces at any moment. Boom! Boom! Shenmue's hands half-clenched like tiger claws, summoning two fireballs and hurling them fiercely at the giant centipede. The giant centipede slashed down with its twin blades, stirring up wind and dust. Relying not on the sharpness of the blades, but merely on the airwaves generated by its swings, it split the two fireballs in half. Bang! Bang! The fireball instantly dissipated. This shows that the strength in its arms is terrifying to the extreme. On the ground, a finger-deep slash mark, stretching over a dozen meters, could still be clearly seen. Despite its massive body, its speed was not hindered in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it reached Shenmue, swinging 4 silver blades simultaneously. However, it turned out to be a futile attempt. Shenmue's teleportation speed was beyond imagination and extremely practical. At this moment, he had already appeared behind the giant centipede, entering its blind spot. He first used air threads to entangle the muscular limbs of the giant centipede, restricting its mobility. Next, over 100 fireballs and air blades condensed above. Boom! 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 Whoosh! 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 The fireballs and blades fell simultaneously, striking heavily on the giant centipede's body. No matter how tough the hard shell is, it cannot withstand continuous fierce attacks and gradually cracks. The giant centipede let out a shrill scream, struggling desperately to break free from its restraints. Still trying to run? Shenmue thickened and reinforced the airline, granting it infinite acceleration boosts. The already sharp lines, under high-frequency vibrations, cut through the hard red shell at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting bursts of white smoke. After breaking through the shell, the flesh inside was sliced cleanly in the blink of an eye. All 4 blades fell to the ground, producing a crisp metallic clashing sound. The giant centipede, momentarily freed, coordinated its 100 legs, swiftly turned around, opened its massive jaws, and widened its mouth. Ha! Spewing out sewer-like filthy liquid, attempting to bathe Shenmue. However, thanks to his crisis perception ability, all of the giant centipede's attack methods had already played out in Chen Mu's mind in advance, like a movie replay. Even without teleportation, he could easily evade. Wow! The liquid sprayed by the giant centipede not only reeked terribly but also had a corrosive power far beyond that of the smaller centipedes. In just a few seconds, the ground had been corroded into a pit over a meter deep, enough to fit a coffin. Faced with such a dangerous target, Shenmue would never allow it the slightest chance to get close to him. Countless invisible fine threads instantly wrapped around the entire body of the giant centipede. Immediately afterward, the threads tightened, even forcibly closing its mouth. However, even if the saliva flowed backward, it would not cause corrosive damage to its own body. On the other hand, fortunately, this giant centipede did not possess the astonishing regenerative abilities of the giant zombie. The forelimb was severed and never recovered. The time has come. Shenmue tightly gripped 100 long threads with his 5 fingers and suddenly swung. A pull. The giant centipede instantly stopped struggling, then its body was torn into pieces, like a collapsing building, sliced into hundreds of disc-shaped segments. The cross-sections of flesh and blood were clearly visible, along with the forest-white giant bones hidden in the green blood. In this state, even if it had the regenerative ability of a giant zombie, it would be beyond saving. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for clearing the elite trial grounds. Mission rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +10 backpack expansion slots, +1 overlord centipede larva, +1 poison dagger, and +5 replenishment liquids. Backpack expansion slots? Shenmue opened it and saw that the storage space of the system backpack had indeed increased significantly. Centipede King larva, if understood correctly, is equivalent to a pet that can be commanded at will. If well nurtured, it can grow into a giant centipede and even evolve into a more terrifying form. The venomous dagger looks quite ordinary on the surface. Upon checking the details, the dagger comes with centipede venom. A light scratch on the skin would immediately corrode a large hole. The replenishment liquid has a wide range of uses. It can restore depleted stamina, enhance the feeling of fullness, reduce hunger levels, and alleviate various negative effects on the body. Contentment brings happiness, and Shenmue had little to complain about in his heart. In 3 minutes, you will be forcibly removed from the trial grounds. Of course, you may also choose to leave on your own. As soon as the system notification ended, Shenmue caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a vortex door suddenly opening beside him. He turned in place, scanning his surroundings. The area was desolate, with nothing worth exploring, especially given the mere 3 minutes remaining. Thus, he turned around and walked straight into the vortex door. Get away! Get away! Don't come any closer! Just as he stepped halfway out of the vortex gate, with only his ears exposed, he heard an angry roar ahead, accompanied by continuous gunfire. Looking around, Shenmue realized that the entrance and exit were not in the same location. This place was completely unfamiliar to him, with no trace of recognition in his mind. Is the exit location random? Shenmue rubbed his forehead, looking helpless, unable to figure out where the system had transported him. He was quite satisfied with the room at the hotel last night, but now he had to find another place to stay. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too far away. You, stop standing there in a daze. If you don't want to drown, hurry up and join forces to deal with that monster. A voice shouted near his ear. Although it was unclear when or where Shenmue had appeared, with the current heavy casualties, the man couldn't afford to think too much. Any additional help was a blessing. If they didn't unite and cooperate now, everyone would die. Shenmue ignored the person shouting and immediately focused his gaze on the activity near the square fountain, a massive column of water. He sidestepped and shifted his position to get a clearer view. It turned out to be a stream of blue water with a vague humanoid outline. It had no legs, just a swirling upward flow of water. It appeared crystal clear and pure, yet its internal structure was difficult to discern, unusually dense. Its waist and back were broad, its arms thick and sturdy, with few details visible. Only faint lines and contours could be made out, and its fingers resembled beast claws. As for why the head could be recognized, it was thanks to the disproportionately large metal knight helmet it wore. Shenmue moved his steps again and, with the help of sunlight, vaguely saw a pitch-black figure struggling inside the water giant's body. The person was desperately kicking their feet and raising their hands high, seemingly trying to grab something, bubbles gurgling around them. Fingers and toes barely emerged from the water giant's abdomen, only to be sucked back in by the whirlpool the next second. Under the 3-meter-tall giant's body, people appeared extremely insignificant and completely lacked any deterrent power. Boom! Damn it! Seeing the water giant dragging that sudden pool of blue water slowly toward him, the man's heart tightened. Even though he knew bullets were useless against the water giant, the man still kept pulling the trigger, the muzzle flashing with bursts of fire. Shenmue saw clearly that after the bullets entered the water giant's body, their speed quickly slowed down, the suction incredibly strong. A thread spun and floated out with the water's flow, gently wrapping around the water giant's body. Instantly tightening, the knot pulling taut, it fiercely sliced open the water giant's chest. However, this kind of attack had little effect on it. Just as it was cut open, the water fused back together the next second. How could a knife possibly cut through water? Fortunately, Shenmue had not been aiming at the water giant from the start, so he was not disappointed.
Xiao Jiao.
The man saw clearly that at the moment the water giant's body split apart, the barely breathing companion was also torn apart. Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire water giant red with the flow of water. The color gradually faded.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-grade skill Stone Armor, automatically upgraded to SSS grade Earth Armor. The Petrified Armor skill allows the body surface to be covered with a layer of rock, enhancing defense and slightly increasing attack power as fists and feet become harder. After upgrading to SSS level Earth Armor, the body size increases, with astonishing hardness and thickness, and it can also manipulate soil and rocks for its own use. The man had no idea that his companion's death was actually caused by Shenmue. He placed all the blame on the water giant, but rather than anger, he felt more fear.
Companion?
Although considered a companion, the two had only teamed up for less than 2 hours, so squeezing out tears was truly difficult. Witnessing someone die right in front of him, killed by a monster, brought an even stronger visual and emotional impact.
Click, click, click.
Yet at this critical moment, the only weapon that gave the man a sense of security, his firearm, had run out of ammunition. Seeing the water giant getting closer, the scythe of death was already at his neck. The man began to have sinister thoughts, his gaze turning to Shenmue, ready to use a skill. Suddenly, Shenmue's vision went dark, and about half a second later, a force pushed him from behind. However, the man's strength was far from enough to move Shenmue even an inch. Shenmue stood firm like a mountain, completely motionless.
He turned around.
Their eyes met, and the man looked embarrassed.
Let me explain.
Shenmue bent down to pick up the gun the man had discarded on the ground. The magazine was already empty.
But with the SSS level infinite ammo skill activated, the originally empty magazine was instantly replenished with bullets.
I'll give that thing to you, goodbye.
The man turned and tried to run away.
He believed that as long as he ran fast enough, he could escape the water giant's pursuit. He was willing to sacrifice Shenmue to save his own life. Although he felt guilty about Shenmue, in this world, kindness doesn't last long.
A man must harden his heart to survive.
However, before he could take 2 steps, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A sharp pain erupted in his chest, and his white clothes were quickly stained with a large patch of crimson blood. How could this be? The man's face was filled with confusion. He had clearly just emptied his ammunition. Even if Shenmue's hands were fast, it was impossible to reload the magazine in 1 or 2 seconds.
Moreover, he hadn't heard a single sound.
For those who want to use him as a scapegoat, Shenmue will never show mercy. He raised his arm, the muzzle slightly tilted upward, aiming at the back of the man's head. The trigger was pulled. The man's body fell to the ground with a dull thud.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Blind Eye, automatically upgraded to the SSS level Ghostly Blind Eye.
Blind Eye?
Seeing these words, Shenmue finally understood why his vision had suddenly gone dark just now. He had thought something was wrong
with his body.
It turned out this was that guy's skill, which could be used on a single target to make them lose their vision for 1.5 seconds. After upgrading to the SSS level Ghostly Blind Eye, the target is no longer limited, and the duration of vision loss is extended to 1 minute. During this time, the vision of the white world is lost, but a door to the black world is opened.
Various demons and ghosts emerge, entangling endlessly. If one's psychological endurance is slightly weak, they could very likely be scared to death. No wonder it's called Ghostly Blind Eye.
It's just that this skill doesn't work well on monsters, especially those without intelligence and driven solely by pure slaughter.
Even if it
does cause the opponent to lose their vision, it might instead accelerate the monster's berserk state, making them even harder to deal with. In short, this is a skill tailored specifically for players. Pulling his thoughts back, Shenmue placed the gun into the system backpack, saving it for later to exchange for food resources. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of water behind him grew louder and louder. Sensing danger, Shenmue teleported 3 meters away and turned around, only to see the water giant's claw miss its target.
Although the claw was formed from water, its power was undiminished.
A few droplets connected into a water line and fiercely splashed onto the marble tiles, cracking them on the spot. It is said that water and fire are incompatible, with water overcoming fire, but Shenmue refused to believe it. He thought that as long as the firepower was strong
enough, he could absolutely evaporate the water giant before him.
It was the perfect opportunity to test the SSS level Dragon Flame Breath he had recently acquired. Shenmue snapped his fingers, and a flash of golden light appeared beside him. A dragon head, no smaller in size than the water giant, materialized out of thin air. The dragon head was semi-transparent, yet its interior was impenetrable to sight.
Melt it,
Shenmue ordered coldly. The dragon's mouth opened, and a tornado-like flame burst forth with an astonishing momentum. This power and heat could easily reduce a person to ashes. After all, it was Shenmue's innate skill, and even at such close range, it wouldn't harm himself. The firelight dazzled. The water giant immediately reacted, raising its arms as its outline gradually faded. The water body melted and reformed into a shield, using the water shield to resist the flames. The collision between the two sides produced a sizzling sound, and a large cloud of white gas rose, resembling a mushroom mushroom cloud. The flames at the dragon's head showed no sign of abating, while the water giant's body visibly shrank.
It seems the water giant's supply of water is not unlimited.
3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, its size gradually diminished.
Clang!
The helmet fell to the ground, and the dragon's fiery breath ceased. Strangely, Shenmue did not receive a kill notification. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few droplets of water hidden beneath the knight's helmet, which slowly flowed along the cracks in the bricks after merging. They did not continue attacking Shenmue but fled toward the fountain pool. The sound of splashing water echoed. At this distance, Shenmue could do nothing to stop them with his breath.
Sure enough, those few drops of water absorbed the fountain's source,
their bodies continuously swelling, with details and muscle contours gradually becoming fuller.
The water giant successfully completed its rebirth. Too bad it's not human. Shenmue was quite intrigued by this ability.
However, for now, he could only pick up the skills dropped by humans after their death, while the skills of monsters were beyond his reach. A real pity.
The water giant slowly moved out of the fountain pool.
After all, its body was made of water, allowing it to change shape at will without any hindrance. It extended its arm, stretching infinitely, wrapping around the still scorching knight's helmet that had fallen to the ground.
Steam sizzled as it quickly cooled.
Plop! It raised the helmet high and slammed it heavily onto its head, finally restoring its original appearance. Although the earlier clash had nearly caused it to evaporate on the spot, the water giant had no intention of giving up. Instead, it moved toward Shenmue, preparing to launch another attack. The dragon head floating beside Shenmue needed no words. With just a thought, the dragon's mouth suddenly opened wide.
Boom! Flames spewed out once again, scorching the water giant.
The scene was identical to before. The water giant's body was utterly incapable of resisting the dragon's fiery breath. This time, it seemed to have learned its lesson. After a significant portion of its water body was evaporated, it quickly reacted, attempting to retreat back to the fountain pool. However, Shenmue naturally wouldn't give it the chance.
He teleported to the fountain pool first, lightly tapping his toes.
Ice rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the fountain pool was sealed tightly inside and out with 3 layers of ice, leaving not even the slightest gap.
This is an SSS level frost domain. Forget about a small fountain pool. If Shenmue wishes, the entire visible area can instantly freeze over.
The mini water giant crashed into the ice surface, only to find it couldn't break through the ice layer or absorb water to restore its body. Burning with rage, it swung its claws to attack Shenmue, but hit nothing but air. Relying on teleportation and danger-sensing abilities, Shenmue, even without reaching the speed of light, made it utterly impossible for the giant to touch him. At that moment, the water giant was pleasantly surprised to discover that the ice was beginning to melt. It was completely unaware, greedily absorbing the gradually melting moisture in an attempt to restore its massive body. Seeing the flames entwine and the fireball almost fully formed, Shenmue felt it was time to end this battle. Although he hadn't accepted any daily tasks related to the water giant, earning the reward of slaughter points was an unexpected bonus.
Bang! Boom!
The massive fireball suddenly crashed down. The fountain appeared particularly insignificant before it, and the ice rapidly evaporated under the intense heat, billowing white steam like dense fog. As the fierce flames surged like a tide, not a single drop of water remained. The water mist quickly dissipated completely, leaving only a scorched land quietly displayed before Shenmue. At the same time, a system notification popped up.
Successfully killed the water giant.
Congratulations to the host for earning 10 slaughter points.
10 slaughter points? Is this guy twice as strong as the giant zombie? Shenmue wondered, unsure if this calculation was accurate.
It seemed that aside from being able to recover through water, the water giant didn't have any other particularly outstanding traits. Or could it be that his SSS level skills were simply too overpowered? At that moment, the regional chat channel exploded. The elite boss of this round has been solo killed by player Shenmue. As soon as the news broke, it immediately sparked heated discussions on the channel.
So strong? Took down the elite boss solo? This Shenmue is incredible. What's his background? Thanks to him, we weren't slaughtered. The monster's design is too insane.
If it's not dealt with, it'll keep hunting players, forcing everyone to desperately level up. I thought I had awakened an F-level skill called bad luck, but I didn't expect all my luck to be used up being reborn in the same area as a big shot.
This Shenmue, could he be the one ranked first on both the Heaven and Earth leaderboards? What? The ruthless guy who killed 4-digit monsters on the first day?
Completely unaware of the heated discussion he had sparked in the chat channel, Shenmue was currently staring in shock at the system notification that had suddenly popped up before him. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the water giant and completing the regional elite boss crusade mission.
Calculating rewards. Calculation complete.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining water giant summoning card X1.
Summoning card? Shenmue was quite intrigued by this reward. He opened the system backpack and clicked to view the details. Water giant summoning card can summon a water giant for personal use, lasting for 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes? That's way too stingy. Shenmue muttered helplessly.
However, upon closer thought, as long as the timing is right, such as during a a zombie horde attack when a large number of monsters swarm in. Summoning this guy, even if only for 10 minutes, would be enough to earn a considerable amount of kill points to boost one's strength.
For the average player, this is undoubtedly a powerful item. For players with great strength, it's just icing on the cake. As for Shenmue, he could use it for fun, purely for the novelty. As for trading it,
there's no way he would give such a powerful item to someone else. In his eyes, the over 10 billion people out there are all competitors. He wasn't exactly disappointed, as Shenmue hadn't even known about this event when he first entered the trial grounds. This was merely an unexpected bonus.
Next, Shenmue planned to take a break.
After all, he had just gone through 2 intense battles and needed to catch his breath and replenish some energy. He casually teleported to the top of a high-rise
building, found a corner to sit down, and let his legs dangle over the edge of the dozen-story high building.
With a calm and composed expression, he took out some bread, tore it open, scooped out some beef, and sandwiched it between another slice of bread. The bread, which was initially a bit hard, had softened considerably after soaking up the juices.
Taking a bite brought immense satisfaction, and it didn't feel dry at all.
It had the relaxing vibe of an outdoor picnic, though the scenery in front of him was somewhat jarring. Still, it didn't affect Shenmue's appetite.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I deserve to have my woman taken by you. It's my own fault for being useless. I shouldn't have gone against you. Please spare me.
As Shenmue was eating, a man shouting suddenly came from the distance, mixed with the roar of car engines and the cheers of several people.
Brr!
He put down his water bottle, let out a satisfied belch, and looked down toward the source of the noise. He saw a group of people driving a car, with a man chained to the back and being dragged along the ground, while a dozen zombie dogs chased closely behind. The zombie dogs were frantically pursuing, trying to tear off a piece of flesh. The emaciated man, who looked like he hadn't eaten in days, had bloodshot eyes and drool flying from his mouth. He desperately arched his back, trying to reduce the friction between his body and the ground, but still left a trail of blood wherever he was dragged. This only further incited the zombie dog's frenzy. People these days really play rough. Shenmue shook his head helplessly.
I messed with your woman because I was doing you a favor. Otherwise, why wouldn't I mess with someone else's? Isn't that right?
The young man in the convertible showed no restraint, standing on the back seat with one foot arrogantly propped on the car's rear.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
The man being dragged endured the humiliation, clinging to the hope of survival.
I put a green hat on you, and that's still a favor to you, isn't it?
The young man laughed smugly, becoming even more brazen.
Yes, please spare my life. I don't want to die.
The man's voice was filled with pleading and sobs. All he wanted was to protect his wife, nothing more. This group of people had taken a liking to her and tried to force themselves on her. The man had fought back with all his might, but the disparity in strength was too great. He was knocked to the ground, helplessly watching as his wife's clothes were torn apart. In the end, unable to bear the humiliation, his wife bit her tongue and ended her life. The young man had no interest in the corpse and, in his anger, decided to vent his fury on the husband. That led to the scene unfolding now.
Spare you? Are you joking?
Your wife didn't know her place, leaving me with no outlet for my anger.
Now, your death will have to suffice.
The young man sneered coldly, mocking the man's naivety. He then signaled to the driver to slow down, giving the zombie dogs a chance to catch up. They bit into the man's legs, and the car suddenly sped up. Rip! The man's legs, along with his pants, were torn off by the combined force. Losing too much blood, the man fell unconscious and ultimately died a swift end. At this point, the young man released the chain. The man's corpse, now free, was quickly entangled by the chain again, sparking against the ground as it was dragged, but this did nothing to deter the zombie dog's ferocious attack. This was exactly what the young man wanted. He used this opportunity to attract the corpse dog's attention, seizing the chance to team up with his companions to eliminate the creatures and earn slaughter points as rewards, adding to the endless fun of their lives. The sports car they were driving was purchased from the system mall using slaughter points.
However, before they could make a move, bang, 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 suddenly, gunshots rang out.
Successfully killed a corpse dog. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed a corpse dog. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed a corpse dog. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. The one who fired the shots was none other than Shenmue.
Relying on his SSS level firearm mastery and SSS level infinite ammunition, he eliminated over a dozen corpse dogs in the blink of an eye.
Hearing the gunshots, the young man initially thought someone was ambushing him. He quickly jumped out of the car and hid behind it. Immediately, he looked up and locked his gaze on Shenmue, who was sitting on the rooftop firing at the horde of corpse dogs. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly.
That damned guy, he even dares to steal our prey. Does he have a death wish?
Boss, while he's not paying attention, let's sneak upstairs and take him out, someone urgently suggested.
All right.
The young man nodded in agreement without hesitation.
Afraid? What a joke.
Among the 3 of them, 2 possessed F-level skills, and 1 had an E-level skill.
Why should they fear Shenmue alone.
The young man's E-level skill was called Shield Wall, which allowed him to summon a massive shield out of thin air. Whether it was bullets or the explosive power of grenades, the shield could block them without a scratch. This was the source of his confidence. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he thought to himself that he would absolutely make Shenmue understand just how tragic the outcome would be for daring to steal his prey, and while he was at it, he would harvest his kill points. This was truly a case of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The group rushed to the top floor in one go. The door lock had long since rusted, but with this kind of door, kicking it open posed no difficulty at all, and the three of them were not the least bit concerned.
A young man named Zhu
Yanhong, who was also the leader of the team, whispered a plan. I'll rush in and activate my skill immediately to block his bullets. Once we close the distance, you two look for an opportunity from the sides to take him down.
Got it? Got it. The two nodded in unison. Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yanhong raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick.
The door fell with a crash, leaving a half-foot deep footprint on the ground.
The hinges, severely corroded, broke off completely, and the door panel peeled away layer by layer. They saw Shenmue still sitting on the ground, completely unresponsive, with his firearm placed beside him, showing no intention of picking it up. Zhu Yanhong and the other two immediately felt they were being looked down upon.
Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Zhu Yanhong roared.
The other two companions had already loaded their pistols, gripping them tightly with both hands, aiming at Shenmue, convinced they had the upper hand. They exchanged a smile, believing they had the advantage. They weren't aiming at his head but at his
chest, larger in area and easier to hit.
Unlike Shenmue, who had a 100% hit rate, they could only rely on luck. They were just waiting for Zhu Yanhong's command to unleash all their bullets on Shenmue, firmly believing that at least one shot would be fatal.
Don't rush.
Shenmue scooped up the last piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Originally, he intended to tilt his head back and drink the remaining broth, but on second thought he used bread to soak up the meat bits and grease clinging to the inside of the can, sending it into his mouth. A sense of satisfaction washed over him, and he felt about 80% full.
Boss, this kid doesn't take us seriously at all. Let's just take him out. An exasperated voice rang out.
All right. Zhu Yanhong nodded in agreement, unwilling to waste time or casually use his skills.
Unlike Shenmue's SSS level skills,
their abilities consumed a significant amount of stamina with each use and required cooldown periods. Although Shenmue's skills also had some consumption, the system had removed this limitation after his automatic upgrade.
In other words, all of Shenmue's skills were zero cost and cooldown free, allowing for unlimited use.
Shenmue was hailed as the most overpowered existence in history. After confirming the target with one eye, he pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet spun at high speed as it shot out, yet there was no sign of even a drop of blood seeping from Shenmue's body.
Missed the shot?
That shouldn't be possible, the buzzcut man said confidently, believing his marksmanship couldn't be that bad. Hey, look at the ground, another blonde-haired man reminded him in horror. Zhu Yanhong and the buzzcut man hurriedly looked down, only to see that besides the shell casings, there was also a bullet neatly sliced in half.
This left them utterly shocked. How could this happen? A wave of inexplicable fear surged in their hearts. I don't believe it. It must just be a coincidence.
The crewcut man consoled himself and pulled the trigger again. No matter how many times he fired, the result was the same. Shenmue remained unscathed. The blonde-haired man and the crewcut man couldn't see the bullets clearly, but there were several bullet heads cut in half on the ground.
How could this happen? Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were finally emptied by the crewcut man.
Just as he was about to reload and continue the fight, blood suddenly exploded before his eyes.
Both hands unexpectedly fell off on the spot, landing on the ground. He widened his eyes, his mouth agape, his face twisted in agony. Ah, my hands! My hands! Why is this happening?
At this moment, he was completely unable to comprehend what had just happened, why the bullets could be sliced apart, and why his hands had been severed in two.
Bang! Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming, right?
His smile was more painful than crying. While trying to comfort himself, the excruciating pain from his severed hand quickly intensified, flooding his mind. What the hell kind of twisted skill is this? Zhu Yanhong panicked as well, hurriedly raising both arms to activate a skill. A massive translucent golden shield instantly appeared, completely covering the three of them.
This should do it now, right?
Zhu Yanhong let out a brief sigh of relief.
Shenmue's skill was truly bizarre, unheard of and unseen before.
He kept his eyes fixed on Shenmue's movements, absolutely certain that the other party had made no related actions.
How on earth was that done?
Weird. It's just too weird. You hurry up and bandage his wound. I'll hold them off for now, Zhu Yanhong ordered another person. At the same time, he clearly saw Shenmue raise his hand, his fingers shaped like a gun.
Zhu Yanhong frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with this person's brain?
The next second, he saw Shenmue press his thumb slightly.
Cracking sound.
Zhu Yanhong's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he froze on the spot, clearly seeing his shield shatter into countless fragments in an instant.
This is a shield that can even withstand a grenade explosion, yet it couldn't block Shenmue's seemingly playful attack? He
even began to wonder if he was still dreaming. The blonde-haired man hadn't had time to respond. Seeing the giant shield shatter, his mindset completely collapsed. Instead, he became even bolder, his hands crackling as lightning patterns flickered continuously, quickly forming a dazzling golden lightning spear. 5 fingers clenched tightly, raised high, and shouted loudly, "I'll fight you. Go to hell." Zot sap. The lightning spear was thrown, wrapped in electric patterns, its momentum incredibly striking. Huang Fa was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why his lightning spear had passed straight through Chen Mu without causing any harm. In fact, it was not the lightning spear that pierced through Chen Mu, but rather Chen Mu using the ghost shadow technique to swiftly dodge the spear. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye, making it look as if the spear had directly passed through him. Chen Mu took the opportunity to use the new skill these three had just acquired, Ghost Veil. He raised his hand and drew a semicircle in the air. In an instant, the three of them blacked out. Demons, monsters, ghosts, and spirits all appeared. The buzzcut man's greatest fear, snakes, suddenly coiled around him from all directions, tightly constricting his neck, and a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. A snake's head extended from behind his neck, staring straight at the buzzcut man, flicking its tongue. "No, don't." The crewcut man's eyes rolled upward, revealing a large expanse of white. The giant snake paid no attention, suddenly opening its bloody maw and biting down. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level observation enhancement, automatically upgraded to SSS level Eye of Discernment. That's right, the buzzcut was scared to death by this terrifying illusion. As for this SSS level Eye of Discernment skill, according to Chen Mu's understanding, once activated, it can discern players, zombies, and monsters, revealing their fatal weaknesses. In this way, the harvesting speed will undoubtedly be faster and more efficient. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level Thunder Spear, automatically upgraded to SSS level Thunder King. The name itself explains everything. Capable of controlling the power of lightning. How did the blonde die? Lying in bed, repeatedly hearing faint breathing sounds from under the bed, the body involuntarily leaned over the bed to investigate. Peering out with both eyes, only to see the face of a stiff woman with disheveled hair, a complexion pale as paper, and a tongue 1 or 2 meters long. The tongue seemed to be equipped with a spring launcher, suddenly shooting out, wrapping around the yellow-haired man's neck, and forcibly dragging him into the darkness. As for Zhu Yanghong, he actually surprised Chen Mu. He had thought Zhu Yanghong would be scared to death like the other two. Unexpectedly, he managed to endure it, though his expression was terrible, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes wide like copper bells, gasping for air with his chest heaving violently, as if having just gone through a life-and-death ordeal. Faced with the sudden and ever-changing scene before him, Zhu Yanghong could no longer distinguish what was real, what was an illusion, or a dream. His mind was in complete chaos, like a muddled paste. Zhu Yanghong was on the verge of losing his mind. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have set his sights on Chen Mu. This is clearly courting death. "You, what kind of skill do you have?" Zhu Yanghong knew he was doomed to die today, but at the very least, he wanted to understand how he was going to die before it happened. He didn't want to die in confusion. In response, Chen Mu acted by raising his right arm high, fingers spread wide, as the power of thunder surged and electric patterns densely covered his arm. The moment his palm touched the ground, a scorched black mark was left on the surface. The lightning spear was 7 to 8 meters long and about half a meter thick. Although it could grow larger, there was no need for that. With just a slight exertion, it pierced through everything effortlessly. The thunderous brilliance was blindingly intense, forcing Zhu Yanghong to squint his eyes, unable to open them fully. He remembered that Huang Mao could also use this move, but in terms of power and spectacle, it was completely incomparable to Chen Mu. Huang Mao wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Wait, could it be? Thunder pierced through the chest, releasing hundreds of electric patterns that struck wildly. Flesh and blood were gradually carbonized until the internal organs were completely destroyed. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Shield Wall, automatically upgraded to SSS level Devouring Shield. Growth type skill? Chen Mu was quite pleased. This skill could summon a shield, and it was no ordinary shield. When players or zombie monsters reached the execution point, the Devouring Shield's built-in execution effect could be activated to devour them. After devouring, it could randomly grant attribute boosts and had unlimited growth potential. Just the setting of ignoring any defense and directly executing was absurdly overpowered, not to mention the ability to gain attributes and grow without limits. In addition, Chen Mu also plundered over a dozen kill points from the three individuals. A bountiful harvest. How could Chen Mu be blamed for being bloodthirsty? Clearly, they brought about their own demise. When a skill is delivered to your doorstep, how could you not accept it? In 3 minutes, daily tasks will be released. Players, please prepare yourselves. Another task? These tasks are being issued way too frequently, aren't they? Chen Mu was merely complaining, not actually upset. In fact, he was eager for more opportunities like this. With rewards on the line, who wouldn't want to grab them? As for why the tasks weren't released immediately, it was likely likely to give players time to deal with their current situations. Kill who needs to be killed, run if you need to run. Taking advantage of this time, Shenmue opened the regional chat channel to pass the time and gather some information. As soon as he opened it, he saw someone spamming the chat. Anyone who encounters this kid, report to our Blood Wolf Guild immediately. There will be a generous reward. Attached is a photo. Enlarging the photo, Shenmue could hardly fail to recognize himself. He could also guess why the Blood Wolf Guild had placed a bounty on him. It boiled down to two possibilities: either they wanted revenge for their fallen members, or they wanted to recruit him into the guild. Shenmue preferred the first option, as it would give him a legitimate reason to take down the entire Blood Wolf Guild. That's right, a legitimate reason. However, he leaned more toward the second option. Since they had managed to find his photo, it meant they already understood the situation at the time and had no reason to come after him as enemies, unnecessarily increasing casualties. Should he join the Blood Wolf Guild? Naturally, that was out of the question. Shenmue didn't want to carry any burdens, not even one, let alone a group. Besides, what benefit would joining such a guild bring him? Absolutely none. Would the guild leader easily step aside for him? If not, would they expect him to work like a mule and follow orders? Ridiculous. If the leader dared to command him, Shenmue would make sure his head hit the ground in no time. 3 minutes were up. He didn't see any valuable chat content at all. When he entered, the chat was flooded with messages, and when he exited, it was still flooded. Seeing his candid photo being frantically shared gave him a strange feeling. He pulled his thoughts back and turned his attention to the system panel. Collection task: please collect food with a meat content of no less than 1 pound within 2 hours. This type of task seemed very reasonable to Shenmue. While training players' killing abilities, it also took into account the cultivation of food gathering skills, giving those who wanted to avoid combat an additional way to survive. To reduce the difficulty of the task, the system even specifically marked a few resource points. Shenmue confirmed with the city resource map he had obtained earlier that the coordinates were accurate and indeed had food. There were only 3 coordinate points, so one could imagine how fierce the competition would be. He then began searching for the nearest place where meat might be found. An amusement park? On the map, food resources were divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. The amusement park was rated as level C, 1 level higher than the 3 coordinate points provided by the system. Most importantly, it was very close. Shenmue turned his head and could see the abandoned Ferris wheel that had stopped moving, as well as the roller coaster tracks. Fixing his gaze on the Ferris wheel, he teleported inside. His eyes widened as he unexpectedly found 2 skeletons wrapped in cobwebs and covered in dust. They were tightly leaning against each other, their fingers interlocked, seemingly a couple. Even in a world of slaughter, it was impossible for them to come back to life. They were just 1 step away from turning to ash. But to be safe, Shenmue still set them on fire. As the flames began to rise, he moved to the window, looked down at the ground, and teleported out. His feet landed firmly on the ground, and a sense of security instantly surged through him. This was much safer than staying in that rickety Ferris wheel, which could fall at any moment. Accompanied by a loud bang, the Ferris wheel cabin where Shenmue had just been suddenly plummeted straight down. The connection point was already rusted and corroded, and with the sudden weight of Shenmue, it finally broke and fell, which was not entirely unexpected. Shenmue was filled with curiosity. How long has this world been abandoned? The food collected, is it still edible? Or is it that the concept of exploration simply doesn't exist here? The map only marked the general direction but lacked a specific location. He could only wander around to see if he could find a place resembling a warehouse. Before long, he arrived at a place called Clown Circus. Classic red and white color scheme, the fabric walls are full of holes, even covered with claw marks. A giant plastic clown head hangs on the door, its colors faded and peeling from wind and rain, further eroded by time, making it look much more sinister. Those hands wearing white gloves, when extended, don't seem like they're meant for an embrace, but rather as if they're ready to strangle anyone who approaches. A place that was supposed to bring joy now looks more like a haunted house in its overall style. For some reason, Shenmue always felt that the clown's eyes appeared particularly real compared to other features. Being stared at intently by those eyes, his spine involuntarily tingled with a chill. However, Shenmue's purpose this time was solely to gather food and complete the mission. He had little interest in the clown circus. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the next second, his danger sense was suddenly triggered. He quickened his steps to turn around, retreating 3 or 4 steps, just in time to see that the clown had come back to life. It stretched out its massive arms, its white gloves spread open, seemingly trying to strangle Shenmue. Fortunately, he had the danger perception skill, otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape this sudden attack. It actually disguised itself as a signboard to deceive people. Shenmue raised his hand, swiped his fingertip, and directly split the signboard in half. With a clang, it fell to the ground. But he quickly realized that it was just an ordinary clown signboard, an inanimate object carved out of wood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, 3 throwing knives shot through the tattered curtain and flew toward him. He deftly dodged using the ghost shadow technique.
break. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Turning around, he saw that 3 throwing knives had firmly embedded themselves in the roadside sign, piercing through the iron pole as thick as a wrist on both sides. If they had struck a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. That damned clown had actually provoked him to such an extent. There was no way Shenmue would swallow his anger and pretend nothing had happened. He lifted the curtain and walked inside. The interior space is much larger than it appears from the outside, with over 100 empty seats and not a single person present. On the stage, props for performances were scattered all over: acrobatic balls, playing cards, broken bowls, magic wands, small whips. Suddenly, applause rang out. Shenmue quickly looked over, only to see a clown with a face painted ghostly white, square black eyes, black lips, and a dark red round nose, smiling brightly. Strangely, despite smiling so brightly, there wasn't a single sound, as if performing a mime. His forehead was bald and shiny, a perfect mid-ocean, yet it contrasted sharply with a circle of thick, bright red hair on the sides. The striped outfit was oversized, with the pants and top connected as one piece, and the scarf-like design resembled baby accessories, making it seem as if he had no neck. The clown suddenly turned his head, staring straight at Shenmue, clapping while raising a hand to point at the stage, nodding repeatedly, as if wanting to share that exquisite performance with Shenmue. Shenmue's gaze returned to the stage, and to his surprise, the previously chaotic and empty stage now had several clowns. A green-haired clown was riding a unicycle, spinning plates in his hands. A purple-haired clown was pulling colorful flags out of his mouth. The yellow-haired clown waved a whip, urging the lion to leap through the ring of fire. The blue-haired clown held a balancing pole, walking on a tightrope tens of meters high. Their clothing colors corresponded to their hair, with the striped design as always. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing a sound, Shenmue looked down and saw the black-haired clown blindfolded, throwing knives at the humanoid target board. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired clown appeared on the humanoid target board, with its limbs fixed, pretending to struggle. The black-haired clown raised a throwing knife high and flung it, hitting the red-haired clown directly in the forehead, with blood seeping out. The red-haired clown's head tilted to the side, showing no reaction. At this moment, all the clowns stopped their actions, walked to the front of the stage in unison, and bowed toward the empty audience seats, bowing once again. Then, in perfect synchronization, they turned their heads, their gazes locking onto Shenmue, staring at him intently. "Your performance was terrible," Shenmue said bluntly, not intending to applaud those who had just tried to strangle him or kill him with throwing knives. Upon hearing this, the faces of several clowns instantly changed dramatically. Even the red-haired clown, who was tied to the human-shaped target and should have long been dead, unexpectedly turned his head to look at Shenmue. His face was covered in blood, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at him. If it were someone else, they would have likely been scared out of their wits by this scene, but Shenmue remained calm, with a hint of interest in his eyes. He wanted to see what tricks these clowns could still pull. The black-haired clown reached into his chest pocket with both hands, fingers together, and pulled out 8 sharp throwing knives. The green-haired clown, on the other hand, took out a buzzing chainsaw, its sound piercingly sharp. The whip in the yellow-haired clown's hand was covered with spikes sharper than blades. If struck, even losing just a bit of skin would be considered lucky. The once adorable lion now revealed its true form, its flesh rotting, eyes blood red. The wound on its side was particularly severe, and Shenmue could clearly see the broken ribs and indistinguishable, mangled internal organs. The purple-haired clown wielded 2 pirate scimitars, while the blue-haired clown held a sharp balancing pole. As for the red-haired clown, he had vanished, elusive as ever. Earlier, he had disguised himself as a signboard, attempting to ambush Shenmue from behind. Shenmue chuckled lightly. "Is this the clown slaughter troupe?" It seemed to sense his provocation, and the group of clowns jumped off the stage together, raising their throwing knives and chainsaws high, striking a fierce pose as if they intended to skin Shenmue alive. Shenmue had no interest in playing any flashy tricks with them. Using his object control technique, he forcibly seized their weapons and, with a wave of his hand, flung the clown circus tent away. The clowns, now empty-handed, were clearly stunned for a moment. Coupled with their comical makeup, the scene appeared particularly ridiculous. However, the rotting lion seized the opportunity and lunged at Shenmue. Shenmue quickly activated the earth armor, transforming into a sturdy stone giant in an instant. He raised his elephant-like thick arm in advance and delivered a powerful punch to the rotting lion's head. Bang! A loud crash echoed, followed by him suddenly exerting force on the ground, smashing the hard stone surface with a punch. Successfully killed the rotten lion. Congratulations to the host for earning 2 slaughter points. The clowns were completely panicked and even started trying to flee. Shenmue bent down, placing both hands on the ground. Cracks spread continuously from his hands, eventually forming a large circle 5 or 6 meters in front of him. Suddenly exerting force with both hands, he lifted a massive rock 2 to 3 meters thick, leaving a deep pit on the ground. He leaped several meters high, and with a loud bang, he hurled the giant rock with full force at the 5 clowns. Successfully killed the clown demon. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Successfully killed the clown demon. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Successfully killed killed the clown demon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Releasing his grip, the boulder cracked open, revealing the thick, mixed blood and shredded flesh beneath. Apart from the clothing, it was impossible to distinguish who was who. At this moment, only the red-haired clown remained in the arena, still refusing to confess and submit to justice. Shenmue scanned the stage, looked overhead, and then turned his gaze to the empty audience seats. A thought crossed his mind: could it be that they all escaped? The stone armor collapsed, and rubble scattered all over the ground. Shenmue felt a trace of doubt. At that moment, the sense of crisis flared up again. The scene was extremely eerie. The surroundings were a vivid red, resembling writhing flesh walls, with liquid constantly dripping from above. That liquid was highly corrosive. Clearly, dragging this out was not a solution. Shenmue quickly activated his magic eyes, aiming to swiftly locate the red-haired clown's position. As a result, he found himself surrounded by a cold blue hue, the unique color of zombies and monsters devoid of body heat.
So, I'm actually inside that guy's stomach?
Shenmue frowned deeply, not expecting the circus tent to be the true form of the red-haired clown. No wonder that guy can come and go without a trace, appearing here one moment and vanishing there the next. He. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed. It was the first time Shenmue had heard the clown's true voice. The laughter was filled with pride, and only then did Shenmue realize he had fallen into a trap. Immediately after, the fleshy walls began to squirm, and large green droplets of water continuously seeped from above, dripping down with a splat. The liquid was highly corrosive. Just one drop was enough to completely engulf an adult, instantly dissolving them until only bones remained, and soon even the bones were entirely eroded. It seemed to mock Shenmue's foolishness. The flesh wall kept deforming, with numerous hideous and grotesque little faces emerging, each with a different expression, some sneering, some ferocious, some crying, and others fearful, a chaotic variety. They seemed ready to break through the wall at any moment, yet they could never manage to pierce that layer of shell. Shenmue looked down and saw that the ground beneath him was also covered with these ugly human faces. They tried to open their bloody mouths, attempting to tear a piece of flesh from Shenmue.
Do you like eating people?
Shenmue sneered and snapped his fingers. Immediately, 3 dragon heads appeared, tightly shielding him in the center. The dragon mouths opened, spewing 3 scorching flames, wildly sweeping over those bloody, mangled ugly faces. The stench of burning and the smell of blood were magnified infinitely at this moment, unbearably pungent. At the same time, the expressions on their faces finally unified, no longer smug grins or ferocious snarls, only pain and despair remained. Suddenly, a door was pushed open, and sunlight streamed in.
Shenmue immediately understood the clown's intention. It was signaling him to leave. In an instant, he vanished.
Rip! The circus tent was torn apart by an overwhelming force, the fabric shredded, revealing a mountain of piled-up flesh inside. Shenmue lightly tapped the tip of his foot, and a surge of icy power instantly froze the mountain of flesh into solid ice.
Then, he unleashed hundreds of threads of air, drifting chaotically in all directions. They quickly tightened, slicing the ice into countless fragments.
Successfully killed the Clown King. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 slaughter points. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, defeating the clown killing squad, and obtaining 5 clown throwing knives and 1 clown skill extraction opportunity.
Ha!
Shenmue muttered to himself in surprise. So this clown circus was actually a hidden mission. Thinking it over, he couldn't help but thank those clowns for their relentless pursuit, almost to the point of saying, "If you don't kill me, I don't even want to leave." He began studying the 5 clown throwing knives, which could be thrown and then recalled by sheer willpower. They also had permanent durability, eliminating any concerns about wear and tear.
Not bad at all. Shenmue felt somewhat satisfied.
However, what he was most looking forward to was the chance to draw a clown skill.
Would you like to proceed with the clown skill draw? Yes. Shenmue chose without hesitation. Drawing clown skill. Draw successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level clown skill fraud. As soon as the system voice fell, another prompt immediately appeared. Your clown skill fraud has been automatically upgraded to SSS level Master of Fraud.
The SSS level fraud master differs significantly from the A-level fraud in that it removes all restrictions. Shenmue can transform into anyone, even monsters. He can also create a phantom decoy to confuse enemies while his true self takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack.
When releasing the phantom decoy, the true self becomes invisible for 1 minute.
After attacking an enemy, the true self immediately reveals itself,
but this does not affect the decoy's actions. The decoy can attack with dual daggers and explodes after a certain period, causing severe damage to enemies. Shenmue was not just generally satisfied with this reward but extremely satisfied, even pleasantly surprised. Initially, he only intended to complete the collection task to see what reward he could get, but unexpectedly, he gained a highly practical SSS level skill. After closing the virtual panel, Shenmue walked to a bulletin board and muttered to himself, as expected, they wouldn't directly write down the warehouse location. Carefully pondering, he judged that the warehouse must not be far from the dining area and could be reached directly by passing through the haunted roller coaster amusement zone.
He then set off.
To prevent accidents, the entire roller coaster amusement park was surrounded surrounded by high walls except for the entrance and exit. Now, most of these high walls had collapsed. Shenmue strode into the amusement park thinking that since there was a shortcut, there was no reason to take a detour. When the roller coaster is about to reach the end, it passes through a section of water. He stopped in his tracks, gazing at the artificial lake. The surface was covered with thick layers of dust, trash, and aquatic plants. The water appeared in a nauseating green, resembling thick phlegm. Shenmue withdrew his gaze and was about to move on. The sense of danger was triggered again, and he quickly sidestepped a few steps to the right. Break! A splash sounded as a person suddenly lunged out of the water, attempting to drag him in. Missing its target, Shenmue's fingers sliced through the air, instantly severing its head. Thick liquid gushed from the severed neck, quickly draining away, leaving only a wrinkled skin. The corpse sank to the bottom of the water. Water corpse killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Water corpse? Is it closely related to a water ghost? Shenmue wondered. At least in dragging people into the water to drown, there is no difference between the two. Could it be over? Not at all. Shenmue clearly saw the shadow under the water continuously expanding, growing in number. Countless grotesque, swollen, and distorted faces emerged from the lake, more and more densely packed. Within the visible range, there were at least 200 or 300 water corpses. At first, he hadn't expected this artificial lake to be so deep. He couldn't help but wonder how many water corpses were hidden at the bottom of the lake. He immediately activated the magic eye. The scene before him left him stunned, his pupils contracting tightly. This so-called artificial lake, to put it nicely, was a lake. To put it bluntly, it was a mountain of corpses. The water surface accounted for less than 1/10 of the area, with most of the so-called water actually being the viscous liquid discharged from the water corpses, accompanied by a pungent stench that assaulted the senses. In the water, some of the water corpses stood upright, while others crawled on all fours, stepping on the bodies of their companions as they slowly made their way toward the shore. These water corpses were completely different from ordinary zombies, their bodies severely bloated and abnormally massive. This immediately reminded Shenmue of a phenomenon known as the giant of decay. After death, if a corpse is not embalmed within 5 to 8 days, it transitions from decay to advanced decomposition. The body produces a large amount of putrefactive gas, which fills the soft tissues, causing the corpse to swell into a gigantic form. The face becomes extremely swollen, the eyeballs protrude, the lips thicken and turn outward, the tongue sticks out, the abdomen bulges, and the abdominal wall becomes taut. The skin takes on a dirty green hue, with visible networks of decayed veins. The subcutaneous tissue and muscles swell with gas, making the limbs thick and robust. In some cases, the skin on the hands and feet peels off like gloves or socks. The entire corpse swells into a giant-like figure, making it almost impossible to recognize its appearance in life. This phenomenon is referred to as the giant of decay. Shenmue had witnessed it firsthand before, leaving a deep impression on him. The creatures before him now, in terms of disgust, surpassed even the giant of decay. They emitted incomprehensible groans and moans, their bloated arms struggling to lift horizontally. Their 10 fingers, swollen to an extreme, were tightly pressed together, almost immobile. The texture of their skin resembled a giant blister covering their entire body, ready to burst with the slightest prick. With each step their thighs took, the layers of flesh resembled the thickness of tires, and one could even see the traces of water flowing inside. As always, when the opportunity for slaughter presented itself, there was no reason not to take it. Just as Shenmue was about to make his move, a voice came from behind him. "Kid, these fat ones are mine. Step aside." The voice carried a commanding tone and belonged to a man. Shenmue turned to look and estimated the man to be around 30 years old, with a few strands of gray at his temples, though his skin still appeared youthful. Floating beside him was a small knife, strikingly similar to the clown-throwing knife Shenmue had just obtained from completing a hidden mission, except this blade was slightly wider and longer. The knife was stained with blood, and droplets of it fell from the slightly tilted tip, splattering onto the ground with a soft plop. "What? Can't understand human language?" The man's patience was wearing thin. Seeing that Shenmue neither agreed nor made a move, he pulled his hand out of his pocket, raised it, and aimed directly at Shenmue. The tip of the throwing knife tilted slightly upward, locking onto its target. With a whoosh, it stirred up gusts of wind as the knife shot toward Shenmue in an instant. The distance was so close it almost pierced Shenmue's right eye. The man's expression instantly turned tense. He tried to control the throwing knife but found that no matter how he waved his hand, the knife wouldn't budge an inch. "What's going on? I've never heard of this happening. System, come out and give me an explanation." The man's voice grew quieter as he spoke, afraid that Shenmue would hear his panic. Yet the system remained completely unresponsive. In reality, the throwing knife was not out of control but was firmly restrained by an invisible thread manipulated by Shenmue. It was forcibly stopped in even reverse direction, now aiming at the man. The man's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing in fear. The knife, moving at an incredible speed, so fast it became a blur, shot straight toward him. Bang bang bang. No! The man hurriedly waved his hand to cancel the skill, and the throwing knife instantly
disappeared. Huff, ha, huff. Breathing heavily, cold sweat streaming down, the man was full of terror, not expecting to almost die by the skill he was most proud of. Your reaction was pretty quick, huh? Shenmue said with a smile. This has nothing to do with you, don't get cocky. The man responded angrily, I have plenty of chances to kill you. The man did not associate the loss of control of the flying knife with Shenmue. He summoned the flying knife again, and fortunately, it returned to normal. He calculated in his mind to eliminate Shenmue as soon as possible and pocket these hundreds or even thousands of slaughter points, so he wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. Whoosh! Seizing the right moment, the flying knife once again shot straight toward Shenmue. The blade reflected the sunlight, cold and piercing. Got him! The man's lips curled into a smile, just about to revel in his success, when he suddenly realized something was wrong, very wrong. Shenmue had vanished into thin air, without any warning. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. Hiss! The man reached out to touch it, his fingers digging into the flesh, the pain unbearable. Raising his hand to look, his fingertips were stained with fresh blood. Why? The man's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes full of confusion. He couldn't understand why someone had suddenly grabbed his neck. Clearly, there was no one else around, no zombies or monsters. That group of water corpses was still far away, and after leaving the water, they moved sluggishly, making it impossible for them to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Shenmue chose to reveal himself, tightly gripping a clown-throwing knife in his hand. The once pristine blade was now tainted with a streak of crimson, blood slowly trickling down the edge, gathering at the tip, forming plump droplets that fell one by one. Invisibility? The man clutched his neck tightly with both hands and collapsed to the ground in shock and disbelief, dying on the spot. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining E-level sword control technique, automatically upgraded to SSS level sword control technique. So it was just a little flying sword, Shenmue suddenly realized. After upgrading to SSS level sword control technique, the blade became wider and longer, reaching a full 7 feet in length. Not only could it be used to control the flying sword to kill enemies, but one could also stand on the sword, just like a cultivator riding the wind with their sword. It's worth mentioning that E-level sword control technique could only manipulate one small flying sword, but after upgrading to SSS level, Shenmue's initial number of flying swords increased directly to 10. Even more astonishing, with every successful kill, the number of flying swords would increase by 1. This was simply absurd to the extreme, completely beyond the bounds of common sense. Looking back once more at those water corpses continuously crawling out of the water and multiplying explosively, Shenmue couldn't help but suspect that this man probably had a script and came deliberately to deliver experience points. Such experience deliverers were always welcome, and Shenmue had no intention of refusing. In front of him, the sword hilt pointed downward, the blade tip upward. Shenmue crossed his hands and then separated them, turning one sword into 10. The sword spun around him, forming a sword array. Then, the blade tips dipped slightly, pointing at the group of water corpses. One after another, they were continuously launched. Each flying sword precisely followed Shenmue's envisioned trajectory, piercing through the water corpse's forehead, exiting from the back of its head, and impaling 3 or 4 water corpses in a row. The water corpses were like water-filled balloons, bursting instantly upon being pierced by the sword. Thick, green, rotting flesh and blood sprayed out, splattering everywhere. Sizzle, sizzle. The highly corrosive liquid bubbled on the ground, forming black froth, exploding, and filling the air with smoke and a nauseating stench. For unsuspecting players, getting close to the water corpses brought no benefit even if they managed to kill them. The explosion's speed made it nearly impossible to escape unscathed, unless one could teleport like Shenmue. If the water corpse wasn't killed, it would retaliate or even assimilate you. If killed, the corrosive liquid would strip away flesh, exposing the skeleton. Neither outcome was favorable, making them the ultimate nemesis of close combat. Successfully killed the water corpse. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Flying sword quantity +1. Successfully killed the water corpse. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Flying sword quantity +1. With the blessing of the SSS level skill, killing water corpses was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs, effortless. The slaughter points skyrocketed, increasing by more than 800, which also meant that Shenmue's flying swords surged by over 800. All the flying swords hovered in the air simultaneously, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Even Shenmue himself couldn't help but feel his adrenaline surge, secretly marveling in his heart, this was simply too cool. However, having too many skills also brought its own troubles, the most frustrating being that each one was so powerful that he didn't know which to use first. Shenmue raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and fused the 800 flying swords into one, letting it hover in his palm. With a clench of his fingers, the flying sword instantly dissipated. Shenmue didn't forget his main task and turned to head toward the dining area. He arrived beneath the roller coaster track, where the slope was astonishing, with an estimated total length of over 1,000 meters. The footsteps stopped, and a strange sound came from above. Shenmue looked up, only to see a dark shadow plummeting rapidly. Shenmue quickly took took a step back. A dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground came from in front of him. Looking down, it was a person? No, to be precise, it was a zombie. The white coat was stained with dark red rust, which, without close inspection, could almost be mistaken for dried blood. Its legs were severely bent inward, knees pressed together, resembling the posture of clenching thighs when holding in urine. After all, falling from such a height, bone fractures and dislocations were only to be expected. Could it be that zombies can commit suicide? Chunmu half-jokingly muttered to himself. He activated the magic eye, zooming in on the scene to clearly see that the strange creaking noises were coming from a group of tourists trapped on a roller coaster halfway up the mountain. The roller coaster swayed violently, tilting from side to side, and seemed ready to fall at any moment. One by one, the zombies plummeted from a height of 100 meters. The most absurd part was that, despite falling from such a height, they could still get up as if nothing had happened. Although their lives were preserved, their bones were dislocated, fractured, or even pierced through their flesh by sharp edges, leaving them beyond repair. Some had their necks bent at a 90-degree angle, limply hanging over their shoulders. Others had dislocated spines, with their upper bodies twisted and contorted into a bizarre, swaggering posture. Various grotesque corpses, chilling to the bone. A loud crash echoed as the roller coaster finally gave way, derailing and plummeting. Watch out! Shenmue swiftly summoned dozens of flying swords, which shot toward the heads of the corpse horde, uprooting the bodies and sending them hurtling into nearby tree trunks. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Flying sword quantity +1. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Flying sword quantity +1. Shenmue looked at the prompts continuously popping up in front of him, let out a long breath, and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. Almost let you die in vain. At first, he felt quite stifled being reborn into this world, but now, his perspective had completely changed. The so-called world of slaughter was clearly a dazzling golden age. Those treasures were often deeply hidden, yet they frequently delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Afterward, he passed through the roller coaster amusement area without any real danger, stepped over a wall, and was greeted by a variety of food restaurants. Shenmue walked forward, his gaze catching sight of a hot dog cart parked by the roadside. The cart happened to block the only path forward. The key wasn't the hot dog cart itself, but the person lying on it, a chef? At least, they were dressed the part. Dead? Or not dead? Shenmue felt uneasy, suspecting that the zombie might be pretending to be dead, waiting for him to get close, suddenly revive, and then pounce on him, biting him relentlessly. He was about to summon his flying sword to strike first. Unexpectedly, the zombie suddenly jerked its body. With a roar, the zombie violently shoved the cart 3 or 4 meters away and charged at Shenmue frantically. Shenmue decisively took out the devouring shield and held it in front of him. The zombie failed to dodge and slammed hard into the massive black shield. It tried to maneuver around, but unexpectedly, the shield turned the tables, suddenly opening a gaping abyssal mouth that bit off half of the zombie's body and swallowed it whole. Kill successful. Congratulations, you have earned 1 slaughter point. Devouring shield defense attribute +1. Is this even a shield? Shenmue was so shocked he couldn't speak. Right in front of him, in less than 2 seconds, the shield had swallowed the zombie like it was a date. So the word devour is actually a verb. Fortunately, everything turned out fine. Shenmue let go, and the devouring shield immediately disappeared. After some searching, he finally found the cold storage. In this chaotic world, how could there still be electricity supply? As he opened the door, a room full of putrid stench rushed at him, along with chunks of rotting meat covered in fungal threads. Such things, Shenmue naturally couldn't eat. Fortunately, there was still a warehouse nearby. The food in the warehouse was quite abundant, with just ham sausages alone totaling 10 boxes, each containing 120 pieces. Bread, meat sauce, noodles, rice flour, the quantities were astonishing. Shenmue stuffed them all into the system backpack in one go, instantly filling up the slots. Collection task completed. Congratulations, you have gained +5 backpack slots. For Shenmue, who had already obtained the SSS level skill to the point of exhaustion, this reward wasn't particularly thrilling, but the more backpack slots he had, the more useful it would be. Boom, boom, boom. From the ceiling above, or more precisely, the ventilation duct, came a series of continuous strange noises. Shenmue quietly stepped back. Bang! A sound of impact echoed. A striking 3D image of an insect head appeared on the metal ventilation duct. Shenmue clearly saw that the insect head's large jaws were lined with chaotic, sharp teeth, and 2 sharp horns resembling wild boar tusks extended from both sides of its head. Behind the flat head was a layered skull armor resembling overlapping tiles, with spikes protruding from the center, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Bang! Another collision. The lines of the 3D image began to grow chaotic. The sheet metal of the ventilation duct clearly couldn't withstand it, and a fine crack appeared. Bang! After another violent impact, the long creature finally broke through the ventilation duct and emerged. It opened its large mouth, revealing a full set of jagged, chisel-like sharp teeth. The shell is dark red, resembling cooked crayfish with an extra dose of soy sauce. Its pincers, larger than its head, could easily
easily crush anything caught in their grip. Beneath the massive pincers is another pair of side-like limbs, magnified dozens of times, razor-sharp with a black-to-red gradient, exuding lethal power. Its body structure is very similar to that of a centipede, segmented and layered. Shenmue retreated repeatedly, secretly on guard. The monster pursued relentlessly, suddenly charging forward over 10 meters, revealing the sharp venomous stinger on its tail, resembling the scythe of death. It rampaged along the way, its massive pincers tightly shut, effortlessly smashing through walls like a hammer. It originally aimed to crush Shenmue's head but couldn't keep up with his speed. Both pincers attacked simultaneously, while its side-like legs swung continuously, leaving slash marks that easily pierced through entire walls. In terms of combat power, this creature was definitely no weaker than the giant centipede Shenmue had encountered during the elite trial. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant door, two people were approaching. One suddenly reached out to grab their companion's arm. "Wait, did you hear something? How could there be?" Bang! Boom! Before the words were finished, a sudden deafening noise erupted. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other, and quickly turned to flee into the distance. They hid behind a tree, cautiously poking their heads out to observe. They saw Shenmue lightly tap the tip of his foot at the restaurant's entrance and take a step back spanning 3 or 4 meters. The process of his foot leaving the ground and landing again seemed as if it had been edited out, leaving the two in disbelief and wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Immediately after, a monstrous worm over 10 meters long followed closely behind. Just the sight of it made their legs go weak with fear, and they secretly felt fortunate they hadn't gone inside. Otherwise, their fate might have been as tragic as Shenmue's. In their eyes, faced with such a terrifying monster, Shenmue had no chance of survival and was doomed to die, especially as the monstrous insect rapidly approached, opening its massive pincers, and Shenmue was right within their grasp. With just one snap, his waist would be instantly severed. Death was inevitable. This thought simultaneously surged into the minds of both onlookers. However, in the next second, they were stunned. Shenmue had vanished into thin air, and the monster's massive pincers clamped down on nothing but empty space. How is this possible? Where did he go? Impossible. The whole process didn't even take the time of a blink. No matter how fast, it's impossible to vanish into thin air. The two were full of confusion, racking their brains but unable to figure out how Shenmue had done it. Immediately after, they were shocked to see Shenmue appear above the monster's head. What puzzled them even more was how he had gotten there. When the monster was completely unaware, Shenmue had actually used an SSS level stealth skill. Not only was he invisible, but he was also untouchable. It was as if Shenmue existed in another dimension. The monster was in the lower world, while he was on a higher plane. Shenmue could see and touch the monstrous insect, but the creature was unable to retaliate. To it, Shenmue's invisibility was akin to vanishing into thin air without a trace. This is the power of SSS level, far from being an empty title. Shenmue gripped the sword in the air tightly with both hands and thrust it straight down, piercing through the gap in the protective shell of the monstrous insect's skull. Ha! The strange insect violently shook its body, its giant pincers and scythe-like legs spread wide, writhing in extreme pain. Shenmue anticipated the giant pincers striking upward, teleporting 6 meters away in an instant. He summoned flying swords, spreading his arms wide as hundreds of swords blossomed like rain, forming layers of a sphere that tightly enveloped the strange insect. Any slight movement would result in cuts from the blades. This scene left the two people dumbfounded, speechless, suddenly disappearing, instant teleportation, and now these hundreds of flying swords. Who on earth is this kid? Ha! The strange insect was still unwilling to give up, swinging its giant pincers and scythe-like legs, trying to swat away those annoying flying swords. The flying swords nimbly dodged, while another group of flying swords, under Shenmue's control, successively pierced through the gaps in the protective shell. The lower abdomen is extremely difficult for humans to attack, but for these agile flying swords, it is effortless. The blade pierces through the soft spot, then applies force to pry open the protective shell from the inside, tearing flesh apart, with blood splattering everywhere. The pulsating red flesh of the monstrous insect surprisingly carries a hint of tempting appetite. However, this kind of thing is not only unfit for consumption, but even a trace of its blood in the mouth must be promptly spat out. Otherwise, if it flows into the stomach, it can easily lead to corpse transformation, turning one into a member of the zombie horde. The strange insect was in extreme pain, saliva splattering from its mouth as it desperately swung all its weapons with all its might, yet it still couldn't reverse the situation of being crushed. Bro, that monster has lost its shell protection now. Can you take it down with one arrow using your bow? Are you crazy? Trying to steal that guy's monster? Are you sure we'd still be alive afterward? Fortune favors the bold. Bro, think about it, such a huge monster. Imagine how many kill points it's worth. Seeing the man still hesitating, the young man continued to persuade, you handle the sniping, I'll use kill points to buy a motorcycle, and after the kill, I'll escape immediately, smooth and seamless. That guy won't even have time to react. By the time he reacts, we'll already be long gone. The man pondered carefully, feeling that this was indeed a feasible plan, but he couldn't help worrying deep down, sensing that things might not go so smoothly. If possible, possible, Shenmue wished they could lower their voices further, as his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. He bent down and picked up a stone the size of a ping-pong ball from the ground. Not good. He spotted us. The man happened to see Shenmue turn around, raising his hand to prepare to throw the stone. Run quickly, the man thought. Shenmue was now fully focused on fighting the monstrous insect, and there was still time to escape. Besides, the other party didn't seem to truly want to kill him, otherwise, why resort to such childish tricks like throwing stones? A sonic boom sounded. These two people probably never dreamed that a small stone could unleash the power of tons of artillery shells. The ground was torn open into a deep trench 7 or 8 meters wide and 100 meters long. Losing its support, the roller coaster track began to collapse with a rumbling sound. The destructive force that even cement, stones, and steel couldn't withstand, let alone two people. This is SSS level 10,000 times strength. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Phantom Bow, automatically upgraded to the SSS level 5 elements Phantom Bow. View introduction. SSS level 5 elements Phantom Bow can instantly transform into a bow and arrow for use, with arrow attributes selectable from gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level storage space, automatically upgraded to an SSS level infinite backpack. This, Shenmue could only sigh. Happiness truly came so unexpectedly. Just as he was worrying about where to store the increasing number of rewards, the system unexpectedly gifted him an infinite backpack. This skill automatically merges with the system backpack with unlimited capacity and slots, allowing him to store as many items as he wants. A car, a villa, or even a mountain can fit inside? Meanwhile, even though Shenmue had long shifted his gaze away from the strange insect, it still couldn't escape the sword formation. Shenmue didn't want to waste any more time getting familiar with skills or performing fancy maneuvers. 800 longswords tightly assembled, transforming into a sword dragon that charged straight at the strange insect. Stegosaurus spins, countless sharp edges like a meat grinder. The monster insect's head was instantly smashed into fragments, and its body collapsed to the ground. Successfully killed the Scorpion King. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 slaughter points. After obtaining the slaughter points, Shenmue was about to leave when a system prompt suddenly popped up before his eyes. Your overlord centipede larva is in a state of extreme hunger. Without the system's reminder, Shenmue had almost forgotten about this little creature. Extreme hunger? But I don't even know what you eat, people. Human food, or perhaps. Shenmue's gaze fell on the headless corpse of the poisoned Scorpion King. His eyes returned to the virtual screen, clicked on the overlord centipede larva, and took it out. Just the size of a palm. After all, it is his companion, so the king's centipede larva naturally wouldn't harm him. Shenmue approached the corpse of the poisoned Scorpion King, squatted down, and tilted his palm to make it easier for the larva to crawl down from his hand. Sure enough, upon smelling the scent of blood, the king's centipede larva immediately burrowed into the poisoned Scorpion King's body and feasted heartily. Eating speed is extremely fast. Shenmue kept refreshing the system notifications. King centipede larva gained 1 growth through eating. King centipede larva gained 1 growth through eating. The overlord centipede larva gains 1 strength attribute through feeding. As the overlord centipede larva grows through feeding, its various attributes continue to improve. Originally only the size of a palm, it has now almost reached the length of an arm after devouring half of the poisoned Scorpion King's body. Its wrist-thick body, paired with over 100 densely packed, wriggling centipede legs, is nothing short of terrifying to behold. But Shenmue was quite satisfied in his heart. The uglier and more terrifying the monster, the stronger its power often was. Moreover, the setting that this little creature could evolve simply by eating made him rather pleased. After all, zombie monster meat was the most abundant, practically the perfect food to sustain it. Overlord centipede larva gained 1 growth through feeding. Overlord centipede larva gained 1 defense attribute through feeding. The overlord centipede larva gains 1 speed attribute through feeding. Before long, the poisoned Scorpion King had been gnawed down by the overlord centipede larva, leaving only its massive side-like venomous tail, which appeared to be 2 to 3 meters long. A single swing or stab of this tail, with venom injected, would be fatal to an ordinary person. The crunching sound of crack in his ears made Shenmue envy the sturdy teeth of the overlord centipede larva. Even the venomous scythe tail, which had no trace of flesh, was mercilessly bitten apart and swallowed down with a crisp crunch. The overlord centipede larva successfully acquires the poisoned Scorpion King's venomous scythe tail through feeding. Seeing this system notification, Shenmue was stunned. He hadn't expected that eating the corpses of zombie monsters could not only help it grow but also provide a chance to absorb the opponent's body parts and integrate them into its own. At this moment, the overlord centipede larva had grown to over 2 meters in length, and with the addition of the venomous tail, it easily reached 3 meters, with limitless growth potential. Shenmue was filled with curiosity. If I feed this centipede the corpses of various monsters, allowing it to continuously devour and fuse, what will it eventually become? A demon god on Earth? Thinking of this, he suddenly became interested. Previously, Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to this little bug, but now it seemed worth focusing on its development.
After devouring
the corpse of the poisoned Scorpion King, the Overlord Centipede actively crawled back to Shenmue's side, raising its upper body like a snake, waiting for his next command. Shenmue originally planned to let it go out and hunt while he gathered resources himself, but after thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. If it encountered zombies or monsters far stronger than itself, or players hunting in groups, its current level would likely lead to a brutal defeat. After all, its name still carried the word larva, indicating its limited strength. For now, he decided to keep it by his side, storing it in the system backpack most of the time. After defeating zombies or monsters, he would release it to clean up the corpses and devour them for evolution. He planned to raise it until it was strong enough before considering letting it roam freely, at least until it reached the adult stage. Shenmue certainly didn't want his creature to become another monster's meal or a pawn in someone else's hunt. He gently placed his hand on the Overlord Centipede's head, and its body was immediately digitized, disappearing like a mosaic as it was stored in the system backpack.
The advantage of the SSS level infinite backpack immediately became apparent.
If it were the previous system backpack, the centipede larva would have been fine in its early stages, but now, with such a large one, it definitely wouldn't fit. It had to be admitted that those two people came at just the right time. If it weren't for their words urging him to leave early, Shenmue wouldn't have had any crooked thoughts about stealing the monster.
No wonder he was so ruthless. New feature unlocked. Would you like to view it? New feature?
Shenmue walked to a bench by the roadside, sat down, and began to check the newly unlocked system feature, named Arena.
This is a place specifically designed for players to engage in PK in duels. It determines both victory and life or death. Once both parties agree,
they will be transported to a dedicated battlefield, where the winner will claim all of the loser's kill points, weapons, food, and other resources.
Both parties have to agree?
Shenmue hesitated, unsure if anyone would dare accept his challenge.
System, can't it be done anonymously? This is so unfair to me.
He didn't see any relevant instructions, but the system's silence was more telling than words.
Sigh.
Shenmue rested his hands on the back of the chair and looked up at the sky. It seems that sometimes being too strong and too conspicuous isn't necessarily a good thing. Just as he was thinking this, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Player Han Xiaoning has issued a challenge request to you.
Do you accept? Ha! Shenmue immediately sat up straight.
He had been worrying about not finding an opponent, and now someone had unexpectedly challenged him. He glanced at the challenger. Han Xiaoning was also ranked on both leaderboards,
holding the 67th spot on the Heaven list and the 94th on the Earth list.
If Shenmue's judgment was correct, this guy was probably dissatisfied with how he managed to secure the top spot and wanted to test the waters.
Really not valuing your life, huh? Shenmue clicked accept. Allow spectators? Note, once spectators are allowed, bystanders can freely enter the audience area to watch your battle process.
Of course, it's not allowed. There's no need to let others remember your face.
Once recognized, who would still want to play with you?
Shenmue had no intention of becoming some big star in this world of slaughter, bringing trouble upon himself.
Confirming surrounding environment, host status. Confirmed correct. Preparing to transport to the arena.
On the other side of the world, Han Xiaoning, who received the same notification, slightly curled his lips.
Why did they take so long to agree? I thought that guy chickened out. Boss, you have to win. What do you mean by that? Are you doubting the boss's strength or something? What a joke.
Our boss is a B-level skill holder. There's no way he'd lose to that kid. That guy probably just got lucky, ran into a bunch of useless zombies, and that's how his stats got so high. He's nothing like our boss, who hunts top-tier monsters.
One of them is worth 10, even 100.
Listening to a group of lackeys continuously praising him, Han Xiaoning felt a bit smug and said with a smile, 5 minutes, finish the fight in 5 minutes, then come back for a victory party.
Boss is awesome. Boom. I believe it won't take long before we see boss's name at the top of the Heaven and Earth rankings. Transmission successful.
The little followers were full of enthusiasm, and the next moment, Han Xiaoning suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, in an independent space, Shenmue and Han Xiaoning appeared on a competition arena the size of a football field. The surrounding seats were completely empty, with not a single spectator. Han Xiaoning had originally agreed to allow spectators, wanting to showcase his strength and earn their admiration and reverence. However, Shenmue disagreed, so the spectator mode could not be activated, as it required the consent of both parties to be enabled. Here, they could fully unleash their abilities. Looking at the pier in front of him, Shenmue had yet to speak when he saw Han Xiaoning tilt his head and reveal a contemptuous expression.
Why didn't you agree to spectators? Afraid of losing your life and becoming a laughingstock?
Han Xiaoning smiled faintly. If you're afraid of dying, then don't accept the challenge.
Isn't it better to stay alive?
Shenmue gave no response to this. He had seen this kind of petty arrogance too many times. Since the other party enjoyed self-satisfaction, he might as well let him revel in it for a while longer.
The countdown began overhead.
In 60 seconds, the two would be allowed to move and officially start the battle.
Hey, why aren't you saying anything? anything. Scared stiff? You wouldn't have already wet your pants in fear, would you? Ah, I thought you'd be a formidable opponent. What a waste of anticipation, it turns out you're just lucky.
During these 60 seconds, Han Xiaoning kept spewing trash talk, mocking and ridiculing, almost completely disregarding Chen Mu's ancestors from 18 generations back. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes fixed on the countdown numbers above.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The moment the countdown ended, Han Xiaoning immediately raised his hand, opened his tightly clenched fist, and swung it forward forcefully.
Boom!
A cloud of green mist instantly drifted toward Chen Mu. Han Xiaoning's skill is poison. Once this powder is inhaled, it causes immediate poisoning, continuous damage, and eventual death. Chen Mu's entire body was enveloped in the poisonous mist, his figure becoming indistinct and blurry. Han Xiaoning's lips curled into a smile, radiating even more brilliance. In his view, Chen Mu was already a dead man, completely incapable of posing any threat.
To date, no one had ever survived after being engulfed by his poisonous mist. Ha!
Suddenly, Han Xiaoning's expression changed. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion or something else, but he saw Chen Mu, hidden within the poisonous mist, suddenly grow to more than double his size. He was certain that, as the skill holder, he could never be poisoned, nor would he experience hallucinations. Moreover, his poison was lethal, not hallucinogenic.
Could it be that he had inadvertently fallen into an illusion set up by Chen Mu?
Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, dispersing the poisonous mist and revealing Chen Mu's true form.
This? Han Xiaoning looked completely baffled. What on earth was this thing in front of him?
It looked like a knight straight out of a medieval movie, clad in heavy armor,
with even the white horse it rode wearing armor.
The size of that white horse was several times larger than the biggest monster Han Xiaoning had seen recently.
Angel's blessing activated. Poison effect has been removed.
A green light descended, and Chen Mu returned to normal. He held a giant sword in one hand and a shield in the other, raising the sword to point at Han Xiaoning.
Hey, hey, hey! This isn't a cosplay convention. Who are you dressing up for? Forget about you, why does the horse have wings? A Pegasus? That's so childish.
Han Xiaoning was still spouting trash talk, but his tone no longer carried the same relaxed arrogance as before. It now held a hint of panic.
His half-step retreat betrayed his cowardice.
He was just trying to use trash talk to cover up his nervousness. His hands quietly reached behind his back, took down two glass spheres hanging there, and, gripping them tightly, quickly hurled them toward Chen Mu. Seeing Chen Mu wield his sword to strike down, Han Xiaoning laughed triumphantly. You fell into my trap. The glass bottle was effortlessly shattered by the great sword, and the poisonous mist inside instantly spread out, resembling a mushroom cloud, rising horizontally, once again enveloping Chen Mu and the radiant Pegasus. The white horse vigorously flapped its wings, dispersing the
poisonous mist once more. Boom!
The fierce wind mixed with the toxic fog slammed into Han Xiaoning, forcing him to raise his hands and bury his head deeply within them for protection.
Han Xiaoning was utterly baffled. How could a mere flap of wings unleash such immense power? Still, after being exposed to 2 bottles of triple-dose poison, there's no way you can survive this time, right?
He raised his head, but his smile vanished instantly, replaced by the deadly
green glow in his eyes. He knew exactly what that meant, though he was unwilling to admit it.
The skill he prided himself on had been effortlessly neutralized by Chen Mu. What an absurd joke.
Da.
Han Xiaoning quickly opened the system backpack, selected the rifle, and frantically pulled the trigger at Chen Mu.
Bullets poured out, but they couldn't penetrate the protection of Chen Mu's knight armor.
Not only did they fail to break through, but they didn't even leave a scratch.
Click, click, click. The bullets were soon exhausted.
Seeing no effect, Han Xiaoning gritted his teeth and furiously, almost hysterically, took out his trump card originally prepared for the zombie horde, a rocket launcher. He crouched down, shouldered it, aimed, and decisively pulled the trigger.
His movements were fluid and swift.
With a swoosh, the rocket was launched.
Bang! Boom!
The close-range explosion was so powerful that it even sent Han Xiaoning flying backward.
This time, you're doomed.
Han Xiaoning raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Getting hurt is fine. It's better than being killed. A shrill neigh.
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
The crisp sound of horse hooves rang out.
Han Xiaoning saw everything clearly. Chen Mu rushed out from the black smoke of the explosion.
Before he could react,
a sharp pain came from his chest, and then his entire body was forcibly lifted off the ground. Slowly lowering his head, Han Xiaoning discovered that his chest and abdomen had been pierced by the large sword in Chen Mu's hand. Trembling, he raised his hand. The skill cooldown had ended, and he weakly scattered the poisonous mist toward Chen Mu's head.
Angel's blessing activated. Poison effect cleared.
It's that blinding green light again.
Han Xiaoning's heart tightened.
Unlike him, Chen Mu's skills required no cooldown time.
What kind of monster are you?
Before he could finish his sentence, Han Xiaoning had already breathed his last. Blood flowed along the blade, filling the gaps between Chen Mu's fingers gripping the sword, and dripped onto the ground. Chen Mu suddenly swung his hand, forcefully flinging Han Xiaoning off the sword.
Bang! Landing. Kill successful. Congratulations on becoming the final winner. Slaughter points plus 25, orange juice drink plus 15, canned pork plus 7, hot dog bread acid +3, grenades +8.
According to the rules, Shenmue obtained all of Han Xiaoning's inheritance. Additionally, outside the rules, he also inherited Han Xiaoning's skills. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level skill Poison Mist, automatically upgraded to SSS level Poison Mist. The biggest difference between SSS level and B-level skills lies in the greatly expanded coverage area, enough to envelop an entire city, truly achieving invisible poison mist dispersion without consuming
resources or requiring cooldown. The toxicity is increased by more than 100-fold.
Most importantly, the poison mist loses its color, allowing enemies to be assassinated invisibly, leaving them defenseless.
You will be forcibly removed from the arena in 30 seconds. Why isn't the boss back yet? It's been so long already. Could something have gone wrong? Shut up, don't jinx it. How could the boss possibly be in trouble? If anyone's in trouble, it's definitely that guy named Shenmue. Exactly. If the boss wants to kill someone, isn't it a piece of cake?
At this moment, someone slowly raised their hand. I just saw the scrolling notification from the arena.
Shenmue won, and the boss lost. How is that possible? I don't believe it.
Everyone hurriedly opened the arena to check the record of the scrolling messages. The winner's name and the loser's name were clearly written there, available for anyone to verify.
Boss, the boss actually lost?
The boss has B-level skills.
Even a large group of zombies couldn't deal with him, so why did he lose?
It seems that the fact that person could become number 1 on both rankings is no coincidence.
He is very likely an A-level, or even S-level skill holder. We really underestimated him. S-level skill. Everyone fell silent, not daring to talk about revenge anymore.
Even Han Xiaoning was no match for him, let alone themselves. Besides, the reason they were willing to call Han Xiaoning their boss was merely to survive more easily in this world of slaughter and to fill their stomachs.
Revenge for him? What good would that do for them? Obviously none. Since there was no benefit and it would most likely cost their lives, who would be foolish enough to do it? Wouldn't that be utterly brainless?
With a sigh, they realized they would have to find a new backer again.
What a pity they didn't know where Shenmue was.
If they did, they would definitely go to him immediately and pledge their allegiance without hesitation.
With such a powerful backer, wouldn't they be able to walk unchallenged in this world of slaughter?
At this moment, Shenmue also left the arena and returned to the real world.
The arena was far more boring than he had imagined.
He had thought that Han Xiaoning, who was at the top of the rankings, might bring some surprises, but the result was utterly
disappointing.
It was still a one-strike kill, without any flashy moves or unnecessary techniques. In the time that followed, while there was still daylight, Shenmue hunted down quite a few zombies and monsters, easily earning a total of 100 kill points. He teleported into an office building, entered the CEO's office, and opened the door to the lounge. This place was much cleaner than the hotel he had stayed in the previous night. Pulling open the curtains, he casually wiped the dust off the glass and looked
out the window. The sun was setting, and darkness once again enveloped the earth. Shenmue opened his system backpack, ready to have
dinner, but a notification popped up before he could start.
A new feature has been unlocked. Would you like to check it out? A new feature again? Why are there always so many? Shenmue split the system's virtual panel into two.
One was used to check the details of the new feature, while the other was used to
open his backpack.
He took out a can of meat, some bread, and a drink, and began eating and drinking heartily.
His previously growling stomach was quickly satisfied. Guild feature? Although some people had already started forming guilds, those were merely informal arrangements.
Now, the system rules officially recognized the existence of guilds. As long as the relevant conditions were met, a guild could be created, with the primary condition being the killing of at least 100 monsters. Naturally, Shenmue met all the conditions, but he had no intention of creating a guild. Properly managing a guild seemed to come with additional rewards, but he remained completely uninterested. He opened the world chat channel, intending to kill some time, but unexpectedly saw many people spamming questions.
Hey everyone, what's the name of Shenmue the Great's guild? I want to join. I want to know too. If I can join Shenmue the Great's guild, surviving would definitely become much easier, right?
It's called the Heavenly Doom Guild.
The person above is lying. Don't believe it.
I checked, and the guild leader isn't Shenmue. It's someone named Lin Fei. Many people want to join his guild. Indeed, a big tree attracts the wind.
Similarly, there are many advertisements in the world chat channel asking people to join guilds, no matter how
emotional others sound. Shenmue still has no intention of creating a guild.
He prefers to be a lone wolf, living freely every day. Isn't that better?
One person eats their fill, and the whole
family has no worries. Recruiting a group of underlings, can that bring a boost in strength?
Even 10,000 guild members can't compare to gaining an SSS level skill by killing one person. No matter how he thinks about it or from which angle, Shenmue can't find a reason to create a guild.
This feature is utterly useless to him. It's far less practical than the arena.
Suddenly, a crashing sound came from outside the window. Shenmue immediately stood up and walked toward the window. He pulled back the curtain and clearly saw a circular bloodstain splattered on the glass outside. That bloodstain hadn't been there before, it had just appeared and the blood was still slowly flowing.
At that moment, another dark figure with glowing red eyes fiercely slammed into the floor-to-ceiling window. Using his magic vision, Shenmue could see clearly, it was a crow.
The red glow was emanating from its eyes.
Where did this crow come from? Shenmue asked in confusion. Bang, bang, bang.
Immediately after, more and more crows began to crash into the floor-to-ceiling window one after another. From just a few scattered ones to looking up and seeing the sky filled with crows, Shenmue stared at the few ventilation
holes by the window and thought, could it be that these crows smelled my scent, and combined with the influence of the night, they're doing this bizarre act, trying to break the glass, fly in, and gnaw on my flesh? Bang, bang, bang.
Since they liked crashing, Shenmue didn't mind.
Let them crash, then. He had nothing else to do anyway. In no time, the window glass was covered in
a thick layer of blood, so thick that it was impossible to see the scene outside clearly.
This image perfectly illustrated the meaning of madness. Shenmue used his magic eyes to scan the area.
Judging from the color blocks, there were at least thousands of crows in this empty space.
Before him,
such a massive group of mutated crows could strip a living person down to bare bones in less than a minute if they wanted to. Hair disheveled, covered in mud, as if it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, the stench wafted into his nostrils along with a hint of blood. The smell was somewhat like a drenched chicken.
Shenmue was puzzled. Was he the only person around here? Why had they specifically targeted him?
He checked the regional chat channel, but no one mentioned the flock of crows. It seemed that he was the only one being targeted.
Help! Someone, anyone, save me!
At that moment, a faint cry for help suddenly came from behind the wall. It was a woman. Shenmue leaned closer, pressed his ear against it, and widened his eyes. Apart from the woman's cries for help, he could faintly hear the chaotic sound of flapping wings. His mind raced, and Shenmue was almost certain that the crow's nest was in the next room. No wonder these creatures had set their sights on him.
Even rabbits know not to eat the grass near their burrows.
Shenmue smiled helplessly, not expecting that he had chosen such a place to sleep.
It seems that getting a good night's sleep today won't be so easy. Change location? Shenmue wasn't weak enough to accommodate this group of crows. Since they want a court death, why not grant their wish?
Shenmue took a few steps back and raised his hand toward the wall. A ball of fire gathered in the palm, illuminating the entire room, then was pushed out, directly burning a large hole in the wall. The steel bars were scorched red and melted in the flames, dripping like water droplets.
The flock of crows swarmed forward, colliding with the fireball. Their feathers instantly ignited, transforming into firebirds, each falling like raindrops.
Even knowing they would die, they still swarmed forward, as if the concept of fear of death did not exist in their minds. With the light of the fireball, Shenmue saw the scene in the adjacent room clearly. The first thing to assault his senses was the damp smell of feathers, mixed with the stench of decay and blood, like a heavy punch straight to the nose. Fortunately, Shenmue was highly adaptable. The fireball flew farther, and the hole in the wall was large enough for him to pass through.
Ah, ah, ah! Black crows surged out like a tide, rushing toward Shenmue. Their wings flapped chaotically, without any order or rhythm.
Shenmue decided to test his newly acquired skill, clenched his fist, and a fine powder flowed out from his palm. He swung forcefully, and the powder instantly transformed into a mist visible only to him, spreading throughout the conference room. Hundreds of crows suddenly fell en masse, their bodies stiffened, claws gripping tightly, and then melted into a thick liquid at a visible speed, dripping onto a pile of white bones stacked over 10 centimeters high. Skulls, rib bones, and leg bones were mixed together, picked clean without leaving a trace of flesh or blood.
Help! Ugh!
The woman collapsed in the corner of the wall, her face suddenly pale, and violently vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. She has also been poisoned.
Even if she hadn't been poisoned, the woman wouldn't live long.
The marks of being pecked by crows are clearly visible on her body, her clothes torn to shreds, leaving her completely exposed. Her chest, calves, shoulders, and face are covered in bloody holes, with severe areas even revealing a stark white glimpse of bone.
Ugh!
She vomited blood uncontrollably and collapsed against the wall within seconds, completely losing consciousness. The sight of blood streaming from her 7 orifices was more horrifying than any makeup in a horror movie.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level double strike, automatically upgraded to SSS level infinite combo.
View details. F-level double strike is a passive skill, with a 0.1% chance to trigger a double strike during an attack, meaning one attack counts as 2. After upgrading to SSS level, the trigger probability increases to 100%, with a minimum of 5 strikes per attack and a maximum of 100, completely random and uncontrollable.
A maximum of 100 strikes. Doesn't that mean if I fire 1 bullet, it's equivalent to firing 100?
10 bullets would be 1,000, and 100 bullets would be 10,000.
Shenmue couldn't contain his excitement.
This kind of experience, where he could clearly feel himself becoming significantly stronger, was something he would never tire of, no matter how many times it happened. Chen Mu's gaze shifted to the window, where he saw a large flock of crows circling in the air. They seemed to have sensed the poisonous mist permeating the conference room and dared not fly inside. He took a gun from the system backpack, with ammunition automatically replenished. Holding the gun with both hands, he aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle spewed a burst of fire. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty crow. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty crow. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty crow. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. This shot unexpectedly triggered 38 consecutive hits. In other words, Chen Mu used just 1 bullet to take down 38 bloodthirsty crows, earning 38 kill points. Heh, this is just too satisfying. Chen Mu couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. He immediately pulled the trigger repeatedly, starting a frenzied harvest. Crows hit in the head and pierced by bullets fell in large numbers. Yet, the sheer quantity was still ridiculously overwhelming. Where on earth did they come from? Chen Mu couldn't help but wonder. Hadn't he already destroyed their nest? Could it be that this was just one of their lairs? Or was it the entire building, or even this whole area in front of him? It was hard to explain without thinking this way. He teleported to the rooftop of the tall building across the street. The conference room was too cramped to move around, with the floor littered with white bones, making it easy to lose footing if he wasn't careful. Chen Mu was in the heat of battle, and how could he let the environment ruin his good mood? As soon as he emerged, the bloodthirsty flock of crows became even more frenzied. Like dark clouds pressing down on a city before a storm, the scene before him could only be described as blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The moon? It had long since disappeared, leaving only a faint trace of moonlight. Chen Mu activated his demon eyes, and daylight descended. Although there was no sun in the sky, it was as bright as day. The darkness retreated, and everything became clearly visible. Facing the storm-like onslaught of the crow swarm, purchase successful. Kill points have been deducted. Congratulations, you have obtained the Vulcan Gatling gun. Opening the system shop and looking at the large number of kill points in hand, he had to find an opportunity to spend them. Rifles were simply uninteresting. Only weapons like the Vulcan Gatling gun, with its obviously modified ammo capacity, capable of firing 2,000 rounds continuously in one go for sustained output, were exciting enough. With Chen Mu's infinite ammo auto-replenishment skill combined with infinite combos, the effect can only be described as explosive. Gripping the Gatling gun tightly with both hands, Chen Mu held down the trigger without pause. The 6 barrels began spinning rapidly, faster and faster. The continuous stream of bullets wove a barrage in the night. Chen Mu himself didn't feel anything unusual, but the survival players hiding in the next room could see it all clearly. That guy is crazy, shooting birds with a Gatling gun in the middle of the night. Don't you think he's really manly and domineering? The woman and the man had opposing views. Don't forget, you were the one hugging him and calling him husband just now. The man blushed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Who would want to be outdone by someone else? Everyone looked at Chen Mu, feeling displeased but forced to swallow their pride. After all, who would be foolish enough to challenge a lunatic wielding a Gatling gun? Chen Mu found himself quite lucky. At least every shot could trigger more than 20 consecutive hits, never less than 20. Bang! A few minutes later, he let go of his hand, allowing the Gatling gun's muzzle to rest on the ground, leaning on it like a cane. Phew! He exhaled heavily, his mind filled with doubt. Although only a few minutes had passed, he had already taken down at least thousands of bloodthirsty crows, yet the number in the sky showed no sign of decreasing. Could these crows possibly split infinitely? At some point, 1 turns into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8? Of course, this was just Chen Mu's speculation, without any solid evidence. The thrill of the bullets firing gave him immense satisfaction. It was getting late, and drowsiness was setting in, so he decided to end it quickly. Just as he was thinking this, an anomaly suddenly appeared among the bloodthirsty crows. The bloodthirsty crows, who had been scrambling, colliding with each other, and desperately tearing at each other's flesh to fill their stomachs, suddenly changed their strategy and abandoned their mindless assault. But Chen Mu did not believe they were retreating. Judging by the way they were frantically gathering, it looked more like they were preparing for a big move. Apart from this, he couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation. A few buildings away, the man and woman also noticed this bizarre scene. What exactly are those crows doing? Why did they suddenly stop attacking? The woman curiously looked at the man and asked, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" The man glanced at her, his face full of helplessness. The woman's expression stiffened, and she suddenly reached out her hands toward the man, giving him a fierce pinch. Men really are creatures who only think with their lower halves. Of course, he's an exception. Speaking, she deliberately turned her head to cast an admiring glance at Chen Mu, her eyes full of reverence. "Ah, be gentle." The man immediately jumped up, stepped back a few paces, and created some distance. Seeing his own woman now looking at someone else with such an expression, the man felt indescribable indescribable emotions in his heart but stubbornly retorted, "That's right, I only know how to think with my lower half. But who was that person you just called daddy? You'd better hurry up and get stronger, or today I call you daddy, and tomorrow I won't know who to call." The woman understood clearly that in the apocalypse, one must know how to leverage their own advantages to survive.
The man remained silent, secretly resenting why he wasn't a woman.
On the other side, Shenmue finally understood the intention of the bloodthirsty crows. They had actually gathered and merged into a giant bloodthirsty crow. Nearly 10,000 crows tightly combined, and without a closer look, it was truly hard to notice, mistaking it for a colossal creature. Whoosh, whoosh, wings flapped, stirring up a fierce wind. Basketball-sized stones were blown into the air, with dust flying everywhere. Ah! The bloodthirsty crow opened its large mouth, and the sound seemed to emanate from its entire body. The rhythm was neither orderly nor chaotic, somewhere in between, sounding bizarre. "My God, they can actually merge," the woman exclaimed in terror. She couldn't help but worry about Shenmue. It would be such a pity if such an outstanding man were to die. She thought to herself that those who truly deserved to die were instead living well. As she thought about this, she didn't forget to glance sideways at the man. The man didn't notice at all, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. Only one phrase comes to mind to say to Shenmue: "Pretending will get you struck by lightning." He felt that Shenmue, facing monsters of this level, was unlikely to survive. Running away now might still offer a 0.1% chance of survival. Little did he know, Shenmue's confidence in his chances of victory was 100%. Use the eye of insight to find weaknesses? What a joke. Dealing with this kind of monster, is there even a need to use the eye of insight? He snapped his fingers, and 6 dragon heads made of fire appeared neatly, lining up in a row. The giant raven had no idea what it was about to face and flapped its wings as it charged forward. "Burn it," Shenmue ordered in a low voice. Want him to shout passionately like the male lead in a movie or animation? Impossible. After all, his emotions hadn't been stirred up at all. This was purely a one-sided crushing situation. Where would the emotions come from? There is not the slightest ripple in his heart. In Shenmue's eyes, although this giant raven appeared imposing, it was actually no different from Hanshouning. It was not worth taking seriously. The dragon's mouth opened. Boom! Boom! The 6 dragon flame breaths converged in one place, fiercely striking the giant raven. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty raven. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty raven. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty crow. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Immediately, a large number of bloodthirsty crows were burned to charcoal, their bird shapes completely unrecognizable, with large swaths of corpses falling apart. The giant crow's body was like a 1,000-mile dam, collapsing in an instant. Ah! This! The man opened his mouth wide, his eyes round with shock, unable to find the right words to describe his extremely complex emotions at this moment. He's really so strong. Could he be an S-level skill holder? The woman showed no restraint in her admiration for Shenmue, her expression filled with excitement. At this moment, she tightly pressed her legs together, thinking that for such a strong man, she would willingly give herself to him even if it meant paying the price. Foolish woman. Seeing the woman's expression, the man couldn't help but want to laugh. S-class? What a joke. This is clearly SSS class. But he didn't say a word. The reason is simple. He was already being stepped on by Shenmue, completely powerless to resist. Why would he actively try to boost someone else's courage and bring misfortune upon himself? The man couldn't understand how someone could stoop to such a level. Especially seeing the woman's face full of excitement, he lowered his head, his gaze falling on his own hands. Facing Shenmue, the envy in his heart was beyond words. Why wasn't he so lucky to awaken an SSS level skill? Could it be that he saved the galaxy in his previous life? The giant raven completely dissipated, turning into nothingness, as a massive pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Defeat the bloodthirsty raven and receive the reward, bloodthirsty raven egg ×1. Ha! Another hidden mission? For others, encountering either the clown slaughter group or the bloodthirsty raven flock would undoubtedly be an extremely unlucky experience. But Shenmue felt his luck was exceptional. Not only did he gain tens of thousands of slaughter points, but he also received an extra egg. Shenmue opened the system backpack, found the bloodthirsty crow egg, and carefully checked the details, trying to figure out whether it was meant for hatching or eating. After activating automatic hatching, you can obtain a bloodthirsty crow with 100% loyalty within 6 hours. Without hesitation, he clicked to confirm hatching. Whether it's a horse or a mule, let's hatch it first and see. Handsome guy, I want to dedicate my body and soul to you. I'll even have your babies, can you give me a chance? Boo-hoo. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the silence, coming from afar. Shenmue couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was just too crazy. The man beside her was even more drenched in cold sweat. He quickly covered the woman's mouth, shocked that she had gone to such extremes. The man didn't care whether the woman stayed or left. He was only afraid that Shenmue, the god of slaughter, would be drawn over and he would lose his life. Are you insane? The man man refused to let go of the woman's mouth, glaring angrily. After confirming that Chen Mu and the dragon head had completely disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The woman took the opportunity to break free from his hand and snorted coldly, "What's wrong with trying to survive? Besides, I've truly fallen for him." Saying it was love at first sight wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Crazy. I don't want to waste words with you. Go to sleep." Humph. The woman ignored the man, walked to the window, gazed at the spot where Chen Mu had last appeared, and sighed repeatedly. What a pity. Truly such a pity. After an unknown amount of time, a system notification popped up before her eyes. The Heaven and Earth rankings are about to be announced again? I wonder who will make it onto the list this time. Who makes it onto the list has nothing to do with us, so why do you care so much? The man turned over and complained. I'm willing. What does it have to do with you? Look at that disdainful face of yours. If you have the ability, why don't you try getting on the rankings too? The woman snorted disdainfully. She felt that if she had the chance, it would be more reliable to quickly find another backer. This so-called king of arguments was completely undependable. Otherwise, she might end up being used for nothing and even lose her life. Bang! At this moment, the discussions about the Heaven rankings and Earth rankings in the World Chat channel were quite lively. Wonder if that guy named Shenmue can still hold on to the top spot on both rankings today. Bang! Definitely impossible. Yesterday was the first day. Everyone came in a hurry and had no time to adapt. Today is different. Almost everyone has gotten used to the world of slaughter. I saw several big shots killing hundreds of zombies at once. Yeah, not to mention the existence of guilds, which greatly improves the killing efficiency. Speaking of which, that guy named Shenmue is really lucky, getting the first place rewards on 2 leaderboards for nothing. As they were chatting, the Earth leaderboard began to announce rankings starting from the 100th place. Rank 100, Kosaka Koyu, kill count, 155. What the heck? The first one is a Sakura person? That's way too unlucky. Who wouldn't agree? If you people from Dacia are dissatisfied, you can work harder. Maybe you'll catch a glimpse of our backs. The sound of quarrels inevitably broke out. The list continued to be announced. Rank 99, Zhao Chenyang, kill count, 197. Rank 98, Chester Montfort, kill count, 209. It seems that quite a few foreigners have made it onto the list. So far, up to rank 58, it seems we only have 6 from Dacia. Nonsense. Although Dacia has over 1 billion people, how many people are there abroad? 6 people are already quite a lot. True, look at little Sakura, they only have 2 people. That's normal. After all, our Dacia is very safe, unlike those hawkish places where shootings happen every day. They've been exposed to firearms and ammunition since childhood, so they're bound to adapt faster than us. Brothers, don't give up. We'll catch up later. I feel like my shooting skills have improved significantly. In the blink of an eye, the top 10 rankings on the Earth list have been announced. The attention on the top 10 is far beyond that of the subsequent rankings, with strengths and weaknesses clearly evident. 10th place, Hinoki Ayano, number of kills, 1088. Aha, long live the great Sakura. Our Sakura nation is the strongest. 9th place, Marin Malm, kills, 1288. 8th place, Aldous Barber, kills, 2879. 7th place, Tomoya Matani, kills, 2880. Seeing another Sakura citizen on the leaderboard, the World Chat channel was noticeably filled with more messages from Sakura Nation, their pride evident. 60th place, Sujin Shon, kills, 3222. 5th place, Jean Joan, kills, 3546. So impressive. Su family and Jean family's scores skyrocketing, truly impressive. 666. Wasn't that guy called Xiao Shanjin who just mocking us, saying Dacia couldn't make it into the top 10? Why is he silent now? Feeling unwell? Go out and get some fresh air, brother. 4th place, Hermann Gunther, kill count, 3677. It was time to announce the top 3. Everyone held their breath, the pace of speech instantly slowed, and all attention was focused on waiting. Who still had the mind to chat? 3rd place, Ambrose Burrell, kill count, 3777. 2nd place, Larkin Hawthorne, kill count, 3985. Thank goodness, no little Sakura. Otherwise, who knows how crazy it would get. Ha, what about you? Maybe the first place will be our Sakura nation. At the moment, it seems that the overall combat strength of the Hawks is indeed much stronger. Who cares, as long as the first place isn't a Sakura person. Next came the highly anticipated moment of revealing the top spot. 1st place, Shenmue, kill count, 23,998. As soon as this number appeared, the chat channel fell completely silent almost instantly. Moments later, question marks flooded the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Ha, did I see that right? Nearly 24,000? That's terrifying. Even if you remove the first 2, it's still far more than the 2nd place. Sakura fans, say something. Don't be silent. Is this Shenmue really human? He's too strong. At the same time, the focus returned to the man and woman in front. The woman exclaimed excitedly, so, he's Shenmue, the one who ranks first on both lists. The man was speechless, completely crushed by the enormous gap, his face filled with shame. Yesterday, he had given his all and only managed to kill 12 monsters. Such a disparity was like heaven and earth, utterly impossible to catch up. He completely gave up, convinced that he could never surpass in this lifetime. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. Afterward, it was time for the announcement of the heavenly rankings. First place, Chen Mu. As soon as the top name was revealed, no one was surprised. Who could reasonably question it? Shouldn't the one who killed over 20,000 zombie monsters be ranked first? Who else deserves the top spot? Claim the Earth ranking reward? Claim successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an elite difficulty trial card ×1. Would you like to claim the leaderboard reward? Claim successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one skill lottery chance. Seeing this lottery opportunity, Chen Mu smiled. Without hesitation, he immediately used it, hoping to draw a more powerful skill. Even if he didn't win, it didn't matter. After all, the system had his back. The advantage of having dual systems was right here. If one system wasn't reliable, the other could make up for it. Skill lottery in progress. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill execution. Checking the skill details, after acquiring this skill, Chen Mu could see the health bars of zombies and monsters he faced. As long as their health dropped to a certain level, the execution effect would be triggered, instantly killing the opponent. And it couldn't be resisted. Extremely violent. Of course, the more violent part is yet to come. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill execution, automatically upgraded to SSS level execution. After checking, Chen Mu learned that the biggest difference between SSS level and A level lies in the execution trigger threshold being raised. Raised to what? 50%. Originally, it was only 5%. In other words, for others, zombies and monsters have one life. For Chen Mu, they only have half a life. For such an additional skill, what more could Chen Mu possibly criticize? Not to mention, it's so powerful. Chen Mu couldn't wait to test the power of this skill. Coincidentally, he had just received an elite difficulty trial card from the Earth ranking rewards. He opened the system backpack and found the trial card. Phew, take it out. Standing on the rooftop, the gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of commotion. He pinched the trial card between two fingers and flung it out. The familiar vortex gate opened once again. Stepping into the vortex gate and emerging once more, even though Chen Mu was mentally prepared, the scene before him still left him stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected it to be such a sight. The place had a distinct medieval castle style, built from blocks of bluestone bricks. The semicircular windows lacked glass, replaced instead by wooden strips woven into a leaf vein pattern. However, more striking than these details is the mountain of gold coins right in front of him. That's right, gold coins everywhere, mixed with gold artifacts, golden swords, crowns, and gemstones, countless treasures. Kicking open a treasure chest, it was filled to the brim with gold and silver jewelry. If it were the world before his rebirth, and he could travel to this place, Chen Mu would surely be overjoyed. With so many gold coins, if he could take them all back, he could easily become the richest man, ensuring a worry-free life for himself and his family for generations. Strange, why haven't I seen any zombie monsters? Chen Mu frowned slightly, showing confusion. Could it be that this so-called trial ground is actually a reward stage? But with so many gold coins, what good is it if I take them? Just as Chen Mu was thinking this, he suddenly felt that something was off. At first, he thought it was quite normal for the piled-up gold coins to flow naturally because they were stacked too high. However, gradually, he realized that these gold coins seemed to have a will of their own, as if they wanted to engulf him. The gold coins surged up to his ankles, firmly trapping him and refusing to let him break free. With even the slightest force, he would feel pain. Although the edges of the coins were not sharp, they pressed against him uncomfortably with their unyielding hardness. Chen Mu's heart trembled, suspecting that these gold coins were monsters themselves. He snapped his fingers, summoning a dragon head. As the dragon's mouth opened, it spewed scorching dragon breath. Under the searing flames, the gold coins seemed to feel pain and scattered away. Immediately, the coins quickly coalesced and took on a humanoid form. Compared to the water giant with a similar appearance, this gold coin giant is made of gold, with dazzling blue light flickering in its eyes. The only noticeable difference is that the gold coin giant does not wear a knight's helmet. It thrusts its hands toward the dragon's head. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gold coins swept toward the dragon head like a tornado. But before the coins could touch the dragon head, they were melted into liquid by the scorching heat and flowed downward. Chen Mu waved his hand, causing the dragon head to dissipate. Why not press the advantage? The reason is simple. Melting a large amount of gold coins in this space is extremely detrimental to him. After all, his body is not made of gold and cannot withstand the refining flames. After the dragon breath was withdrawn, the gold coin giant did not spare him. Its arms pointed at Chen Mu, pouring out a massive amount of gold coins. Such an enormous amount of gold coins falling down is enough to crush a person to death. This might be the way many people dream of dying, but it was definitely not what Chen Mu desired. He instantly flashed to the back of the gold coin giant, a handful of fine powder appearing in his hand, which he scattered. The poisonous mist immediately spread to every corner of the ancient castle, yet it had no effect on the gold gold coins. The gold coin giant quickly turned around, a golden tornado roaring toward him, pounding the walls with a series of bangs, leaving dense scratches. Shenmue donned the armor of the earth, transforming into a 5 or 6 meter tall stone giant as towering as the gold coin giant, blocking the fused golden tornado with one hand. He trudged with difficulty through the sea of gold coins, approaching the gold coin giant. Entering the attack range, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck fiercely at its body. The gold coin giant's body instantly shattered, leaving a large hole, but it was quickly filled and repaired by swirling gold coins. The health bar barely dropped, decreasing by less than 1%. That 1% of damage was caused by the initial dragon flame breath. The principle of mutual generation and restraint in the 5 elements? Only fire restrains metal? Shenmue muttered to himself. He turned and walked toward the wall. The golden tornado raged on the body but failed to cause any harm, leaving the body completely motionless. The fist was raised and struck fiercely against the castle wall. Unexpectedly, it was discovered that the wall was indestructible. It seems this place has restricted the activity area, Shenmue concluded in his heart. He maintains the armor of the earth, leveraging his defensive advantage, while gathering flames at the top of the ancient castle. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. The flames keep expanding, growing larger and larger, like a massive fireball, with layers of flames surging within. Several rings of fire rotated and intertwined around the flames, gradually expanding the diameter of the fireball. Since only gold could counter fire, Shenmue decided to save up his ultimate move and take this guy down in one strike. As long as the health bar drops to 50%, the execution effect can be triggered. In the blink of an eye, the top of the ancient castle had completely turned into a sea of fire. Shenmue's hands fell. The flames instantly went out of control, surging like a tide and cascading down like a waterfall with an indescribable ferocity. The texture of the flames resembled scorching lava, madly washing over the gold coin giant and the mountain of gold coins, engulfing and wrapping them entirely, gradually melting them. Melting further. In the blink of an eye, the lava had submerged up to the gold coin giant's waist. Shenmue looked up and saw the health bar plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. 99%, 92%, 87%. For some reason, upon seeing the monster's health bar, Shenmue suddenly felt a surge of confidence, as if even a god descending from the heavens might not easily defeat it. 63%, 59%, 54%. By now, the sea of flames had engulfed the inconspicuous neck of the golden coin giant. Beneath it, a large number of coins had melted into liquid, rendering them unable to restore its body. 52%, 51%, 50%. Boom! The gold giant instantly shattered and disintegrated, everything returned to silence, and it no longer had the strength to resist. All the gold coins were completely melted into liquid, mixing with the sea of fire released by Shenmue, their color even more dazzling than the sunset outside the window. Gold giant successfully slain. Congratulations to the host for clearing the elite trial grounds. Mission rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Slayer Holy Sword +1, Universal Gold Coins X100,000, and Replenishment Liquid X5. The other rewards were easy to understand, but the Universal Gold Coins left Shenmue puzzled. After clicking to check, he realized that these coins could be used for any transaction, even substituting for kill points to purchase items in the system store, with an exchange rate of 1-to-1. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called universal. At the moment, aside from the system store and substituting for kill points, Shenmue couldn't think of any other uses for the coins. The key issue was that he wasn't lacking kill points either. He still had tens of thousands in used at hand. Forget it, let's keep it for now. It'll come in handy someday, Shenmue thought to himself. Soon after, the vortex gate slowly opened. Shenmue had no intention of staying in the ancient castle for long. There was nothing here worth his attachment. Wearing the earth armor, he stepped out. Who goes there? A monster. What kind of joke is this? I've never heard of a monster suddenly appearing like this. Don't just stand there, take it down. Shenmue never expected that the exit of the vortex gate would open right in someone else's stronghold this time. He watched as the 4 people beside him picked up their firearms one after another, raising their gun barrels and aiming their dark, hollow sights at him. I can only say, this whirlpool gate really knows how to pick a spot. Could it be that it's truly afraid of me getting bored? Explaining that he is human and it's just the effect of a skill, Shenmue doesn't expect the other party to listen. The 4 people are gathered around the campfire, and nearby, chicken wings skewered on iron sticks are ready to be grilled. Da. One person pulled the trigger, instantly dragging the other 3 back to reality, and simultaneously pulled the trigger themselves. At this moment, if one doesn't act decisively, the one to lose their life will definitely be themselves. Although the monster before them is massive in size, perhaps its movements are sluggish? In comparison, they are not entirely without an advantage. Bang! Boom! Dust and smoke rose everywhere. Just as the young man was pondering, Shenmue had already thrown a punch, crashing down like a meteor from the heavens. Splat! Splash! Blood splattered everywhere, staining the clothes of the other 3. slowly. Eyes tightly shut, then slowly opened. The sensation on the face was instantly magnified, clearly feeling the thick blood slowly flowing down. Shenmue's movements froze, completely unprepared for the fact that the stone giant, despite its seemingly cumbersome body, could strike so fast it was almost a blur, barely visible to the naked eye. They were already intensely focused. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level accuracy enhancement, automatically upgraded to SSS level perfect accuracy. This is different from SSS level firearm mastery. The perfect accuracy effect of this skill is not limited to firearm weapons and is completely unrestricted. Whether it's throwing stones, flying knives, hidden weapons, all hit their target perfectly. Spread out. Use skills. Bullets are completely ineffective against this guy. The man seemed to be the leader and the soul of the team. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two immediately retreated quickly. They chose to drop their firearms rather than put them back into the system backpack, as that would waste too much time and mental effort. As long as they stayed alive, they could pick them up later. After all, the guns wouldn't run away on their own. A long-handled grenade appeared out of thin air in the bespectacled man's hand. He pulled the pin, releasing billowing black smoke, and then flung it toward Shenmue. The grenade spun through the air. Although the explosion was quite powerful, to Shenmue, it was nothing more than a slight tremor. If he hadn't deliberately tried to feel it, he might have completely ignored it. After all, this was an SSS level skill with both offensive and defensive capabilities. If it could be easily breached by F or E level skills, wouldn't that be a joke? Damn it! The man with glasses, unwilling to give up, pulled out a long-handled grenade, removed the fuse, and hurled it fiercely. Bang! The effect was still negligible, far from causing even a scratch on Shenmue's foot. How could this happen? The man with glasses collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his hands behind him, his legs weak, his entire body filled with a sense of helplessness. He had never encountered such a terrifying monster before. Don't give up, the captain ordered again. Thanks to the man with glasses buying time, his skill required a long casting time and could not be interrupted. A formation diagram had been drawn on the muddy ground with tree branches, glowing red light flickered, and a rust-covered knight slowly emerged, holding a giant sword, standing over 2 meters tall. Is this a summoning skill? Shenmue was quite interested in it. Take it down, the captain ordered. The knight responded, gripping the sword with both hands and raising it upright, then charged toward Shenmue, emitting clanking sounds as if it might fall apart at any moment. Upon closer inspection, faint cracks could be seen beneath the rust. It might be fine against ordinary zombies, but when facing slightly stronger elite monsters, this knight would only be smashed into scrap metal with a single punch. Seconds, instant kill? The captain retreated in despair, tripping over his feet and falling to the ground. Shenmue walked up to him, reached out, and grabbed his head. With a forceful grip of his 5 fingers, the sound of bones cracking was faint, and blood oozed out from between his fingers. He let go, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. The head was severely deformed, abstractly resembling a bizarre painting. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level Knight Summoning skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level Knight Summoning. No longer limited by the number of summons, the knights are no longer rusty scraps of iron. You can also choose weapon types such as shields, two-handed swords, battle axes, broadswords, warhammers, and flails. Each knight can survive for 24 hours after being summoned, disappearing automatically when the time is up, or they can be actively recalled. With only 2 people left, Shenmue doesn't intend to let either of them go. In a world like this, peaceful coexistence is nothing but a luxury. Brief tranquility is meaningless. When faced with life and death or immense interests, hidden beastly instincts will erupt in an instant. Smack! Bang! Bang! 5 fingers tightly clenched, forming a large pit. Boom! Boom! The compacted soil and rock mixture ball was hurled at the two, hitting them with perfect accuracy and unleashing its full power. Under the immense impact, the upper bodies of the two were instantly shattered, with bright red fan-shaped blood splatters scattering everywhere. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level grenade generation skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level infinite high explosive chain grenades. Before the upgrade, 3 long-handled grenades were automatically generated daily. After the upgrade, the quantity becomes unlimited. The explosion range is massive, and it can detonate 3 times in succession. Wherever you go, explosions follow. It's practically a walking bomb. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-grade equipment basic enhancement skill, automatically upgraded to SSS grade random equipment enhancement. F-grade skills can improve firearm shooting speed, accuracy, destructive power, etc., or enhance the hardness and sharpness of daggers, while SSS grade random equipment enhancement is even more terrifying. Shenmue picked up the rifle on the ground and confirmed the enhancement. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a grenade launcher. The number of enhancements is unlimited, but the same object can only be enhanced once. If enhancements were infinitely stacked, Shenmue could soon create a world-destroying artifact. Nevertheless, this system is still perverse, especially for already powerful weapons and equipment. The effects are even more astonishing. watching. After confirming no one was around, Shenmue put away the earth armor, walked to the fire, and began roasting the meat that the four hadn't had time to eat. The flames crackled, and the bright red color of the meat gradually darkened. Judging by the number of chairs, there should be 2 more people here. This stone was clearly transported by someone, with traces clearly visible. During this time today, Shenmue had already killed enough and wanted to enjoy a moment of peace. The place he was in was an abandoned basketball court surrounded by fences. In all directions, the formation automatically appeared. One by one, iron-armored knights nearly 3 meters tall slowly emerged, gripping their swords tightly with both hands, the blades pointing straight down, standing with effortless grace. There are 12 knights, spaced a few meters apart, standing guard with swords at the edge of the basketball court's fence. Anyone, whether human, zombie, or monster, who approaches will be immediately struck down with a sword. The chicken wings were almost done, achieving a crispy exterior and tender interior, though the flavor was somewhat bland. There was only the natural taste of the chicken itself, salt, soy sauce, MSG. None of these were present. Unfortunately, such seasonings couldn't be purchased from the system's mall, which mainly sold ready-to-eat food that required no further cooking. It is estimated that the designer never expected anyone to have the mood for an open-air barbecue in this world of slaughter. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. There was no other way. Shenmue could only open the World Trading Center and casually pick up the grenade launcher that had just been upgraded from a rifle beside him. This thing was of little use to him, as its power was far inferior to the high-explosive chain mines. The power of a high-explosive chain mine is enough to instantly blast a basketball court, leaving the ground sunken by 1 or 2 meters. Grenade launcher comes with 6 grenades, swap and some barbecue-friendly seasoning. As soon as the post was published, 7 or 8 replies popped up immediately. Shenmue again. Is it that number 1 on both leaderboards? Surely, who else would trade a grenade launcher for barbecue seasoning? Why, I'm still struggling to get by, while others can leisurely barbecue. Boss, wait for me. I won't sleep anymore. I'll go look for it right now. Shenmue couldn't help but frown. These guys, don't they sleep at night? Clinging to someone powerful, seeking sponsorship, and even showing off good figures and long legs are not uncommon. Shenmue had no interest in this and directly chose to ignore it. He was still patiently waiting for the barbecue seasoning, just wanting to eat his fill and have a good sleep. A considerable list of items had already been refreshed on the right side of the screen. For example, ketchup and salad dressing, though small in quantity, always felt odd to Shenmue when paired with barbecue. He decided to wait patiently. Fortunately, the weather was hot enough, so there was no need to worry about the chicken wings cooling down quickly. The cooked ones were set aside, and he continued with the next batch. There are more than 30 pieces in total, enough for Shenmue to eat his fill. Meanwhile, near the basketball court, on the ornamental hill shaped like a gold ingot, the duo who had gone to a nearby supermarket to search for resources and try their luck finding salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings returned empty-handed. They sensed something was off and stopped in their tracks. My eyesight isn't good. Can you help me check if a few people are missing? Also, what exactly are those things by the wall? The crew-cut man raised his hand and patted his companion's shoulder. The man with glasses raised his hand and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his middle finger. Old Lou and the others met with misfortune. We can't go back. Met with misfortune. What kind of misfortune? The crew-cut man hurriedly turned his head and questioned the man with glasses. The guy sitting by the fire, I've never seen him before. There are obvious signs of a fight on the ground, with blood splattered 1 or 2 meters away. Do you think, under these circumstances, old Lou and the others have any chance of survival? The man with glasses turned his head and locked eyes with him, asking, damn it, let's go avenge old Lou and the others. The crew-cut man, considering himself deeply loyal, felt this matter couldn't just be left unresolved. I advise you to save your energy. The man with glasses raised his hand to block the chest of the crew-cut man. Don't you want to know what those things by the wall are? Iron Knights, 12 in total, newer and taller than Xiao Zhang's knights. We couldn't even beat Xiao Zhang's lousy knights. Are you sure you can defeat these 12 enhanced knights? The crew-cut man fell silent, feeling as though his body could no longer take a step forward. The man with glasses lowered his arm. Stop thinking about it. While there's still a chance, hurry up and run. That guy's skill is at least S level, maybe even higher. S class? Upon hearing these 2 words, the crew-cut man said no more, nodded, and quickly retraced his steps. His heart was filled with gratitude toward the man with glasses. If it weren't for his intervention, he might have already been hacked into a bloody pulp by those 12 Iron Knights. S-class skills are indeed not to be underestimated. White sesame seeds, 5 small bottles, 5 spice powder, 3 small bottles, black pepper powder, 3 small bottles, barbecue seasoning, 8 small bottles, chili powder, 5 small bottles, pepper salt, 5 small bottles, Sichuan pepper powder, 5 small bottles. A total of 9 types of seasonings, with a wide variety and a considerable quantity, adding up to dozens of bottles. Shenmue did not hesitate and directly agreed to the transaction. Boom! Transaction successful. Grenade launcher 1, grenade 6. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 small bottles of white sesame, 3 small bottles bottles of 5 spice powder, 3 small bottles of black pepper powder.
Qin Lu?
Shenmue sprinkled seasoning on the chicken wings while checking the trader's information, feeling that the name seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before.
Wait a minute.
He suddenly remembered that the person who traded with him last time seemed to be this woman as well. Without thinking much, he picked up a chicken wing covered in seasoning, took a bite, and the flavor instantly elevated to a whole new level. The crispy and glossy chicken skin, paired with white sesame seeds and various seasonings, is simply amazing. These freshly grilled chicken wings taste so much better than that canned beef. Trade partner Qin Lu has sent you a private message.
Do you accept? Ha! Didn't I disable the private message feature a long time ago?
Shenmue paused his action of gnawing on the chicken bone, feeling puzzled. If private messages weren't blocked, opening the World Trading Center would be filled with all kinds of people trying to cling to,
others begging for support or asking for shelter.
He couldn't stand it, so he simply turned off the feature to avoid the annoyance.
Could it be that the trading partner is outside the rules?
Shenmue was curious about what the other party wanted from him, so he chose to agree.
I've got some items here that might interest you. I want to continue trading with you. Do you still have firearms or weapons? Attached catalog. Semi-finished spicy crayfish x 10 bags. 2 4 cans of seafood.
Business genuine leather shoes plus vintage suit. To be honest, upon closer inspection, Shenmue seemed quite interested in many things. It is reasonable to believe that Qin Lu had just raided an abandoned mall. Luck was on her side, and she reaped a good harvest. At this moment, Shenmue's gaze was drawn to an item. Solar-powered / rechargeable mobile RV.
An RV?
If I had this, I'd never have to worry about not having a clean and comfortable place to sleep again.
Shenmue immediately replied, yes. How many do you need? Qin Lu replied, the more, the better.
Shenmue stood up and picked up the 3 rifles scattered on the ground. He was well aware that Qin Lu sought him out because the weapons in the system shop were too ordinary, far inferior to the super weapons he had enhanced with his skills. As long as he had the SSS skill of random equipment enhancement, Shenmue, as a weapons dealer, naturally took priority over the system shop.
Enhancing in progress. Enhancement successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secondary explosion effect.
Secondary explosion effect?
Shenmue studied it carefully and discovered that as long as the bullets fired by this gun hit the target, no matter how ordinary, they would trigger secondary explosion damage. A single bullet can deal double or even triple the damage. This is something the firearms in the system shop cannot achieve. Set it aside for now. He picked up another rifle and continued enhancing.
Enhancing in progress. Enhancement successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the burning effect. As the name suggests, bullets hitting the target will carry a burning effect, causing continuous damage.
Set it aside for now, then enhance the last gun. Enhancing in progress. Enhancement successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bullet tracking effect.
The bullets fired by this gun have a certain tracking ability. Although not 100% accurate, they can automatically correct trajectories that deviate within 30 centimeters of the target.
For ordinary players, the enhancement effects of any of these 3 guns are equivalent to F-level or even E-level skills. But for Shenmue, these enhanced weapons are just beautiful junk in his backpack, far less cost-effective than the RV.
Isn't it more convenient to directly release skills?
Rifles don't have the explosive and satisfying output feeling of a Vulcan Gatling. On the other side, Qin Lu, still waiting for Shenmue's reply, stared intently at the virtual screen, her 10 fingers clenched into fists, feeling both nervous and uneasy.
Is it because my attitude wasn't good enough? Why did the messages suddenly stop?
Just as she was thinking this, a folded item list suddenly popped up on the screen. Qin Lu immediately placed her hand on her chest, let out a long sigh of relief, and then opened the list.
At first glance, it looked like an ordinary weapon.
She clicked to view the details and instantly widened her beautiful eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, secondary explosion,
burn damage, and bullet tracking?
This far exceeded her expectations.
Each item taken out is enough to rival F-level or even E-level skills. Who is this person, and where did such a master come from?
Qin Lu had browsed through the heaven and earth rankings and knew that Shenmue had consistently held the top spot for 2 consecutive days, with an astonishing number of kills. She was aware of Shenmue's extraordinary strength, but never imagined that he was wealthy enough to bring out weapons of this caliber for resource exchange.
Qin Lu simply couldn't fathom what Shenmue's backpack might look like.
Her imagination was limited by her own weakness.
Shenmue, how about it? Qin Lu, excellent. Please post it over there.
After Shenmue replied no problem, he opened the World Trading Center, edited, and confirmed the post.
The comments section immediately became lively. Front row catching the big shot. The bullets actually explode a second time?
After hitting, they can also cause burn damage.
The bullets even track targets.
These guns feel stronger than my skills.
Be confident, don't say I feel. As expected, a big shot is a big shot.
Even the things they casually discard are beyond our reach. This time, before everyone could lavish praise on Shenmue, the system prompted that the transaction was successful. The post's reply function was closed, and within half a minute, its waiting weight was reduced and set to private, viewable only by the two parties involved in the transaction. Shenmue looked at the nearly 6-meter-long RV in front of him and the dazzling array of items displayed on the virtual panel, unexpectedly discovering that Qin Lu had put everything on the trading list. Initially, he had only set his sights on this RV. After shutting down the system, Shenmue eagerly opened the car door and stepped inside. 2 words: spotless. Kitchen, bathroom, shower room, bedroom. Though the space wasn't large, it had everything one could need. Lying on the bed, it turned out to be a Simmons mattress. His whole body instantly relaxed. He closed his eyes but suddenly opened them wide again, sitting up. Shenmue muttered to himself, random equipment enhancement, could it apply not just to firearms and weapons? Does an RV count as equipment too? He wasn't sure, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was better to try it out himself. Would you like to upgrade and enhance the RV? It can be done like this? Shenmue's face was full of surprise. Of course, it needs to be enhanced. Enhancing in progress. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a military-grade off-road RV. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss the system panel so it wouldn't block his view, allowing him to fully appreciate this colossal beast. A black chassis paired with a military green body, square and solid, resembling a fortress with maxed-out defense. The steel plates were thick, impervious to ordinary handgun and rifle bullets, and the window glass was of 5-star bulletproof grade. The vehicle leaned towards a truck-like design, equipped with 8 wheels. On the lift at the rear, there was even a black motorcycle with sharp edges and an extremely cool appearance, perfect for short-distance travel. The vehicle was approximately 12 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters high. It featured an independent bedroom, a living room sofa area, and a liftable table. The most unique aspect was its 2-story structure, with a foldable and retractable roof. It was equipped with air conditioning, a rainwater collection system, and an automatic water filtration system, capable of efficiently utilizing thermal energy for charging. The overall design incorporated a lot of wood and metallic tones, exuding a high-end and elegant vibe, while also giving off a warm and cozy home-like feeling. It was incomparable to the previous small RV. Trading 3 casually enhanced guns for such a treasure, Shenmue felt it was an extremely worthwhile deal. He took off his shoes, lay down on the double bed, and felt the soft mattress conforming to his body. Shenmue didn't forget to turn on the air conditioner, and a wave of coolness swept over him. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything, he just wanted to rest well. After eating and drinking his fill, it was time to sleep. Tomorrow, the world would surely find new ways to torment him again. Without replenishing his energy, how could he cope? There was absolutely no need to worry about wasting electricity by using the air conditioner. Heat energy? Shenmue wasn't short of a little flame. The system had also confirmed that, as long as there was sufficient heat, the RV's conversion system would activate and store electrical energy. In other words, he himself was a walking source of infinite energy. He fell asleep quickly. However, not long after he had drifted off, a group of people appeared near the basketball court. What a huge RV. There must be plenty of food inside. If we take this vehicle, we'll be rich. Sleeping with the lights on at night? Clearly, they've never experienced the harshness of society. Let's teach them how to survive properly. Wait, look beside the vehicle, those tall dark shadows. People? Impossible, how could people be that enormous? The RV emitted a faint, yellowish light. The light source was quite far away, so they couldn't clearly see the knight's full appearance. Little monkey, take the flashlight and go have a closer look. What exactly are those things? The leader of the group, a man named Zhou Chaowei, coldly ordered the skinny boy. Okay. The boy responded reluctantly. Holding the nearly dead, flickering flashlight, he slowly approached, taking on the role of a scout. When he was about 2 or 3 meters away from the wire fence, the little monkey stopped in his tracks, slowly raised the flashlight at an angle, and the beam landed squarely on the knight's helmet. The T-shaped visor on the helmet was pitch black, revealing nothing. The heavy atmosphere around him filled him with fear. He took a few steps back but failed to notice the protruding stone underfoot, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to cry out, he immediately raised both hands to cover his mouth. After all, having managed to survive in this cruel, murderous world until now, he had at least gained this bit of experience. Cold sweat kept dripping, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. He tried to stand up but felt powerless, so he could only prop himself up with his hands, push against the ground with his legs, and retreat bit by bit. A few steps took him 7 or 8 minutes to struggle back to Zhou Chaowei and the others. What happened? What did you see? The group helped the little monkey up. The flashlight's beam was faint, and they stood far away, only vaguely seeing a bit of outline. It looks like a person, but they firmly believe that such a tall person cannot exist. Moreover, if it were a human, why wouldn't the little monkey attack when it's so close? A knight, an iron knight, holding a giant sword. We should leave quickly. The little monkey looked at Zhou Chaowei with pleading eyes. He was still young, with a bright future ahead, and had no desire to die. A knight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chaowei crossed his arms and rested his chin thoughtfully. He immediately turned his head to look at the RV, suddenly raised his right fist and struck his left left palm, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with sudden realization, "I understand."
"Boss, what do you understand?" someone asked. "This is actually a test. As long as we pass it, we can win that RV as a reward."
Zhou Chaowei openly shared his thoughts. He understood that it was impossible to win the RV on his own, he would need the help of his comrades.
Equivalent to a game dungeon? But there are so few of us, can we manage? How would we know without trying?
Besides, don't forget, among the 5 of us, we have 2 E-level skills and 3 F-level skills.
We've only been here for a few days, still in the novice stage. No matter how strong the monsters are, how strong can they really be? It's enough, Zhou Chaowei analyzed confidently.
Seeing the group's grim faces in hesitation, he seized the moment and added, "With that RV, we won't have to endure the elements anymore.
Sleeping on beds, sofas, enjoying air conditioning, life could be so much more comfortable." One sentence, are we doing it or not?
If not, let's leave and sell this information to a powerful guild.
Maybe we can trade it for some food and water. Damn.
Another member of the team with an E-level skill decided to give it a shot. Perhaps that RV really could turn into a motorcycle.
I'm in too. Agreed. With both comrades possessing E-level skills having expressed their stance, naturally, no one dared to back down.
Feeling everyone's gaze turning toward him, the little monkey could only sigh and nod in agreement. Everyone got ready and pulled out their firearms and weapons. Zhou Chaowei walked at the front. He possessed an E-level Iron Man skill, which, when activated, turned the skin of his upper body into steel, greatly enhancing his defense and even blocking bullets. He served as the tank in the team, drawing aggro. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The crowd slowly approached, the distance gradually narrowing. Finally, they reached within 1 meter. Looking up, the towering Iron Knight brought a visual impact that made their hearts race instantly. 2 meters. Suddenly, a streak of red light lit up beneath the knight's helmet, sweeping out like flames from within. Immediately after, the great sword planted in front of them moved.
Not good. Quick! Zhou Chaowei was just about to order a retreat to enable ranged attacks.
Unexpectedly, the knight moved extremely fast, slashing his sword at the little monkey and another F-level skill holder, cutting the other 3 in half. Zhou Chaowei's Iron Man skill was like a hot knife slicing through cheese in front of this two-handed greatsword, offering no resistance.
Blood splattered all over the 2 of them. Without further ado, everyone immediately took to their heels and ran like mad.
The Iron Knight lifted a foot, effortlessly stomping down the iron mesh fence, then hurled his sword like a javelin.
The wind howled, dust flew. Thud! Ha!
The little monkey glanced sideways and clearly saw its companion's chest instantly pierced by the great sword, which skewered them to the ground at an angle, their feet dangling in the air.
In less than half a second, the companion breathed their last.
The little monkey dared not think further, quickly pulling itself together and scrambling into the small forest, rolling and crawling.
Only one thought remained in its mind: escape, as far as possible. Otherwise, certain death awaited.
The Iron Knight walked to the great sword, gripped the hilt, pulled out the blade deeply embedded in the ground, and with a flick, the corpse detached from the blade and flew 7 or 8 meters away. Afterward, the Iron Knight returned to his original position, planted the sword with both hands, and continued to stand guard, protecting Shenmue's safety. Meanwhile, Shenmue was completely unaware of all this, sound asleep. On one hand, his sleep quality was excellent. On the other hand, the soundproofing of this RV was superb.
Crisis perception? Don't be ridiculous, those people weren't even qualified to trigger any alarms. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Iron Man, automatically upgraded to SSS level liquid metal transformation. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill trap placement, automatically upgraded to SSS level trap master.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill slow vision, automatically upgraded to SSS level slow vision.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill linked damage, automatically upgraded to SSS level linked damage.
Not to mention detecting their presence, Shenmue didn't even realize he had gained 4 SSS level skills.
Other players would probably never dream that obtaining SSS level skills could be so effortless. Huff, puff, huff, puff. On the other side, how far had he run?
The little monkey wasn't sure. He only knew that his chest felt like it was about to explode. His breathing was extremely rapid, and he could barely catch his breath. With one hand clutching his chest and the other supporting himself against a tree trunk, he slowly bent his knees and collapsed to the ground. After catching his breath a little, he turned back to confirm there were no pursuers behind him, and the heart that had been lodged in his throat finally eased somewhat. The mental shock brought by the knight's 2 strikes was still deeply imprinted in his mind. After all, that was just one night, and there were more than a dozen others who hadn't even made a move yet. Thinking of Zhou Chaowei's confident and composed expression when facing them, the little monkey couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really don't know where you all get such confidence. Luckily, he had been clever enough to stand toward the back, otherwise, he might have ended up like those corpses, slain by the knight's sword. Even now, the thought filled him with lingering fear, his heart still unsettled. Leaning against the tree trunk, he sat on the ground to continue resting. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with with lead, he truly couldn't run anymore. He even thought to himself, maybe he should just sleep here for a while. Suddenly, a sentence Zhou Qiaowei had said before his death flashed through his mind. If you don't want to do it, leave. Sell this information to those powerful guilds. Maybe you can trade it for some food and water. Now, the entire team was reduced to just Little Monkey, and all the food resources were controlled by Zhou Qiaowei. He only had half a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water left, with nothing else. Smack! If he couldn't find a backer soon, he definitely wouldn't survive in this extreme environment. He thought to himself, if I sell this information to those powerful guilds, even though I'm only F-ranked, I might be able to join them and seek protection. Even if I can't join, trading it for some food would be good enough. Thinking of this, the little monkey immediately summoned the virtual panel, entered the guild page, and began searching for nearby guilds. The top-ranked guild was one called Vulture. The guild feature had just been opened not long ago, and they had already expanded to nearly 100 members. Right now, they must be lacking resources and manpower to strengthen their power and solidify their position. My appearance is practically a godsend. So he quickly applied to join the guild. 1 kilometer away, Dan Addis, the guild leader occupying an abandoned school as the guild's headquarters, saw that a mere F-level skill holder wanted to join his guild and moreover, was a Daxia native. He immediately rejected the application. Unexpectedly, the next second, the applicant sent another request. Addis was about to reject it again but suddenly stopped, his hand hovering in midair. This time, the application included an additional message. Please do not refuse. I have a very important resource message to share with you. Resource message? Addis thought to himself. The people of Daxia were always cunning, but he decided to give this guy a chance. Through the conversation, Addis learned about the motorhome and the knights. One sword can kill 2 E-level knights and 1 F-level knight, and there's more than one. Upon learning this, Addis's interest immediately surged. He was absolutely certain that the motorhome was not the only reward. To have 12 such powerful iron knights guarding it, the rewards for clearing it must be substantial. If he could seize this opportunity, his Vulture guild would undoubtedly secure the top spot in the region. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered his subordinates to wake up the still sleeping guild members, as there was an urgent task. There were over 50 people present, while the rest were out searching for food resources and farming monsters. Addis felt that this lineup was sufficient. He himself had a C-level skill, along with a few D-level, over a dozen E-level, and dozens of F-level skill users. With such a formation, what dungeon couldn't they conquer? He set off immediately, driving toward the coordinates provided by Little Monkey. As for Little Monkey, he mustered up his courage again and returned to the basketball court, keeping a certain distance and not daring to get too close, waiting for the main guild force to arrive. 7 or 8 minutes later, the convoy arrived and stopped in front of the basketball court. President, you're here. Seeing so many people, Little Monkey immediately felt relieved, hurriedly stood up from behind the bushes, and ran over. Song Shanshan? Addis confirmed Little Monkey's identity. Yes, I am Song Shanshan, the one who provided you with the information. Song Shanshan nodded. Addis could understand the words, as the system automatically translated them to ensure smooth communication. Looking around and seeing people getting off the bus one after another, Song Shanshan suddenly felt a trace of unease. Why were they all white-skinned? Not a single person from Daxia? Addis turned his head toward the basketball court and suddenly widened his eyes. That RV hit right on his fetish. So handsome, so domineering. He swore that no matter what, he would get it. How much do you know about the situation over there? Addis asked again. The information I know has already been posted in the chat channel and shared with you, President, Song Sanson replied. Is that so? Then you? Before finishing his sentence, Addis suddenly extended his strong, muscular arm and gripped Song Sanson's neck tightly with his 5 fingers. You're useless now. Song Shanshan finally understood the true meaning of, those not of our kind are sure to have different hearts. His frail body was no match for Addis, whose stature was as imposing as a standing black bear. Fight to the end. He knew begging for mercy was futile, so he swiftly drew a dagger from behind and desperately stabbed at Addis. A life for a life. However, the wrist holding the dagger was easily caught by Addis. With a crack, the wrist was twisted and broken. A scream echoed. Immediately after, Addis swiftly twisted and broke Song Sanson's other hand and both legs, as if dealing with a small chicken. Then, he grabbed Song Shanshan's leg and forcefully threw him toward one of the blood-stained sword-wielding Iron Knights. Red eyes lit up. One sword strike split him in half. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level dodge skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level max dodge. Haha, boss, aren't you being too cruel to him? Teased a black man. Just a mere Daxia person, not qualified to join us. Addis's eyes were full of contempt. Everyone, get ready to take down those cowards hiding in scrap metal. Glory belongs to us, the vultures. Addis slammed his fist into his palm, twisting his neck with a cracking sound. Oh, the crowd seemed as if they were injected with adrenaline, their blood boiling as they raised their arms and shouted in response. The crowd dispersed, each group consisting of 5 or 6 people, responsible for dealing with one Iron Knight. This guy, can he really kill 2 E levels and 1 F level with a single sword?
Why is it so hard for me to believe? That guy is from Dacia, and his companions must be from Dacia too. No matter how good the skills are given to them, they can't make them work. Crash. You're absolutely right.
Sigh, the president really shouldn't have killed him so quickly.
At least leave some room and let him witness the gap between us firsthand. Alright, the knight is moving.
I'll go draw its aggro and block the damage.
You guys find a chance to take it down.
With that, one person summoned a steel shield taller than themselves, raised it with both hands, muscles tensed, and advanced toward the Iron Knight. Red eyes lit up, and the blade floated like silk. A giant sword swung straight down with one hand. The fierce wind rose, and the blade gleamed with a sharp cold light under the moonlight. Seeing that blade, the shield bearer still felt a bit uneasy. However, his shield could withstand even a Gatling gun. How could a mere iron sword possibly break through? Resolving himself inwardly, he gripped the handle of the giant shield tightly with both hands. Imagining the moment when the blade strikes the shield, rebounding with full force, then crashing fiercely to knock the Iron Knight to the ground, this would increase the chances of victory.
However, in the next second, as the blade touched the shield, the man's expression instantly froze. A phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind: cuts through iron like mud. The shield he had always been proud of was effortlessly cleaved apart by the blade as if it were made of clay. Run! The thought had just arisen when his hands immediately released the shield. Bang! Squelch! The knight's sword had already fallen. Several companions halted in their tracks, witnessing the man drop to his knees, and after kneeling, his body was split in two from head to groin by the great sword, the blade piercing through his entire body. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-grade giant shield, automatically upgraded to an SSS grade reflective shield. Several individuals were preparing to charge forward, their steps yet to land, but they suddenly halted, frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. This was not their first time working together. They were already well aware of the man's giant shield and its formidable defensive power. Yet the sword before them sliced through the shield as effortlessly as cutting through mud, an exaggeration too extreme to believe. Even witnessing it firsthand, they still found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, on the other side, screams of agony echoed continuously, one after another. Everywhere the eye could see, countless people were cleaved into two, vertically, diagonally, horizontally, their bodies shattered into pieces. Regardless of skill level, all were instantly killed with a single strike. Many didn't even have time to react, as fear gripped their hearts. Previously, no one had imagined that this hunk of iron could achieve such speed and precision in its reactions and sword swings. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Wind Cutting Slash, automatically upgraded to SSS level Tornado Slash. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Tether Absorption, automatically upgraded to SSS level Devouring Chain. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Fire Resistance Increase, automatically upgraded to SSS level Fire Immunity. Compared to the bloody horror outside the RV, Shenmue inside the RV was still sleeping soundly. He gently turned over and rubbed his face. Everyone, retreat, keep your distance. Even Addis, no matter how slow-witted, realized that the situation was extremely dire. These Iron Knights were far from as simple as he had imagined. Even with his sea-level skill, dealing with the Iron Knights was no easy task. Groups of 5 or 6 trying to simultaneously defeat 12 Iron Knights was simply a pipe dream. Working together to find a breakthrough was the wise choice. Slash. However, the swords in the hands of the Iron Knights gave them no time to react or think. The group was still immersed in the shock of the strongest member of their team being instantly killed by a single strike. By the time they came to their senses, the red glow in the Iron Knight's eyes had intensified, and the blood-stained silver blades in their hands gleamed dazzlingly under the moonlight. They were right in front of them. The group was like blades of grass, instantly harvested by the swinging scythe. But unlike grass, which can grow back after being cut, they did not possess such a capability. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Pounce, automatically upgraded to SSS level 10-fold critical pounce. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Hate Attraction, automatically upgraded to SSS level full map monster lure. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Killing Intent, automatically upgraded to SSS level Intimidating Killing Aura. As the number of casualties continued to rise, things took a turn for the worse. The Iron Knights actually knew how to coordinate with each other, launching pincer attacks that left the group helpless and terrified, being slaughtered one sword strike after another. Addis burned with rage, gritting his teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. Do you think I'm a sick cat just because the tiger hasn't shown its might? He swiftly activated his skill, and a black bear puppet, with its limbs and head suspended by thin threads, appeared within the formation in front of him. This was Addis's corpse manipulation skill, and the black bear was the corpse of a creature previously killed by other players that he had picked up. He could only control one puppet at a time, and a mutated black bear of this size was already his limit. Although slightly shorter than the Iron Knight, it appeared much more robust. With his arms outstretched
stretched in thin threads visible only to him, entwined between his fingers. He manipulated the mutated black bear to launch
an attack on the Iron Knight with the dexterity of a pianist. Like a masterful puppeteer, the black bear's movements were fluid and seamless. Bang!
The black bear rammed fiercely into the Iron Knight's abdomen just as it was about to swing its sword at the guild members again.
Clang, clang, clang.
The heavy sound of footsteps echoed as the Iron Knight, raising its long sword, was forced back 3 or 4 steps.
Damn it! A full force charge can only achieve this much?
Addis felt unwilling in his heart, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue controlling the mutated black bear. It charged madly at the Iron Knight, who had
just regained its footing.
As it approached, the bear suddenly reared its massive body, swung its sharp claws, and struck heavily at the protruding chest plate of the Iron Knight.
Sparks flew, standing out vividly in the dark night. Addis was completely stunned. Such a fierce blow hadn't even left a scratch. What on earth was this guy made of? He tried to manipulate the connection line with the mutated black
bear, but it broke at that very moment. As he fell, he landed heavily on the ground, sitting down hard.
With both hands supporting himself, he slowly straightened his back. Bang! The scene before him was crystal clear. The Iron Knight firmly planted one foot on the belly of the mutated black bear, gripping his longsword tightly with both hands, and thrusting it fiercely into the bear's heart. Squelch! Blood stained the armor red.
The Iron Knight drew his sword with one hand and kicked the mutated black bear's corpse flying over 10 meters. Covered in blood and grime, the Iron Knight strode directly toward Addis. Seeing this, Addis hurriedly swung his arm, casting out threads that quickly wrapped around and burrowed into the corpse of a fallen subordinate nearby. The lifeless body, like a marionette, suddenly regained life and stood in front of him. The half-torso corpse was once again shattered into pieces by a single strike from the Iron Knight, the threads snapping instantly.
No, no, please, no. Addis frantically kicked at the ground with his feet, desperately retreating with his hands, trying to put as much distance as possible between them.
Seeing his subordinates fleeing one by one, Addis completely lost his composure and shouted loudly, "Hey,
come back here. Don't run away. I order you to stay." He glanced back and saw the Iron Knight had already raised its greatsword high, the blade blocking half of the silver moon. Addis wanted
to control the corpses to defend himself, but a system notification popped up. Skill on cooldown, remaining time 3 minutes.
Damn it. Help. I don't want to die. With one slash, the corpse was split in two. The Iron Knight knew nothing of mercy. Its sole mission was to protect Shenmue, never allowing the enemy to advance even a single step. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level skill corpse control, automatically upgraded to SSS level Puppet Master. Those who thought they were safe after escaping the 10-meter range turned back, only to see the greatsword shooting forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. It pierced through their bodies
and embedded itself diagonally into the ground.
Blood gushed like a spring along the blade, seeping into the soil and staining the brown earth a deep red. The corpses slowly fell to the ground.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Attack Speed Boost, automatically upgraded to SSS level Infinite Attack Speed Enhancement.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill charge, automatically upgraded to SSS level Savage Collision.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Shield, automatically upgraded to SSS level Sword Formation. Drawing their swords, the Iron Knights moved in perfect unison, their blades still stained with fresh blood.
They swung their greatswords before, plunging the tips into the ground, stacking their hands into fists, and continuing to guard their positions. The red glow in their eyes gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, the red sun rose, and the horizon turned pale white.
Shenmue happened to wake up, groggily opening his eyes before closing them again, seemingly
still unaccustomed to the glaring sunlight outside the window.
Sitting up, he gently twisted his neck with his hand. That sleep was, really comfortable. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually coming into focus.
Then he saw, kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Iron Man, automatically upgraded to SSS level Liquid Metallization. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Trap Placement, automatically upgraded to SSS level Trap Master.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Slow Vision, automatically upgraded to SSS level Slow Vision. Shenmue suspected that there was some kind of bug in the system.
How could he wake up to find himself suddenly possessing dozens of SSS level skills? The system couldn't possibly be so generous as to hand out dozens of top-tier skills for free every day, could it? If such a setting really existed, why would it have waited until today to give them to him?
He closed the system panel, put on his shoes, and opened the car door. The scene before him was a complete mess. The ground was littered with corpses,
leaving him quite shocked.
Looking again at the dried blood on their bodies and swords, as well as the appearance of the Iron Knights, he instantly
understood what had happened last night. He hadn't expected that the 12 Iron Knights he had casually deployed would achieve such a bountiful harvest.
Setting aside the food, water, and ammunition they had acquired, the slaughter points alone from the kills amounted to several thousand.
Heaven really does favor me, people deliver benefits to me even while I sleep.
He glanced around, noticing that most of the corpses were white foreigners.
Alright, your mission is complete. Go back and rest.
At Chen Mu's command, the formation reactivated. All the Iron Knights, as steady as rocks, maintained their original postures as they gradually sank into the ground.
Rumble rumble. Chen Mu did not linger on the basketball court.
He headed straight to the driver's seat, started the RV, and charged out of the basketball court recklessly. In this place littered with corpses, even with Chen Mu's strong mental resilience, the unsettling feeling during breakfast was hard to ignore. Although the road conditions were terrible, with falling rocks and cracks everywhere, thanks to his SSS-level driving master skills, Chen Mu maneuvered the vehicle with ease.
After a dozen minutes, he parked the vehicle in the plaza of a dilapidated government building. The area was spacious, allowing him to detect any movement around at any time, eliminating
the worry of being ambushed by monsters. He also took advantage of the sunlight to store more electricity.
Since heaven is helping me, why bother doing it myself?
Walking into the kitchen, he opened the microwave and took out the spicy crayfish he had exchanged with Qin Lu yesterday. He poured them into a bowl and placed them in the microwave for timed
heating. 2 or 3 minutes later, with a ding, the heating was complete. He took out the crayfish and placed them on the table.
The shells had been thoughtfully peeled by the manufacturer,
saving him the trouble.
Taking out 2 slices of bread, he sandwiched the crayfish in between, pressed them tightly together, and took a bite. The spicy and tender crayfish meat paired with the perfectly textured bread made for an ideal breakfast. After finishing it in a few bites, he drank a bottle of high-fat milk, instantly feeling that life was incredibly wonderful.
New feature activated. Would you like to check it out? Another new feature? So diligent?
Chen Mu casually threw the trash out the window. There was no need to let bugs breed in the room. He immediately confirmed to check, curious about what updates the system had made this time.
Trial tower? It shouldn't be related to the trial grounds unlocked by the trial card, right? Chen Mu wondered.
After some investigation, he roughly understood that the number of levels in the trial tower was unknown, and players needed to clear them one by one. They could choose to team up or challenge.
It's solo.
Completing a level would grant rewards, and the first or fastest player to clear it would receive additional rewards. For Chen Mu, this feature was quite appealing. At least he wouldn't have to roam around looking for monsters to grind, and the one-click access saved a lot of time. The screen displayed only 10 levels, while the higher parts of the tower were
shrouded in thick fog, making it hard to see.
Its appearance resembled asphalt that had melted and solidified again, with intricate patterns and flowing streaks that left a strong impression.
The daily task will be released in 3 minutes. All players, please get ready. Chen Mu was already used to this and didn't find it strange at all.
He instinctively guessed that this task was likely related to the trial tower.
3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The daily task has been released.
This task is a team strategy mission.
Would you like to accept it? Team mission? Chen Mu clicked on the details.
After checking, it was discovered that to accept the task, a team of at least 3 members must be formed.
Teams can either be self-organized or randomly assigned.
Once accepted, participants will be transported to the first floor of the trial tower within 10 minutes.
With an extra reward at stake, Chen Mu naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and opted for random team formation.
After all, there were no other candidates around him.
Although he wanted to
team up with the Iron Knight, the system would certainly not approve.
Teaming up was always beneficial. Perhaps he could even gain a few SSS level skills. Forming team successfully formed.
Including Chen Mu, there were 6 people assigned to the team channel. Not only Chen Mu, but 2 others also chose anonymous identities, while the remaining 3 disclosed their basic information, name and gender.
2 men and 1 woman, namely Zhao Qifa, Wang Xinlin, and Du Yeye.
Du Yeye spoke up, "Let's all work hard together."
No one responded afterward, making the atmosphere quite awkward. The team is formed and is being transported to the trial tower. Bang! Transport successful.
In the blink of an eye, Chen Mu and his group appeared at the entrance to the first floor of the trial tower.
It was even larger than what was displayed on the virtual panel. About 7 or 8 meters away, all that could be seen was the tower's structure.
Looking up, the top was invisible, shrouded in black mist. Among the 6 people, there were 4 men and 2 women. To be honest, Chen Mu was more worried about whether his RV was safe in his absence than about his teammates. He hadn't had time to assign the Iron Knight to guard it earlier.
In
response, the system replied, "Please rest assured, host.
During the trial tower challenge, all your equipment in the real world will be completely hidden and in an invisible state."
Reading this sentence, Chen Mu felt slightly relieved.
What should we do next? Should we appoint a team leader first? Du Yeye stepped forward, trying to ease the atmosphere. The strongest one should be the leader, right?
Zhao Qifa chimed in, "My name is Zhao Qifa, and I have an E-level skill."
Forest Wang, E-level skill. I'm Yeye Du, and I have an F-level healing skill. Only F-level? Zhao Qifa's eyes showed obvious disdain. It's not something I can decide, Yeye Du responded with a bitter smile.
What about you 3? Zhao Qifa's gaze swept over Chen Mu and the other two anonymous individuals.
F level. I'm also F level,
The two anonymous individuals responded.
However, in Chen Mu's view, they were most likely lying, deliberately hiding their strength and leaving room for contingencies.
In this regard, Chen Mu didn't say much, as he himself thought the same way. Facing a group of strangers, there was no need to reveal all his cards. He said with a faint smile, F level. Looks like the captain will have to be chosen between the two of us, Zhao Qifa said with a hint of provocation in his gaze, staring at Wang Xinlin. Wang Xinlin raised his hand to block in front of him and said with a bitter smile, no need, you can be the captain.
I abstain.
Zhao Qifa let out a cold snort, as if to say, smart choice. Then, he began exercising his captain's authority, raising his hand to command, don't waste time, hurry up and strategize, complete the mission.
Then everyone can go home. None of them responded, not even Du Yeye, who usually tried to lighten the mood.
She seemed to have seen through the interpersonal dynamics here and no longer wanted to waste her efforts.
Everyone was merely trying to use each other to complete the tasks more efficiently and safely.
Once the trial tower was conquered, they would all go their separate ways.
Talk about feelings? That would just be a waste of time.
Moreover, Zhao Qifa's earlier remarks, coupled with his disdainful gaze, made Du Yeye extremely upset, and she had no desire to deal with him. Saying she held a grudge wouldn't be an exaggeration, but constrained by her skill level being inferior to his, she could only swallow her anger.
Bang!
Zhao Qifa said nothing, knowing that speaking more would only make things more awkward. However, he secretly made up his mind. Once he was done using this group, he wouldn't leave a
single one of them behind. He wanted the strategy rewards. The mission completion rewards would be his too. The weapons, kill points, food, and all other resources they had, he wanted them all. He thought to himself, this can't be blamed on me, it's just the nature of a world where people devour each other. Zhao Qifa completely looked down on these 4 F levels. In his eyes, crushing an ant was no different. The only one he needed to be wary of was Wang Xinlin, who, like him, possessed E-level skills. Zhao Qifa decided to observe first, figure out Wang Xinlin's strength, and then consider whether to make a move. At worst, they could split the spoils evenly afterward, taking a small loss himself didn't matter. Coming back to his senses, the group had already stepped through the first floor gate of the trial tower. It looks like a maze. Wang Xinlin shared his opinion. Should we split up? Communicating through the chat channel, I think this way we can explore the entire maze faster, Du Yeye suggested.
Zhao Qifa quickly spoke up, trying to take control of the conversation. Acting alone is too dangerous.
I think it's better to pair up in groups of 2. If something happens, at least we can look out for each other.
In the end, Zhao Qifa and Du Yeye formed a team. Wang Xinlin paired up with another anonymous woman, and Chen Mu partnered with another anonymous man. Conveniently, there were 3 paths ahead. The man was wearing work pants, with a black tank top printed with 3 symbols that were extremely auspicious for players, SSS. His right arm was tattooed with a sleeve design featuring a half-covered woman with a sinister smile. Throughout the journey, the man remained silent, occasionally sneaking glances at Chen Mu. Chen Mu pretended not to notice, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this guy harbored ill intentions toward him. At that moment, a crisis alert suddenly triggered.
Around the corner ahead lurked a special zombie.
Once approached, it would immediately pounce, knock its prey to the ground, and use its sharp teeth to sever the neck. The man seemed to sense the danger as well. He pulled out a dagger about the length of a forearm from behind him, its blade specially designed with a blood groove. To others, it might genuinely seem like he was preparing to deal with the zombie. But Chen Mu, as someone with danger perception abilities, was more aware than anyone. This man had no idea about the existence of zombies. The real reason he drew his knife was to deal with him.
Was it to efficiently gain rewards by killing players? Or was it simply to satisfy his twisted desire to kill?
To be honest, Chen Mu always felt that this man's gaze was very similar to those murderers he had seen on TV before. Thinking of this, Chen Mu immediately quickened his pace. The man was startled for a moment, then quickly sped up his pace to follow closely. Chen Mu directly triggered the danger zone, and the zombie instantly leaped out from behind the wall.
He sidestepped and easily dodged the zombie's attack.
The man was about to strike with his knife, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu's figure flickered, and a zombie was seen lunging toward his side.
No time to react. A loud bang.
Knocked to the ground by a zombie on the spot, its bloodstained mouth full of sharp teeth wide open, aiming straight for his neck to bite.
The man reacted quickly, hurriedly using both hands to firmly hold the zombie's jaw.
The crimson maw was inches away, almost filling the man's entire field of vision, as if one bite could easily sever his head.
This zombie was completely different from the ones Chen Mu had encountered before, more tattered.
Indeed, it was truly tattered, with its skin and flesh severely weathered and peeling off, hanging in strands like an old, dusty web of cobwebs. It was hunched over, its head smooth and bald, shaped like a deformed skull, and its back was covered with thorn-like spikes of varying sizes and lengths. Its chest was severely damaged, with broken ribs exposed to the air, completely devoid of any skin or flesh covering, and because it was hunched over, its full appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Faintly visible, the entire body was hollow, with no trace of internal organs. Large patches of skin and flesh had fallen off the arm, exposing shriveled red muscle, resembling dried meat. Most of the forearm and fingers were the same color, with bones clearly visible. The number of fingers was double that of a normal person, and each finger, lacking skin and flesh, looked like a sharp blade. The soles and toes were also unusually sharp and coarse. When it opened its mouth to the limit, from Chen Mu's perspective, it looked as if it had dislocated. From the front, its face was narrow and elongated like a shoehorn, its eyes tightly sealed by skin, and a dark red sun pattern was etched on its forehead. The upper lip had lost its covering of flesh, exposing distinct fawn-like sharp teeth. The lower lip and the sharp canine teeth inside the mouth were layered, imagining that if bitten, one would surely lose a significant amount of flesh.
What are you standing there for? Help me, the man urged Chen Mu, who was standing aside like an outsider watching the show. Help you? Would you help someone who wants to kill you? Chen Mu sneered coldly.
The man was visibly stunned, not expecting Chen Mu to see through him at a glance. He immediately smiled with relief. Since you've seen through it, there's nothing I can do. He suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with the zombie. Immediately after, his body rapidly transformed, turning into a monster identical to the screeching zombie. The name, Screeching Zombie, was something Chen Mu learned through its health bar.
While displaying the health bar, the name of the zombie monster will also be shown.
The man opened his mouth and let out a sharp screech, the sonic attack causing the scene before Chen Mu's eyes to distort and warp. The screeching zombie was clearly unprepared for the fact that the man could not only mimic its appearance but also replicate its abilities. The sonic attack forcibly tore apart the screeching zombie's flesh, its teeth shaking and shattering. Slow in movement, it intended to attack forward but was constantly forced to retreat.
Those unaware might think it was engaging in a battle of wits with the air.
The man seized the opportunity to raise both hands, and his sharp, blade-like red claws fiercely pierced into the screaming zombie's skull, completely crushing it. Afterward, he pushed aside the screaming zombie's corpse, got up, and faced Chen Mu, saying, "Next, it's your turn."
Seeing Chen Mu remain silent, the man smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Scared? Actually, I'm not an F-level skill." "Alright, stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly. This monster is quite powerful. I'm afraid I won't last more than a few minutes."
The man candidly confessed to Chen Mu without hesitation. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks and schemes are utterly futile.
Crackle, crackle. It really needs to be a quick battle. Thunder flickered all around Chen Mu, striking chaotically without pause.
A nearly 3-meter-long golden thunder spear appeared in his hand. The appearance of the shrieking zombie naturally couldn't display a rich range of expressions like humans. However, from the slight crack in its mouth, it wasn't hard to discern the man's thoughts at this moment. "Comfort yourself, this is nothing more than a seemingly cool trick.
You absolutely cannot lose your composure now.
The more panicked you are, the more mistakes you'll make." The 10 fingers moved up and down in small, irregular motions repeatedly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, thrust its head forward, and the dried flesh on its neck tore layer by layer, emitting a sharp, piercing screech as it attempted to launch a sonic attack at Chen Mu. To this, Chen Mu had only one response. He raised the spear high above his head, pulled his hand back, and hurled it forward with force. Boom! The sound of wind breaking echoed. Zzzzz. Thunder roared incessantly. Electric patterns filled the view, illuminating the previously dim maze corridor as if it were broad daylight. The sonic attack of the shrieking zombie was utterly ineffective in the face of this overwhelming thunderous power, as the spear effortlessly pierced through the man's chest. Electric patterns coursed through his body, burning him, and in an instant, he turned to charcoal. Immediately afterward, he was shattered by the electric shock. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level skill Replica Mimicry, automatically upgraded to SSS level Perfect Mimicry.
Closing the system panel, his gaze fell to the ground, where only a thin layer of black ash remained. For Chen Mu, enemies like this, he could never have too many and would never complain. Without wasting much time on the man, Chen Mu turned and continued forward, eager to test out the newly acquired SSS level skill. Unlike the D-level replication imitation used by men, as long as Chen Mu locks his eyes on the target, he can achieve a 100% imitation, perfectly replicating all aspects, whether it's strength or appearance, without any risk of failure. Although the replication imitation skill has a high success rate, there is still a possibility of failure. The higher the level and strength of the zombie monster, the greater the probability of failure, and the shorter the duration. However, the SSS level perfect imitation, enhanced by the system, eliminates all shortcomings and retains only the advantages. After advancing another 200 or 300 meters, Chen Mu sensed danger ahead and slowed his steps. Demonic Eye activated. Through the invisible shadows to the naked eye, he clearly saw a large group of shrieking zombies in a dormant state, waiting to be activated. Imitation successful. In the blink of an eye, a plume of black smoke rose from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body, and then quickly dissipated. Chen Mu had completely transformed from a human into a screeching zombie. The most noticeable change was the influx of unfamiliar memories into his mind, which could also be called the user manual for this zombie body. Next came the enhancement of physical abilities. He raised his hand and looked at these sharp claws. Indeed, the most striking aspect was the visual impact. Feels really good.
good.
Raise the arm horizontally, press the fingernails tightly against the stone wall, and scrape forcefully, sparks flying everywhere. The piercing sound of friction immediately drew the attention of all the shrieking zombies, their eyes fixed on Shenmue. They charged forward rapidly, giving it their all, vying to be the first. Some stretched out their arms, fingers spread to the limit, roaring as if trying to intimidate Shenmue. There was no need to approach for testing. Shenmue could already confirm that while perfect mimicry could replicate the appearance and abilities of zombies, it could not deceive their eyes the way it could with humans. They would still attack.
3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The shrieking zombie at the front suddenly lunged forward. Shenmue vanished in an instant, immediately reappearing beside the zombie.
His right arm, with fingers clenched together like a drill-like claw, directly pierced through the shrieking zombie's head.
The 5 fingers exerted force and spread open, shattering the skull inside. Successfully killed the screeching zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Afterward, he continuously concealed himself to evade attacks while searching for blind spots in the enemy's vision, completing fatal strikes one after another.
Successfully killed the screeching zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
Successfully killed the screaming zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
Successfully killed the screaming zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
Madly harvesting, slaughter points are continuously accumulating. However, speaking of which, controlling the screaming zombie's body is not as convenient as using an SSS level skill. Instead, the efficiency seems very slow.
Facing another shrieking zombie rushing toward him, Shenmue raised both hands and grabbed its head.
Drool splattered as he used sonic waves to directly shatter its brain.
After fully indulging himself, he returned to his human form. He spread his arms backward, and 2 fireballs quickly spun and condensed in his palms. The fireball gradually grew larger and then merged into one. The left hand grabbed the right wrist, while the right palm pressed tightly against the fireball, using air compression to increase thrust. The fireball shot out, forcibly expanding the maze passage on the spot. The stone walls were scorched red, taking on a molten, lava-like texture. Looking up, the melted stone condensed into water droplets, slowly flowing and ready to fall at any moment.
Successfully killed screeching zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
Successfully killed screeching zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Looking at the continuously refreshing system notifications in front of him, Shenmue couldn't help but sigh. As expected, killing this way is faster and more convenient.
Killing them one by one is really too time-consuming. He is currently in a hurry to clear the level and get the reward.
At this moment, a small mailbox icon popped up.
Shenmue knew that someone had spoken in the team chat channel. He clicked to check. Wang Sinlin, I discovered a strange door and suspect it might be the entrance to the boss room. To be safe, I've sent you the coordinates.
Opening the map function, only the path I took and the routes traveled by the other 2 teams were clearly displayed.
The unexplored areas remained shrouded in darkness.
The coordinates marked by Wang Sinlin were just a red, so the rest of the path still had to be explored step by step.
However, at least it pointed out the general direction. Shenmue was quite lucky.
Not only did he choose the right path, but no zombie monsters appeared along the way to act as roadblock enemies. Perhaps it was simply because this was only the first level, and there were relatively fewer monsters.
Why are you the only one here? Where's the other one?
Seeing that only Shenmue had arrived, Zhao Qifa, who had arrived a minute earlier, asked.
He wasn't so lucky.
He was suddenly attacked by a zombie, had his neck bitten through, and suffocated to death.
Shenmue said half-jokingly.
What a useless waste of space.
Forget about him, let's hurry and get inside.
Zhao Qifa didn't care at all about the death of an F rank. He took a few steps forward, intending to use brute force to push open the 2 stone doors, each over 10 meters tall.
Hadn't had time to make a move, the woman behind him shouted excitedly, "You're lying. He wouldn't be that weak."
As soon as she said this, everyone could tell that she knew Shenmue, and the 2 had entered as a team.
What do you mean by not that weak?
Shenmue asked with great interest, trying to provoke her into revealing the truth. The woman hesitated, then firmly said, "In any case, he's definitely better than you.
If you can stand here unharmed, how could he possibly have been bitten to death by zombies?
You must have done something to him.
What evidence do you have?" Shenmue countered.
The woman was at a loss for words.
Enough.
Now is not the time for infighting. Let's deal with the guy behind the door first, then argue.
Zhao Qifa stepped forward to intervene.
The woman glared at Shenmue with a resentful look but said no more.
"Come over and help me.
Let's work together to push this stone door open." Zhao Qifa, seeing the woman calm down, spoke to Wang Sinlin. Wang Sinlin, like Zhao Qifa, pressed his body and shoulders against the stone door, using all his strength with his hands and exerting force with his legs. Clenching their teeth, their faces turned bright red. The stone door was much heavier than they had imagined. With their combined efforts, the stone door was finally opened to a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Zhao Qifa raised his hand to signal everyone to stay quiet. He cautiously leaned his head into the crack of the door. It was pitch black inside, so he opened the system backpack, took out a few flares, twisted off the caps, and struck them with the lids, instantly igniting thick smoke and red flames. He threw the flares in the directions of east, south, west, and north. By the light of the flare, the space behind the door was extremely vast, resembling a stone palace, several times taller than the stone door.
And right in the center stood a gigantic monster. The sound of shattering rang out.
The massive brass-colored metal claw pierced through the stone door, sending fragments flying. Several people instinctively stepped back, creating a safe distance.
Zhao Qifa was so frightened that he fell to the ground, not daring to breathe heavily.
His quick reaction saved his life, otherwise, he would have suffered a concussion, been fatally struck, or even had his neck snapped by those massive pincers.
What did you see? Wang Xinlin hurriedly asked after calming down. A giant zombie.
I'm sure it's the final boss of this level's maze. Zhao Qifa spoke with great confidence. His grappling hook also retracted at this moment.
What should we do? Run or fight? Du Yaya was greatly frightened by the scene just now and urgently sought everyone's opinions. She was more inclined to run away. The stone door, dozens of centimeters thick, was instantly smashed to pieces. Du Yaya couldn't imagine how terrifying the true power of this giant zombie was. Can it really be countered with just 2 or 3 E-level skills and 1 F-level skill?
Had she known the maze was 100 or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the outside, Du Yaya would never have joined in the excitement. The reason she chose to enter was to cling to someone powerful, so she could reap the benefits without much effort.
Crisis alert!
Shenmue shifted sideways by a step. Standing in front of him, perfectly aligned with him, Du Yaya was not so lucky. Zhao Qifa and Wang Xinlin widened their eyes in shock, utterly terrified as they witnessed Du Yaya's head being brutally smashed by the metal claw, shattering into pieces. Her body and face were still covered with splattered fragments of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze was fixed firmly on Shenmue. She had seen everything clearly just now. Shenmue seemed to have anticipated it, sensing the giant zombie's second attack in advance. He reacted swiftly, shifting his body slightly. It appeared to be just a small step, but it was enough to avoid the same tragic fate as Du Yaya. This guy, like herself, had been hiding his strength. The woman was absolutely certain in her heart. Bang! Looking at Du Yaya's headless corpse on the ground, Shenmue couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Losing an SSS level skill like this was such a waste.
No way. We can't just sit and wait for death. Let's go in and face it. If it doesn't work out, we'll abandon the mission and retreat. Immediately.
Zhao Qifa remembered clearly that during the Tower of Trial strategy process, retreating at any time was allowed. He charged forward first, with Wang Xinlin following closely behind. Next was the woman, while Shenmue cautiously followed at the back to prevent her from ambushing him.
Being careful is never wrong.
After passing through the gate, the scene before them left Wang Xinlin and the woman dumbfounded. This monster was definitely larger and more terrifying than any they had encountered before. Even Zhao Qifa, seeing it for the second time, couldn't suppress the slight trembling of his body, forcibly using his right hand to steady his left. Seeing it, Shenmue couldn't help but recall the giant zombie he had encountered earlier. In terms of strength, the creature before him was clearly superior. Its upper body was bare, with well-defined muscle lines, each strand taut like steel, though varying in thickness and size, and arranged chaotically. The most outrageous part was that several human heads were growing on its body, with half of their faces exposed on the surface, some angry, some with eerie smiles, and others showing disdain.
Rather than calling it a giant zombie, it would be more accurate to call it a giant modified zombie.
Its 2 forearms have been completely transformed into rust-covered metal mechanical arms, one of which is the same metal claw that previously blew Du Yaya's head off. The other arm appears even sturdier, with an oval-shaped head featuring 4 cracks that seem capable of opening, concealing hidden mechanisms. Its pants are tattered, it wears leather boots, and instead of a belt around its waist, there are 2 rounds of bullets. Above the 3 heads, there was a metal ring device with over a dozen soft iron tubes extending into the flesh, piercing deeply, or emerging from the armpits, connecting to the arms, shoulders, and waist. At the very center of this device, a brain wrapped in golden liquid was immersed within a glass casing. On the shoulders, 2 energy tank-like devices emitted striped blue light. As soon as the group entered, the stone door automatically closed with a heavy sound.
How could this happen? When Wang Xinlin tried to open the door again, it was already too late. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. It seems we've fallen into a trap.
The modified zombie raised its thick right arm, and the oval-shaped lid slowly opened, revealing a dark cannon muzzle. Under the red glow of the burning rod, the sense of oppression suddenly intensified. On the left side of its chest, the energy tank device on its shoulder emitted an increasingly dazzling blue light. The pitch-black muzzle was also illuminated. The arm kept moving backward, then returned to its original position, simultaneously shooting out basketball-sized blue light spheres.
Quick, dodge! Zhao Qifa shouted. He and Wang Xinlin moved in unison, diving to the sides to maximize the distance.
Seeing Shenmue still standing in place, his gaze fixed on the modified zombie, the woman silently approached him from behind, thinking this was a perfect opportunity. She lacked the confidence to kill the modified zombie, so she decided to eliminate Shenmue first to avenge the man, and then immediately flee this cursed place.
Strike! The blade pointed directly at Mu's side neck. His wrist was firmly grasped. You want to? Chen Mu quickly turned his head, his icy gaze sharp as a cold blade, his tone even colder. Do what? The woman widened her eyes in astonishment, her whole body instantly freezing, completely unprepared for Chen Mu's swift reaction in such a situation. She didn't see Chen Mu's movements clearly. In an instant, he turned around and grabbed her knife-wielding hand, as if the process in between had been skipped like a movie edit. Is this really the reaction speed a normal person should have? The woman snapped back to her senses and still tried to use the knife to counterattack Chen Mu. For such stubborn individuals, Chen Mu had only one solution. He forcibly broke her wrist, turned swiftly, and pointed the tip of the blade directly at the woman. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through. Ugh! The woman's pupils contracted sharply as she staggered backward, clutching her throat with her hand, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out wildly through her fingers. Only emitted incomprehensible hoarse sounds, unable to speak normally anymore. She quickly collapsed to the ground, leaning against the stone door, desperately kicking her legs as if fighting against death. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-level buff skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level 10-fold all attribute buff. In the end, death still won. The woman's eyes widened in shock before she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Her skill was essentially akin to a support-type ability in games, capable of enhancing others' attributes such as attack power, defense, and speed, but unable to provide any boosts to herself. This limitation left her utterly helpless against Chen Mu. If she had been able to apply buffs to herself, she might have lasted half a second longer. Upon upgrading to an SSS level skill, not only could she enhance others, but she could also apply buffs to herself with a 10-fold increase based on her own attributes. Her strength attribute would skyrocket from 100 to 1000, and the same would apply to her other attributes. How could you kill her? Zhao Qifa exclaimed in shock, dodging while using his skill to scrape at the modified zombie, his face full of disbelief as he questioned Chen Mu. Wang Xinlin was equally stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Mu to act so decisively and ruthlessly against the woman. This guy was definitely not simple. If I don't kill her, should I wait for her to kill me first? Chen Mu replied coldly. Zhao Qifa was left speechless by the question, let out a heavy sigh, and resolutely said to Wang Xinlin, we are absolutely no match for this guy. Let's retreat quickly. Alright. Wang Xinlin agreed wholeheartedly, knowing that staying any longer would mean certain death at the hands of this modified zombie. He quickly opened the system panel, preparing to exit. He suddenly noticed something was wrong. The originally red exit button had turned gray. When he clicked it again, a system prompt popped up. Cannot exit while in the boss room. My side shows that I can exit. How about yours? Wang Xinlin confirmed, hoping it was just a system glitch that could still be reported and fixed. I'm the same here. In the boss room, unable to exit. Zhao Qifa looked up in horror, locking eyes with Wang Xinlin. Why is this happening? Weren't we able to exit before? Wang Xinlin was on the verge of collapse. It seems like the only way to exit is to take down this big guy in front of us. Zhao Qifa concluded. Take it down? How? On what basis can we take it down? Wang Xinlin questioned. Divert its attention first, and we'll take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zhao Qifa glanced sideways at Chen Mu, hinting at Wang Xinlin. Wang Xinlin immediately understood Zhao Qifa's intention. This was about sacrificing Chen Mu to buy time and create an opportunity to defeat the modified zombie. At this point, there was no other choice. It was just unfortunate that Chen Mu was the weakest among the three. Sacrificing him, an F rank, was far more reasonable than sacrificing himself or Zhao Qifa, who also had E rank skills. As the saying goes, the blame could only fall on Chen Mu for his lack of strength. The two exchanged a tacit understanding and simultaneously stepped toward Chen Mu. Their intentions were written all over their faces, impossible to escape Chen Mu's sharp gaze. To deal with villains, one must fight fire with fire. Shifting his gaze to the modified zombie, Chen Mu activated his SSS level perfect mimicry skill. Imitation successful. At this moment, Zhao Qifa and Wang Xinlin were already close to Chen Mu, reaching out with four hands to capture him and throw him to the modified zombie to draw its aggression. The next second, Chen Mu's body expanded 7 or 8 times its size. Zhao Qifa and Wang Xinlin couldn't dodge in time and slammed hard into the steel-like muscular body, bouncing off and landing heavily on the ground. The impact left them dizzy and in pain, as if their backsides were about to split into 4 pieces, making them grimace in agony. But at this moment, there was no time to care about the pain. The two slowly raised their heads, looking at the overwhelmingly oppressive modified zombie in front of them, their faces filled with bewilderment. Their expressions seemed to be carved from the same mold, their spirits plummeting instantly, overwhelmed with complex emotions. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly turn into a monster? They thought they were hallucinating. Looking back, they were horrified to discover that there were actually 2 modified zombies present at the scene. At this moment, even those who were slower to react understood Chen Mu had been hiding his true strength. His skill allowed him to transform into a zombie monster. As for how much of the abilities he inherited, they preferred to believe it was just a bluff to scare people.
In this way, they might still have a slim chance of survival. With the situation having developed to this point, it was clearly impossible to expect Shenmue to continue cooperating to deal with the modified zombies. Take action, take him out first. Zhao Qifua was preparing to use his skill while simultaneously reminding Wang Xinlin. Before the words were finished, Shenmue's iron arm suddenly smashed into Zhao Qifua's head, followed by the sound of bones shattering.
Wang Xinlin glanced sideways and
was instantly shocked. Zhao Qifua had already turned into a bloody, mangled mess, with blood splattering everywhere, resembling a blooming flower.
Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level knockback skill, automatically upgraded to SSS level attack knockback.
Originally, this skill only had a probabilistic knockback effect, with a range of just a few centimeters and no sustained effect.
After upgrading to SSS level, the knockback range expanded to half a meter, and every attack now triggers the effect with a 100% hit rate. If used with a Gatling gun, even if it cannot directly injure the opponent, it can ensure the enemy can never get close.
Seeing Shenmue's gaze locked onto him, the barrel already aimed, Wang Xinlin hurriedly begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. I was just following his orders. I was forced, you know, I'm not the captain, this isn't something I can decide. At this moment, he completely withdrew his previous disdain for Shenmue's weakness, realizing deep down that the truly weak person was himself. The continuous roar of cannon fire echoed through the empty stone palace.
Ah!
Wang Xinlin completely lost his will to fight, clutching his head and curling up on the ground, resembling a helpless maggot. After sensing safety, he stopped shouting. Opening his eyes, he saw the task completion notification pop up. Glancing sideways, he noticed that the upper body of the modified zombie had already been blasted to pieces, leaving only its severed legs and mangled torso.
So powerful. Wang Xinlin couldn't help but be shocked, finding it hard to imagine that Shenmue's skill could be so terrifying.
Yet his heart was filled with gratitude, relieved that Shenmue was willing to spare his life. Just as he was thinking this, the cannon barrel suddenly lowered, aiming directly at him.
The smile instantly froze. No. Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Burning Rune, automatically upgraded to SSS level Infinite Explosive Fire Rune.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 45 slaughter points.
Trial Tower First Floor Clearance Gift Pack +1. Original Bread +10. Mineral Water +5.
Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the boss, clearing the first floor of the trial tower, and obtaining a clearance gift pack +1, slaughter points +100. Seeing the clearance gift pack obtained after killing Wang Xinlin, Shenmue suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier that he could eliminate the boss first and then deal with the other three, he wouldn't have lost 2 gift packs for nothing. Actually, he only thought of this strategy a second before preparing to counter-kill Wang Xinlin. After testing it, it turned out to be effective. Getting 2 gift packs for SSS level skills and various miscellaneous resources isn't too bad, Shenmue consoled himself. He casually switched to the world chat channel. Since all his teammates were wiped out, their avatars turned gray, and the team channel automatically disbanded.
Is this trial tower really a place for humans? The boss's strength is ridiculously overpowered, and you can't even quit. You can only wait helplessly for death.
Our guild formed a team of over 40 people. Although we successfully killed that monster, we lost more than 30 members. Seeing your comments, I suddenly feel lucky that I didn't take this quest.
The boss room can't be exited?
Luckily, I couldn't beat the zombie monster halfway through and quit in time, almost lost my life. As an A-level skill holder, I advise you not to challenge the trial tower lightly. The difficulty of the first floor is off the charts, and don't even think about the higher levels. Looking at the screen full of whales, many people, unable to exit and unable to defeat the boss, were frantically spamming complaints and angrily cursing the mastermind behind the scenes. But these accusations had no effect, and suddenly the chat fell silent. Upon clicking in to check, it was discovered that the other party had already died, all their information had disappeared, and it was impossible to view anything. You could feel the despair through the screen. Shenmue glanced at the official statistics released. Since the opening of the trial tower, millions of players had already died, and this was just the beginning.
However, he wasn't worried at all.
With his perfect mimicry skill, he could still clear the levels unscathed.
The stronger the enemy, the stronger he became.
He opened his backpack, took out the trial tower gift pack, and simultaneously released the Overlord Centipede and the newly hatched bloodthirsty Raven, letting them devour the remains of the modified zombie, which had been blasted to the point where only its legs were left. Even so, it is enough for them to eat their fill. Shenmue confirmed that as long as they became his pets, whether it was the Overlord Centipede or the bloodthirsty crow, they could gain growth, strength, speed, and other attribute points by devouring zombies. Overlord Centipede gained 1 growth through feeding. Bloodthirsty crow gained 1 growth through feeding. The Overlord Centipede gains 1 strength attribute through feeding. The bloodthirsty Raven gains 1 speed attribute through feeding. Shenmue temporarily disabled the notifications, selected the Trial Tower gift pack, and clicked to open it. Opening the Trial Tower gift pack. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gene Enhancement Potion X1.
Boom! Successfully opened.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Traction Grappling Hook X1.
Once consumed, the Gene Enhancement Potion can significantly improve physical fitness and various attributes.
The Traction Grappling Hook, as is evident, is a modified
zombie's left arm, downsized for convenient wear on the hand.
Upon acquiring such treasures, Shenmue naturally used his skills to enhance the equipment immediately.
Enhancing in progress. Enhancement successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Blood Enhancement Potion X1.
Enhancement successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a handheld laser cannon.
After enhancement, it can resist most human diseases, even curing cancer?
Shenmue was so shocked that he could barely speak. The improvement in physique and attributes far exceeded that of ordinary genetic enhancement potions by more than 10 times. Such a precious item, he was unwilling to trade it casually. The potion came with a disposable injection syringe. He carefully loaded the small pellet containing the Divine Blood Enhancement Potion, which was only the size of a pinky fingertip, into the syringe and capped it. Then, pressing it against his arm, he clenched his fist and firmly pressed the injection button with his thumb. Crack! A crisp sound, and the red potion quickly injected into the body. Congratulations, you have gained all attributes X10. Congratulations, you have gained fire resistance plus 30%. Congratulations, you have gained poison resistance plus 30%. A long string of enhancement effects dazzled Shenmue, and he could clearly feel this body becoming stronger. His breathing grew smoother, his body light and agile. Swinging his fists brought gusts of wind, resembling the roar of a tiger or the
cry of a dragon. The muscles in his arms visibly swelled, their lines sleek.
Lifting his shirt, his abs were so firm they were enviable. Even he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Touching them lightly, they were as hard as steel. With such a steel-like physique, even if an adult man were to punch him with full force, he wouldn't feel the slightest pain. Instead, it was highly likely the opponent would suffer a fracture. As for the wearable laser cannon, its size was no larger than a ring, essentially just a ring. Worn on the ring finger of his right hand, he could grasp it with the thumb and index finger of his left hand, rotate the inner ring, and in the next moment, it would instantly transform, quickly covering his entire right arm and turning into a mechanical arm. Fire! Shenmue half-clenched his hand, casually aiming at a wall. With a thought, a blue beam of light shot out immediately.
Bang! With a loud crash, a 2 to 3 meter wide, half-meter deep dent appeared on the wall. The power was off the charts. This effect and value were far beyond what a simple grappling hook could compare to. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty crow and the overlord centipede had already devoured the legs of 2 modified zombies, leaving only the pants and shoes behind. Even the bones were chewed into powder and swallowed. Boom! The bloodthirsty crow was about the size of an adult crow, with clean and smooth feathers, far from the filthy image imagined by outsiders. In contrast, the overlord centipede, when standing upright, was already as tall as Shenmue, an astonishingly massive creature. In front of it, the giant python now seemed like a mere small snake. Shenmue first stored the overlord centipede in his backpack, leaving the bloodthirsty crow behind. He couldn't help but wonder, it eats so much, yet why is it still so small? Try the skill, he commanded. The bloodthirsty raven flapped its wings, let out a sharp cry, and instantly split into 2. The 2 then split into 4, the 4 further split into 8. In less than half a minute, hundreds of bloodthirsty crows appeared before Shenmue, perfectly confirming his earlier suspicion about why the crow swarm seemed endless. No matter how many were killed, these bloodthirsty crows could infinitely split. If he hadn't stopped in time, their numbers might have grown even more. Combine, he ordered again, and the hundreds of bloodthirsty crows quickly merged into a single giant bloodthirsty crow. If the splitting continued, their numbers could easily reach the astonishingly massive size he had witnessed that night. After the demonstration, Shenmue discovered that the bloodthirsty crows could no longer merge back into their original form after splitting, so he simply stored them all in the system backpack, which displayed bloodthirsty crow plus 354. Leave the trial tower? Faced with the system prompt, Shenmue chose no without hesitation. Of course, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, continue challenging higher levels, obtain more rewards, and further train these 2 little monsters, striving to make them his right-hand helpers as soon as possible. After Shenmue refused to leave the trial tower, a red vortex gate appeared before him, and the system indicated that it was the portal to the second level. He stepped in without hesitation. Unlike the maze on the first floor, this area directly resembled a boss room scene. The spaciousness was similar to the first floor boss room, but the walls were much smoother, neatly constructed from large stone bricks about 2 to 3 meters long. The flames held by the small gargoyles on the walls seemed to ignite. Shenmue's gaze locked onto the giant monster standing in the center of the room, and he was certain that the second floor was a direct confrontation with the boss, with no other complex setups. This monster resembled a modified zombie, with well-developed muscles, but it was more aesthetically pleasing to the human eye. The muscle texture and skin color of its exposed upper body and arms were almost indistinguishable from those of a human. Most of its right arm had been transformed into a brass-colored
colored metal structure, intricate and complex, with faintly visible gears in motion. On the outer side, a heavy blade was attached, though it lacked a handle. A swing of its arm was equivalent to wielding a knife.
Boom, boom, boom. The left arm is wrapped in several loops of iron chains, adorned with a metal wrist guard. Unlike the empty right hand, it tightly grips a massive hammer axe. One side of the hammer axe is a hammerhead, while the other side is an axe blade. It wears pants made of animal hide, with its lower legs also wrapped in metal guards for kicking, and its feet are bare. Around its waist and abdomen is a decoration resembling a champion's belt, covering most of its abdomen. The design is intricate and eerie, resembling a ghostly face. Its head is completely encased in a metal helmet, and a massive chain hangs around its neck. Through the rows of windows on the helmet, the faint outline of a human face can be seen. In the next second, red light flashes beneath the helmet. The motionless body begins to move slowly. It raised its hammer and axe, taking steps that span 200 to 300 meters each, closing in on Shenmue within a few strides, shaking loose many fragments of stone on the ground. Boom! It suddenly swung the giant axe, attempting to cleave Shenmue in two with a single strike. Bang! 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 Unexpectedly, Shenmue firmly caught the swinging axe blade with one hand, blocking this nearly uncontrollable attack. His arm transformed into liquid metal and then solidified, effortlessly countering the strike with 10,000 times the strength. With a slight push, the hammer axe was deflected, and the force actually forced the monster to retreat several steps. Looking up at the health bar, the name was clearly Executioner. After steadying its stance, the Executioner learned its lesson. This time, it gripped the hammer axe handle with both hands, raised it high overhead, and aimed the hammer side directly at Shenmue. The hammer side had 8 deeply recessed square openings, leaving Shenmue momentarily puzzled. Bang! The hammer struck down, directly creating a half-meter deep pit, with rubble scattering everywhere. The speed was extremely fast. Even a graze on the skin would be enough to tear it open, exposing the bone. Boom! Even more terrifying was that the hammer strike carried a fiery explosion effect, spraying sparks 2 to 3 meters in all directions. Shenmue instantly teleported 10 meters behind the Executioner and finally understood the secret of those 8 openings. Taking advantage of the Executioner's moment of inattention, Shenmue mimicked its movements, gripping the hammer axe, and silently appeared behind it, delivering a heavy blow to its exposed back. Boom! Flames exploded instantly. The Executioner was forced back over 10 meters by the intense impact, its feet unmoving, gliding smoothly as if on ice. Imitation successful. As the black smoke from the explosion dissipated, Shenmue clearly saw a large charred crater burned into the Executioner's back, with scorched flesh and blood slowly oozing out. Is it over? Not at all. The moment the Executioner turned around, a combo skill was triggered, causing continuous explosions on its back, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. 37 consecutive strikes were like a torrential storm. No matter how tough the Executioner's body was, it couldn't withstand it. The chest cavity was completely shattered, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Boom! 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 The legs were severed from the head and shoulders, and the head, still attached to the shoulders and arms, fell in front of Shenmue. This boss clearly had no self-healing ability. Though it still clung to life, it was hanging by a thread. Shenmue raised his hammer axe once more and smashed it fiercely toward its head. Boom! 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 After a series of explosive blasts, black smoke filled the air. A system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the trial tower boss. Cleared the second floor of the trial tower, received +1 clearance reward pack, +100 slaughter points, +1 arm blade. Clearance reward packs usually have a chance to drop the boss's weapons and equipment, but this time Shenmue obtained it directly. He decisively chose to open the clearance gift pack. Opening the clearance gift pack. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Executioner's hammer and axe. As the smoke cleared, Shenmue finally saw the deep pit in front of him, sinking over 10 meters deep. As for the Executioner, the metal parts on his body turned into scattered dust, emitting a faint glow, while his flesh perfectly merged with the soil, leaving him completely dead. As per the usual routine, Shenmue released the bloodthirsty crow and the Overlord centipede to clean up the aftermath. After both grew another round, they continued their charge toward the third level. Congratulations to Shenmue for becoming the first player to successfully conquer the second level of the trial tower. Congratulations to Shenmue for becoming the first player to successfully conquer the third level of the trial tower. Congratulations to Shenmue for becoming the first player to successfully conquer the fourth floor of the trial tower. From then on, every time Shenmue conquered a floor, a golden banner would prominently appear at the top of the trial tower system management page, announcing the news to billions of players worldwide. As long as one opened the virtual panel and stayed on that page, they could see this information. Naturally, this caused a huge uproar in the world chat channel. Is that guy named Shenmue even human? The first floor is already so hard, and he's about to break through the 10th floor. This is just too abnormal. But is it possible that it gets easier the higher you go? Are you out of your mind? The difficulty only increases as you go higher. How could it possibly get easier? Speaking as someone struggling on the second floor, this floor is way more insane than than the first. Whether it's reaction speed or attack patterns, the first floor's boss doesn't even compare. What's even crazier is that once you enter the boss room on the second floor, you can't leave. There are over 100 of us, and now more than half are dead or injured. We're completely at a disadvantage and can only wait for death. That guy must have awakened an SSS level skill. Otherwise, there's no way he could be this strong. I'm so envious of SSS level skills. I just awakened an E level skill and was feeling quite proud, but compared to others, it's nothing at all. The scene shifts back to Shenmue. He had just defeated the 10th floor boss and was preparing to challenge the 11th floor when he unexpectedly saw a flashing red bordered notification. You have reached the maximum number of challenges for today. Please come back tomorrow. There's even a limit? Shenmue couldn't help but feel speechless. Could it be that I cleared the levels too quickly and the subsequent stages haven't been updated or created yet? He speculated in his mind. Facing the blue vortex gate in front of him, there was nothing else to do here, so he could only step through it and return to reality. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed, and Shenmue was back in his RV. His entire body was drenched, sticky with sweat. He decided to head to the bathroom for a shower, change into clean clothes, and then open the 8 accumulated reward chests. Originally, he had planned to open 10 treasure chests at once, but unexpectedly, the Tower of Trials had restrictions, which was quite disappointing. However, with Shenmue's current strength, he couldn't go head-to-head with the system and could only obediently follow the rules. He took off his clothes and casually tossed them aside, then turned on the shower. The icy water poured down in a dense stream like raindrops. As it hit his body, Shenmue felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment. Although he had forgotten to set the Iron Knight to guard the area around the RV, fortunately, no one came to cause trouble and disturb his rare moment of peace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any mercy and would have made sure the intruder understood the meaning of no return. After washing his entire body, he dried his hair and body with a towel, then took out a set of new clothes from his backpack and changed into them. Although they were a bit loose, it didn't hinder his movements, so he didn't mind much. He sat down on the sofa, operating the system panel with both hands. While taking out some food to satisfy his hunger, he selected 8 treasure chests and opened them all at once. Opening the clearance treasure chest. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mechanical lifeform hatchling egg +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining external mantis blade +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fireblade +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining resurrection crystal +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining insect wing +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining iceblade +1. Successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining luring lamp +1. Successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining split claw +1. After opening all the treasure chests, the most dazzling item was undoubtedly the resurrection crystal. This was a miraculous piece of equipment that Shenmue unexpectedly acquired while battling the gatekeeping boss on the 9th floor of the trial tower. At the time, he thought this thing was just a decorative item to hang around his neck, but he never expected it to be equivalent to having an extra life. Shenmue was puzzled back then. He had clearly beaten the boss to a pulp, so why hadn't the system prompted a successful kill? The next second, he saw the ashes reassemble, black smoke swirling, and the boss had actually revived. The most absurd part was that after reviving, although its health had decreased significantly, it entered a berserk state, with its strength skyrocketing several times over, as if it had activated an invincible mode. Fortunately, Shenmue possessed an SSS level skill. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have likely fallen into despair and met their end, expending a great deal of manpower and resources, even sacrificing more than half of the people, only to discover that the opponent has a second life and has become even stronger. Who wouldn't despair in such a situation? Chewing on a beef ball, swallowing it down, and pulling out a tissue to wipe the grease off his hands, Shenmue clicked to retrieve the resurrection crystal. It was still a necklace, with an extremely simple design, a fine silver chain embedded with a multicolored crystal. The first thing to do, of course, was to use an SSS level skill to enhance it. Enhancing in progress, he silently prayed in his heart, hoping the resurrection function wouldn't be removed. Based on previous experience, enhanced equipment would indeed become stronger, but it might also undergo fundamental changes. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the resurrection crystal. It's still the resurrection crystal? On the surface, Shenmue couldn't see any difference between the pre- and post-enhancement versions. Opening the details, he was startled. Originally, it only had 1 resurrection opportunity, but now it had been directly upgraded to 7. Each time it was used, the crystal's color would fade by 1 shade, and when all 7 colors disappeared, it would completely lose its function and turn into a piece of black charcoal. If we compare this to game equipment, this thing definitely qualifies as legendary gear. It can resurrect 7 times. Shenmue couldn't help but laugh. SSS level skills were indeed terrifying. Next,
Shenmue set his sights on the piece of equipment called the mechanical pet egg. Upon inspection, he discovered that this item was similar to the bloodthirsty raven egg, capable of hatching a mechanical lifeform to accompany him in battle. As for what type would hatch, 4 words, completely random. Enhancing in progress, enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-second hatch mechanical lifeform egg. Confirm incubation. Can I still choose the type? Let me see, what types are there? Beast and humanoid, only these two? Humans are considered advanced animals, so Shenmue decisively chose humanoid to test the waters. Incubating humanoid lifeform, incubation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodthirster, Milia. The system panel displayed a 3D virtual model after successful incubation. Sliding a finger across the screen caused the model to rotate. It was a Yandere-style little girl. Her face was pale as a corpse, with long bangs covering half her face and one eye, leaving only a single blood-red golden pupil visible. She wore a black combat outfit, with a red-black gradient ammo belt around her waist, fastened with a silver evil-faced rabbit buckle. A red hood covered her head, and explosive, thick, twin ponytails in white with a hint of pink burst out from under the hood. One arm was normal, clad in a tattered black ice sleeve, while the other was a mechanical arm wrapped in bandages, gripping a futuristic-looking long gun, or rather, a cannon, that was taller than her. She wore black long boots paired with over-the-knee socks in pink and red stripes. Her cloak was red on the outside and black on the inside, adding a touch of flair. The overall color scheme was a blend of red and black. If he encountered someone like this in reality, Shenmue would definitely assume she was a lunatic who had just escaped from a mental hospital. But in this world of slaughter, Shenmue was certain that this appearance was a symbol of strength. He didn't rush to release Milia from the system backpack, worried that her cannon was too long and might pierce the ceiling. Opening the RV door, he jumped down, raising a hand to shield his eyes. It was noon, and the sunlight was blinding. After quickly adjusting, he chose a spot to release Milia. She appeared slightly taller than the 3D virtual model, and upon closer inspection, she was roughly shoulder height compared to Shenmue. Milia greets Master. The system stated that once a mechanical lifeform hatches, its loyalty is absolute and it will never betray. Even if Shenmue ordered Milia to commit suicide, she would comply immediately without the slightest hesitation. Upon further inspection, he learned that after Milia's guns and cannons kill a target, they drop life flames, which she can collect to enhance her attack power. The firepower of the guns and cannons themselves is also quite formidable. Shenmue glanced at the bulky guns and cannons behind Milia and asked, "Can these be put away?" Yes. Milia let go, and the guns and cannons automatically folded into a cube the size of a Rubik's Cube. It resembled a Rubik's Cube but couldn't be rotated, and she placed it into the small pouch at her waist. Afterward, Shenmue had Milia get into the car, deciding to take her to find an opponent and test the combat capabilities of this little girl. If her combat power wasn't strong enough, he would likely leave her in the system's inventory to gather dust or let her roam freely to develop on her own. Shenmue suddenly felt a bit sentimental. He really was a pragmatic person. Keep her around as a decorative vase? Hiss. He took a sharp breath. After taking another careful look at Milia, Shenmue silently confirmed in his heart that he indeed had no interest in the Yandere style. The two returned to the car. Shenmue sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and the rumbling sound echoed through the cabin. Milia, on the other hand, stood silently to the side, standing straight without saying a word, her face expressionless, resembling a corpse, or perhaps a vampire? Shenmue observed her through the rearview mirror, her model student demeanor feeling extremely out of place. He then said, "Go sit on the sofa and take a break. You don't have to stay with me the whole time. There's not much time left to rest, so you'd better make the most of it now." "Yes, Master." For Milia, the rest of the words weren't really important. She just needed to understand that Shenmue wanted her to sit on the sofa. Shenmue immediately felt much more relaxed, turned the steering wheel, and drove away from the square. Destination? There wasn't a fixed one. He'd go wherever the road took him. The main consideration was the level and strength of the zombies. If it was just a few scattered wandering zombies, Shenmue definitely wouldn't waste time stopping the car. It is necessary to find some strong opponents for Milia. Even if their strength is inferior, they should at least have the advantage in numbers. The top of the heavenly ranking is firmly secured, but the first place on the earthly ranking could easily be taken by someone else if not carefully guarded. Although the rewards are not very appealing to Shenmue, there is no need to give them up so easily. Moreover, he now possesses equipment enhancement skills, which means even the worst gear has a chance to be turned into treasure. "Master, there's a dog. The stalker is closely following us from behind." Although Milia is a mechanical lifeform, she clearly has her own personality. In front of him, she tries her best to appear refined and elegant. That's why she suddenly changed her tone. Shenmue turned his head to look at the rearview mirror outside the car window and indeed saw 3 armored vehicles closely following, only 20 to 30 meters away. One of the armored vehicles was equipped with a vertical machine gun on top. Driving such a high-end RV around the streets, it's no surprise to attract attention. He continued driving
normally, wanting to see what those people were up to. Were they just passing by? Or planning to make a move on him? Shenmue didn't mind letting them become Milia's first opponents since her birth.
Meanwhile, inside the leading armored vehicle,
Kawamura-san, that armored vehicle is top-notch in both defense and performance, in my opinion, said the man in the passenger seat, a glasses-wearing Sakura native named Keisuke Ishizawa.
The man in the driver's seat was the captain of this squad, Fumio Kawamura.
It seems we've encountered a fat sheep.
Everyone, prepare for battle and await my orders to forcibly stop that car.
Kawamura Fumio's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted.
He was once an ordinary office worker, but now he has crossed into another world, free from constraints, and awakened a D-level skill, forming his own guild and faction. This allowed Kawamura Fumio's long-suppressed heart to be completely unleashed. His method of developing the guild was simple and brutal, relying on killing others to quickly obtain various resources. While reaping a great harvest, it also saves physical effort and satisfies the release of inner desires.
For non-Sakura people, Kawamura Fumio would kill them mercilessly.
If it's a woman and she's beautiful, they would take her back, torment her thoroughly, and then kill her. If it's a Sakura person willing to obey him, they would be invited to join the guild. His guild is called Kawamura Guild, currently with over 30 official members, one-third of whom were met through battles. At this moment, this hunting squad consists of 7 people. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, 3 armored vehicles accelerated simultaneously, flooring the gas pedal, quickly catching up to the RV driven by Shenmue. The armored vehicle driven by Fumio Kawamura arrived in front of the RV's cab, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The other 2 armored vehicles flanked from both sides. The roof opened, and a person emerged halfway, gripping a mounted machine gun with both hands, rotating it once to aim at Shenmue.
The intent was crystal clear. They're trying to play tough, compete in toughness.
Shenmue showed no weakness, stepping on the gas pedal.
Bang! Boom!
He directly rammed forward. Fumio Kawamura never expected Shenmue to act like this. Unable to brake in time, he was knocked and sent flying over 10 meters away.
The impact force at this level of tonnage is no joke. After coming to his senses, Fumio Kawamura quickly stepped on the brakes.
With this step, seeing the figure flying ahead, he finally realized something was wrong. The man endured Shenmue's impact but couldn't withstand the force of Kawamura Fumio's sudden braking. He was thrown out of the car, flying 7 or 8 meters before slamming hard into a utility pole. The utility pole was fine, but the man was definitely not. His neck broke on the spot, twisted at an unnatural angle, and he collapsed onto the ground in a curled-up position.
Unfortunately, this
situation didn't count as a kill but rather an accidental death. Shenmue realized he had wasted a skill and felt deeply regretful. Resolving himself, he vowed not to waste a single skill in the future.
Bang! Boom!
Kawamura Fumio hadn't even reacted when that damned impact and the sensation of being pushed from behind struck again.
Step on the brakes hard.
At the same time, he used the walkie-talkie to order the other 2 armored vehicles to stop Shenmue at all costs.
Bang! Bang!
The drivers of the 2 vehicles on the left and right immediately turned their steering wheels sharply, crashing in from the sides and firmly sandwiching the RV in the middle.
The combined
force of the 3 vehicles finally managed to stop the RV driven by Shenmue.
Or did they?
In reality, it was simply because Shenmue didn't want to waste time and decisively stepped on the brakes.
Milia, can you handle these people? No problem, right?
Shenmue turned his head to look at Milia, who was sitting on the sofa, her fists clenched tightly, already eager to act. Rest assured, Master, Milia will not let you down.
Milia stood up and walked toward the car door.
Shenmue pressed the car door opening button, and the door opened with a swoosh. Milia leapt with both feet, raised her arms horizontally, and landed steadily. On the other side, Fumio Kawamura, Keisuke Ishizawa, and their group also opened their car doors one after another and stepped out angrily. But upon seeing the girl in front of them, a twin-tailed, horror-themed young lady, they exchanged glances, unable to hide the complexity in their hearts.
She is the owner of this car, eh, Shunibyo?
Looking up at the car interior, although the reflection was blurry, it was still possible to see a man sitting in the driver's seat.
Using a woman as a shield, what kind of skill is that? If you're a real man, get down here right now.
Kawamura Fumio raised his hand, pointing at Shenmue, shouting furiously. Shizawa Keisuke raised the rifle in his hand, aiming at Shenmue. Seeing Shenmue remain motionless, Kawamura Fumio sneered, "Coward." Hearing Kawamura Fumio's insults, Milia immediately reached into her backpack and pulled out the weapon, the black cube. She pressed the button, and the cube opened on both sides as she firmly gripped the handle in the center.
The sound of machinery echoed. With a raise of her hand, the giant cannon transformed and appeared, pointing directly at Kawamura Fumio's face. Kawamura Fumio never expected such a thing to happen.
His eyes widened, pupils contracted sharply, and he froze on the spot. At first, he thought she was just someone with a middle school syndrome who liked cosplay. He never imagined she'd be so wild, pulling out a giant cannon.
Why you, don't act impulsively. Calm down, let's talk this through.
Kawamura Fumio's words were abruptly cut off as Milia grinned, sending a shiver down his spine.
Constantly warning warning myself, this woman is extremely dangerous. Never see you again.
Milia held the gun with her mechanical arm in one hand, while waving with the other.
Without giving Fumio Kawamura any time to plead or do anything else, she directly pulled the trigger. With one shot, Fumio Kawamura's head instantly disappeared, and even the blood didn't have time to splatter before being completely evaporated by the high temperature. The flesh and blood dried up into an oily residue, falling like small pebbles at Fumio Kawamura's feet. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level skill Stone Power, automatically upgraded to SSS level Earth Control. Just as Chun-Mu had anticipated, Milia possessed the strength to crush ordinary people. More importantly, she belonged to him, not as a person, but as equipment with both thought and action. The targets she killed naturally granted rewards to him as the equipment holder. If there were a little more, wouldn't it mean sitting at home doing nothing and still reaping infinite rewards? Shenmue couldn't help but daydream, indulging in a fantasy. The next second, Keisuke Ishizawa and several other companions forcibly snapped out of the shock from Fumio Kawamura's death and regained their composure. Keisuke Ishizawa immediately turned his gun, aimed at Milia, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. A crashing sound, the bullet hit the ground. How is this possible? Shizawa Keisuke's eyes were filled with despair as he watched Milia block the bullet with a cannon barrel thicker than her waist. He still wanted to pull the trigger. Unexpectedly, Milia suddenly grabbed the cannon barrel with both hands, lifted it forcefully, and raised it above her head. Taking advantage of the moment when Keisuke Ishizawa's attention was completely drawn, it suddenly struck down. This immense force instantly deformed Keisuke Ishizawa's body, with his bones wildly dislocated. Shattered. The person became 1/3 shorter, then another 1/3. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Knockback, automatically upgraded to SSS level Knockback. Die. Milia crazily hammered the lifeless body of Keisuke Ishizawa, a strange smile hanging on her lips, revealing a row of sharp, shark-like teeth. Her cruel demeanor seemed to derive immense pleasure from the act of killing, even making Shenmue admire her ruthlessness. Also, is this really how firearms are supposed to be used? One has to admit, the quality of this thing is impressive. Despite Milia's frenzied swinging, it didn't even have a scratch. It could even block bullets with ease, comparable to a shield, both offensive and defensive. Stop standing there. Quickly use the skill. Milia was completely exhilarated, going berserk. Boom! The wind howled. Bang! She suddenly turned around, gripping the heavy cannon with both hands. Using the force of her spin, she smashed it fiercely at her opponent. Before the words were even finished, the person was sent flying, crashing heavily into the armored vehicle. The thick steel plates twisted and deformed under the impact, making it clear that the person could no longer be alive. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Oppression, automatically upgraded to SSS level Suppression. Another person who attempted to take Milia's life met the same fate as Fumio Kawamura. His head was blown off. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Double Jump, automatically upgraded to SSS level Infinite Airstep. He quickly turned around and sprinted forward. His right hand raised the gun to aim at one person, while his left mechanical arm extended to grab another person's neck. Bang! Crack! The trigger was pulled, one person fell to the ground, mechanical fingers pierced the throat, tightly gripping the cervical vertebra, accompanied by a crisp snapping sound. The neck was directly twisted. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill 2 strikes in 1 second, automatically upgraded to SSS level 100 strikes in 1 second. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill Entanglement, automatically upgraded to SSS level Mummy Entanglement. Apart from the unlucky one who was accidentally killed at the beginning and not counted on the kill list, all 6 SSS level skills were collected. In addition, there were over a dozen boxes of food, water resources, various firearms, and ammunition totaling more than 1,000 rounds. Speaking of kill points, the 6 people had accumulated over 400 points in total. Shenmue unceremoniously pocketed all of them. He also discovered that a strand of red-black intertwined flame would emerge from each deceased person or the spot where they died. Shenmue speculated that this was the life flame capable of strengthening Milia, with a rather eerie appearance. The collection method was simple, just raise a hand to aim, gently inhale, and it could be gathered. With a firm grip of the fingers, the flame was extinguished and successfully absorbed. Screech! The car door opened, and Shenmue stepped out of the vehicle. Master! Milia turned around, her face full of anticipation, almost as if the words "praise me" were written on her face. Shenmue habitually raised his hand, intending to pat Milia's head. Just as he was about to touch her, he suddenly stopped, worried that she might not like being patted on the head. However, the next scene left him both amused and exasperated. Milia actually stood on tiptoe, trying her best to make her head touch Shenmue's palm. She was a completely different person from the violent figure she had been during the killing moments earlier. Shenmue gently placed his hand on Milia's head and said with a smile, "You did very well." "Thank you, master." Milia once again displayed
displayed her signature smile, those shark-like teeth not only striking visually but also unbearably painful if they took a bite. Afterward, Shenmue stored 3 slightly damaged but still usable armored vehicles into the system backpack, preparing to enhance them. With skills, even if he didn't need them himself, he could list them on the World Trading Center to exchange for some new gadgets. Get in the car. Alright. The guns transformed back into a black cube and were tucked into her waist pouch. Milia responded hastily and followed Shenmue's steps back to the RV. This time, without Shenmue's instructions, Milia took the initiative to sit on the sofa, obediently waiting for his next command. Having such an understanding living weapon made Shenmue feel immensely gratified. He looked forward even more to the arrival of tomorrow, hoping for a new opportunity to clear levels and continue his mad rush through the trial tower. If he could get another mechanical life incubation egg, it would be an absolute win. Sitting in the driver's seat, the car door closed. Shenmue curiously asked, "What specific effects does the flame of life have on you?" Milia swung her dangling feet, looked up at the ceiling in thought for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Shenmue. "Master, why don't I just show you directly? Such a tiny flame of life, and it can be used?" Shenmue showed a surprised expression. "It can." Milia nodded firmly. "Alright, then show me." Shenmue slowed down the car and nodded in agreement. After all, the flame of life wasn't hard to obtain, so there was no need to be overly concerned. Hearing a faint explosion, white smoke slowly drifted from the corner of his eye. Shenmue instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and was instantly shocked, his eyes widening. How did it suddenly get so big? Literally speaking, in terms of sensory perception, the visible change, she's obviously grown bigger. To put it more bluntly, before using the flame of life, Milia had a more lowly-like style, but after using it, she instantly transformed into a mature and elegant lady. The two styles formed a stark contrast. Her hair also grew significantly, now reaching down to her waist. Her thighs became rounder and fuller, the holes in her over-the-knee socks were torn even wider, and her toned muscles subtly stood out. However, the most eye-catching feature was still the zipper on her chest that was about to burst open, revealing blood-stained bandages tightly wrapped inside. This kind of figure, how many men dream of it, and how many women envy it? Rather than asking Milia directly about the specific changes after growing up, Shenmue thought it would be better to check the system directly. Boom! First of all, her attributes had been comprehensively enhanced, and several practical skills were added. Not only was she pleasing to the eye, but her combat power had also increased significantly. Each transformation could last for an hour, after which 1 point of the flame of life would be consumed per hour, and using skills would also consume 1 point of the flame of life. Exactly how much stronger she had become wasn't something a few cold lines of text could convey, it had to be tested in actual combat. Shenmue was filled with anticipation, wondering what other surprises Milia could bring him next. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group from the Kawamura Guild who had just returned to the camp after getting off the vehicle were shocked to see a system notification pop up. Due to the death of the guild leader, the guild is about to disband, or the strongest combatant in the team may inherit it. One of them had an inheritance option appear before them. Do you want to inherit the guild? What on earth is going on? How could the guild leader have died? Who did this? We have 3 armored vehicles, a machine gun, the president has a D-level skill, and there are several E-level powerhouses. This shouldn't have happened. I guess the president and the others encountered a powerful monster, or maybe some survivors. Shuo, quickly take over the guild and check how many members are left. Nakamura Shuo decisively agreed upon hearing this and clicked to confirm the guild inheritance. You are now the new guild president. The guild management page has returned to normal. Subsequently, everyone discovered that the 3 armored vehicles and the 7 people, including the guild leader, were all dead, and their names were no longer on the list. As the new guild leader, Hideo Nakamura's expression changed, revealing a look of terror. It seems an exceptionally powerful monster has appeared nearby. From now on, we cannot disperse our combat strength during operations. Everyone must stick together closely. Everyone responded in unison. They never expected something like this to happen so early on. After all, the strongest person they had encountered in recent days was Fumio Kawamura, who only possessed D-level skills. The strength Fumio Kawamura displayed was already enough to make them fearful, let alone someone even stronger. Compared to the cunning, insidious humans, they were more inclined to believe that this danger was caused by brainless zombies, creatures that only knew how to kill and devour. Although they gained quite a lot this time, the atmosphere was far less cheerful than before, as they not only lost their president but also several powerful members. Those who had previously clamored to celebrate with chilled beer now silently closed their mouths, unwilling to invite unhappiness. Back to Shenmue, he stepped on the brake and came to a stop. In front of him, the entrance to the residential area was blocked by a group of people. The neighborhood was small, with only 4 buildings of 6 or 7 stories, and had just one entrance. The road was narrow, with fallen rocks obstructing the way, and they refused to move aside. Coupled with the bulky body of the RV, Shenmue was unable to pass through smoothly. The group's eyes were all fixed on the inside of the residential area. Even when they
they saw Chen-mu driving the RV over, they showed no hostility. They understood that anyone equipped like this during such times was no ordinary person and definitely not someone to provoke. Let's go, get out and take a look. Chen-mu turned off the engine and parked the car. Bang! Alright, Milia responded, got up, and followed closely behind Chen-mu. The two got out of the car one after the other. At first, those people didn't pay much attention to Chen-mu, but when Milia stepped out of the car, their gazes lingered on her, unable to look away. Although her outfit was completely out of sync with their perception, with a dark style that was hard to accept, her figure was something that only international supermodels could rival. Bang! They were filled with envy towards Chen-mu. Luxury cars and beautiful women, he must be a big shot. Why couldn't they have such good fortune? After getting out of the car, Chen-mu noticed that those people had identical emblems tattooed on their shoulders, the backs of their hands, and their wrists. If memory serves, this should be the guild emblem, which is granted upon joining a guild. The emblem can be placed on any part of the body without restriction. Once someone leaves the guild, the emblem automatically disappears. If they join another guild, it can be replaced with a new emblem. Walking further inside, the sounds of fighting, ping-ponging clashes, could be heard coming from the residential area. Seeing Chen-mu and Milia approaching, more than a dozen people promptly stepped aside to create a dedicated path for them, not daring to get too close. Especially after hearing Milia ask, "Master, can I kill them?" The crowd retreated even farther. "When they show hostility or pose a threat to you, then kill them," Chen-mu said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone forced smiles onto their faces, their expressions becoming much friendlier. They were absolutely certain that Chen-mu and Milia were not joking. At the same time, they became even more convinced that Chen-mu was no ordinary person. To tame a woman like Milia and have her call him master, how could he possibly be just an average man? Walking out from the crowd and arriving at the main entrance of the residential area, the scene finally became clear. Behind the railing, a burly man was fighting fiercely with a zombie, shirtless and in full combat mode. He held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, his movements strikingly similar to those of a knight, and his techniques were highly skilled. Chen-mu was right, the skill he awakened is very likely related to his proficiency with the sword and shield. His opponent, however, was a being that existed somewhere between a human and a ghost, or rather, a high-level zombie. Unlike ordinary zombies, this creature was tall and muscular, towering over the average man by a full head, standing well over 2 meters. Similarly shirtless, its muscles were taut, and its skin was darkened. Its head was disproportionately small compared to its massive upper body, with a bald scalp wrapped in thick bandages. Its face was decayed, with completely white eyes, no larger than a pinky fingernail. Its lips were severely rotted, exposing 2 rows of jagged, charred, and heavily corroded sharp teeth. Beneath its facial skin, worm-like blue veins faintly squirmed, as if they might burst at any moment. It wore leather boots, and its denim jeans were torn apart by its thick legs, with scraps of fabric barely holding together. The laces on its boots looked as though they could snap at any moment. The main weapon of this advanced zombie is its fists, pierced by metal sheets of varying lengths and widths, resembling beast claws. The metal sheets stab into the fists, pass through the backs of the hands, completely penetrating the fists. Both hands are tightly wrapped in leather and straps, stained with blood, making it impossible to discern the details. The blood-stained, rust-covered claw blades are still dripping with fresh blood. Whose blood is it? It's unknown, but it certainly doesn't belong to the man in front of him. Huff ha! Although the man was panting heavily, he showed no signs of injury. The metal sheets, which are several dozen centimeters long and shaped like swords, combined with the powerful strength of the clawed zombie, would cause unimaginable consequences if they struck someone. No one would be able to remain standing. According to Chen-mu's judgment, this man was definitely no match for the clawed zombie, and the shield in his hand wouldn't hold out for long. Judging from the traces of their battle, the two had been fighting for a while. The man's stamina was nearly depleted, and the clawed zombie's health bar had only dropped by 3%. Bang, bang, bang. Despite having so many guild companions present, Chen-mu couldn't understand why the man insisted on fighting alone. If he didn't like teamwork, what was the point of joining a guild? Could it be that he wanted to prove himself and compete for the position of guild leader? To replace the guild leader, strength alone wasn't enough. One also had to establish prestige, unless one's power was so overwhelming that everything else could be ignored. Harvest mission triggered, kill the claw zombie to receive a reward. After seeing this system prompt, Chen-mu asked the onlookers and confirmed that they had also received the exact same notification earlier. Only then did he understand why the man would rather give up the advantage of numbers and choose to fight alone. It turned out this wasn't a team mission. He wanted to monopolize the reward. The task was at hand, but the man simply lacked the strength to contend with the clawed zombie. Under such circumstances, Chen-mu could not be blamed for stealing the kill. Rather, it was the man's own inability to finish it off. Milia, that guy is yours. Chen-mu took the opportunity to test Milia's combat prowess in her mature mode. Glancing sideways, he saw Milia grab the railing, and with a light lift, she effortlessly bent it. The man was about to angrily rebuke her, but then realized Milia was not a member of the guild. His gaze turned to the bystanders bystanders standing far away and doing nothing, and he roared, "What are you doing? Hurry up and drive her out. Did I call you here to watch the show?" Everyone looked at each other, their expressions troubled. If it was just their imagination earlier, now, seeing Milia easily bend the metal railing with one hand, they had no doubt left. These two were definitely not people they could afford to mess with. Although the railing was hollow, it was several millimeters thick. For an average person, let alone bending it by hand, even jumping up and down on it wouldn't easily make it bend. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing that no one responded, the man cursed harshly. He once again used his shield to block the attack of the clawed zombie, slammed into it to push it away, and quickly raised his sword, pointing it at Milia. "Get out! I don't want to hurt a woman. It's my chosen target. When they show hostility or pose a threat to you, kill them." Milia recalled Chen Mu's words in her mind as she looked at the sword in the man's hand, gleaming coldly. What's with this woman? How can she be so fast? The man's eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, Milia had instantly appeared in front of him from over 10 meters away. He had no time to react as his neck was tightly gripped by the opponent. Immediately after, his feet left the ground, and the feeling of suffocation intensified rapidly. Could it be a speed-related innate skill? Realizing he had underestimated Milia, the man decided to take her seriously and swung his sword to slay her. At that moment, the clawed zombie he had pushed away with his shield suddenly spread its arms wide and charged forward again with a furious roar. "Get lost! Don't get in the way!" Milia swung her mechanical arm, sending the shattered claw flying in several pieces, which embedded deeply into the cement wall. What? The man was dumbfounded. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had thought the clawed zombie would easily slice through Milia's head. As someone who had just fought against the clawed zombie, he believed he understood the hardness of its blades, extremely sharp. He had once swung his sword with all his might, yet it hadn't caused the slightest damage. However, with a casual strike, Milia not only shattered all the claws but also flung the zombie's arm away with great force. The arm was thrown violently, causing the entire figure to tilt. This mechanical arm, what kind of material is it made of? How could it be so hard? Even its strength is terrifyingly unbelievable. The clawed zombie did not give up, swinging out another arm, its face twisted in fury, saliva flying, intent on putting Milia to death. Annoying creature. Milia used the man as a shield, blocking this wave of attack. Ugh, put. The man was not so fortunate. Several pieces of metal directly pierced his abdomen, a sweetness rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Milia took out the black magic cube, transforming it into a gun cannon form. The clawed zombie flung the man away, sending him flying, its face instantly exposed without any cover. Boom! Holding the gun cannon with both hands, tilted upward, aiming at the clawed zombie's head, Milia flashed a brilliant smile. "You can die now." A red beam shot out, instantly vaporizing the clawed zombie's head along with most of its body, leaving a large hole in the wall behind it. Whether it was the man barely alive on the ground or the crowd watching from outside the neighborhood gate, everyone was stunned speechless by the scene. Milia herself, along with the black cube that suddenly transformed into a long cannon and its terrifying power, far exceeded their understanding. This woman is too strong. Thinking about how he hadn't taken her seriously before, the man smiled bitterly in self-mockery. The people outside the door had similar yet slightly different thoughts. The strength of a slave had already reached such an astonishing level. Their gazes all turned to Chen Mu, secretly wondering in their hearts, as her master, just how strong could he be? The mind was completely blank. Only then did he realize that, apart from poverty, weakness also limits imagination. Successfully killed the claw zombie. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Chen Mu did nothing, he simply reaped the rewards quietly. Suddenly someone asked, "Do you smell something? Such a pungent smell of blood, I've never smelled it before. Ugh, I'm about to throw up, I need to leave quickly." Chen Mu smelled it too. The scent was emanating from the corpse of the clawed zombie. "Hurry up and take care of him, then come back. There's something off about this neighborhood," Chen Mu reminded Milia. With the man injured like this, there was absolutely no chance of survival, and Chen Mu had even less reason to let him live. Milia quickly stepped forward, raising her foot, which hovered above the man's head. The man glanced sideways and saw a shadow pressing down. Bang! A loud explosion. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-rank apprentice knight, automatically upgraded to SSS rank Knight King. This skill can be paired with the SSS rank Angel Paladin, and the 1+1 effect is absolutely greater than 2. Master. Milia quickly followed Chen Mu's orders and, after dealing with that man, immediately returned to his side. With the captain killed, the other dozen people instantly fell silent. Why? What other reason could there be? Of course, it was because they couldn't afford to provoke him. Moreover, at this moment, just as Chen Mu had said, the neighborhood began to turn abnormal, with strange noises constantly coming from the floors. Okay, is this even human? Everyone chose to distance themselves, as the captain's death had already extinguished their fighting spirit. Chen Mu and Milia, these two unstable factors, had long made them anxious, as if a sharp blade was hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The strange noises continuously coming from the 4 buildings made them even more unwilling to stay. They quickly hid in the building across the street, hoping to calm their nerves. Their legs were still weak, and they walked with a limp. Forcing themselves to drive away might lead to an accident. Chun Mu, however, had no time to care about them, his mind filled with doubt. Logically, after killing the claw zombie, the system should have issued a mission reward, so why was there no response at all? He raised his hand and summoned the virtual panel, opening the mailbox, only to find no messages. Suddenly, Shenmue recalled the system's previous explanation about the mission. If simply killing the claw zombie could earn a reward, then a zombie worth 5 slaughter points would be far too easy. Connecting these clues together, Shenmue immediately understood what the sounds of collisions, objects falling, and even the scraping of metal against hard surfaces coming from inside the building truly signified. It seems there will be a big battle soon. Be prepared, Shenmue reminded Milia, secretly feeling fortunate to have her as an ally. Dealing with zombie monsters was much easier with her help, sparing him from taking action himself. Yes.
Milia nodded firmly, extending her right arm to grab the tail end of the cannon resting on the ground and giving it a powerful swing. She then followed up with a kick, quickly grabbing the central handle with her left hand, lifting the weapon with both hands, and assuming a combat stance. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of metal scraping against the wall grew louder and louder. Looking up, the wall had already been penetrated, with debris falling off in chunks. The next second, with a deafening crash, Milia raised her hands to shield herself, only to see the massive body of a clawed zombie burst directly through the wall. 1, 2, 3. Looking around, there were at least dozens of them. 3 or 4 floors are still manageable, but when it comes to the height of 6 or 7 floors, the clawed zombies jumping down from their meet a gruesome fate. Their bones shatter into several sharp fragments, and with the force of the fall and rebound, they brutally pierce through flesh, emerging piece by piece. Blood gushes everywhere, their legs are completely destroyed, and they lose all ability to stand. It's truly thought-provoking. Zombies are indeed brainless creatures with questionable intelligence. Just think about it, there's clearly a window right next to them, yet they insist on exerting so much effort to break through the wall, grinding their clawed iron limbs until they're scorching hot. However, even after losing their legs, their inner desire for slaughter remains undiminished. Raising their hands, fists downward, they use their claws to stab the ground, forcibly dragging their heavy bodies toward Shenmue and Milia, occasionally letting out low growls. Inside the building across the way, the group of people watching everything unfold by the window suddenly felt their hearts race again, just as they had begun to calm down. They never expected that in that building, there wasn't just one clawed zombie. It seems that the pungent smell we just noticed is probably used to attract companions. This is way too much. They're still coming out continuously, almost 100 of them now? It seems that even if Zhang Junhong hadn't sought his own death by provoking those two, he wouldn't have escaped death, either dying at the hands of one monster or at the hands of a group of monsters. Facing so many zombies, I think even those two wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Definitely, quickly getting in the car and escaping is the wise choice. Staying here any longer will surely lead to death. Seeing that Shenmue and Milia had no intention of leaving, those few people had already silently sentenced them to death in their hearts. Ugh, ugh. The clawed zombies charged wildly, 7 or 8 of them rushing ahead. When they were just 2 or 3 meters away, they opened their bloody mouths and leapt forward, desperate to tear off a piece of flesh from Milia and Shenmue to fill their stomachs. Milia's lips curved slightly upward as she waited for a long time and pulled the trigger. A red laser shot out instantly, with a range of several dozen meters. Successfully killed Claw Zombie. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Successfully killed Claw Zombie. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Successfully killed the Claw Zombie. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. In the face of this massive laser, the Claw Zombie had no power to resist, consumed until not even a trace of ash remained. The laser cannon swayed left and right, the red beam flickering along with it, resembling the arrival of the Grim Reaper, wielding his scythe and mercilessly harvesting the claw zombies. Wherever the scythe reached, not a blade of grass was left. High-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete melted instantly under the laser, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom! Collapsing on cue. Bang! The laser's angle was perfectly controlled, causing the falling building to crash in the direction opposite to Shenmue and Milia, striking another structure. Due to years of neglect and structural instability, both buildings crumbled in mere moments, the entire process taking only a few breaths. Boom! The swirling dust surged like a flood, instantly engulfing Shenmue and Milia. Tap, tap, tap. Although more than a dozen people were hiding inside the building, protected by tempered glass, the sight of the massive yellow haze rolling up like a sandstorm still sent a chill through their hearts. The wind carried fragments of stone, pelting the glass like raindrops, creating a continuous clatter and even causing cracks to appear. Outsiders might only see the stones hitting the glass and mistakenly think they were bullets. Fortunately,
Unfortunately, the tempered glass was coated with plastic film on both sides. Even when shattered like a spider web and visibility dropped to zero, the fragments remained tightly adhered together. The destructive force left the group sitting on the ground staring at each other in shock, wide-eyed, and speechless. They couldn't help but wonder, was this still human? Could humans truly possess such astonishing and terrifying destructive power? How was this any different from a monster? Shenmue was buried in the dust and sand, completely unaffected, as steady as a mountain, with a semi-transparent sword planted in front of him. It was an SSS-level skill, sword array. Initially, he thought it was merely an offensive skill, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a defensive one. Upon closer study, he discovered it was both offensive and defensive. Once the sword array is activated, it can block and absorb all attack energy, storing it. When the sword array shifts from blue sword mode to red sword mode, it can instantly unleash the accumulated attack power. It can store up to 100 swords. After all, with only one sword, how could it be called a sword array? Strange, the mission isn't completed yet? Shenmue activated his magic eyes, scanning the surroundings. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed another massive figure in the dust besides Milia's silhouette. That was definitely not a clawed zombie. How could he be so sure? Simply, by its size, which far exceeded that of a clawed zombie, it couldn't even compare, not even qualified to carry its shoes. This creature was extraordinarily huge, roughly estimated to be at least 10 meters tall, possibly even taller. Phew! Shenmue raised his hand, and a storm swirled in his palm like a black hole, wildly sucking in sand and dust, forming a tornado. In just a moment, the blue sky reappeared, and the giant monster amidst the ruins finally revealed its true form. With his view no longer obstructed, Shenmue could clearly see the appearance of the creature. Those with weaker mental fortitude, just recovering from the sandstorm and barely managing to stand against the wall, turned pale at the sight of the monster and couldn't help but vomit. Everything they had eaten came back up, leaving them completely without appetite. Who had ever seen anything more disgusting than this? A walking mountain of corpses? The massive creature's body was actually pieced together from countless emaciated, malnourished-looking zombies. They were haphazardly stacked to form a humanoid shape. Ugh! The zombie on the shoulders had most of its upper body almost fused together, but even so, the exposed arms were still desperately clawing, as if trying to break free. Its jaw was tightly stuck, making it difficult to escape, and its mouth was a bloody mess, with faint traces of teeth visible. Even more bizarre, some heads were deeply buried in the biceps, leaving only the curved shoulders exposed, with the bony outlines clearly visible. One arm hung limply outside, lifeless and unresponsive. Such cases were not uncommon, and the wailing was piercing to the ears. The fusion of the arms was evidently faster, and without close inspection, it was almost impossible to see the seams, only patches of pale, asphalt-like muscle covered in patterns were visible. Occasionally, one could make out the outline of a hand not yet fully fused, or it simply dangled outside, devoid of any sign of life. But when it comes to the most nauseating part of this monster's entire body, it would undoubtedly be the massive, reeking maw formed by the upper bodies of 7 zombies. Most had lost their arms and were tightly pressed together, yet they could move independently, opening and closing like a giant mouth. The flesh and blood of the jaws and chest were completely gone, leaving a hollow, blackened space that exposed the entire cervical spine. The rows of broken yet neatly aligned ribs were likely its teeth for chewing food. When the lips opened and closed, the arms would swing, slamming hard against its face. Upon closer inspection, these 7 zombies were merely the outer shell, while at the very center, there was a charred area that could slowly open like petals. Each petal was covered with rows of barbed sharp teeth, ensuring that once it bit into its prey, there was no chance of escape, instantly shredding it to pieces. The abdomen had been split open into a large hole, with various internal organs piled inside, appearing black and red, and extremely unappetizing. The ribs were broken unevenly and chaotically, while the thick spine looked like an immobile centipede. It makes one wonder, after this monster eats something, where does it swallow it? What exactly is that thing? How can it be so disgusting? Ugh. Looks like that group of zombies earlier was just the appetizer. The real main course is only now making its appearance. Run quickly, if we don't escape now, there really won't be. The glass was pierced, and the entire piece of tempered glass fell out of the deformed frame. Everyone widened their eyes, clearly seeing a red object piercing through the head of the person who had abruptly stopped speaking. The tongue split into several parts, resembling a hook, firmly gripping the man's corpse along with the piece of tempered glass, dragging them out of the building together. Everything happened so quickly. Shenmue turned his head, his gaze following closely, clearly seeing that the red thing was actually the tongue of the hybrid zombie. At this moment, the man's corpse, along with the glass, was swallowed into that petal-like mouth and instantly crushed. From head to toe, it was completed in the blink of an eye. Afterward, a shoe fell down. In this situation, anyone who sees it will know that there's no hope left. No one dared to hesitate. They immediately turned around, with only one thought in their minds: escape. The faster the escape, the better. The farther, the safer. In any case, staying here is absolutely not an option. Wow. However, they clearly overestimated their chances of survival. The petal-like mouth of the hybrid zombie opened up, and the dozen or so dark red tongues, resembling flower stamens, shot out like sharp arrows. After briefly bending, they explosively adjusted their angles and shot straight forward, piercing through every prey with precision. However, it might be because most of the prey was moving this time. Although they were hit, the chances of a headshot were not high. Most of the pierced areas were the chest, left and right ribs, or thighs. The tip of the tongue split into 3 parts to prevent the prey from falling off during the dragging process. The tongue began retracting, recovering the prey, ready to feast. Shenmue raised his eyes to look at those dozen long tongues and chuckled softly. I didn't expect this big guy to be quite clever, knowing to pick the soft target first. Is it because it has more heads? His hellish joke failed to amuse anyone. He raised his hand and swung a sharp wind blade, slicing those dozen red tongues one by one. All the people who were hooked fell from mid-air, their screams echoing one after another. Help me! Save me! I'm begging you! I don't want to die. Watching as the wounds pierced by the mixed zombie's tongue rapidly rotted, the blood darkened, the skin swelled, and the web-like spread became clearly visible beneath the surface. Shenmue understood in his heart that these people were beyond saving. They would either turn into a pool of blood or become part of the zombie horde. Rather than letting them struggle and die meaninglessly, Shenmue raised his hand, conjuring barely discernible swords above their heads. Once the swords were formed, his hand fell, and so did the swords, piercing through their skulls, killing them instantly. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F level skill increased monster kill rewards, automatically upgraded to SSS level double monster kill rewards increase. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F level skill life limit increase, automatically upgraded to SSS level life limit increase. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F level skill purification, automatically upgraded to SSS level purification. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F level skill luck increase, automatically upgraded to SSS level luck increase. Continuously acquired 8 SSS level skills. Others were either shot in the head, pierced through the heart, or too frail and sickly to survive. Before Shenmue's sword even fell, they had already died from excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the harvest was substantial, and Shenmue deeply understood the principle of contentment bringing happiness. Next, the only thing to consider was how to deal with the hybrid zombie, which was in unbearable pain, wildly shaking its body and all its heads after its tongue had been severed. What do you think? Can you handle this guy? Shenmue turned his gaze to Milia and asked. If she couldn't handle it, Shenmue wouldn't blame her. At worst, he would step in himself. After all, Milia still had room to grow, especially with the emergence of skills like SSS level life limit increase and SSS level luck boost. Anyone connected to Shenmue, such as Milia, the bloodthirsty raven, or the overlord centipede, could share these effects. If more of these skills appeared, the growth potential of Milia and the others would be immeasurable. As for himself, wouldn't that be equivalent to having permanent buff effects? This was precisely the unparalleled advantage of pets and humanoid weaponry. Wait, humanoid weapon equipment. As soon as these two words appeared, a thought instantly flashed through Shenmue's mind. The SSS level random equipment enhancement skill can indeed only be used on the same piece of equipment once. But according to Shenmue's understanding, the mechanical lifeform incubation egg counts as one instance, while the hatched product, namely Milia, should count as another piece of equipment. Regardless of whether the system recognizes this or not, it's worth trying. Shenmue quickly walked to Milia, who was about to strike and kill the hybrid zombie, and placed his hand firmly against her back. Master? Milia asked softly, her voice filled with doubt and her eyes with confusion, but she didn't ask further. After all, the master would never harm her. Seeing the hybrid zombie open its mouth again, the tongue that Shenmue had severed completely regenerated, twisting into a single strand and suddenly whipping out, shooting forward. Roar! Don't get in the way! Intense hostility flashed in Milia's eyes as she pulled the trigger without hesitation. A beam of light shot out, colliding directly with the red tongue. A tongue made of flesh and blood naturally cannot clash head-on with a laser. After the hybrid zombie realized this, its mouth split open again, shooting out 2 long tongues that curved from both sides to attack Milia's body. The tips of the tongues split open in advance, revealing suction cups and a terrifying appearance filled with tiny sharp teeth. It wasn't aiming at Milia herself, but rather at the troublesome weapon in her hand, tightly wrapping around it several times in an attempt to fling the weapon away before dealing with her. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, Milia might seem inferior to it at first glance, but in reality, the two were evenly matched. Meanwhile, good news came from Shenmue's side. His guess was indeed correct. The system defaulted this approach as feasible. Enhancement successful. Milia's main weapon has been enhanced. Milia, it seems your weapon has been enhanced. Give it a try, Shenmue said. At this moment, Milia had her back to Shenmue, so he couldn't see the expression on her face. In fact, when Shenmue saw the system prompt, Milia also received the same information. A third mode was added to the weapon, besides the magic cube and firearms, heavy cannon mode. Alright, Milia responded, vertically planting the gun gun barrel into the ground.
Roar! No words are needed, they understand each other's intentions. With just a single thought, the firearms begin to transform, switching to fixed heavy artillery. In this mode, both power and attack range are increased dozens of times, allowing them to target not only ground and aerial enemies but also to lock onto targets with precision. The drawback is that mobility is restricted. To move, the heavy artillery mode must first be deactivated.
However, with the instant synchronization of thoughts, this can be completely compensated.
The heavy artillery mode can even provide more precise fire coverage by calculating and analyzing simple commands like attack it.
Its appearance is both bulky and intricate, with a thick cannon barrel that exudes visual intimidation and can easily accommodate Shenmue's entire body.
Facing the adjusted tongue-lashing offensive of the hybrid zombies, Milia refuses to back down.
She gave the order, aim, lock on, fire the cannon.
Flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed around. The cannon barrel shook violently, the ground trembled intensely, and even her heels slightly lifted off the ground. The nearby smoke and rubble were instantly blasted several meters away.
The cement ground couldn't withstand the pressure, and cracks spread rapidly. The massive shell shot straight into the mixed zombie's chrysanthemum mouth.
Immediately, red light silently exploded and flashed, quickly retreating, resembling a flashbang. The hybrid zombie evaporated on the spot, leaving only the stench of blood and flesh fragments lingering within the explosion's range.
Successfully killed the hybrid zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 15 slaughter points. Congratulations to the host for completing the harvesting mission and obtaining +5 evolution cards. When Shenmue first saw the evolution cards, he thought they were meant for himself, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be for his battle pet.
Battle pets belong to oneself, rounding up is equivalent to using them for oneself.
Before using them, of course, the usual rule applies: strengthen them first.
Strengthening successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining +5 max level evolution cards.
Max level. One-click max level?
Shenmue confirmed several times before daring to be sure he hadn't misread.
It really is a one-click upgrade to max level for the battle pet. No more painstakingly feeding those zombie monsters with scraps of meat that aren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth, slowly accumulating growth points bit by bit.
Although Shenmue couldn't recall who had given him this max level evolution card for
SSS grade random equipment enhancement, he was genuinely grateful for that person's appearance. Thanks to them, every reward was priceless. Unfortunately, mechanical lifeforms don't count as battle pets, so the max level evolution card couldn't be used on them. It could only be used on the bloodthirsty raven and the overlord centipede. Use the max level evolution card on the bloodthirsty raven? Yes. Applying. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodthirsty raven king. Boom. With a spread of its wings, countless black feathers fell like snow. Its massive body was so enormous that it nearly blotted out the sky. Even if that hybrid zombie were still alive, it would be nothing more than a toy in its presence. Its eyes, like two crimson suns, were exceptionally dazzling. A single raven's cry startled hundreds of players within a few kilometers, causing them to stop in their tracks, look up, and exclaim in awe. Since arriving in this world of slaughter, they had never seen such a colossal and fearsome creature. Though it appeared to be just a raven, the oppressive aura it exuded made breathing involuntarily quicken and left them feeling weighed down. Of course, there were also those daring and clever individuals who speculated that this might be the key to a hidden quest. They began contacting their guilds to discuss and gather manpower, unwilling to easily let go of such a rare opportunity.
Hidden quests in the world of slaughter offered rewards far richer than ordinary ones, a fact that had been widely spread in the world chat channel by players who couldn't resist boasting after discovering them. Milia, as an advanced mechanical lifeform, possesses an emotional system as complex as that of humans. When she saw that what was originally just a small crow had astonishingly evolved into a massive, bloodthirsty raven king that could blot out the sky, her face was filled with an undeniable
reverence for Shenmue.
She understood that the Raven King's achievements were no mere coincidence and were inseparable from the blessings of its master,
Shenmue.
Like herself, it was through the master's gifts that it was able to break through, grow stronger, and even acquire a third weapon mode.
You're too conspicuous like this. If I'm not mistaken, you have another form, right?
Shenmue asked while carefully examining the Raven King's attribute panel. Immediately, the massive figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and drifted down in front of Shenmue. From its appearance, one could vaguely discern a humanoid shape. If one had to describe its attire, it might resemble that of a plague doctor. Dressed in a black leather long coat with 2 rows of silver round buttons on the chest and a slender leather belt around the waist, it differed from a plague doctor. In one key aspect, it did not wear a bird-shaped mask. Instead, it had a real, large bird beak, with a strong keratin texture that gleamed with a muted silver light. The brim of the black hat was pulled low, obscuring the face, with eyes as dark as pitch. Below the shoulders, there were no arms, but instead, 2 large, fluffy wings made of countless black feathers, the longest of which nearly
touched the ground. Perhaps the arms were hidden within? Or maybe he didn't have arms at all?
His feet, however, were intact, aspect, clad in a pair of shiny black boots. The entire figure exuded an aura of darkness, oppression, and eeriness. The sound of screeching brakes echoed. A guild team was the first to arrive. Only one vehicle had arrived. The main force was still behind. All 4 car doors opened simultaneously, and 5 people stepped out of the vehicle. Each of them was fully armed, as their skills, unlike Shenmue's, could not be used without limit. After each use, they had to wait for a cooldown period before using them again. Typically, they treated their skills as trump cards, relying on firearms unless absolutely necessary. However, the anticipation that had been on their faces instantly vanished. Upon seeing the massive cannon in front of Milia, towering as high as a small building, their legs went weak. They quickly grabbed onto the still open car doors and ducked back inside. Some even sat back in the vehicle, shut the doors, and clutched their submachine guns, trembling with fear. They had never imagined before that, in such a tense situation, someone could produce a weapon so shockingly destructive it seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Was there really such a massive cannon in the world? Watching their series of reactions, Shenmue couldn't help but wonder if they were acting, deliberately trying to lighten the mood. Well, it did have some effect. Retracting his gaze, Shenmue didn't pay much attention to that group of people and prepared to use the max-level evolution card on the Overlord Centipede. Meanwhile, the 5 of them scanned the scene, which was littered with vast ruins, bloodstains everywhere, and mangled corpses strewn about, making one feel nauseous. Looks like we're late. That crow has already been dealt with by them. We rushed over here in just a few minutes, right? That fast? Nonsense. Do you think that cannon barrel, which is 1 or 2 times thicker than you, is just for show? So, should we make a move to seize the spoils? At close range, that thing probably can't be used. It would definitely hurt them too. No way. Those 3 people look extremely strange, didn't you notice? The man seems relatively normal, but the woman and the guy wearing the bird mask don't look like ordinary humans at all. It's better not to provoke them lightly. After some discussion, the group finally reached a consensus and decided to abandon the hidden mission. Losing their lives over a single task simply wasn't worth it. As they all got into the car and prepared to leave, Shenmue smiled faintly and murmured, "Quite sensible." Although he now possessed countless SSS level skills, Shenmue didn't mind accumulating a few more. After all, life is long, and there will always be opportunities to put them to good use. He even secretly hoped that one day he could strengthen a skill to achieve immortality. While the resurrection crystal essentially granted him 7 lives, it still couldn't compare to the sheer power of immortality. 7 lives don't mean escaping the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Just then, another team arrived, and they had even more people. That's the Black Hawk Guild. From the words of those few people at the beginning, Shenmue learned about their origins. Opening the virtual panel to check, he discovered that this was a powerful guild with hundreds of members and a notable reputation. Shenmue could easily guess that they were likely targeting the bloodthirsty Raven King as their prey, otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized such a large force, clearly showing an intent to launch a crusade. Dozens of people got off the vehicle, led by a rugged, tough-looking man wearing a bulletproof vest, Fu Chuan, the captain of the Black Hawk Guild. He scanned the scene and noticed Shenmue, Milia, and the humanoid form of the bloodthirsty Raven King. That is, seeing the heavy cannon in front of Milia, Fu Chuan's eyes widened. He thought to himself that if he could possess such a level of weaponry, the rise of the Black Hawk Guild would accelerate 100-fold. He concluded that the giant raven in the distance must have been instantly killed by these 3 using that heavy cannon. The ability to eliminate such a high-level monster in such a short time was enough to imagine the cannon's power. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to own it, especially when Milia raised her hand to touch the heavy cannon, transforming it into a gun cannon form, and lifted it high with both hands. Fu Chuan was shocked once again. It can transform. He glanced at the 3 people, their attire peculiar, and one of them had a mechanical arm. Then he looked at the group of dozens behind them and began weighing the pros and cons. He was also somewhat worried whether the heavy cannon was Milia's skill rather than just a weapon. Although he understood that killing enemies might drop skills and had tried killing over a dozen people, the drop rate so far was 0. The opponents were only 3, but if a fight broke out, it would inevitably be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800. Hesitating, he realized that truly high rewards come with high risks. Used the max-level evolution card on Overlord Centipede? Shenmue couldn't be bothered with them, withdrew his gaze, and clicked to confirm usage. Currently in use. Successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sky-Reaching Centipede King. Sky-Reaching? Shenmue caught the keyword, and the phrase Sky-Reaching Tree involuntarily popped into his mind, enough to imagine how massive a max-level Overlord Centipede would be. Hiss. Looking around, let alone the Sky-Reaching Centipede King, there wasn't even a trace of the Overlord Centipede. Did it bug out? If this Sky-Reaching Centipede doesn't appear, and he ends up losing an Overlord Centipede for nothing, Shenmue would definitely have to have a serious talk with the system. At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Ah! Screams erupted one after another. Many people were thrown off balance due to the sudden tremor. tremor, falling over in chaos. Cars lost their stability, rolling over several times, crashing into walls, and becoming deformed. Shenmue's RV, with its massive weight, remained completely unmoved. This kind of tremor naturally had no effect on Shenmue, Milia, and the bloodthirsty Raven King. Shenmue's gaze shifted downward, his toes moving slightly to the side as he chuckled lightly. So it's down there. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked open, resembling the maw of a hybrid zombie, as a massive black object with a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters burst forth from the earth. Only a small portion of its body was exposed, less than 1/1000th of its entirety, yet it was enough to terrify everyone present, their faces turning ashen, far worse than seeing a ghost. Some even rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. A giant centipede. Bang! The body was as rough as rock, and the single eye resembled a murky mirror, reflecting a distorted image of oneself. Staring at it for too long could even cause dizziness, making one instinctively shake their head. That gaping mouth was like a bottomless abyss, its depths unfathomable, as if gazing directly into the abyss itself. The razor-sharp teeth, even more fearsome than a shark's, instilled an undeniable sense of dread. Watching the towering centipede king bend its body, open its massive mouth, and crash down vertically in an inverted U-shape, a heavy shadow instantly enveloped the scene.
Fuchuan froze in place, unable to react in time.
The ground was smashed into a pit several meters deep, a testament to the hardness of the centipede king's head.
Faced with such a situation, how could Fuchuan possibly have a chance to survive? Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the D-level skill cooking, automatically upgraded to SSS level cooking everything. The system notification that popped up in front of Shenmue perfectly confirmed what he had been thinking. The sound of the wind howling tore through the air, kicking up dust. Shenmue didn't rush to confirm the specific effects of this skill but instead raised his hand and casually swung it, his hand striking fiercely against the body of the towering centipede king.
Immediately after, a deafening roar shook the earth.
The crowd struggled to steady themselves, only to see the massive body of the towering centipede king, buried underground, being forcibly pulled out by an invisible force. The 100-meter-long insect body, accompanied by countless centipede legs moving irregularly up and down like human hands, and its blade-like, flat, sharp foreclaws, sent a chill down everyone's spine. The most terrifying part was that this 100-meter-long centipede body was still not the entirety of the towering centipede king. There were even more parts hidden deep underground. As the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, large areas of houses were crushed into rubble, and tall buildings, in the face of this hard and massive insect body, were as fragile as freshly cooked tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever.
Successfully killed the exploding zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 2 slaughter points.
Successfully killed the zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. After the towering centipede king fell, it also helped Shenmue earn quite a few slaughter points.
Bang, bang, bang. However, this did not ease Shenmue's dissatisfaction in the slightest. He said disdainfully, "Without my orders, who told you to eat him? To control a person, one must first instill awe in them, let alone controlling an epic-level giant monster like this."
Although the system repeatedly confirmed that the loyalty of the sky-reaching centipede king to him was 100%, Shenmue still felt it necessary to make this creature understand what it means to obey orders. Shenmue's action of slapping the sky-reaching centipede king away had already left everyone present utterly astonished. Then, they learned from his words that this sky-reaching centipede king was actually raised by him personally. This was no longer mere shock, it was an outright questioning of reality.
Because in their understanding, a monster of this level had already surpassed the realm of comprehension.
Not to mention, it was actually under Shenmue's control, and he had achieved this in just a few days. Some of them even began to suspect that Shenmue was not a Blue Star native at all, but an experienced player who had crossed over from another dimensional world. Apart from this, they could find no more reasonable explanation. The towering centipede king had an extremely simple facial expression, with only 2 changes, opening and closing its mouth.
It couldn't express grievance or apology with rich expressions and could only silently burrow back underground.
It followed Shenmue's footsteps, ready to respond and obey orders at any moment, breaking through the earth.
Only a pitch-black, bottomless hole was left behind.
Kicking a stone into it, no echo could be heard for a long time. Sensing Shenmue's gaze, someone directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I am willing to submit to you, please don't kill me."
This was indeed a life-saving move, but not out of desperation.
In their eyes, being able to join Shenmue's camp was absolutely an honor. Seeing this situation, people began to kneel and submit one after another.
In such an environment, with such a powerful backer, wouldn't it be possible to walk sideways in the future?
To this, Shenmue did not respond. He opened the door of the RV and went inside.
Milia followed closely behind. Then they drove off into the distance. Only the bloodthirsty Crow King was left behind.
Its strength is now sufficiently powerful, with its level maxed out, so there's no need to keep it by his side.
Let it grow and develop freely. Although its growth points are maxed, there is no limit to acquiring attributes like strength, speed, and defense.
Milia stays by his side. After all, she's a woman, looks human, and is pleasing
pleasing to the eye. Her figure is decent.
As for the bloodthirsty Raven King, forget it. Shenmue worries that if he turns on the light at night and sees it sitting stiffly on the sofa, it might scare him.
Then what about the sky-reaching Centipede King? That makes it even more impossible for it to get on the vehicle. It can only remain that size and cannot transform into a human form or shrink its body like the bloodthirsty Raven King.
Spreading its wide wings, the bloodthirsty Raven King once again transformed into a sky-covering raven, soaring above the heavens.
That's also his battle pet. Is he a god? Are you cheating?
Only leaving everyone kneeling on the ground, with exaggerated expressions, marveling in astonishment. Slowing down the car, operating with one hand. Shenmue carefully examined the new SSS level skill he had just obtained from the towering Centipede King. The reason for the interest is that among the many SSS level skills, this one stands out as completely different, with a sudden change in style.
Cooking everything?
While checking the details, he muttered to himself, it can turn anything, even the meat of zombies and monsters, into food, removing all toxicity.
Boom!
And after eating it, not only can you feel intensely full, but you can also recover your strength. Counting this, in Shenmue's view, it indeed deserves the title of an SSS level skill. This skill is particularly suitable for players willing to survive by any means, relying on scavenging corpses, cooking them into food, preserving them in cans. In the global trading center, one could even become a tycoon, controlling vast resources. In the apocalypse, the importance of food even surpasses that of weapons. With food, especially an endless supply of it, there's no need to worry about finding people willing to follow you.
Zombies? Monster meat?
Monsters mutated from animals are still acceptable, but when it comes to zombies, even if they can be made to look edible, Shenmue could never truly bring himself to eat them. Although this is a world where people eat people, he is far from the point of having to resort to cannibalism. He plans to find a monster mutated from an animal to test the effect of this skill. After all, this is a skill operation. He can extract, cook, and make finished products with just one click without having to personally cut the meat, light the fire, or fry, boil, stew, or deep fry. Of course, if he had the leisure to do so, the system would unconditionally support him, appearing especially indulgent. With one step on the brake, the car stopped by the roadside. Shenmue suddenly realized that there was no need for him to actively seek out monsters. He could completely make them come to him, or rather, force them to have no choice but to find him.
This is when the SSS level full map monster attraction skill comes into play.
With just one click, you can attract all monsters within a maximum radius of 10 kilometers to your side in an instant. You can also perform a one-click scan to selectively attract monsters. This skill is highly operable, such as setting up traps in advance, filtering out the weakest zombie monsters, attracting them, and focusing fire to eliminate them. Then, by continuously snowballing, challenge stronger monsters and harvest more resources. With the perfect combination of skills and systems, under dual-hand operation, it perfectly displays the city route within a 10-kilometer radius, along with densely packed zombie monsters marked with red dots. The deeper the red dot color, the higher and stronger the monster's level.
Shenmue quickly locked onto a dark red target located 3 kilometers away.
Click to view. It turned out to be a monster called Thunderbolt Killer Bee.
Bees made into food. The taste should be pretty good, right? Shenmue thought to himself. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away,
a group of people raised their guns, continuously pulling the trigger, aiming at the blood-red killer bees in the air that were unleashing chaotic lightning strikes in a mix of purple, blue, and white.
Wait a little longer, stall for a bit, my skill cooldown is almost over.
This time, we'll definitely take it down, a man shouted from behind cover. They were members of the same guild, mobilized together to complete a mission that required them to kill the Thunderbolt Killer Bee. However, at the moment, despite their overwhelming numbers, the real advantage lay with the Thunderbolt Killer Bee. After more than 10 minutes of grueling combat and hundreds of bullets fired, the bee's body remained unscathed, and even its most fragile wings had not been hit.
The bullets simply cannot hit it.
The Thunderbolt Killer Bee's pair of purple, star-like, pearlescent eyes can release lightning. Electric patterns densely split in the air and are automatically attracted to metal bullets, causing the bullets to deviate from their trajectory and fall to the ground. However, the penetration power of the lightning is not strong, otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding behind walls or cars. The entire Thunder Killer Bee is relatively large, approximately the size of a corgi.
Its appearance hasn't changed much, essentially resembling a killer bee magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. Its tail is thick and full, semi-transparent, revealing the chaotic color of flowing lightning within. It is evident that this is its source of electricity. Bang!
A few loops of iron chains suddenly appeared in the man's hand. It was his skill, capable of ensnaring a target, pulling them closer, and inducing a 30-second paralysis effect.
Having learned
from his previous failure, the man silently resolved in his heart that this time, there would be no mistakes. As long as he seized this precious 30 seconds, all problems could be easily solved.
Aim, lock on, throw the chains. Boom!
Bang! The chains hit the ground, producing a crisp bouncing sound.
What's going on?
The man was instantly stunned, and the people around him were equally bewildered. The Thunderbolt Thunderbolt Killer Bee, which had been surrounded just moments ago, suddenly vanished without a trace. Not only were they astonished, but even the Thunderbolt Killer Bee itself hadn't expected to suddenly appear in a completely unfamiliar place. Shenmue had already gripped the knife in his hand tightly, ready to strike, and slashed upward in one swift motion. On the surface, it seemed as though he was fighting against thin air, but in the next moment, a tornado suddenly surged forth, heading straight for the Thunderbolt Killer Bee. The Thunderbolt Killer Bee had no time to react. Enveloped by the powerful force of the tornado, it was hurled skyward in an arc, its body spinning at an incredible speed, hundreds of rotations per second. A few minutes later, the tornado gradually dissipated, and the Thunderbolt Killer Bee fell heavily to the ground, left with only a breath, lying on its back with its 6 legs up, twitching slightly. As an SSS level skill, the power of Tornado Slash is clearly far beyond this. If Shenmue wanted, he could completely shred the Thunderbolt Killer Bee into pieces. However, what he cared about was not killing it, but rather taking its meat to test a new skill, cooking it into food to see its taste and effects. Therefore, his actions were naturally much gentler. Approaching the still unconscious Thunderbolt Killer Bee, Shenmue struck with a single blow, directly breaking through its hard shell and piercing its head. The glow in its eyes gradually faded, no longer shimmering, as if it had turned into an ordinary stone by the roadside. Activate skill. Currently cooking with one click. Puff, puff, puff. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spicy Thunderbolt Killer Bee leg can food times 6. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunderbolt Killer Bee luncheon meat cans times 10. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunderbolt Killer Bee steamed brain cans times 3. These cans are automatically stored in the system backpack, making it very convenient. For Shenmue, who owns an RV, it's even more convenient. Either open the can directly or heat it in the microwave when he wants to eat. Back in the RV, sitting on the sofa and looking at the dozen or so cans of monster meat on the table, Shenmue didn't rush to eat but instead tried to convince himself. System, are you sure it's really okay to eat these things? He asked. Diarrhea would be a minor issue. What Shenmue feared most was getting infected with the zombie virus and becoming one of the zombie horde, turning from hunter to prey. No, please rest assured and consume them, host. The system's response was firm and resolute. Even if you reassure me, but this is monster meat after all. Shenmue turned his head to look at the mature version of Milia sitting nearby, hesitating in his heart. He initially thought of letting her try it first, but then swallowed the idea. On one hand, he didn't want to use his own people as guinea pigs. On the other hand, Milia was a mechanical lifeform, so even if the can contained traces of the zombie virus, it wouldn't affect her at all. At this moment, Shenmue suddenly thought of the World Trading Center. He was completely upfront, directly stating that the monster meat was made using his skill, offering a discounted tasting and guaranteeing it was non-toxic. Monster meat can be turned into canned food? Skill? Making canned food? Why do I feel a bit confused about what you're trying to express, boss? Wait, could it be that he awakened a second skill? No matter what, eating monster meat is just 2, even if you say it's not poisonous. Lightning Killer Bee canned food. The name sure sounds thrilling. Haha, does this count as a product with no certification? Any fearless brothers out there? Try it and don't forget to share your feelings. Can quickly satisfy hunger? Restore energy? Really? Sounds like bragging. Even if you're ranked first on both lists, most people are just watching, but no one wants to trade. Makes sense, it's hard for even oneself to swallow, let alone them. Ugh. Roar. Just as Shenmue was about to delete the post, he noticed someone had placed an item for exchange in the trading bar. It's a box of men's summer outfits, including short-sleeved shirts and shorts. The remarks column reads, a can of Thunder Killer Bee legs. The trader's name, Shenmue, is all too familiar, an old customer. Trader, Qin Lu. She is willing to be the guinea pig for taste testing, so Shenmue naturally has no reason to refuse. Click to confirm the transaction. Transaction successful. Thunderbolt Killer Bee leg can food -1, men's summer outfit +1 box. Transaction successful. Men's summer outfit -1 box. Thunderbolt Killer Bee leg can food +1. Volunteering to be a guinea pig? No, in fact, Qin Lu was currently challenging the second floor boss of the trial tower all by herself. Her ammunition was running low, and her stamina was severely depleted. She had planned to dodge the boss's attacks while checking the trading market to see if she could buy some ammo supplies. However, she noticed that Shenmue had posted something new and immediately clicked on it. Eating monster meat was indeed a novel and risky attempt. After all, humans had always been the ones treated as food in the past. However, the fact that monster meat could quickly fill the stomach and restore stamina was something Qin Lu couldn't resist. Since it was already a life and death gamble, why not take a chance? There might just be a glimmer of hope. She opened the system backpack, found the can labeled Thunder Killer Bee leg, and took it out. Holding the submachine gun with one hand, she delayed the boss's movements while dodging and creating distance. She bit open the pull tab with her teeth, yanked off the metal lid, and revealed the contents inside: shelled, finger-length pieces of Thunder Killer Bee leg meat, soaked in clear oil. This was completely different from what Qin Lu had imagined. She had thought it would be disgusting and hard to swallow, but the moment she opened the can, not only did she not feel repulsed, but there was even a sense of sophistication, like canned food made from king crab legs.
More importantly, the aroma hit her instantly. Was this really monster meat?
Seeing that the distance from the boss was about right, Qin Lu quickly holstered her gun, took a Thunder Killer bee leg from the can, and without hesitation, brought her mouth close to the cut end and sucked. A piece of tender, snow-white meat easily slipped out of the shell and into her mouth. It was incredibly delicious. Qin Lu's face was filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected this to be monster meat. It was more tender than any meat she had ever eaten before, and the flavor completely outclassed
even the finest seafood.
The most surprising part was that after swallowing a small piece of the leg meat, a surge of strength instantly filled her previously sore and weak limbs, sweeping away all fatigue. She took advantage of the moment when the boss had just been severely injured and hadn't yet reacted, quickly using her fingers to fish out the chunks of meat from the oily soup and devouring them in big bites.
After finishing 4
pieces, she still felt unsatisfied and decided to try the broth. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The broth was nothing like she had imagined. It wasn't greasy at all, and its freshness was in no way inferior to the meat. Gulp, gulp, she drank the broth down to the last drop. Tossing the empty can aside, Qin Lu now felt her entire body brimming with strength, completely renewed, as if she were no different from when she first entered the Tower of Trials.
During the boss battle, the malfunction was disabled.
Qin Lu sorted through the remaining weapon resources in her backpack, clenched her fists, and silently steeled herself. In her current state, she could definitely do it. Besides, the opponent was nothing more than a battered and bruised boss.
World Trading Center.
Since the item Chunmu posted was just exchanged, the thread hasn't been closed and still exists. As Qin Lu has yet to share her thoughts after eating, the crowd starts to stir.
Could it be that she ate herself to death? Eating monster meat canned food in the apocalypse, this kind of courage is truly not something ordinary people possess. Alright, let's disperse. She's probably done for.
Check their profile picture, it says they're currently on the 2nd floor of the trial tower.
How would they have time to reply? You can actually check someone's status through their profile picture?
Shenmue, reminded of this, clicked on Qin Lu's profile picture and entered her personal
information page.
The displayed information was minimal, showing only a name, current status, and the latest achievement, cleared the 1st floor of the trial tower.
7 minutes later, the latest achievement updated,
cleared the 2nd floor of the trial tower.
Looks like she made it through alive.
Shenmue felt a sense of relief but was still waiting for her feedback.
Logically, Qin Lu using the World Trading Center while inside the trial tower indicated she had no other choice.
The canned food wasn't bought for storage, it was definitely consumed on the spot. For the specifics, Qin Lu herself would need to explain. In the exchange directory, a few more fresh items were added, submitted by none other than Qin Lu. Now, Shenmue didn't need to say much to understand that the monster meat cans were safe and reliable. Shenmue accepted the 3 types of cans provided by Qin Lu and gave her one of each in return.
Enhancing.
After receiving the message that the trade post was about to close and checking the transaction records, everyone's interest was immediately piqued.
What's going on? Could that stuff really be edible? Affirmative, and the results are astonishing.
That person named Qin Lu, their latest achievement has been updated. They've cleared the 2nd level of the trial tower.
100 submachine gun bullets plus a submachine gun. How about a trade for something new to try? A skill that can turn monsters into canned food. Does that mean they'll never have to worry about food again? Completely invincible. Taking off.
This is probably what it means to be at the top of the food chain. Zombie monsters have actually become ingredients. Afterward, Shenmue received a private message from Qin Lu. Thank you. If it weren't for this canned food, I might have already died in the trial tower. Shenmue replied, this thing was just made, and I wasn't too confident about trying it myself, so I found someone to test the taste and effects first.
Qin Lu, you're really straightforward, huh? Bitter smile.
Qin Lu, in terms of taste, it's simply the ultimate delicacy of the human world, and the effect is great too.
After eating it, the lost strength instantly recovers, and it seems to have a buff effect.
I can clearly feel a slight increase in movement speed, though it's gone now. Closing the chat page, Shenmue did not reply again. His gaze fell on the layers of monster meat cans stacked in front of him. He picked up a can of Thunder Killer bee leg meat, pulled the ring open with a snap, and the iron lid lifted, releasing an enticing aroma.
So fragrant. Shenmue's eyes revealed surprise. Why does this look so much like crab legs?
He picked up a piece, wrapped his lips around the cut, and took a strong sip.
His eyes widened slightly, pupils contracted, the taste far exceeded his expectations. He finally understood why Qin Lu called it the ultimate delicacy on earth. This canned food truly lives up to its name.
Like Qin Lu, he ate all 4 pieces of leg meat in one go, even drinking the remaining oily soup in one gulp. After putting down the can, he clenched his fists, feeling particularly refreshed. While checking the personal attributes page, he noticed that the speed column had a +1 marked in yellow.
Clicking on the annotation displayed, temporary attribute boost. There really is an additional buff effect. effect. Shenmue boldly speculated whether the higher the level of monster meat, the stronger the buff. If the sky-reaching Centipede King or the bloodthirsty Raven King were made into canned food, wouldn't the effect be like ascending straight to heaven? Fortunately, this thought only existed in his mind. If the sky-reaching Centipede King or the bloodthirsty Raven King heard it, they would surely be so terrified they'd kneel and beg for mercy. The remaining cans were all stored in the system backpack. With a stable and delicious food source, Shenmue was in a great mood. Now, those zombie creatures could not only serve as ATMs but also as a source of meat. Just because he couldn't eat zombie meat didn't mean others couldn't. Starve? Faced with tasty zombie meat that comes with beneficial effects, anyone would choose it without hesitation. Shenmue turned waste into treasure, not only allowing the unharvested chives to thrive but also reaping a large amount of exchangeable resources. One could even say that with this canned food, he coercively made everyone work for him, searching for resources. Soon, the fact that Shenmue possessed the skill to cook monster meat into gourmet dishes spread far and wide through the world chat channel. He became the center of everyone's heated discussions. If there were trending lists in this world, Shenmue would undoubtedly dominate the front page headlines, and on a global scale, major guilds are offering rewards, competing to get his contact information in hopes of recruiting him. Many have even approached Xin Lu, who has the closest relationship with him, but she firmly refuses to disclose any information. Bang! Having finally established a good relationship with Shenmue, Xin Lu has no intention of disrupting this delicate balance. Boom! Although most people would find the offer irresistible, Xin Lu gritted her teeth and held firm, keeping the secret. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Shenmue had just encountered and dealt with a massive wave of hundreds of zombies. This time, unlike before, they weren't slaughtered to the point where not even bones remained, only their heads were blown apart. As for the purpose of this, when getting out of the car, Shenmue looked at the road piled high with zombie corpses, raised his hand, selected all the zombies within visible range, and pressed a button to cook them all at once. Currently cooking with 1 click. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining zombie luncheon meat cans plus 10. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining zombie luncheon meat cans plus 15. Cooking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining zombie luncheon meat cans plus 9. Compared to monsters like Thunderbolt killer bees, the types of canned goods made from ordinary zombies are very limited and far less diverse than those made from Thunderbolt killer bees. Moreover, body size directly affects the production yield of canned luncheon meat. However, these hundreds of zombies ultimately contributed 3,600 cans of zombie luncheon meat to Shenmue. Pop! He opened one, and its appearance was almost identical to that of regular canned luncheon meat. Leaning in to take a sniff, the aroma grew even stronger, but as soon as Shenmue thought about the ingredients of the canned food, he found it hard to swallow. The can was already opened and couldn't be used for trade, so he casually tossed it aside. Shenmue turned around, got into the RV, started it, and slowly drove away. Inside the building, a man ran out, picked up the can with both hands, holding it upright. The rim of the can was spotless, surprisingly clean. Gulp! His saliva flowed uncontrollably. He had just witnessed the entire process of Shenmue killing the zombie, with the corpse disappearing into thin air in an instant. In this man's eyes, Shenmue's strength was almost godlike. He had probably guessed the origin of the canned food in his hand. On the bottom of the can, it was clearly labeled zombie luncheon meat. Growl! His stomach growled loudly. Starving, he couldn't care less and began eating voraciously. To his surprise, the more he ate, the tastier it became, and he simply couldn't stop. The hunger vanished instantly, and his body was quickly filled with energy. Who exactly is that person? The man stared at the can in his hand while glancing in the direction of the RV that had long disappeared from view, his eyes full of reverence. As for Shenmue, he decisively listed 3,599 cans of zombie luncheon meat on the World Trading Center, setting up automatic transactions. As long as the value exceeded that of a handgun, one can could be exchanged. Although it was zombie meat, it was still meat, so the price couldn't be too low. Each person was limited to purchasing 5 cans. Canned zombie meat, the boss is really violent, not hiding it at all. Enhancing, do you guys really dare to eat this? What's there to be afraid of? I'm practically starving to death. Wow, over 3,000 cans were gone in an instant. Everyone says they wouldn't dare eat it. Is this what wouldn't dare looks like? Most of these canned meats were exchanged by major guilds. Among them, the Unbeatable Guild obtained the most, with a total of 300 cans. A group of people sat around the table, staring at the 300 zombie luncheon meat cans piled up like a small mountain. They exchanged glances in silence. No one dared to be the first to try, fearing they would become the test subject. A bona fide dark cuisine, even darker than the usual dark cuisine. Although rumors outside claimed that the cans were not only non-toxic but also incredibly delicious, with excellent satiety and stamina recovery effects, when it came to facing them personally,
it was hard not to feel resistant. After all, these were canned goods made from zombie meat.
Who wants to give it a try? President Zhang Pingyuan swept his gaze across the crowd.
Those caught in his gaze quickly avoided eye contact.
A bunch of cowards. Zhang Pingyuan was furious. I spent so many guns and bullets to trade for this food, and you don't even dare to eat it?
In his anger, he picked one up himself, opened the can, and the rich aroma of meat immediately filled the air.
Gulp! The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but still, no one was willing to take the initiative to try.
At that moment, the sound of brakes rang out. They turned to look and saw a search team returning, consisting of 3 people, complaining about being starving and exhausted.
Zhang Pingyuan's heart stirred.
He put down his chopsticks and signaled his subordinates to bring the 3 over. Upon learning there were canned meat to eat, the 3 wasted no time and began devouring it voraciously. Halfway through eating, they finally noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual.
This was real meat, a hard currency in the apocalypse. How could anyone resist in front of dozens of people?
Ah, boss, this stuff isn't expired, is it? One of them asked worriedly.
It's not expired, it was just made recently.
Zhang Pingyuan shook his head and said with a smile.
Then why aren't you eating it? The man asked again.
To be honest with you, this canned food was actually made by zombies. The 3 people, upon hearing this, quickly put down the cans, bent over, and used their hands to scrape their throats, trying to vomit out everything they had just eaten.
Enough!
Stop wasting your effort, Zhang Pingyuan said helplessly.
If this thing could really kill you, would you still be alive now? Besides, do you feel any difference in your body? Difference?
The 3 showed surprised expressions. Strange, we were just exhausted like dogs a moment ago, but now we feel full of energy, and our movements are much lighter.
Boss, you must be joking, right? How could zombie meat be so delicious and even have this kind of effect?
The young man was skeptical.
This meat was made by Chen Mu.
He seems to have a special skill that allows him to turn zombies and monsters into canned food.
What? Chen Mu, that god who continuously dominated the top of both rankings? For some reason, upon hearing this name, the 3 people's restless hearts instantly calmed down quite a bit.
Afterward, Zhang Pingyuan stored the remaining hundreds of cans into the system backpack as material reserves. Those who were hesitant and lacked the courage to try at first now only felt deep regret.
Now, wanting to eat them again is no longer easy. The material grade has skyrocketed.
Originally rated as grade A, it has now at least risen to SSS grade. At critical moments, it can save lives.
3,000 cans, all swept away in one go?
15 shotguns, 24 rifles, 9 sniper rifles. Shenmue looked at the weapons and supplies he had acquired, scrolling down slowly. He truly hadn't expected that zombie luncheon meat cans would be so popular and sell so well. He felt that he had seriously underestimated people's craving for meat in this apocalyptic world. At this rate, it won't be long before I become one of the world's top arms dealers, right? Shenmue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Whether the items could be used immediately wasn't important. The key was to make everyone understand that zombie luncheon meat offered exceptional value for money. In this way, one day, this special canned product might become comparable to the currency of the previous world.
As the sole currency manufacturer, his influence is self-evident. Everyone becomes a pawn.
Shenmue checked the map, preparing to find an open area to accelerate the implementation of this plan.
Finally, he decided to head to a place called Wanshin Square. Using the full map monster attracting skill, there can definitely accommodate all targets. This road is probably already overcrowded.
Small amounts multiple times, how can that compare to the convenience of solving it all at once? Shenmue made up his mind to pull off something big. The car had not yet reached Wanshin Plaza when Shenmue heard a series of continuous explosions in the distance, deafeningly loud.
These were no ordinary explosions. The power was immense.
Even the air was faintly trembling. From time to time, a rumbling sound could also be heard from the sky, definitely not thunder. The sky was cloudless. Where could the sound of thunder come from? It sounded more like the continuous roar of a plane whizzing overhead. However, the surroundings were filled with buildings dozens of stories high, and he was in the RV's driver's cabin, with his view obstructed, making it impossible to see the specific situation. The sound seemed very close, and it was definitely not a large aircraft. Shenmue concluded that it must be a fighter jet.
Someone actually managed to get a fighter jet?
Shenmue felt quite surprised.
There are no fighter jets or similar equipment in his system mall.
According to the system mall's description, the types of goods are closely related to the host's strength. The stronger the host, the more types of goods they can buy, and the more frequent the purchases.
Weaker hosts not only have fewer goods available,
but also face restrictions on purchase quantities.
For example, food can only be bought once a day, and some people can only buy it once a week. His daily purchase limit for the same item is 10 units. Compared to the second system, the layout of the first system is extraordinary. He thought to himself he possessed hundreds of SSS level skills but still couldn't unlock the fighter jet, so how could anyone else? Most likely, someone hit the jackpot, scavenged it somewhere, or received it as a reward for completing a mission. Fighter jet, huh? Shenmue found it quite intriguing. More importantly, he possesses the SSS level master driver skill.
Any tool that requires cares driving, whether soaring into the sky or venturing into outer space, as long as he touches it, his driving proficiency instantly maxes out.
Shame, what use does such a thing have?
In a world of slaughter, mutual plundering is the law of survival. He calmed down, slammed the accelerator, and sped forward. After turning a few corners, a road led straight to the square. In Shenmue's field of vision, he could already see the broken and collapsed stone monument in the square. He activated his magic eyes, the image zoomed in, and the clarity did not diminish in the slightest.
He could see very clearly that it was a giant-shaped armored zombie.
The most striking part of its armor was the fully enclosed metal helmet covering its head and neck, extending over its shoulders, with a brass-like color.
The shoulders resembled the shell of a pangolin, layered and overlapping, tightly secured by silver chain links.
Beneath the hood, 2 iron chains as thick as wrists passed through holes, looping from under the armpits to the back of the hood to prevent the helmet from falling off. A large amount of blood flows out from under the helmet, drying and coagulating into dark patches along the way, varying in length, presenting an unimaginably gruesome scene. The upper body is bare, with 8-pack abs standing out prominently. The lower body is clad in ripped jeans, with a neatly fastened belt and shackles on the feet that produce a clanging, dragging sound when moving. One hand held a large chunk of cement, while the other gripped an iron chain, with another large cement block hanging from the chain below. The 2 cement blocks were connected by the iron chain, firmly embedded together. "This weapon is quite distinctive," Shenmue said with a faint smile, though inwardly he felt it was somewhat unimpressive and a bit shabby. It was not as striking as the flat, curved claw bones on the right fist of the giant zombie, which stood out especially when the fist was clenched,
resembling beast claws.
Much longer than fingers. A punch from this would surely leave 4 bloody holes, with blood gushing out continuously.
Eventually, it will bleed out and perish.
However, at this moment, the giant zombie's full attention was focused on the fighter jet overhead. Just as Chun-Mu had anticipated, the fighter jet operator exploited the giant zombie's short reach, maintaining a safe distance while continuously provoking it.
Bullets were fired and missiles launched intermittently, attacking it relentlessly. Unfortunately, the giant zombie's helmet was not just for show and was difficult to penetrate.
It was also smart enough to know which part of its body to use to fend off
the fighter jet's fierce assaults.
The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Naturally, it was up to Chun-Mu to break this deadlock. He was, after all, always willing to lend a hand.
Meanwhile, the man in the fighter jet cockpit noticed the presence of the RV. "What's this? Trying to steal the monster?"
he sneered. "Ha, a broken truck dares to snatch the monster
from me? Truly overestimating yourself."
The man aimed the next missile's targeting system at the RV, locked onto the target, and his grin grew increasingly sinister.
"Die!" Click. He pressed the launch button. Boom!
The missile streaked across the sky, trailing a plume of white smoke. Shenmue had just stepped out of the car when he saw a missile heading straight for him. Definitely not a good first impression. He raised his hand, and a white bandage shot out from his sleeve, quickly splitting into thousands of strands, blossoming like dazzling fireworks.
Bang! 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 In an instant, the bandages tightly wrapped around the entire shell, sealing it completely.
The ends of the bandages shot out in all directions, embedding into the walls and entangling everything they could latch onto and secure.
In the blink of an eye,
a massive spider web was woven between the buildings in front of Shenmue. The shell, like prey caught in a trap, was wrapped layer upon layer until it resembled a silkworm cocoon. It was a perfect demonstration of overcoming strength with softness.
This was none other than the SSS level skill, Mummy Wrap.
It allowed the user to manipulate white, highly durable fireproof cloth strips that were nearly impossible to cut with
blades or swords, instantly wrapping the target into a mummy-like state.
Whether it was a living being or an inanimate object, once ensnared, the consequences went far beyond
mere movement restriction.
Zombies would have their flesh corroded by a special liquid secreted within the cocoon, eventually dissolving into a pool of blood.
As for humans, they would be suffocated to death.
As for missiles, there was no need for special treatment, simply immobilizing them was enough, as they could still be considered a resource.
What?
The man in the fighter jet was completely dumbfounded when he saw the massive white web and the unexploded missile.
He desperately wanted to understand what was going on. Was he seeing things, or was he still dreaming in broad daylight? What kind of skill was so overpowered that it could even stop a fighter jet missile?
Immediately, Shenmue retracted the bandages and stored the missile in his system backpack. The man should be grateful that Shenmue was temporarily interested in piloting the fighter jet. Otherwise, Shenmue would have returned the missile intact,
and at supersonic speed, no less.
There wouldn't even be a need to detonate the bomb. It would directly pulverize him, turning him into a mist of blood scattered across the sky. "Milia, I'll leave that guy to you," Shenmue ordered.
"Yes, master."
Milia got out of the car and quickly walked toward the giant zombie after receiving the command.
The man noticed Milia's figure. Another accomplice? A child? Or maybe a Chinibyo?
Milia's transformation time had long ended, reverting her to her lowly appearance. He appeared a head shorter,
lacking the visual intimidation brought by the mature aura.
Coupled with being in midair at a height of 100 meters, he seemed even smaller. It was understandable that the man didn't take Milia seriously. Seeing Milia approaching the giant zombie, the man couldn't help but feel that Shenmue treated people as expendable.
He actually used such a small child to lure the snake out of its hole, attracting the zombie's attention while he seized the opportunity for himself. Such a person truly deserved divine punishment. However, in the next second, he saw Milia suddenly pull out a large gun out of thin air, holding it in her hand. She aimed at the cement block swung by the giant zombie like a meteor hammer and decisively fired. The shot shattered the cement block. Although the giant zombie was lucky enough to avoid a fatal hit, its shoulder was still blasted into a large hole, the edge of its brain was grazed, and its helmet was severely damaged. At this point, its left arm was barely connected by a bit of flesh and was on the verge of falling off. Without bone support or self-healing ability, this arm was completely useless. Looking at the bloodied mess beneath the hole in the helmet, the man's heart jolted violently. He had not anticipated the sheer power of that weapon. This astonishing destructive force, what was its origin? He had fired several missiles and over 100 bullets, yet the metal helmet remained intact. But she had effortlessly pierced through it with a single bullet? At the same time, the man's mental defenses crumbled. Before encountering Shenmue and Milia, he had always been confident in his fighter jet. The giant zombie, still unwilling to give up, tried to hurl another chunk of concrete at Milia, only to have its head blown apart by her single shot. It was then that the man fully realized just how dangerous these two were. They were no ordinary opponents. Giant zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Sensing the situation turning against him, the man hurriedly tried to maneuver the jet to escape. But how could Shenmue let him have the chance? Stomping down hard, he shouted, "Come out." This command was clearly directed at the sky-piercing Centipede King, as Shenmue knew it had been lurking in the underground world beneath his feet. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly, the vibrations growing stronger. Soon, the earth beneath him cracked and was pushed upward, and he found himself standing directly on the head of the sky-piercing Centipede King, rising into the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive body of the sky-piercing Centipede King emerged from the ground like a bamboo shoot, twisting through the air like a serpent, quickly catching up to the fighter jet. The man turned to look back, only to see the centipede's colossal body filling the sky. Turning back again, he was horrified to see Shenmue standing atop the sky-piercing Centipede King, emerging from beyond his field of vision. This scene would be etched into the man's memory forever. The sky-piercing Centipede King coiled its massive body around the fighter jet, its powerful limbs bringing the jet to a halt, leaving only a narrow gap in the cockpit cover. Bang! Shenmue leaped onto the jet, bent down, and slammed his palm against the metal panel. His 5 fingers clenched, making the metal appear as soft as clay to an onlooker. Gripping the narrow gap, he exerted immense force, prying the cockpit cover open with sheer brute strength. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. The man was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Rip! Shenmue couldn't be bothered to waste words. He grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him out, tearing the safety harness in the process. Here's your reward. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly hurled the man, who was over 1.8 meters tall, more than 10 meters away. The sky-piercing Centipede King slithered over, opening its massive, blood-red maw to catch him precisely. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic proficiency in E-class fighter jets, automatically upgraded to max-level SSS class proficiency. If Shenmue remembered correctly, this skill was likely the first to overlap with the buff effects of other skills. It belonged to a single driving skill enhancement, whereas the SSS level driving master was an all-type enhancement. With many people, overlaps were inevitable, so he didn't dwell on it. Compared to these thoughts, his attention was entirely focused on the fighter jet. He climbed inside, pulled the hatch shut, and ordered the King Centipede to hold on for now. He began enhancing the fighter jet. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supersonic fighter jet cluster bomber. Not only was the enhancement completed, but the previously heavily damaged fuselage caused by the King Centipede was also repaired. After restarting the engine, Shenmue signaled the King Centipede to release its grip and retreat underground. Its task was complete. The King Centipede complied, retracting into the subterranean world and leaving behind a bottomless pit. It stood ready, awaiting Shenmue's next command. With max-level proficiency, Shenmue piloted the fighter jet, freely maneuvering through the skies. Through personal testing, he gradually discovered subtle differences between the two talent skills. Although both enhanced max-level operability, the specialized skill allowed Shenmue to perform various tricks, such as stunts. The upgraded cluster bomb system of the fighter jet made him eager to test its power. Cluster bombs, as the name suggests, combine multiple small bombs into a conventional aerial bomb body, with each small bomb referred to as a submunition. Specifically, dozens to hundreds of tennis ball-sized submunitions are packed into a bombshell of the same size as a regular bomb. When dropped from the aircraft, the bomb splits open mid-air, scattering the submunitions across a wide area, causing extensive damage. By leveraging the advantage of quantity, it significantly
significantly expands the coverage and destruction range. Shenmue was planning to return to the RV and use the full map monster attraction skill to gather all the zombie creatures within a 10-kilometer radius into a small area. Then, he would use the fighter jet's bombing system for large-scale strikes. With his infinite ammunition skill, he didn't have to worry about running out of firepower. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! Immediately afterward, there were several more shots, over a dozen. The sounds grew increasingly frequent. He tilted his head to look and saw a group of people gathered on an open field, laughing and raising their guns, firing at themselves as if they were targets. Their playful grins and mutual shoving made Shenmue clearly feel that they didn't take him seriously at all. People often say that young calves are fearless of tigers, but looking at this group, they didn't seem like rookies. On the open field on the ground. TSK, the speed is too fast, and with the distance, it's impossible to hit. He's flying a fighter jet now. No matter what, we have to take him down today. Always darting around in the sky, what's he trying to show off for? Whoever can shoot that guy down, I've got a pack of spicy strips as a reward. Well, you've been hiding your stash after all. Hearing there was a reward, everyone immediately perked up. Out of the corner of their eyes, they noticed someone crouching down, hoisting something onto their shoulder. A few people turned to look. Hey, no way. Weren't you always reluctant to use that? Why are you willing now? Can't stand him being so arrogant, is that not allowed? The man opened the scope, shouldered the launcher, loaded the rocket, and was full of confidence about taking down the fighter jet. This rocket had a certain tracking capability far superior to ordinary bullets. Having once shot down a fighter jet with a rocket, he didn't mind adding another such achievement to his life's resume. In this apocalypse filled with guilds, such experience was exceptionally valuable. Strong individuals were welcomed wherever they went. Although he was currently getting by with a team, the current situation made it clear that he would eventually have to consider joining a guild. For now, he was still observing. After confirming the target was successfully locked, the man pulled the trigger. Bang! Even though it was his second time using it, the recoil still caught him off guard, almost causing him to fall. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself in time. He quickly looked up, his gaze fixed on the direction the rocket was flying, a faint smile appearing on his face as if he had already envisioned the fighter jet being blown apart, bursting in the air like fireworks. Watching the tracking rocket with its white tail flying straight and constantly adjusting its angle, Shenmue remained completely calm. He pressed the button and launched a cluster bomb. Boom! As soon as it was fired, the SSS level infinite ammunition skill was immediately triggered, automatically replenishing the ammo. After the cluster bomb traveled a certain distance, its shell began to peel away. Some might have wanted to mock the missile's poor quality, but upon closer inspection, they suddenly realized something was amiss. As the shell fell away, it revealed tightly packed small bombs. Though called small, each appeared to be about half the length of an arm. There were so many that it was impossible to count them all with the naked eye. And it wasn't just the surface layer. Soon after, all the sub-bombs were activated, launched, and detached from the main bomb, spreading out in arcs like a blooming flower, filling the entire field of vision. Looking around, the sky was filled with bombs. While not as dense as raindrops, it was comparable to a hailstorm. The main bomb was left with only a thin hanging column, freely falling to the ground. Under this intense offensive, the rocket was directly struck and detonated, causing several sub-munitions to explode in a chain reaction. Black smoke filled the air, and flames rolled and surged like molten lava, only to be swallowed by the thick smoke. Hundreds of other sub-munitions remained intact and continued to fire in unison. Quick! Run! Someone reacted, shouting as they scrambled and stumbled. Although they knew the chances were slim, they couldn't just sit and wait for death or surrender without a fight. Hey! Who told me beforehand that the fighter jet's offensive would be this fierce? Successfully killed the corpse hound. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 slaughter point. Nonsense, who would know? We've never encountered this before. No one is willing to admit they've lost their focus. Before running far, sub-bombs began to fall one after another. Shenmue, high in the sky, could see the tragic scene before him more clearly. Thick smoke engulfed all the tall buildings within a kilometer radius. The smoke towered high, like dark clouds touching the ground, while the flames occasionally flickered like flashes of lightning and thunder. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill calmness, automatically upgraded to SSS level, complete composure. To have a talent skill that allows absolute composure at any time? Not bad. Even when facing an enemy too powerful to resist, it won't lead to panic and losing one's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill assist aim, automatically upgraded to SSS level auto tracking. This skill does not conflict with the SSS level perfect accuracy. Perfect accuracy ensures that Shenmue's aimed and locked target will never miss during straight line shooting, but it cannot guarantee a hit if the opponent moves quickly or teleports. The auto tracking talent skill perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. Even if the target has teleportation abilities, bullets or fireballs will automatically track them until they hit. No matter where the opponent flees, even to to the ends of the earth they cannot escape the pursuit. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level skill extraction, automatically upgraded to SSS level endless extraction. This skill piqued Shenmue's strong interest. After activating the fighter jet's autopilot function, he carefully examined it, able to extract everything, gaining attributes, skills. After thorough confirmation, Shenmue was convinced that this was no longer just an SSS level skill but had reached SSSS, or even higher realms. Not only humans, but even the corpses of zombie monsters could yield attributes, skills, and other rich rewards through endless extraction. Attribute points could stack infinitely, and even without relying on skills, Shenmue could ascend to godhood through sheer physical prowess. Kill points, combined with canned food production plus extraction rewards. Shenmue couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the cost-effectiveness of zombie monsters in his eyes skyrocketed, making them even more valuable. At this rate, these monsters would only become increasingly precious, drained by him to the very last drop. After enjoying the thrill of piloting the fighter jet, Shenmue decided to return and rendezvous with Milia. Just as he was about to maneuver the jet to turn around, he suddenly noticed, 100 meters away in the clouds, a massive red vortex gate partially concealed. What's going on here? Another hidden mission? And it's tucked away in a place like this. However, this color looks truly unsettling. Through the naked eye, the vortex resembled a pool of blood, slowly rotating as if blood were flowing, giving Shenmue a strong sense of danger and making his heart tighten involuntarily. The opportunity was right in front of him. Not going in seemed unreasonable. Thinking about the hundreds of SSS level skills he possessed, what was there to fear? He gritted his teeth and, steeling himself, piloted the fighter jet straight into the red vortex. As soon as he entered, the vortex gate instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Master? Milia instantly sensed that her spiritual connection with Shenmue had been severed, completely vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air. No longer existed. After passing through the vortex, Shenmue was greeted by the sight of another city. Unlike the world on the other side of the gate, this place carried an even heavier oppressive feeling of an apocalyptic descent. The sky was an eerie orange-red, countless houses and buildings were ablaze, and thick smoke obscured the view. Everything constantly reminded Shenmue that this place was entirely different from the previous one, extremely dangerous. However, danger often comes with high rewards. Shenmue was filled with anticipation for this hidden level, eager to see what surprises and gains it might bring him. However, the next second, the system prompts continuously popping up before his eyes made him suddenly freeze, and a chill ran down his spine. Entered Hell Dungeon. Mall usage is prohibited during the dungeon challenge. World Trading Center is now closed. World Chat Channel has been closed. Looking at these prompts, Shenmue felt helpless but could barely accept them. However, the next prompt that appeared made his heart tighten, leaving him unsettled. All skills have been disabled. All skills disabled? Disabling the mall and the World Trade Center was something he could still understand, but what was the deal with disabling skills? This was practically equivalent to crippling the entire system. Shenmue didn't need to think much. Just from the sudden difficulty in controlling the fighter jet, he was certain the system wasn't joking, skills were indeed locked. Fortunately, Shenmue still remembered some basic operational methods. He quickly activated the autopilot mode to prevent the fighter jet from losing control and crashing. Looking back, the vortex gate had already disappeared without a trace. Can't leave, and can't use skills either? Shenmue shook his head with a wry smile, unable to help but suspect that someone had deliberately set a trap to kill him, especially since he had just obtained the fighter jet and soared into the blue sky, only to immediately discover the entrance to a hidden dungeon. This series of coincidences was simply too well orchestrated. Shenmue had already roughly guessed the most likely scenario. The mastermind behind the scenes had detected an anomaly in the data and decided to treat him as a virus in the game, attempting to eliminate this virus, which was him, silently. Although he had been quite active in the World Chat Channel, in a world like this, how many people would care if he died? Who would bother to investigate? To put it bluntly, lives were lost every moment. Even if his death sparked some discussion, it would only be a fleeting moment, quickly overshadowed by other news. He grinned. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Although his skills were restricted and unusable, Shenmue's backpack function remained operational, allowing him to freely access the items inside. He immediately took out the resurrection crystal necklace and put it around his neck, instantly gaining 7 extra lives, making a total of 8, including his original one. Faced with this unknown environment, he still felt uneasy, but at least he could breathe a little easier. Fortunately, he had upgraded plenty of weapons and equipment during his idle moments before, all stored in the system backpack, and now they were coming in handy. Hey, you're a system too. Aren't you planning to step in and help? This remark was clearly directed at the second system. We're bound together. If I die, you should disappear too, right? Seeing the system remain unresponsive, Shenmue continued to press, attempting to regain partial permissions. Failed to regain permissions. Attempting a second time. Failed to regain permissions. Attempting a third time. Although repeated repeated failures occurred, the system was still working hard and not idle. Shenmue temporarily hid the system panel, letting it
operate on its own.
His gaze swept across the sky, searching for a landing route. Actions in the air, especially with skills disabled, were extremely dangerous.
If he encountered a flying monster, even exhausting cluster bombs and hundreds of bullets wouldn't be enough to kill it. He would be left helpless, losing his life in vain.
After all, humans are terrestrial creatures, the sky is definitely not his domain. Fortunately, he spotted an open area and, relying on memory and intelligent assistance, began maneuvering for a landing. Didn't expect to rely on physical strength after all. Shenmue experienced the feeling of surviving a disaster for the first time, panting. As he opened the cockpit door, unbuckled the seatbelt, climbed out, and jumped down.
The moment his feet touched the ground, a sense
of security surged within him. He immediately stored all 4 cluster bombs mounted on the fighter jet into his system backpack.
Weapons
with high lethality and wide range like these are only meaningful when carried around. Leaving them unused would be a waste of resources. Raven, Centipede, or Milia, if I had brought any one of them along, I might have had an easier time. Shenmue couldn't help but complain.
Wow! He didn't rush into action but first explored this unknown world, equipping himself and attaching fully loaded firearms one by one.
Items like grenades, flashbangs, and high-explosive bombs quickly turned him into a fully armed warrior. The rewards he had obtained from opening the treasure chest in the Tower of Trials now became his ultimate trump card. The external mantis blades grew from both shoulders, resembling 2 extra razor-sharp arms, with astonishing sharpness, strength,
and speed.
On his back, he carried crossed ice and fire blades, ready to draw them at any moment to face enemies.
Insect wings
grew out from his body, causing a slight itch, semi-transparent with dark vein-like patterns resembling leaf veins, much like cicada wings. The mechanical gauntlets fit snugly and flexibly, concealing sharp iron claws known as the claws of division. Finally, he took out a device resembling a mechanical arm, which automatically opened when brought close to his arm.
Once worn and tightened, it fit snugly against his arm without interfering with the segmented claw. After equipping the handheld laser cannon, although his
attribute point enhancements hadn't been stripped away, Shenmue could still feel a slight heaviness, though it wasn't enough to affect his
mobility.
Holding dual submachine guns, he glanced over his gear and said somewhat uncertainly, "I should be able to survive, right?" After all, he had yet to see the true appearance and strength of the monsters in the Hell Dungeon. Suddenly, a sound of something hard scraping against the ground came from behind him.
It didn't sound like metal.
Shenmue quickly turned around, twisting his head to look. Finally willing to show yourself, he thought. He originally thought he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, but unexpectedly, there was only one monster. However, the sense of oppression it exuded was no less than that of a tide of tens of thousands of corpses, perhaps even greater. Its body was at least 3 times taller than Shenmue, with robust, muscular arms, each segment distinct, as if forcibly pieced together.
Its abdomen was slightly bulging, resembling a beer belly.
It also emitted a red glow, with skin of extremely low transparency, making it difficult to discern what exactly was glowing. The thighs were even more bizarre, with a texture strikingly similar to cotton fabric, yet shaped like a pair of lantern pants. 2 distinct stitching marks were clearly visible on the front of the legs. On the outer side of the thighs, they were tightly embraced by a pair of large silver hands, each hand having only 4 fingers. The calves and thighs formed a stark contrast, so thin they were almost pitiful, with knees bent backward at a 90-degree angle, followed by iron spike-like legs that grew sharper the further down they went. Shenmue could even imagine the bloody scene of it stepping down on its prey after it fell, piercing through the chest. Especially the face, its head was smaller than its neck, with bloodshot eyes, bared teeth, twisted mouth corners, and a short pig-like nose, utterly bizarre. Atop its head was a sharp horn, and on either side of its face were 2 yellowed beast horns, curving forward and bending inward.
Simply the typical image of a demon. Silver ornaments cover its legs and arms,
or perhaps something with a similar texture, like bracers and gloves, engraved with strange runes. In its right hand, it tightly grips a scythe of death towering several times taller than its own height.
This scythe has 4 blades.
The blade has 3 parts, becoming longer and wider as it goes upward, and smaller and shorter as it goes downward. Even the smallest one is enough to easily sever a person's head. The connection between the blade and the handle is engraved with numerous red-eyed skulls. The overall design is pitch black, with only the blade's surface gleaming silver, streaked with traces of blood that are distinctly visible. The 4th scythe blade is hidden at the tail. Setting aside the purpose of this weapon's design, its appearance alone is highly intimidating. If one were truly struck by its blade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shenmue would never naively assume that the nano-level bulletproof vest he was wearing could withstand a strike from its scythe. Even if the bulletproof vest remained intact, the transmitted force would be enough to easily fracture ribs. The demon leapt high into the air, and Shenmue's gaze hurriedly followed. It had jumped 7 or 8 meters high.
What astonishing jumping power is this?
Like a cannonball, it shot straight toward him. Before landing, it had already shifted the 4-bladed scythe tightly gripped in its right hand, hand, pressing it against its left shoulder, rotating 180 degrees, and swung it heavily. The howling wind sounded as if the air had been given life, brutally torn apart.
Fortunately, Shenmue reacted quickly.
Using his mantis-like arms to prop himself up, he sprang backward, instantly retreating 7 or 8 meters to create distance. Without giving the demon any time to react, Shenmue immediately raised his dual guns, pulling the trigger without letting go, aiming at its abdomen that was flickering with red light.
Da-da-da-da.
Shenmue inexplicably felt that it should be its weak spot.
The demon's next move further confirmed his suspicion. It pulled the 3 sides closer, using them like a shield to block the onslaught of bullets.
The upper chest muscles were well developed, preventing the red light from penetrating, and even if exposed to bullets, it caused no damage.
Tisk. Shenmue couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this the hell-level dungeon?
The power of firearms has been nerfed to this extent. Knowing that bullets were ineffective, Shenmue stopped persisting, released the dual pistols, and with a flick of his hand, the firearms automatically returned to the system backpack after leaving his grip. Immediately, he took out the shotgun hanging from his chest. As the demon approached again with its side, Shenmue suddenly fell backward. The mantis arms plunged straight into the ground, working together with his legs to maintain a lying posture, extremely stable.
Seeing the 3 sides swing past, almost grazing his cheek.
Without hesitation, Shenmue quickly raised his gun, pulled the feed tube, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out of the chamber, scattering at close range over the red glowing area on the demon's chest and abdomen. It did cause some damage, but only left a dozen finger-joint deep wounds, which healed at a speed visible to the naked eye in less than a second.
Shenmue refused to believe in evil.
Taking advantage of the demon's blade-swinging motion not yet retracting, he adjusted his posture, gripped the
ammunition tube tightly, and pulled fiercely in succession.
Shell casings flew out one after another, landing with continuous clattering sounds. One shotgun blast after another hit at close range. However, the rate of damage recovery far exceeded the damage caused by the bullets. At this moment, the demon gripped the scythe handle tightly with both hands, raised it above its head, and slashed down fiercely. Shenmue immediately pulled out a mantis arm from the ground and blocked horizontally. At the moment the scythe struck down, Shenmue's body involuntarily sank downward. The other mantis arm penetrated a few centimeters deeper into the ground. Although his legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, most of the force was absorbed by the mantis arm. Otherwise, his bones would definitely shatter and even explode under the unbearable force. The mantis arms were poised to strike, seizing the right moment, and shot out instantly like a compressed spring. The scythe was deflected, the force so formidable that even a demon would struggle to resist. With a sudden swing of both arms, he caught the opponent off guard. Shenmue discarded his firearm once again, and it automatically returned to his backpack. Both hands reached behind the head, gripping the hilt tightly, and drew the dual blades of ice and fire.
No fancy footwork, only simple and direct violent thrusts.
Flames instantly ignited, covering the entire blade, leaping fiercely and swaying with the wind, dazzling and radiant. The effect of ice was more subtle, as the silver blade emitted a faint blue glow. The dual blades pointed straight at the demon's abdomen as Shenmue gathered all his strength and thrust forward with one strike. The demon swiftly turned around, its massive tail, which supported its body, unleashing a powerful whip as it spun. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Shenmue had no choice but to abandon the attack. Planting his feet firmly, he crossed his mantis-like arms into an X shape in front of him to block.
Bang! Boom! Amid the deafening roar, his entire body was violently knocked back dozens of meters.
The thick sole of the shoe was worn down by half due to friction. Shenmue's arms faintly tingled with numbness.
Both speed and strength were completely suppressed by the demon.
The demon's tail landed on the ground again, half of it broken and spread over a large area, supporting its massive body like a third leg. No wonder Shenmue always felt a sense of déjà vu. He suddenly realized that the scythe demon's prototype was very likely a kangaroo.
Da-da-da.
Incredible jumping ability, well-developed muscles, and using its tail to support its body. This was no coincidence.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Taking advantage of the moment before the demon launched its next attack, Shenmue quickly changed into another pair of shoes to prevent the soles of his feet from being worn through, exposing the bones. After putting on the new shoes, Shenmue no longer chose to stay on the defensive. This time, he was going to take the initiative to strike. Take control of the battlefield initiative. Move forward quickly and push your speed to the limit. When closing in, facing the demon's side swing, he had already anticipated it, using his mantis-like arms to block and deflect with stored energy. The monster's attacks, though powerful, were overly predictable, lacking variation and cunning. Shenmue seized the opportunity, slashing wildly at the demon with his dual blades. The fire blade left a trail of cuts, with flames continuing to burn relentlessly. The ice blade's cuts were quickly covered in frost.
Roar! The demon finally felt pain and let out an angry roar. After all, these dual blades combine magical and physical damage, a double overlay.
Physical attacks break defenses, while magic continuously depletes.
Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended abruptly.
Shenmue froze for half a second, his eyes widened, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably. He quickly created
created distance and retreated. The voice in his mind kept warning him that staying in place would undoubtedly lead to his death, and a gruesome one at that. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The next second, the demon, as if in a frenzy, swung its scythe with both hands. Astonishingly fast, one slash turned into dozens, with afterimages flying everywhere. If Shenmue didn't quickly pull away, he would definitely be instantly sliced into pieces. Fortunately, his instinctive reaction was timely. The damage effects of the fire blade and ice blade ended, the slash marks no longer deepened, and began to heal. This guy, with his tough skin and thick flesh, is really a headache, Shenmue thought to himself. The only card he has left now is the handheld laser cannon. He glanced at it, the charging was already complete. Not having unlimited ammo is indeed troublesome, Shenmue couldn't help but mutter. At this moment, the demon stopped its movements. Its frenzied attacks earlier seemed more like a defense to prevent Shenmue from causing further damage. Alright, after the wounds healed, the demon immediately launched a new round of attacks. It charged forward abruptly. Shenmue was waiting for it to do just that. The insect wings spread, a flap of the wings, soaring 5 or 6 meters high, with the tip of the toes narrowly missing the sharp edge. The left hand grabbed the right arm, fist clenched tightly, aiming at the demon's perpetually snarling and ferocious face. The cannon barrel opened wide. Boom! A laser shot out, fiercely washing the face. The roar was deafening. The demon frantically swung its scythe while retreating rapidly. On Shenmue's side, the energy that had just been replenished was instantly depleted. As far as the eye could see, the power of the laser cannon was indeed extraordinary. The flesh on the demon's entire face was melted into charred remains, exposing its bones, making it even more grotesque. This guy, why isn't he dead yet? Is heaven really trying to kill me? Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind, and a virtual panel popped up. 356th attempt successful. Partial permissions have been regained. Boom! SSS level skill endless extraction has been restored. SSS level skill sword formation has been restored. Although only 2 skills have been restored for now, these 2 are enough for Shenmue to see hope. Now, it's time to strike back. On the other side, the demon's flesh, exposed to the bone by the laser cannon, quickly regenerated. Tendril-like strands of flesh continuously emerged, layering and forming as if imbued with life. The entire recovery process took only 2 to 3 seconds. After this series of confrontations, its anger toward Shenmue had reached its peak. Breathing heavily, even from a great distance, Shenmue could clearly hear the sound. Gripping the scythe handle tightly with both hands, he charged forward without hesitation. This time, there wasn't even a thought of dodging or fleeing in his mind. He summoned a blue sword, its blade upright, floating in front of him. Bang! The scythe demon delivered a heavy strike, but Shenmue remained motionless, as steady as a rock. The blue sword was like a small pebble tossed into the water, stirring up slight ripples that quickly calmed down. The demon refused to believe in fate, once again raising the scythe of death and striking down with all its might. The blue sword split and spun. Each sword directly blocked the demon's heavy blows, then continued to split, producing the next one, until over 30 swords surrounded Shenmue, forming an impenetrable sword formation. The azure sword light instantly transformed into an overwhelmingly oppressive blood-red hue. The sword formation shifted from defense to offense. Shenmue raised his hand, and a sword soared into the air, resembling a dragon lifting its head as his palm gently pushed forward. The long sword pierced through the wind, accompanied by a sharp sword cry. The demon reacted swiftly, gripping the scythe's handle with one hand while bracing the blade with the other, attempting to block the fierce strike. The power of this strike far exceeded the demon's expectations. The scene that had just appeared around Shenmue now descended upon it as well. The red sword forced it to slide backward, retreating tens of meters, nearly 100 meters. Its hands were flung apart, unable to maintain a firm grip on the scythe of death. Although the sword's trajectory was altered, Shenmue had more than just this one sword. Puff, puff, puff. The red sword struck simultaneously, leaving no room to breathe. Chest, head, abdomen, shoulders, skull, feet pierced continuously, bones shattered, and the demon fell to its knees with a thud. Its hands drooped, completely losing the strength to grip the scythe. The massive tail that supported most of its weight was also severed in the previous second when Shenmue controlled a sword to flick upward, cutting it off with one strike, sending it flying 7 or 8 meters away. Defeating the enemy with their own strength, such a feeling is indescribably exhilarating. Successfully killed the side blade demon rat. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 slaughter points. 200 slaughter points? Shenmue chuckled lightly. This score can rival the top-level boss of the trial tower, right? And they won't let me use skills really trying to make sure I die completely. He recalled all the red swords, transforming them into blue swords that surrounded him, forming a 3-sided sword formation with 360-degree protection and no blind spots. Shenmue walked up to the scythe blade demon rat, reached out, and picked up the 4-bladed scythe that had fallen to the side. Congratulations, you have obtained the 4-bladed scythe. Can you actually pick up dropped weapons directly? He swung it twice. The weapon was too massive, and even with the added strength attribute points, wielding it still felt somewhat strenuous. Shenmue did not forget the newly acquired and restored SSS level skill endless endless extraction. He reached out and placed his hand on the corpse of the scythe blade demon rat, silently chanting in his heart, "Extract. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 strength attribute points and 8 speed attribute points." "Just this much?" Shenmue vented his frustration by kicking the corpse hard. "After all that effort to kill it, almost losing my life, why not give a bit more reward?" However, these total 18 attribute points are a top-tier reward that other players dream of, enough to bring a qualitative leap in their abilities. The corpse of the scythe blade demon rat was stored in his system backpack. Although the SSS level infinite backpack skill had not yet recovered, Shenmue had previously obtained quite a few backpack slots, barely enough to fit it. He was also planning to, once the cooking skill was unlocked, turn these high-level monster corpses into canned food, which would be far more effective than those Thunderbolt Killer bee cans. Boom, boom, boom. Shenmue frowned slightly. The familiar and annoying sound of hard objects scraping against the ground rang out again, this time not just from one direction, but from all around. He straightened up and looked ahead. Miniature blood-red vortex gates kept opening, sometimes near, sometimes far, but the one constant was that scytheblade demon rats, each dragging a death scythe with one hand, emerged from the gates. They were everywhere within sight. Turning around to look again, it was still a sea of scytheblade demon rats. He roughly estimated that just with a single glance, he saw 70 or 80 of them. "Looks like they really want to play me to death," Shenmue said with a helpless smile. The vortex gates keep closing and opening repeatedly, increasing in number. Although not an army of thousands, it is already comparable to one, even more terrifying. Fortunately, Shenmue has also made some progress. 543RD attempt successful. Partial permissions have been regained. SSS level skill killing intent intimidation has been restored. SSS level skill night summon has been restored. SSS level max level dodge has been restored. 3 more SSS level skills have been restored, including Shenmue's long-awaited night summon. On the ground, formation patterns automatically emerged, connecting to the slowly opening gate of an unknown space, from which sword-wielding knights leapt out one after another. These knights surrounded Shenmue completely, their sword tips all pointing outward. In terms of numbers, Shenmue might not necessarily be at a disadvantage this time. At this moment, in his eyes, this was no longer a survival game but a bountiful harvest delivered right to his doorstep. A single scytheblade demon rat was worth 200 slaughter points, along with endless extraction and canned production rights. Could this not be considered a grand harvest? On the surface, they wielded scythes, but in reality, the one truly reaping was none other than him, Shenmue. "Kill!" Shenmue commanded, and countless knights responded by brandishing their swords, fearlessly charging toward the scytheblade demon rats. The sound of armor scraping was distinctly audible, and the clashes were deafening. The gap in strength was evident, as these were formidable foes worth 200 slaughter points. However, Shenmue's side held an absolute numerical advantage. The formation diagram continued to shine, and guardian knights kept emerging, joining the fray. Since just now, Shenmue has already summoned over 500 guardian knights. Unlimited, without any consumption, their numbers surge like a tide. How strong can the scytheblade demon rat be? Under the onslaught of chaotic sword strikes, attacked from both front and back, it was impossible to defend with just its 2 hands. Its supposedly powerful healing ability seemed powerless against the slashes left by the greatsword. Just as it recovered halfway, the wound was struck again in the same spot, cutting even deeper. Successfully killed the scytheblade demon rat. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 slaughter points. Successfully killed the scytheblade demon rat. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 slaughter points. Successfully killed the scytheblade demon rat. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 slaughter points. Shenmue stood still in place, surrounded by the protective sword formation, observing everything coldly like an outsider, along with the continuous reward notifications popping up. His Knight Guardian Corps had already surpassed 1,000 members and was rapidly developing toward a scale of 10,000. Not long after, Shenmue once again experienced the immense power of the SSS level skill and the thrill brought by unlimited skill usage. No wonder. The figure hiding behind the scenes wanted to eliminate him, he or it simply didn't want to see someone rampaging through the world of slaughter. For them, humans are the targets that should be hunted by zombie monsters. Shenmue conjured hundreds of blue swords, manipulating them to block attacks for the Guardian Knights, not to reduce losses, but to store damage, allowing the sword formation's attack power to reach its peak. Each assault from the scytheblade demon rats would become a weapon for his counterattack. Bang! A sudden explosion rang out. The Guardian Knight reacted swiftly, raising its sword to block, but the power of the shell still pierced through the armor, revealing the chaotic brilliance inside, shining like the stars. These knights had no self-healing abilities, broken swords could not regenerate, and the gaps could not be repaired. Bang! 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 Several shells fell in succession, completely shattering a knight into pieces of iron plating. Other fragments either struck the scytheblade demon rats or flew hundreds of meters away. Subsequently, these fragments gradually disappeared like a pixelated blur, evaporating without a trace, as if they had
never existed. Shenmue's gaze passed through the gaps between the Guardian Knights and the Scytheblade demon rats, and the heavy sound of metallic footsteps reached his ears first. They were towering iron giants. Unlike the Guardian Knights, they leaned more towards a modern technological style, each standing over 3 meters tall, clad in pitch-black heavy armor, and carrying an iron backpack as wide as their shoulders with an unknown purpose. In their hands, they wield enlarged and modified versions of the MP5K submachine gun. The blood-red cross on the forehead of their iron helmets and the silver skull on their right shoulders form a bizarre and highly incongruous combination. Their numbers gradually replaced the Scytheblade demon rats slaughtered by thousands of knights.
Shenmue laughed bitterly. Could it be that the Scytheblade demon rats can't deal with me? Is this their second wave of attack? Through observation, Shenmue concluded that the iron giants have 2 attack methods.
The firearms in their hands resemble submachine guns but are actually more like powerful grenade launchers with a wide coverage.
Range.
The gun stock is connected to a metal tube on the backpack, and as soon as the switch is pulled, the ammunition tube at the gun's muzzle sprays out scorching flames covering 7 to 8 meters.
Shenmue would never sit idly by.
He quickly adjusted the summoning template for the Guardian Knight, opened the virtual panel, swiped left and right, and finalized a new summoning plan. Predominantly silver in color, compared to the giant sword Guardian Knight, these silver knights had sleeker and more compact builds.
Their movements were also more agile, allowing them to easily evade grenade bombardments.
One hand gripped a sword, while the other didn't exactly hold a shield. Instead, it seemed as though the entire shield was directly mounted on the arm. The surface of the shield was adorned with a soaring eagle, its shape wide at the top and tapering to a point at the bottom. It can not only block attacks but also firmly grip the handle, using the sharp tip of the shield to launch thrusts at enemies, causing severe injuries and bleeding effects. The helmet has no breathing holes, and its texture resembles layers of scales.
The most striking feature is the waist-length red horsehair crest, fluttering with every movement.
This type of knight excels in both offense and defense.
The 2 sides fell into chaos once again.
The Iron Giants intended to form a circle and use grenade fire to completely annihilate all the Guardian Knights. Unexpectedly, the Silver Knights suddenly charged out, relying on their running momentum and shields to deflect the grenade attacks. Instead, the grenade explosions affected them, forcing them back and causing self-inflicted injuries. Immediately afterward, a squad of shield knights wielding shields in both hands charged out. In terms of size, they were the largest among the 3 types of knights, towering over the others by several heads and standing out conspicuously. They held massive shields in both hands, overlapping layer upon layer, resembling an impenetrable wall of shields.
Boom, boom, boom.
The Iron Giants' fiery attacks had no effect on the shield knights. These knights were completely unafraid of high temperatures. The shield has been specially reinforced, making it resistant to high temperatures and impossible to melt for a short period.
The shield wall keeps expanding, gradually closing in on the Iron Giant.
Seeing the distance is about right, the shields suddenly turn and slowly open like doors.
Caught off guard, the Iron Giant is pierced through the chest and head by the swords of the charging Guardian Knights. Successfully killed the Titan weapon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points.
Successfully killed the Titan weapon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points.
Successfully killed the Titan weapon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points. While receiving the good news on one side, Shenmue, facing the ground full of Scytheblade demon rats, did not relax in the slightest.
He fully unleashed the power of the infinite extraction skill. Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 strength attribute and +10 defense attribute.
Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Whirlwind Slash and +8 strength attribute. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Whirlwind Slash, which automatically upgrades to SSS level Whirlwind Slash.
Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for gaining speed attribute +10.
Coincidentally, at this moment, the second system delivered good news. The 1080th attempt succeeded.
Partial permissions have been reclaimed.
SSS level skill Infinite Backpack has been restored. Only this? Shenmue felt suspicious. Could it be that the system was afraid he couldn't memorize it, so it restored this skill first? What are you waiting for? Of course, he couldn't let the system's goodwill go to waste.
He directly stored all the 4-bladed scythes into his backpack, totaling 699 of them. Shenmue was full of anticipation.
If the SSS level random equipment enhancement skill was restored and he enhanced them again, what kind of effect would it have? However, it still depends on whether the second system is strong enough. Attempt number 1095 successful.
Partial permissions have been regained.
It seems the system is indeed quite powerful.
World chat channel functionality has been restored.
What's the use of restoring this? For Shenmue, this was far less important than an SSS level skill. He casually opened the world chat channel and randomly entered a channel.
Just as he was about to close it to avoid affecting the extraction, he suddenly saw someone discussing him.
Speaking of the top ranker on both leaderboards, that guy named Shenmue, why has his name turned gray? Could it be that he got too arrogant and was taken out by a monster? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the name turn black? Not only that, click on it and take a look. The screen is black and it's still tearing with garbled text. Probably really gone. Sigh, what a pity. The canned food he made was quite tasty and it had so many beneficial effects. Canned food made from zombie monster meat. I can't believe you can eat that. Haha, it seems that tomorrow's top spot will belong to us Sakura people. Little Sakura, you think you can compete with us Hawks for first place? Overestimating yourselves. Shenmue was indifferent to their quarrel. Regarding the matter of cheating, it seems the behind-the-scenes actions have not been exposed, probably out of concern for losing prestige. Once such a thing spreads, it will only bring shame. He quickly closed the world chat channel and switched back to the system's virtual panel. There are still hundreds of Scytheblade demon rats waiting for him to extract endlessly. Shenmue secretly looked forward to it, really wanting to see the face of the mastermind behind all this. Not only did he fail to kill him, but he also had to watch helplessly as Shenmue grew stronger by leveraging the monsters he created, showing that kind of helpless and miserable expression. That guy probably couldn't even dream that I actually have an extra system compared to others, right? Of course, Shenmue would never say such a thing out loud and could only ponder it secretly in his heart. After all, who knows if there are any of the opponent's spies nearby? Regarding the secret of the second system, Shenmue had long decided to take it to the grave and never reveal it. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Scytheblade Demon Rat Essence +1, Strength Attribute +10, Speed Attribute +10. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skill Leap / Defense Attribute +8. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Skill Leap / automatically upgraded to SSS level Leap / Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 Defense Attribute and +5 Dodge Attribute. Shenmue extracted mostly fixed attribute points from the corpse of the Scytheblade Demon Rat. Unlike free attribute points that can be allocated to strength or speed at will, fixed points can only increase their respective attributes, strength for strength, speed for speed. Fortunately, the quantity was sufficient. At that moment, he noticed that the abdomen of the supposedly dead Scytheblade Demon Rat was faintly wriggling. Before he could figure out what was happening, a small Scytheblade Demon Rat suddenly burst out of its belly, covered in blood, ferociously attempting to bite his face. The result was naturally self-evident. A single laser cannon shot was directly stuffed into its mouth, instantly blasting the little demon rat's head to pieces. Although this situation is not common, it is not rare either. The other little demon rats were likely not fully developed yet, which explains why the Scythe Demon Rat was so protective of its abdomen. Now, Shenmue had accumulated over 2,300 power attribute points in his hands. These attribute points could not only be added to himself but also distributed to the Sky Centipede King, the Bloodthirsty Raven King, and Milia. This somewhat surprised Shenmue. Strength attribute +2,800, Speed attribute +2,200, Defense attribute +2,400, Evasion attribute +2,600. Without hesitation, he allocated all the attribute points extracted from the Scytheblade Demon Rat's corpse to himself. At that moment, Shenmue felt an earth-shattering transformation in his physical body. Even without a teleportation skill, he could appear silently and ghost-like in front of the Titan weapon dozens of meters away within a tenth of a second. His fist clenched tightly, raised level with his waist. A full-force punch was thrown, striking the Titan weapon that had yet to react. Upon closer inspection, even the air rippled from the force of the punch, affecting over 100 meters. Successfully killed Titan weapon. Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points. Successfully killed Titan weapon. Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points. Successfully killed Titan weapon. Congratulations to the host for earning 250 slaughter points. The Titan weapon instantly transformed, flying backward like a cannonball, smashing enemies along its path. It also gradually disintegrated in the process, turning into fragments. Looking down at his own fist, even Shenmue found it hard to believe that this was the power unleashed solely by his physical body without using any skills. Now, even without skill restrictions, Shenmue can still rely on his powerful physique to slaughter those boss monsters completely. Finally understood the meaning of breaking before establishing. Should I thank that mastermind behind the scenes? What a joke. If Shenmue knew where he was hiding, he would definitely rush over immediately and snap his neck. After all, he had almost died at the hands of the Scytheblade Demon Rat. This was a fact. Pulling his thoughts back, he continued extracting. After extracting from the Scytheblade Demon Rat's corpse, there was still a mountain of Titan weapons waiting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Strength attribute +15 and Defense attribute +20. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Strength attribute +10, Defense attribute +15. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Titan Weapon Combat Suit +1, Defense attribute +5. Shenmue continued to swiftly traverse between the battlefield and the brink of life and death, constantly extracting
igniting one Titan weapon corpse after another, gaining a large number of attribute points. Unfortunately, the knight's corpses could not be extracted.
But on second thought, if even the knight's corpse can be extracted, wouldn't I be able to summon them infinitely, make them kill each other, and then extract crazily? Generating tens of millions, or even over a billion attribute points, could it still be difficult? Achieving godhood in a single day. Attempt number 2800 successful. Partial permissions have been regained. SSS level skill world-destroying heavenly fire has been restored. SSS level skill firearms mastery has been restored. SSS level skill infinite ammunition has been restored. SSS level skill infinite teleportation has been restored. Bang! Boom! This time, it was much stronger than before, restoring as many as 20 to 30 SSS level skills. The Knight Legion was achieving a great victory, and just as they were about to slaughter the Titan weapons completely, Shenmue suddenly noticed that the Guardian Knights were igniting one after another. The color of the flames was unusually eerie. In Shenmue's understanding, flames should be orange-red, yet the flames enveloping the entire bodies of the Guardian Knights were a ghostly blue-white, resembling the fire of the underworld. One Guardian Knight after another was consumed by the flames, rapidly melting and collapsing. Shenmue leaped several times into the air, landing steadily at a height of over 10 meters. Scanning his surroundings, he finally locked onto the mastermind secretly releasing flames and burning the Guardian Knights. Judging by the attire, could it be a knight as well? He was clad in a set of poor-quality black armor, with chainmail draped over his legs. The belt at his waist had an extremely peculiar design, resembling an inverted vampire bat, its drooping wings wrapping around the outer sides of his legs, one long and one short. His abdomen was uncovered by armor, burning with the same ghostly flames as those on the Guardian Knights. Flames spilled out significantly from the chainmail on the left leg, while the right leg had relatively less. As for the situation inside the armored boots, Shenmue had no way of knowing. He certainly didn't have X-ray vision. One hand was encased in armor, with all 5 fingers fully covered. Cracks were visible, and within the cracks glimmered a faint blue light. The elbow area was left unconnected for flexible movement, and judging by the texture, it seemed to be woven more intricately than the chainmail on the legs. The other hand is completely exposed, composed of blue flames. Shenmue couldn't help but wonder why the bandages wrapped around that flaming hand hadn't been burned. But what caught his attention the most were the skulls hidden within the blue flames. Those flames turned out to be their skin, hair, and even eyeballs. The neck and shoulders of the high-collared armor were surrounded by a circle of slightly greasy, clumped animal fur, appearing unusually noble. Wizard? Shenmue wondered in his heart. Though they were called knights, they carried no equipment like shields or swords, only capable of firing fireballs. Once hit, the fireball would quickly explode, spreading across the entire body. Flames crazily poured into the body through every crevice, causing secondary burns and accelerating the death process from within. If he had encountered this group instead of the Scytheblade demon rats back then, Shenmue truly couldn't guarantee he would have lasted long enough to regain system permissions. However, at this moment, holding dozens of SSS level skills, he was full of confidence and completely unflustered. They're not the only ones who can play with fire. That's right, there is more than one such nether mage. Just like the Titan weapons that appeared before, they show up in groups as soon as they appear, giving Shenmue no time to adapt. Or rather, the mastermind behind the scenes has learned from the lesson of trying to slowly torment Shenmue the first time and is unwilling to give him another chance to turn the tables. Whenever there's an opportunity, they strike decisively to kill. Shenmue speculated, he must regret it now, not killing me when he had the chance, right? He laughed, why wouldn't he? It was truly an extremely ironic joke. Shenmue also learned a lesson from this: when facing a formidable enemy, as long as there is an opportunity, one must act decisively. If it can be resolved in 1 second, never drag it out to 2. Remove all the Guardian Knights, leaving them here would only be a burden. Might as well burn them all to ashes. After all, they are his own people, so it's better to go through the ceremony. A formation appeared beneath their feet, sinking deep into the ground in large sections, awaiting the next summoning to offer their lives to the king. Once the towering figure of the Guardian Knight no longer blocked the view, hundreds upon hundreds of netherworld mages were fully exposed in Shenmue's line of sight, clearly visible. Their movements were as if controlled by computer programs, uniformly raising their unarmored blue-flamed hands, with fireballs rapidly forming from the size of walnuts. Through layers of transformation, the fireballs eventually expanded to the size of basketballs. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterward, fireballs emitting blue and white flames began to converge and shoot densely toward Shenmue from all directions, as if he had a GPS tracker on him. Whoosh! Shenmue made no movement. With just a thought, the 100 swords of slaughter suspended in the air beneath him instantly transformed into swords of protection. They flew back to his side at an even faster speed, forming an impenetrable sword formation. The fireballs collided with the sword formation to no effect, unable to ignite at all. They were completely absorbed by the sword formation, turning into nourishment for the swords of slaughter. After the first fireball, the subsequent fireballs were several times faster in both condensation and launch speed. At this moment, the offensive from the side
sight of the netherworld mage appeared even more intense than a hail of bullets.
The scorching flames made the air ripple visibly, slightly distorting the scene.
The swords of slaughter could convert and store infinite attack power, but each use would release it all at once, like a flood bursting through a dam. The more water, the greater the power. Seeing the timing was right, Shenmue slowly raised his hand, his movements leisurely and composed.
Snap! A finger snap echoed. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Unlike the netherworld mage, who had to condense fireballs one by one, thousands of fireballs directly appeared above their heads, rapidly expanding.
Each fireball
had a diameter of about 2 to 3 meters, surrounded by blazing light and bathed in a deep fiery orange hue.
Shenmue raised his hand and swung it downward. Boom! Boom! Boom!
1,000 fireballs rained down like hail, and after the explosions, flames and black smoke collided, merging and spreading.
The ground beneath Shenmue's feet instantly turned into a sea of fire.
The figures of the netherworld mages became blurry and pitch black, with only their outlines faintly visible, before being swiftly consumed by the intense heat.
Successfully killed netherworld mage.
Congratulations to the host for earning 300 kill points.
Successfully killed netherworld mage.
Congratulations to the host for earning 300 kill points.
Successfully killed the nether mage.
Congratulations to the host for earning 300 slaughter points.
The system prompt refreshed so quickly that it was impossible to see with the naked eye, even using Shenmue as the standard. For ordinary people, it was completely untraceable. Thousands of nether mages, the bosses among bosses, were annihilated in an instant, brutally one-shot. Damn!
Shenmue suddenly realized something was wrong, raised his hand to rub his forehead, feeling helpless at his own stupidity.
This fire burned everything to the point where not even ashes left. How am I supposed to extract anything?
He waved his hand, dispersing the sea of flames, hoping to salvage some extractable items, be it a tooth or a bit of fingernail.
Unfortunately, not even bones remained.
Fortunately, after these nether mages die, they leave behind a wisp of blue flame at the spot. The blue flame is equivalent to their soul, harmless and simply existing, quietly, visible to the naked eye. Shenmue tried to touch it, but his palm passed right through. The blue flame would completely dissipate after a certain period of time. Is this setup tailored specifically for me? Shenmue chuckled to himself. In the following moments, he moved so quickly he was almost a blur, shuttling back and forth among the wisps of blue flame to extract them. The value of souls far surpassed that of corpses.
Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 10 magic power and plus 5 insight. Boom! Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining nether arm guards plus 1, vitality plus 10.
Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining netherfire plus 1, magic power plus 15.
The endless extraction skill did not disappoint Shenmue.
He checked the descriptions of the nether arm guards and netherfire. Nether arm guards equipped on the left arm of the nether mage, capable of condensing blue flame fireballs. Netherfire, a powerful one-time spell attack from the nether mage. Netherfire wasn't very useful, so it was casually discarded. The nether gauntlet, however, was stored in the system backpack. As an enhanced version of netherfire, it can be cast continuously as long as there is sufficient mana. In the world of slaughter, mana is referred to as wisdom, which is an attribute. The stronger the skill, the more wisdom points it consumes.
Wisdom points can recover over time or be replenished with potions.
Ordinary people typically have only 1 to 3 wisdom points, whereas Shenmue has over 10,000. But these details are irrelevant to him, as his skills don't consume resources. What matters is the magic power attribute, which can add a significant amount of extra damage to his attacks.
A great item. Magic power plus 3200. Insight plus 2457. Vitality plus 2850. Without hesitation, Shenmue maxed them all out. Come on, keep giving me experience.
He was fully prepared.
Or are you saying you'll just let me go?
Shenmue didn't believe that Guy would dare to keep him locked up here for a lifetime. Not even a lifetime, just a year at this pace, and he could at least rival the gods. By then, the mastermind behind the scenes would surely meet a fate worse than death. Even if he gained nothing, trying to use this to restrain
Shenmue would be nothing but a fool's dream.
With hundreds of SSS level skills in his hands, he would surely find an opportunity to escape.
Danger perception triggered instantly.
Shenmue quickly turned around, only to see a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters already closing in before his eyes. Within his line of sight, there was nothing else but the fireball. The fireball was more dazzling than the sun.
Its speed was unbelievably fast.
After all, danger perception is a form of precognition. He had just foreseen the danger, and the next second, the fireball was already approaching. Fortunately, the sword formation provided 360-degree protection without any blind spots, completely absorbing all attack power. It was clearly felt that the intensity of this attack far exceeded any previous ones. Although the sword formation did not shift in the slightest, the vibrations were exceptionally intense.
The vibrations continued incessantly. Shenmue quickly locked onto the target.
To his surprise, this time only one monster was sent out. Its figure was not tall, about the same as Shenmue, with a dagger-shaped single horn on on its head, perhaps a head taller than him, wearing a pure golden breastplate, but the protection is limited to the neck, collarbone, and shoulders. Most of the chest and abdomen are exposed, with a faint blue light emanating from the gaps between the ribs. Upon closer inspection, the skin is covered with thick black fur, clearly not human. The legs are sturdy, with slender ankles, adorned with golden anklets. The feet have only 2 toes, resembling a camel, yet standing firmly. The waist armor has only a small golden section covering the front, while the rest hangs down in strips resembling forcibly torn white cloth fluttering in the wind. The tail is as thick as a calf, over a meter long, smooth and hairless. The most striking feature is its head, shaped like 10 fingers lightly clasped into a fist, with gaps forming eyes and a mouth, and the interior glowing with blue light. At this moment, it spreads its arms wide, seemingly wanting to embrace something, with its fingers half clenched and head slightly raised, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. A book bound by 2 crossed chains floated in front. Black cover and blue pages, flipping automatically as if on fire. Immediately after, Shenmue saw one after another of eerie blue vortex gates opening on the ground. One by one, familiar monsters emerged from them. That's right, he is very familiar with these monsters. After all, he just defeated them all. There are Scytheblade demon rats, titan weapons, nether mages, and even guardian knights. Shenmue immediately reacted. Could this be a necromancer who can summon the souls of the deceased for their own use? Never eaten pork, but have seen pigs run. The profession of necromancer is not new in the game's setting. If its skill can be extracted, the value of the zombie monster will increase significantly. Unfortunately, Shenmue looked around and found that only one necromancer had appeared. Although endless extraction can extract monster skills, it doesn't guarantee a 100% acquisition like killing human players. What you get depends entirely on luck. Shenmue wasn't sure if his luck was sufficient. The SSS level talent skill for luck enhancement has yet to be unlocked. Take it one step at a time. Shenmue calmed himself down. He gazed at the thousands of undead that had been summoned. Attempt number 3540 successful. Partial permissions have been regained. SSS level skill infinite combo has been restored. SSS level skill execution has been restored. SSS level skill Thunder King has been restored. It seems that forcibly reclaiming authority has broken part of the first system's restrictions on the SSS level skill. Shenmue clearly noticed that the original limit of 100 maximum combo hits for infinite combo had been removed, turning into no restrictions. In other words, a single attack could be 1,000 combos, or even 10,000, 100 million times, even 10 billion times. As expected, the system was given, nowhere near as powerful as the one awakened by oneself. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, golden lightning streaked frequently, and flashes of electricity turned the entire field of vision white. Then came the thunderous roar, shaking people to their very core, and Shenmue transformed into a 100-foot thunder god within the storm clouds, vanishing on the spot. His entire body radiated electric light, devoid of flesh and blood, with a fierce and menacing appearance that no one dared to underestimate. Boom, boom, boom. 2 massive hands of thunder descended from the sky, unleashing bolts of lightning as thick as basins between his fingers. Lightning split the sky, resembling branches, with electric patterns illuminating the entire heavens. Immediately, dense lightning strikes fell upon those undead warriors, scattering their souls to oblivion. Like white paper consumed by fire, they instantly turned to ashes, without even a chance to counterattack. Once those undead warriors were shattered, they could no longer be summoned again. Even though the necromancer continued to summon, its speed was far slower than before, becoming increasingly sluggish, and the number of summons dwindled. However, the thunderous power gathered between Shenmue's 10 fingers showed no signs of weakening. He noticed that the necromancer was quite cunning, commanding the undead warriors to continuously shield it from the lightning. Yet, the originally countless undead warriors, under Shenmue's overwhelming thunderous pressure, had been reduced to no more than 100. Shenmue struck down with one palm, completely annihilating them. Only the necromancer and its utterly useless book remained. Without the undead, what was there left to summon? Shenmue waved his hand, grabbed the necromancer, and lifted him up to eye level. The opponent, still unwilling to give up, opened his skull with 10 fingers and spewed out a blue beam of light. Whoosh, whoosh. Shenmue blinked. White pupils emitted lightning in an instant, a thunderstrike completely dismantling the attack. Attempt number 3800 successful. Partial permissions have been regained. SSS level skill Bullseye has been restored. SSS level skill Angel Paladin has been restored. SSS level skill 100 strikes per second has been restored. SSS level skill Luck enhancement has been restored. Lucky boost? Shenmue repeatedly confirmed he didn't see it wrong. He laughed and said, "It's really like wishing for something and having it come true." With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, countless tiny bolts of lightning, like nano needles, penetrated the entire body of the necromancer, instantly killing him. Successfully killed the undead summoner. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 slaughter points. Shenmue spread his 5 fingers, looking at the corpse of the undead summoner, its blue glow dissipating and leaving only a dull gray body. Without hesitation, he chose to
to extract. Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Undead Summoning, Magic Power plus 50, Magic Defense plus 35. Shenmue hadn't expected to actually succeed in the extraction. Although he knew the boost in luck played a crucial role, it did nothing to dampen his self-proclaimed European Emperor mood. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Necromancy Summoning, automatically upgraded to SSS level Lord of the Undead. Seeing this system notification, Shenmue was overwhelmed with excitement, joy upon joy. The Necromancy Summoning skill works entirely differently when used by oneself compared to monsters, with a certain chance of summoning failure. Attempting to summon undead stronger than oneself has an almost zero success rate. But after upgrading to SSS level Lord of the Undead, all these limitations are completely removed. Unlimited number of summons. No level restrictions for summon targets. Summoning without any cost. As long as the opponent is killed, whether by your own hands or by others, they can be summoned to serve you and pledge allegiance to you as their king. Looking at the corpse of the necromancer in his hands, Shenmue smiled smugly and decided to use it for an experiment, making it the first undead he summoned himself. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the necromancer. A shadowy specter crawled out from the necromancer's body, stood up, then knelt on one knee with an arm across its chest, its voice resonant and powerful. Greetings, my king. Summoned as an undead army, the necromancer retained the abilities of 100 summoned entities. If not for Shenmue's excessive slaughter earlier, it could have summoned even more undead troops. Watching the necromancer rise under his command, its eyes gleamed fiercely, baring its teeth menacingly. Those unaware might mistakenly think the summoned creature had gone out of control. However, in reality, the necromancer's hostility was not directed at Shenmue, but at what lay behind him. Shenmue turned around and looked. The suddenly appearing red vortex door initially made him think that the guy had given up and was planning to let him leave, but the thing that emerged from the vortex immediately dispelled that thought. It was a dragon head without flesh and blood. That's right, completely devoid of flesh and blood. Its skeletal body gradually revealed itself from the door. This bone is different from ordinary ones, with a texture as hard as metal. The bone dragon flew out from the vortex gate, which quickly closed afterward. Boom, boom, boom. The massive bone wings flapped, and a fierce wind rushed forward. Looking at the three long bones supporting the tattered, hole-ridden membrane wings, which could surprisingly lift such a massive body, tens of meters tall, Shenmue didn't dwell on its plausibility. After all, this was a world that defied common sense, so the appearance of such a monster wasn't surprising. The bone dragon landed in front of Shenmue, on the rooftop of a 6-story building not far away. Its sharp claws gripped tightly, crushing the building's walls, and it raised its head to unleash an earth-shaking dragon roar aimed at Shenmue. Feeling threatened, are you? To be honest, at this moment, Shenmue's mind was filled with one thought: if he could kill this creature and summon it as a mount for his undead army, wouldn't that be incredibly cool? A sense of crisis surged within him. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shenmue immediately raised his arm, clenched his fingers tightly, and in an instant, a golden thunder spear, tens of meters long, materialized in midair, and quickly took shape. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous momentum, the golden thunder spear shot straight at the bone dragon. The bone dragon spewed a black beam of light from its mouth, which collided with the golden thunder spear, evenly matched. Shenmue faintly sensed that the dragon's breath contained an intense aura of death. Even the slightest contact would surely result in annihilation. Faced with this situation, Shenmue did not hesitate. He raised both hands, merging two thunder spears into one, as if delivering divine punishment. The three spears combined, the thunderous light crushed the aura of death, piercing straight through the entire bone dragon. The bone dragon instantly disintegrated, turning into a pile of white bones, stacked into a small mountain, towering far above the building. Nearby, this was not because the opponent was too weak, but because this SSS level, unrestricted SSS level skill was simply too powerful. Successfully killed the bone dragon. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 slaughter points. Seeing the vortex gate, resembling a pool of blood, forming once again and continuously expanding, Shenmue seized the opportunity and quickly extracted from the bone dragon. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Death Breath. Strength attribute plus 100, magic power plus 50. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Death Breath, automatically upgraded to SSS level Death Breath. Shenmue had to admit that the skill of infinite extraction, combined with the system's automatic upgrade to SSS level, was simply invincible. Even if humanity were wiped out by monsters, he would never have to worry about running out of skill sources. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead bone dragon. Boom! As the notification sound faded, a massive black shadow spread its wings and flew out from the mountain of bones, causing the white bones to collapse. The undead bone dragon flew to Shenmue, hovered in midair, and lowered its head in a gesture of submission. Just at this moment, the whirlpool gate fully opened. Shenmue shifted his gaze and looked up. Another dragon? No, it's 5. To be more precise, it was 5 dragon heads sharing one dragon body.
3 black dragon heads, one of which had a slightly red underside, along with a blue dragon head and a white dragon head. Each dragon head had a distinct appearance, some were covered in sharp spikes, some had 2 large dragon ears, and others had 2 black horns behind their eyes that curved forward like ram horns. Sure enough, this creature is more like a mutated version of the mythical dragon in Shenmue's mind, a giant lizard. Their intimidation comes entirely from their massive size. If reduced to normal size, they would merely be mutated lizards. They swung their enormous wings, looking down at Shenmue, as if considering themselves superior to him. Boom! The black dragon head covered in spikes suddenly opened its mouth, spewing a scorching yellow flame straight toward Shenmue. The undead bone dragon, unwilling to be outdone, instinctively opened its mouth and unleashed a pitch-black, pure death breath. In terms of power, the black dragon head's flames were clearly suppressed. On the other side, the big-eared black dragon head and the ram-horned black dragon head also opened their mouths to breathe fire, merging 3 streams of dragon flames into one. Boom! 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. The bone dragon, being only one, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although the undead summoned by Shenmue would not completely disappear even if killed, and could be summoned again, he had no reason to stand by and watch the undead bone dragon be brutally attacked by the 5-headed dragon. He gripped the golden thunder spear tightly once more, lightning patterns flickering chaotically and crackling, waiting for the right moment. Boom! A shot straight into the sky. Bang! The spiked black dragon head couldn't react in time, and its head was severed and fell to the ground. After losing 1 dragon head, the undead bone dragon's decline noticeably slowed, slightly regaining its ability to resist. 1 dragon against 2 dragons, holding its ground without falling behind already made Shenmue quite satisfied. The slightly cunning white dragon head and blue dragon head couldn't sit still. One spewed a water column, while the other exhaled a breath of frost, attempting to freeze Shenmue. Shenmue did not want to continue entangling with them and planned to end the battle quickly. He spread his arms wide, and the pitch-black clouds behind him churned as countless sharp spears pierced through the clouds. Over 1,000 in number. Regardless of their thickness or length, each one was no less formidable than the golden thunder spear he had used earlier. Shenmue wanted to see if this creature, now left with only 4 heads and 1 spiked black dragon head that had just half-healed, could withstand the successive volleys of these thunder spears. Strangely, upon seeing this display, the 5-headed dragon actually restrained its offensive. Although they don't have the rich expressions of humans, Shenmue could still clearly feel the fear, the terror, overflowing from them. This is very strange. Monsters, why would they be afraid? They were supposed to be cold machines that only understood killing, devoid of any emotions. At least in Shenmue's understanding. Zombie monsters shouldn't have feelings, let alone fear. Even low-level zombies didn't exhibit such behavior. Shenmue couldn't understand why 5-headed dragons, such advanced monsters, would instead show signs of fear. Could it be that the more advanced the monster, the more likely it is to develop intelligence? Whatever the truth may be, the facts prove that excessive emotions are more harmful than beneficial, especially in the harsh environment of this apocalyptic world. Shenmue no longer hesitated, raised his hand, and struck down heavily. Spears unleashed. No escape. The body was covered with golden thunder spears, electric patterns densely packed, constantly flickering, intertwining, and colliding in the air. 5 giant dragons opened their bloody mouths, letting out earth-shaking roars. A few seconds later, the roars abruptly stopped, their wings lost strength, and they plummeted from hundreds of meters in the sky. Successfully killed the 5-headed dragon. Congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 slaughter points. Bang! Even from hundreds of meters away, Shenmue could hear the sound of the impact clearly. There was no need to go far to retrieve it. The first severed spiked black dragon head still hadn't disappeared. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skills Dragon Flame Breath, Ice Breath, Strength Attribute plus 100, Speed Attribute plus 50, Magic Power plus 100. Shenmue showed a surprised expression, not expecting to extract 2 skills at once. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Dragon Flame Breath, automatically upgraded to SSS level Incineration Dragon. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Ice Breath, automatically upgraded to SSS level Ice Breath. Wait, Dragon Flame Breath? Shenmue recalled that he had indeed possessed such an SSS level skill before. He wasn't sure what connection there was between the Dragon Flame Breath he just acquired and the skill he had previously upgraded to SSS level. If the effects were the same, a skill that was originally SSS level and then upgraded further to SSS level would be like an SSS among SSS. How ridiculously powerful would such a skill be? He raised his hand, spreading his fingers wide, and a wisp of flame quickly condensed into a miniature Eastern dragon. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for a snake. Though small, this little fire dragon still exuded a strong sense of intimidation, circling the flames and occasionally letting out a soft yet fierce dragon roar. The size of this dragon depended entirely on how much firepower Shenmue could supply it. Fortunately, Shenmue had no limits when it came to playing with fire, making it a perfect match of strength. However, he had no intention of making the fire dragon grow larger. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the
small fire dragon vanished, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke escaping through the gaps between his fingers.
Summoning in progress, summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead five-headed dragon. Shenmue raised his eyes and looked around. It was unbelievably quiet. No monsters dared to show themselves anymore, and everything returned to calm.
True calm. Hiding in the shadows to launch a sneak attack? Impossible.
Shenmue had long since exposed his vulnerabilities completely and possessed a danger perception skill, yet showed no reaction at all.
Looks like that guy really plans to trap me here forever.
Shenmue chuckled, laughing at the other's wits' end.
Attempt number 11034 successful. All permissions unlocked. SSS level skill Earth Control has been restored. SSS level skill Infinite Attack Speed Enhancement has been restored. SSS level skill Eye of Insight has been restored.
World Trading Center has been restored. While Shenmue was busy fighting various dragons, the second system was not idle and successfully regained all permissions. It could even be said that it replaced the existence of the first system. The first system has certain functions, and the second system has them too. The functions that the first system lacks, the second system also possesses.
Moreover,
after this lesson, trying to use methods like disabling skill permissions or enhancing the enemy's strength to kill Shenmue will be completely ineffective next time.
The second system is far more intelligent than Shenmue imagined, and it's not just about instantly upgrading all skills to SSS level.
After waiting a few more minutes and seeing no response, Shenmue let out a long breath that had been stuck in his throat. Adjusting his mindset, he said, "Alright, time to go." He certainly didn't want to spend a lifetime in this eerie place. The magic eyes stacked with the Eye of Insight, meticulously analyzing the structure of the entire world, searching for the inevitable breakthrough point.
1 minute passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed.
Shenmue was surprised to discover that in a certain area of the sky, there was actually a hidden door. It was almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. The chances were nearly zero. Shenmue put away all his equipment, leaving only the insect wings, and vibrated them as he flew toward the door. The creator god did not stop him, and he passed through effortlessly. After passing through a blinding white light, the sounds of battle reached Shenmue's ears. Soon, his eyes adjusted to the light and he could see the scene before him clearly.
This is the Tower of Trials?
His heart trembled.
Strange, wasn't I restricted from entering? Could it be that the second day has already arrived? He opened the virtual panel to check and
found that this was indeed the second level of the Tower of Trials.
Scanning his surroundings, he realized that the second level boss
guarding the gate was completely different from the one he had challenged before, a completely new appearance.
Moreover, there were still 2 or 3 hours left until the arrival of the second day.
Shenmue's restriction on clearing 10 levels in a row had still not been lifted. He speculated, it seems this should be the exit of that space, connected to the trial tower. This is clearly a one-way passage. Shenmue turned around and saw that the door had completely disappeared without a trace. When he touched it, it was a solid wall.
Wait, who is that guy? Did we bring someone like that in? Someone exclaimed. How could he appear here? Can someone explain this to me?
At this moment, the other human players who were fiercely battling the gatekeeping boss also noticed Shenmue's presence in the shadows, their faces full of confusion.
However, their attention was quickly diverted as someone was split into 4 by the monster's blue glowing claws.
Xiao Ji. The group had no time to bother with Shenmue and continued their desperate fight against the monster. The team leader still managed to advise Shenmue, if you don't want to die here, act quickly. Let's work together to clear the level. Right now, he couldn't spare the time to ask about Shenmue's origins. The headless monster with a bark-like body, arms and shoulders ablaze with blue flames, emitting a blinding light, had to be killed. Although Shenmue had stumbled in unintentionally, if he wanted to leave, he would have to take it down like everyone else. Helplessly, he raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and a fireball quickly expanded to the size of an apple.
Just an F-level fire mage?
Someone in the team noticed Shenmue casting the skill, sneered, full of superiority. But then, their expressions changed drastically as the fireball shot out a fire column several meters in diameter. A few of them were so frightened that they fell directly to the ground, supporting themselves with their hands, leaning backward, cold sweat on their faces, staring in shock as the gatekeeping boss was engulfed by the pillar of fire, struggled in vain, and turned to ashes.
A question surged in his mind. What kind of monster is this guy?
Successfully killed the headless hunter. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 clearance gift pack and +100 slaughter points. As the system notification popped up, Shenmue withdrew his offensive stance and extinguished the flames.
He stepped forward in their direction, causing the remaining few to feel a chill of terror.
Each step he took on the ground seemed to toll a death knell in their ears, sending shivers down their spines and filling them with dread. However, Shenmue's locked target was none other than the headless hunter.
Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining +5 strength attribute and +8 speed attribute.
Failing to extract a skill left him somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, he could still obtain a gatekeeping boss to bolster his undead army.
Wait a minute. The monster is clearly dead, so why didn't I get the reward. Did you tamper with it? The young man who had just mocked Chen Mu for being only an F-level fire mage couldn't help but question the group after waiting for a long time without seeing a reward notification. Everyone had only temporarily teamed up to conquer the trial tower, and there was no mutual trust, more of a mutual exploitation. What do you mean? I didn't get any rewards either. Okay. A woman, unhappy about being suspected, retorted sharply. Enough. At this moment, the middle-aged man, acting as the team leader, stepped forward and said, the monster was killed by him. He isn't part of our team, so the reward naturally belongs to him alone. What? The young man was extremely unwilling after hearing this. Then what about all the skills, potions, and bullets I wasted earlier? He glanced at Chen Mu, who had his back turned to him, then lowered his head to stare at the pistol in his hand. As if making up his mind, he raised the gun, aimed it at Chen Mu's head, and prepared to take a gamble. Thinking to himself, this guy is so powerful, his backpack must be hiding plenty of treasures. If I could also seize his skills, I'd strike it rich. Wait, what are you trying to do? The middle-aged man noticed the young man's movements, his face instantly turning panicked as he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. He didn't have any particular fondness for Chen Mu but was worried that the young man's actions might bring catastrophic disaster to the entire team. A monster capable of easily killing the gatekeeping boss in seconds. How the young man had the audacity to launch a sneak attack from behind was beyond the middle-aged man's comprehension. Shut up! As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man gripped his firearm tightly, suppressing his trembling hands caused by fear, terrified of missing his shot. He knew clearly that he must kill Chen Mu with a single shot. This was absolutely crucial. That's right, that guy hasn't reacted yet. A ferocious smile appeared on the young man's face. The trigger was pulled, the gunshot rang out sharply, sparks flew, and the bullet spun at high speed as it was fired. However, the anticipated scene of Chen Mu being shot in the head did not occur at all. The young man's smile froze instantly, his face turning ashen, because he saw what seemed to be an invisible wall behind Chen Mu that he couldn't penetrate, and that wall had blocked the bullet. The bullet hovered in mid-air, neither advancing nor retreating. How is this possible? The young man's voice trembled, his expression terrified as if he'd seen a ghost. Summoning in progress? Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the headless hunter. A pitch-black figure, accompanied by burning white flames, slowly crawled out of the boss's corpse and stood up. The young man's expression turned utterly horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Ah, what's going on? It was clearly killed, so why is it alive again? He was terrified, collapsing to the ground and unable to get up, desperately using his hands and feet to push himself backward. But soon, his back hit the wall. Kill him. Although Chen Mu's voice was gentle, it clearly reached the young man's ears in the deathly silence. What on earth is that guy doing? He's actually commanding the monster to obey his orders? How is this possible? The young man couldn't believe it, thinking that Chen Mu was talking nonsense. But the next scene left him dumbfounded. The boss, who was supposed to be dead and reborn in a different color, suddenly appeared in front of him with a swish. A claw over a meter long, emitting a murky white light like a pillar, was raised high and then suddenly swung down with itself at the center. In that instant, the sharp claw pierced through the young man's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the young man completely lost his vitality, his head drooping down. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill replacement, automatically upgraded to SSS level Shadow Shift. The original skill could only place a single non-offensive puppet doll, allowing the user to swap positions with it at any time, making the puppet take damage in their place. After upgrading to SSS level, the number of puppet dolls is no longer limited, and the objects for position swapping now include zombie monsters and even humans. This skill is quite similar to teleportation in principle, and if used properly, it can definitely be a powerful tool for counterattacks. Closing the system's virtual panel, he turned around to see that the others had already exited the trial tower. Originally, the young man could have chosen to exit, but he mistakenly thought the gatekeeping boss had revived, that the exit restriction hadn't been lifted, and coupled with fear, his judgment completely collapsed. In the end, he lost his life in vain. Is it really not possible? Chen Mu had intended to exploit a loophole to continue challenging the trial tower. Received a prompt. You have reached the maximum number of challenges for today. Boom. Helplessly, could only choose to exit and return to reality. With a glance upward, instantly moved to the highest point within the line of sight. The magic eyes shifted from black to white, making it easier to observe the surrounding environment. Not far from the RV where Chen Mu was parked. Using teleportation and air jumping, Chen Mu sprinted through the air at the speed of sound and quickly reached above the square. After landing, he reunited with Milia. That's great. Master, you're okay? Milia breathed a sigh of relief, her tone full of reassurance. Previously, when she lost connection with Chen Mu, she had always thought he was dead. Chen Mu raised his hand and gently patted Milia's head. The height was just right for him to do so naturally. Don't worry, it was just something unexpected. I won't die. Crack. Okay. Milia nodded, showing no resistance to Chen Mu's touch. Of course, if it had been someone else, she would have shot them in the head without hesitation. Get in the car. Chen Mu withdrew his hand. Back in the
the RV. After a whole day of intense battles, Shenmue's body carried a mix of blood and dust, a scent far stronger than that of sweat. After taking off his clothes, he directly burned them into nearly invisible ashes. He then walked into the bathroom to start washing himself. Rubbing his hair continuously, Shenmue began to sort out the events of the day in his mind. The feeling was still very strange. That dragon, what exactly was going on? Faced with humans, the monster actually chose to flee. Also, isn't the trial tower's gatekeeping boss supposed to be fixed? Why was there a discrepancy? One question after another swirled around Shenmue, but he couldn't come up with any answers. After rinsing off the foam on his body, he felt much more refreshed. Changing into clean clothes, Shenmue dried his wet hair with a towel, walked out of the bathroom, and then opened the refrigerator to take out a bottle of cold drink. With a click, he popped the cap open, sat on the sofa, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go, instantly feeling invigorated. It felt as though the fatigue accumulated throughout the day had been completely swept away. By the way, while I was away, did anyone come to bother you? Shenmue asked Milia. No, it's always been very quiet around here. Milia shook her head and replied. I see. Shenmue nodded and didn't ask further. Glancing at the time, there were still 2 hours until the next day. He switched to the World Trade Center, opened the chat channel, searched for the name Qin Lu in the chat history, and entered the chat page. Shenmue already had an idea in mind and wanted her to help verify it. Shenmue, I have something I'd like to collaborate with you on. Qin Lu, go ahead. The reply came almost instantly. Shenmue even suspected that Qin Lu might be deliberately waiting in front of the screen for him to contact her. But, on second thought, this seemed unlikely. She was probably just online, browsing the World Trading Center, and responded upon seeing the message. Shenmue didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. I've used up today's challenge attempts. Can you invite me to team up and see if we can enter the trial tower? He confirmed again with a question. What level have you reached? Qin Lu, okay, I'll give it a try. Qin Lu, level 2. In fact, ever since she narrowly turned the tables and escaped death in level 2, Qin Lu hadn't had the courage to challenge the 3rd level. She was afraid that if she wasn't adequately prepared, she might truly lose her life next time. The reason she was able to reply to Shenmue so quickly was that she had logged in after a while to check the World Trading Center, wanting to see if Shenmue had listed any new items for trade. In Qin Lu's eyes, nothing was more worthwhile than the things she got from him. When she heard that Shenmue's name on the Heaven and Earth duel rankings had turned gray and his personal page was inaccessible, Qin Lu found it hard to accept. Now that she knows he is still alive, her anxious heart has finally settled. As she always says, being able to establish a connection with such a prominent figure, Qin Lu doesn't want to sever this relationship easily. Extraction in progress. Qin Lu has sent you a team challenge request for the trial tower. Do you accept? Agreed. Shenmue confirmed without hesitation. The next second, a human-sized portal appeared across the glass coffee table. Undead summoning. Sure enough, it works. Shenmue smiled smugly. His personal record for the highest number of challenge levels in a single day was 10, and he couldn't re-enter levels he had already challenged, but the system rules did not restrict team challenges. Master, aren't you going to rest? Seeing the portal, Shenmue stood up, and Milia followed suit. I still have some things to take care of. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Shenmue had no intention of taking Milia alone. Her attack style was too reckless, and Shenmue worried she might blast the gatekeeping boss into oblivion, leaving nothing behind to extract. Summon the undead? Now, Shenmue was fully focused on how to expand his undead army. After all, the power of one person is ultimately limited. Just as he lifted his foot, ready to step into the portal, he stopped again. He released the undead bone dragon and the undead summoner, letting them cooperate in battle to hunt more zombie monsters. The undead summoner would then be responsible for summoning and strengthening the army. Thus, the undead summoner mounted the undead bone dragon, ascended into the sky, and prepared to begin the hunt. Everything was ready. Shenmue lifted his foot again and stepped into the portal. The portal disappeared immediately. On the other side, Shenmue arrived at the 3rd floor of the trial tower and saw Qin Lu, who had arrived earlier and was fiercely battling a giant zombie. Her short hair was messy and uneven, clearly self-trimmed. Obviously, for the sake of convenience in combat, this much was easy to deduce. Gripping the firearm tightly with both hands, Shenmue demonstrated what top-tier maneuvering truly meant. He seized every opportunity, wasting not a single bullet, and maximizing their effectiveness. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant zombie raised its arms high, fists clenched, preparing to smash down fiercely. Aiming at the giant zombie's right eye, Shenmue hesitated not a second and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced directly into the eyeball, and blood instantly gushed out. The giant zombie roared in agony, retreating step by step. Then, unexpectedly, flames erupted from its right eye. Could this be its trump card? Clearly not. It was the bullet's built-in incendiary effect. Boom, boom, boom. Not just the eye, but its nose, mouth, ears, all 7 orifices spewed blazing flames, shining brightly in the pitch-black surroundings. The giant zombie's head turned crimson from the scorching fire before collapsing with a thunderous crash, signaling its death. Shenmue clearly remembered that this gun was personally enhanced by him using an SSS level skill, with bullets that had a continuous burning effect, allowing the damage to persist.
You must be Mr. Shenmue.
Shenlu's face lit up with excitement as she saw Shenmue approaching.
Yes, that's right.
Shenmue nodded in confirmation, but his attention remained fixed on the corpse of the giant zombie.
Currently cooking. Cooking successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining zombie luncheon meat plus 50. Shenmue gave 25 of them to Qin Lu, as they were currently in a cooperative relationship. After all, he could have as much of this stuff as he wanted, he just didn't want to waste it. In the future, he would still need to collaborate with Qin Lu, enter the trial tower a second time, defeat more bosses, extract resources, and summon more undead armies.
Thank you.
Qin Lu accepted it without saying much or asking further questions, though she was deeply shocked inside. So this is how canned food is made?
It's incredibly convenient. Follow me.
Although he wasn't sure if the third-floor gatekeeper boss had changed, Shenmue was certain the environment here remained the same. Since that was the case, the route to the boss room should logically remain unchanged as well.
Alright.
Qin Lu, holding dual pistols, closely followed behind Shenmue, cautiously scanning her surroundings to guard against sudden zombie ambushes.
She was calculating in her mind, since Shenmue was willing to team up to tackle the trial tower tonight, could they possibly clear the 5th floor successfully?
She remembered Shenmue once saying that the only reason he teamed up with her was because he had already reached the 10th floor but
could no longer enter it,
so he decided to join forces with her. With over an hour remaining, given Shenmue's strength, clearing 3 floors in a row was absolutely achievable. After all, he was currently the only person to have cleared the 10th floor solo.
The
second-ranked guild, despite having thousands of members, had only cleared the 5th floor, less than half of Shenmue's achievement. Shenlu's confidence in Shenmue was by no means baseless, her reasoning was solid.
Ugh! A zombie suddenly leapt out from around the corner.
Shenlu was just about to raise her gun to shoot when she saw Shenmue lift his hand and directly grab the zombie's face.
Boom!
A burst of flames erupted from his palm, swiftly engulfing
the zombie's head.
Shenmue released his grip and with a muffled thud, the zombie fell stiffly to the ground.
Its head smashed against the floor, shattering into charred remains, riddled with dense holes resembling a honeycomb briquette. Successfully killed the zombie.
Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points.
So easy?
In Qin Lu's eyes, this zombie was far superior in level to the ordinary zombies outside, and it was quite a challenge for her to handle.
She hadn't expected Shenmue to kill it in an instant. Summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a giant zombie. Qin Lu suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow rushing toward Shenmue's shadow from the corner of her eye. She looked down carefully but found everything normal, reassuring herself that it was probably just her nerves playing tricks on her. In fact, Shenmue simply integrated the successfully summoned undead army into his shadow. Beneath that shadow lies a chaotic world where all the summoned undead army lurk, ready to be summoned again at any moment.
Afterward, they traveled safely without incident.
Shenmue always managed to act first, instantly killing the zombies lurking in the shadows, attempting to tear large chunks of flesh from him.
Extract. Summon the undead. All in one seamless motion.
They smoothly arrived at the heavy stone door of the boss room.
Bang! Boom!
Qin Lu was about to remind Shenmue to prepare and adjust his equipment, but before she could finish her sentence, Shenmue kicked open the heavy stone door. Despite Qin Lu using all her strength, she could only manage to push the door open about the width of a person.
Boom! Flames suddenly ignited, rapidly spreading in a straight line.
It wasn't a torch, but the gatekeeping boss, a group of magma lizard monsters numbering over a dozen.
This time it's different again.
Once might be a coincidence, but twice, Shenmue would never think it's accidental. Looking at the giant lizard with blazing flames burning on its head, back, and even its tail, along with its distinct, protruding, and hardened scales, Qin Lu was filled with doubt. Even her strongest weapon might not be able to break through its defenses.
The magma lizard opened its massive mouth, but unlike other monsters, it did not reveal sharp teeth.
Those teeth were hidden within thick flesh walls, making them completely inconspicuous.
Its pink, massive tongue was tightly pressed against the bottom of its mouth, as if afraid of obstructing the fireball's launch, affecting its integrity and trajectory. A magma-colored fireball, appearing to flow slowly, shot straight toward Shenmue. Watch out! Qin Lu, sensing the danger, quickly warned.
Shenmue casually raised his hand and used the air compression skill to send the high-temperature fireball flying back. The fireball struck the head of the magma lizard, which had just closed its mouth, with black smoke seeping from the corners. The flames extended rapidly like an explosion, covering and enveloping a third of the magma lizard's body, resembling an unopened mushroom. The flames quickly dissipated, but they did not cause it any harm. Its scales were inherently extremely defensive, not to mention it was a creature adept at using fire, so its fire resistance was naturally quite high. The attack rebounded by Shenmue only caused the flames on its body to sway incessantly, nothing more. The flames quickly stabilized. But in Qin Lu's view, such an attack was already extremely formidable. With such power and speed, her chances of dodging on her own wouldn't even reach 50%, let alone reach
rebounding it back. Truly worthy of being a master who cleared 10 levels. Mr. Chen, should I go distract it? Qin Lu stood awkwardly to the side, doing nothing. No need for that trouble. Come out. Come out. Qin Lu hadn't yet understood the meaning of Chen Mu's words when she saw his shadow elongate. Then, something emerged from the shadow. She quickly stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between them, afraid of stepping on it. That turned out to be a dragon, and it even has 5 heads. Qin Lu looked up in shock, her mind reeling. Could it be that there are 2 bosses in the 3rd floor boss room? However, she quickly deduced from Chen Mu's calm, unwavering expression and his earlier remark, "Come out," a terrifying thought emerged in her mind. Although absurd, there was no more reasonable explanation than this. This 5-headed dragon was most likely summoned by Chen Mu. Looking left and right, upon comparison, Qin Lu was even more inclined to believe that the giant dragon before her was the real boss. The magma lizard seemed utterly insignificant in its presence. Ha! It's retreating again. Shenmu clearly noticed that the tail of the magma lizard, which had been open and ready to spit fireballs, had now closed and even started stepping back. Could it be that these creatures actually possess intelligence? How could a monster destined to be repeatedly slaughtered by countless human players possibly have intelligence? Shenmu still couldn't sort out his thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed and confused he became. He simply ordered the 5-headed dragon to take action and deal with the magma earth lizard. The black dragon head was the first to open its mouth, spewing out a pillar-like white-gray blaze. In the blink of an eye, Shenmu saw a system notification pop up. Successfully killed the magma earth lizard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a clearance chest and 150 slaughter points. Qin Lu also saw the prompt. She hadn't done anything, yet received such a generous reward. She felt a bit uneasy, unsure whether she should accept it. Shenmu didn't pay attention to her emotions or try to guess her thoughts. He walked straight to the charred corpse of the magma lizard. Obviously, its fire resistance was still far inferior to that of the 5-headed dragon. Using throwing an egg against a rock to describe it would still be overestimating the magma ground lizard. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Magma Fireball, magic power plus 15, defense plus 20. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Magma Fireball, automatically upgraded to SSS level Magma Eruption. Summoning in progress, summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magma Ground Lizard. Undead Legion count plus 1, still completed in one go. The Magma Ground Lizard crawled out of the corpse, changing to another color. Its main body color remained jet black, while its fiery red eyes and flames transformed into a chaotic white. It indeed bore some resemblance to the 5-headed dragon beside it. Is this his skill? Because she was too flustered, Qin Lu could no longer remember how many different skills Chen Mu had used along the way. Before meeting Chen Mu, Qin Lu had always believed that a person could only possess one skill. But Chen Mu undoubtedly shattered her perception and broadened her understanding in the most violent and shocking way. As long as you kill, you can summon the opponent's skills for your own use. Qin Lu couldn't imagine how powerful Chen Mu would become over time. How exaggeratedly large would his legion grow? This skill was so perverse it was hard to believe. Let's go to the next level. Okay, yes. Qin Lu hurriedly responded, quickly following Chen Mu's steps and stepping into the teleportation gate. On the way to the 4th floor boss room, Chen Mu suddenly asked, "Do you think the monsters would be afraid of us?" Probably not. In their eyes, aren't we just ants they can crush at will? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Lu immediately regretted it. She quickly raised her hand to shield herself and waved her hands, saying, "Of course, if it's you, I think they would definitely be afraid." Her survival instincts kicked in instantly. Why? Chen Mu asked seriously, "What makes you think so?" Boom! Before he finished speaking, without even glancing, he casually waved his hand and effortlessly split a 3-meter-tall giant bear in half. The invisible blade penetrated the wall, leaving a deep bottomless slash mark. Successfully killed the man-eating giant bear. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. Extracting. Summoning in progress. Qin Lu, who witnessed the entire scene, didn't understand why he asked that and could only muster the courage to reply, "Of course, it's because you are strong enough." Strong enough? After hearing Qin Lu's words, Chen Mu seemed thoughtful. For now, he could only temporarily trust her explanation. As for why low-level zombies felt no fear while high-level monsters did, it could only be attributed to whether or not they had developed intelligence. Successfully killed the 3-headed wolf. Congratulations on obtaining the clearance treasure chest. 200 slaughter points. Successfully killed the goblin commander. Congratulations on obtaining the clearance treasure chest. 210 slaughter points. Successfully killed the ice lion king. Congratulations on obtaining the clearance treasure chest. 230 slaughter points. Extracting. Summoning. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mu and Qin Lu arrived on the 10th floor, with just over 10 minutes left until midnight. Qin Lu's face was full of shock, clearly still unable to recover from the overwhelming scene she had just witnessed. Chen Mu hadn't even made a move himself. He relied solely on the summoned 5-headed dragon to repeatedly forcefully slaughter. In Qin Lu's
Mu's eyes, these gatekeeping bosses, so powerful they could be described as monstrous and invincible, were utterly powerless to fight back. Although she had seen Chen Mu in action, it was always a few moves to instantly kill, and the targets were just minor zombie creatures that couldn't even be considered significant. Compared to the gatekeeping boss, the gap was simply too vast. It was completely unclear just how strong Chen Mu's abilities truly were. Xin Lu's curiosity was through the roof, staring at him intently, to the point where she didn't even pay attention to the path ahead. By the time Chen Mu wanted to warn her, it was already too late. Xin Lu had directly bumped into the stone door of the 10th floor boss room. Fortunately, it's nothing serious, just a scrape on the forehead. Stay focused. The aura on this floor is different from before. Be careful, or you might lose your life, Chen Mu reminded. Actually, even without the reminder, she understood. The massive stone door before her was tightly shut, not allowing even a drop of water through, yet the dangerous aura emanating from it was unmistakable. It was so intense that it felt as if an invisible, untouchable hand was gripping her throat tightly, with just the right amount of force, enough to make breathing difficult, but not enough to be fatal. This is completely different from all the previous boss rooms. At least before entering, there was never such a strong sense of crisis. It was as if every inch of her cells, every shred of her sanity, was urging Xin Lu, don't go in, run, otherwise, you're doomed. Then, Xin Lu watched as Chen Mu casually pushed open the stone door as if it were the door to his own house. The words reached her lips but were swallowed back down. She could only grit her teeth, take out the firearms and weapons she had stored in the system backpack back in the 5th level, and equip herself fully. If there really is a formidable enemy inside that even Chen Mu finds hard to handle, she must at least contribute some effort and not die in vain. After making up her mind, she chose to open all the clearance treasure chests and confirmed the action, worried that if she didn't use them now, there might not be another chance later. Although he couldn't see her virtual panel or its contents, Chen Mu could easily tell from her expression that she had received a good reward, as her confidence had clearly increased. Boom! Bang! Chen Mu finally lost his patience. Using all his strength, he pushed his right arm forward, slamming the heavy stone door open. The door crashed against the wall with a deafening noise. The wall immediately cracked, and fragments of stone fell in all directions. Unlike the dim torchlight of the previous levels, the light source in the room on the 10th floor actually came from gemstones growing out of the walls. Boom! 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 Are these gemstones valuable? Chen Mu had no idea. They were scattered haphazardly, embedded in the walls without any discernible pattern. Directly above, a cluster of gemstones hung, far more luxurious than any chandelier by hundreds of times. A rough estimate suggested there were at least tens of thousands of gemstones, varying in size and length, tightly packed together in a column-like formation. Are these gemstones? Sheen spoke up. In her previous life, she had worked in a profession related to gemstones. It was no exaggeration to say that the texture of these gemstones far surpassed any found on Blue Star, with a transparency that almost rivaled glass. But now, no one would spend a fortune to buy these gems. They are far less valuable than a piece of bread or a bottle of water. Wait! Her heart trembled, and she shook her head abruptly, silently warning herself not to overthink. Ah! The sound of the stone door closing came from behind, startling Xin Lu and making her body tremble. She forced herself to calm down, looked around, and said, strange, why can't I see the boss? Before the voice had faded, Chen Mu had not yet had time to respond when 3 teleportation gates simultaneously opened about 30 to 40 meters away, each in a different color. In the black teleportation gate, blood-red lightning patterns flickered and flowed. In the gray-white teleportation gate, blue lightning patterns shone brightly. In the dark purple teleportation gate, enchanting purple lightning patterns swirled. Indeed, it's different. Chen Mu recalled the boss he encountered on the 4th level, which was nothing like this scene. Something is coming out from inside. Xin Lu raised her gun, aiming at 2 of the doors, her brows tightly furrowed, so tense that she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Chen Mu did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on the 3 portals. Armor? Warriors? No, this texture doesn't feel like metal, more like bone. As 3 strange figures emerged from the doors, the lightning patterns grew increasingly dense and dazzling. Once they fully appeared, Chen Mu instinctively muttered 2 words under his breath, Dragonmen? This is by no means Chen Mu's random guess, but rather the names displayed next to their health bars. What caught Chen Mu's eye immediately was the white dragonkin with a grayish-white body and an X-shaped blue crystal pattern on its chest. This crystal not only appeared on its chest but was also distributed at the joints of the armor on its arms and legs, as well as beneath its shoulders and fingers. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it wasn't just a single shade of blue. There were also dazzling fire-like sparkles resembling diamonds shimmering under sunlight, colorful and resplendent. The white dragon people's heads have only a single horn, with fierce and menacing faces. Their torso and limb structures are similar to humans, otherwise, they wouldn't be called dragon people. Their exoskeletons are layered like tiles, with exceptionally smooth connections, outlining solid muscle contours, especially their abdomens, which are neatly defined like 10-pack abs. However, they have no toes, their legs are cone-shaped, with the area touching the ground as thin as Chen Mu's pinky finger. Wings grow at the waist, and white dragon people have 4 wings.
When spread, the main bones curve upward layer by layer, resembling long whips.
The horizontally extending auxiliary bones connect to the gray-blue dragon wing membranes, which are engraved with peculiar circular patterns and shimmer with diamond-like firelight. Purple dragon people are the largest among the 3, with broad faces and 6 symmetrical purple eyes, exuding an intense sense of eeriness.
Their faces feature large ant-like bony mandibles, and the dragon horns on their heads resemble a trident.
The chest and both sides of the waist are covered with fiery purple crystals, while the rest of the scattered crystals are distributed across the body in linear patterns. 4 wings grow on the back, almost as long as the body itself. Compared to the wings of white dragonkin, they resemble bird feathers more, being heavy and with distinctly visible feather textures. The protruding bones above the wings curve inward like hooks, emitting a faint purple glow.
Among the 3, the one that least resembles a dragon is undoubtedly the black dragonkin.
It has 8 symmetrical red eyes, along with bone armor lines that resemble fish gills, making it difficult for Shenmue to distinguish the boundary between its head and neck.
On its head, crown-shaped dragon horns curve upward at an angle. Found it!
A pair of small dragon wings grow on its back, while the main dragon wings are located at its waist. Compared to dragon wings, it looks more like a pair of giant hands, with 2 black feathers hanging down from the wrists. The 10 fingers are sharp and flexible, and the feather lines are more distinct than those of the purple dragon people. The red gemstone on the chest resembles a ghostly face. In short, some of these dragon people resemble dragons, some do not, and some are more like alien beings descending like heavenly demons.
Combo X 9999. Instant kill.
Xin Lu, who had just gained considerable confidence from opening the clearance treasure chest, suddenly felt a surge of unease upon seeing the scene before her. These 3 monsters, no matter how you look at them, are on a completely different level compared to the creatures on the previous 9 floors.
Overwhelming sense of oppression.
Don't mention the 3 entities, even just one of them alone is enough to crush any of the previous 9 level bosses. Xin Lu even vaguely felt that even if those 9 bosses joined forces, they might still be unable to contend with them. Boss-level monsters teaming up. Shenmue had seen this in the Hell Dungeon before, but it still felt extremely bizarre. Moreover, the way they appeared later made it seem as if he and Xin Lu were the gatekeeping bosses, the ones being challenged. The White Dragon Man slowly raised his right arm, his crystalline, sharp, and slender 5 fingers pointing at Shenmue. In its eyes, Xin Lu appeared insignificant, not worth taking seriously at all. Immediately after, a piercingly cold whirlwind visibly swept through. The closer the distance, the wider the area it covered.
I don't know him.
Xin Lu's field of vision was completely filled with the cold wind tornado.
Upon closer inspection, the tornado was mixed with countless ice shards even sharper than blades.
Once caught in it, the flesh would likely be torn into blood plasma in an instant, and the bones crushed into powder. No matter how resilient Shenmue's defense was, he would never willingly allow the White Dragon Man to attack. The shadow underfoot stretched out again, spreading wide. A 5-headed dragon swiftly emerged from the shadow world. Boom, boom, boom. Sensing the extreme danger of this attack, the 3 black dragon heads simultaneously spewed chaotic white flames, forcefully charging toward the icy wind tornado. The scorching heat wave forced Xin Lu to quickly raise her hands to shield her face, retreating more than 10 steps. She feared that getting any closer would drain the moisture from her body, turning her into a dried corpse. Cold winds and heat waves alternated, one cold and one hot, creating an environment of ice and fire that made her extremely uncomfortable. She slowly lowered her arms, her gaze fixed on the confrontation between the 2 tornadoes, evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. This scale, Xin Lu knew in her heart that this was definitely not a situation a mere mortal like herself could intervene in. Better to obediently wait for Shenmue's instructions, lest her good intentions end up causing trouble. Shenmue had no time to pay attention to Xin Lu's reaction. His gaze was focused, scanning back and forth over the 3 dragonmen. He clearly saw that after he summoned the 5-headed dragon, their subtle body movements revealed astonishment. As if they hadn't expected him to summon such terrifying creatures capable of matching their strength. Could it be that both sides are truly strategizing against each other? Survival of the fittest? For now, this is just speculation. Shenmue still cannot be certain. After all, he didn't understand the language of the dragon people and couldn't communicate with them to verify his doubts. The white dragon was clearly very displeased about losing face in front of its companions. Its 4 wings shifted backward and suddenly swung fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. 4 icy wind tornadoes rose again, merging in pairs, attempting to launch a surprise attack on the 5-headed dragon from the flanks in an arc-like trajectory. However, it obviously forgot that 2 of the 5 dragon heads had yet to make a move. Extraction in progress. The white dragon head, symbolizing the ice attribute, and the gray dragon head, symbolizing the water attribute, acted in unison, opening their massive mouths. Boom, boom. They spewed forth a breath of frost and a muddy, turbid water jet clashing head-on. Both sides are at a stalemate, unable to determine superiority. If Shenmue hadn't cleared the 10 levels of the trial tower in advance, he might not have noticed anything unusual. But now, the fact that the 10th level boss of the trial tower can engage in a
fierce back-and-forth battle with the final boss of the Hell Dungeon, created by the god of creation to erase its own existence and valued at 1,000 slaughter points, is truly unbelievable. This inevitably raises suspicion. What's more, monsters like the White Dragon are still waiting silently without making a move. According to Shenmue's understanding, their level shouldn't even appear here. The 10th floor of the trial tower is already the ultimate difficulty. Do humans still have hope of clearing it and witnessing the view at the top of the tower? It seems as if they knew someone would come, so they temporarily increased the difficulty. Do you think it's possible that these monsters, like us, are players summoned to this world by that so-called system? Shenmue glanced sideways at Qin Lu, voicing his doubts. He wanted to hear her reaction to these words. It's indeed possible. I've always felt that zombies and monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere, Qin Lu replied after a brief pause. She hadn't expected Shenmue to discuss such a topic at this critical moment. It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks this way. What a pity. If only I could have an SSS level skill in languages. But such things can't be achieved just because he wants them. This kind of monster is evenly matched even in a one-on-one fight with a 5-headed dragon. Shenmue has no intention of releasing the undead army hidden in the shadows. He knows that this battle must rely on himself. Fear? What a joke. Right now, he feels only excitement, eagerly anticipating killing those 3 dragon men, extracting and summoning them to join his undead army and serve him. After all, he has 8 lives, while under his slashing skill, each dragon he kills directly reduces half a life. The fire blade was held in his hand, and Shenmue was about to take this opportunity to test just how terrifying the combo skill would be after the highest restriction was lifted. The blade spun 360 degrees in his hand, and flames instantly engulfed the edge. Qin Lu stood to the side, deeply shaken. The word cool was far from enough to describe the scene before her. She could tell that Shenmue intended to personally fight and confront the 3 dragon men. Although she was extremely curious about Shenmue's true strength, relying solely on a fire-emitting blade to deal with those 3 monsters seemed almost impossible, even downright fanciful. She was terrified, afraid that Shenmue might die at the hands of the dragon men, because if Shenmue died, she too would perish. The rules of the boss room were cruel and merciless: either you die, or I survive. As long as the boss remained alive, she would never be able to leave this place. Die! Bang! Shenmue instantly leaped forward, so fast. Qin Lu hurriedly turned her head to look toward the dragon man, only to see Shenmue had already jumped high, holding the knife with both hands and slashing straight at the red dragon. The blade was blocked by the red dragon's arm. Bang! The sound was like cutting into steel. Just as I thought, it's useless, Qin Lu thought to herself. However, just as she was thinking this, bang, 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 the second, third, and fourth slashing sounds rang out in succession, so dense that they resembled sharp blades slicing through the air, almost concentrated within a single second. Skill: 100 strikes in 1 second, successfully triggered. Swish! The red dragon's arm shattered inch by inch, breaking into fragments, with blood gushing out. Combo skill triggered. Count X 9999. Wails and roars echoed in her ears. Qin Lu froze completely. She clearly saw the moment the red dragon's severed arm appeared, its body surface covered in cracks, with dazzling red light bursting from the fissures, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Bang! It did explode. The sound was crisp, like porcelain shattering. The red dragon turned into countless fine particles of dust, shimmering faintly, resembling the fall of stars. The power of the flame blade depended entirely on Shenmue's strength. In that instant, 100 slashes, combined with the force of nearly 10,000 consecutive strikes, sent a pillar of fire straight to the top of the cave. The flames erupted, overwhelming everything, as grand as a lake flowing backward. The bright firelight illuminated Shenmue's profile, exceptionally clear in Qin Lu's eyes. The originally dim boss room, illuminated by the gemstone's glow, suddenly became dozens of times brighter. One-hit kill? Qin Lu snapped out of her daze. She knew Shenmue was powerful, but this was just too outrageous. Such a formidable boss was slain by him in a single strike, and he seemed completely at ease. Qin Lu couldn't imagine how devastating the battle would be if Shenmue got serious. She had thought that after Shenmue made his move, she would learn more about him, but instead, he seemed even more enigmatic. Successfully killed the red dragon. Congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 slaughter points. Is it really 1,000 slaughter points? Equal in strength to the 5-headed dragon. Shenmue felt that he seemed to be getting closer to the truth of this world. The subtle movements of the white dragon and purple dragon once again revealed their shock at the red dragon's demise. The white dragon couldn't afford to be distracted. Any slight mistake could disrupt the balance of the 5-headed dragon. As for the purple dragon, it was clearly still reeling from the shock. Shenmue seized the moment and began extracting, summoning, extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Malleable Fire, magic power plus 100, speed plus 70, strength plus 50, defense plus 50. Congratulations, host, the skill Malleable Fire has automatically upgraded to SSS level Malleable Fire. Summoning in progress, summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Red Dragon Red Emperor. Red Emperor? Emperor? Shenmue muttered to himself, thinking that this name sounded more imposing than Red Dragon Man. The next second, Lu suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Her face was full of worry, her gaze darting back and forth between Shenmue and the purple dragon. Seeing the purple dragon wielding a double-edged giant axe, striking down fiercely and only inches away from Shenmue, Lu felt that perhaps everything was about to end. Such a close distance, there was almost no chance to dodge, right? Lu didn't think Shenmue was being careless, but rather that the previous strike had drained too much of his strength. The dragon men were already using their numbers to bully the few, and now they were launching sneak attacks while catching people off guard. Truly despicable. Lu felt indignant for Shenmue and was filled with contempt for the vile actions of the purple dragon. However, in the next second, found it. The sound came first, followed by the sight of the giant axe smashing heavily into the ground. Yet, Shenmue was nowhere to be seen, disappearing from the spot as swirling smoke spread out, completely enveloping the broad axe blade. Could he have been crushed into pulp? Lu's face was filled with fear and despair. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Shenmue's voice sounded right beside her. "Mr. Chen, you're okay," Lu exclaimed in surprise. "Attacks as slow as a turtle could never hurt me," Shenmue responded calmly. Shenmue's words were not mere boasting. He possessed SSS level danger perception, SSS level slow vision, and SSS level infinite teleportation skills combined. Even if Zilong gave him an extra second, it would be absolutely impossible to harm even a single strand of his hair. Attacks as slow as a turtle. Lu was speechless and didn't bother to argue, because it was indeed the truth. Such a distance, in Lu's view, no one could escape, but Shenmue was an exception. He couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. She looked down and noticed Shenmue's shadow being stretched and enlarged. Just as the Red Emperor slowly emerged from within, not only Lu was astonished, but so were the purple dragon and the white dragon. Okay. The Red Emperor knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against his left chest. 2 against 2, now it's fair. Shenmue ignored its actions, his gaze locked onto the purple emperor, revealing a hint of a smile. Then, he issued an order to the Red Emperor. "That guy, you're responsible for taking care of him." The Red Emperor said nothing, responding only with action. It stepped forward a few paces, raised its sharp dragon claw, palm facing downward, and a stream of white flames silently poured out like a spring, quickly forming into a large pool. From the pool emerged a massive dragon shrouded entirely in white flames, its size comparable to the bone dragon. Though there was no wind, it stirred up a fierce tearing force. The overall art style is rugged. A dragon's roar resounds through the sky. The giant dragon spreads its wings and takes flight, swooping directly at the unresponsive purple emperor. The dragon's claws tightly grip the purple emperor's wings, its head drawing near, almost face to face, swiftly opening its mouth to spew flames, as if washing the face of the purple emperor. Flames instantly engulfed most of its body. Then the dragon claw suddenly exerted force, yanking fiercely in the opposite direction, forcibly tearing apart the purple emperor's wings. The purple emperor let out a chaotic, hollow cry of pain, retreating several steps while swinging the giant axe in its hand in an attempt to fend off the dragon flames, but it seemed powerless. In the next moment, it simply transformed into dragon form, its body size instantly expanding to more than twice the size of the flame dragon summoned by the Red Emperor. 2 giant dragons opened their bloodthirsty mouths, spewing 2 scorching pillars of flame that collided, emitting a strange glow of chaotic white and purple. Seeing the purple emperor transform into a dragon, the Red Emperor refused to be outdone and immediately took on a dragon form, soaring into the sky. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. Taking advantage of the purple emperor's battle with the flame dragon, the Red Emperor fiercely bit the purple emperor's dragon neck, injecting fiery poison with his dragon teeth. The purple emperor violently shook its dragon head in extreme pain. Just as it was about to counterattack, the flame dragon pounced again, biting the purple emperor's dragon neck. The purple emperor flapped its wings, trying to create distance and escape, but its remaining wings could no longer support its massive body. The severed wing burned with the Red Emperor's fire poison, greatly inhibiting its self-healing speed. It barely leaped a few meters into the air on all fours. Its twin dragon claws swiftly extended, gripping the heads of the flame dragon and the Red Emperor, enduring excruciating pain and using all its strength to push them away. Blood and flesh were torn off, burned grayish-white by the fire poison, rendering the scene blurry and indistinct. Lu witnessed all of this, deeply understanding what it meant for gods to clash. This is precisely a battle between immortals. As a mere mortal, she couldn't find any opportunity to intervene. She even felt that even if she exhausted all her bullets, it would only be like scratching an itch for the dragons. Another piercing dragon roar echoed, with waves of sound overlapping, accompanied by billowing smoke and flying debris. Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, only to see the deputy on Red Emperor's wings clenching his fist tightly and swinging it fiercely. It wasn't a punch aimed at Purple Emperor, but rather the bent, taut, and hardened wings that were as sharp as blades. One strike cut deeply into 2 or 3 meters, severing Purple Emperor's right forelimb. Purple Emperor suffered repeated defeats and attempted to counterattack with dragon flames. Just as it opened its mouth, the Red Emperor struck out with its entire dragon wing with full force. The Purple Emperor's dragon
head was mostly severed.
It fell heavily to the ground.
Immediately afterward, the Red Emperor and the Flame Dragon simultaneously spewed dragon flames, fiercely scorching the Purple Emperor's wound. Fire poison continuously invaded the Purple Emperor's body, devouring everything until his death.
The Red Emperor's dragon flame possesses a special effect of continuous burning and the ability to block self-healing. Despite the Purple Emperor's desperate resistance, he could only watch helplessly as he was gradually consumed until he completely disappeared. Successfully killed the Purple Dragon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1000 slaughter points. Seeing the system prompt, Shenmue confirmed in his heart that the Purple Emperor had fallen and was completely gone.
Next, it was his turn to act. He teleported instantly
to the remaining fragment of the Purple Emperor's body and began extracting and summoning, fearing he might miss the chance to acquire this powerful war general.
Extracting. Roar. Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Transform into Dragon, with plus 100 strength, plus 100 defense, plus 50 speed, and plus 80 magic power. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Transform into Dragon, automatically upgraded to SSS level Dragon Transformation.
Summoning. Summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Purple Dragon Purple Emperor. Just as the summoning success notification appeared, the next second, the Purple Emperor was released from Shenmue's shadow.
Although she had
anticipated it, witnessing this scene with her own eyes still left Qin deeply shocked. To kill an enemy with such cruel methods and then make them rise from the dead to become an ally, this kind of ability made Qin's reverence for Shenmue increase significantly.
She became even more resolute.
In her heart, even if she couldn't become Shenmue's ally, she must never become his enemy.
Otherwise, there would only be one outcome: death.
Looking at the 5 dragons surrounding him, along with the Red Emperor and the Flame Dragon it had summoned, and now the addition of the Purple Emperor, Shenmue couldn't help but feel it was a pity that they lacked the rich facial expressions of humans. If they had them, it would surely be a spectacular sight.
Dragon transformation.
The dragon's roar erupted like a hysterical outburst, and the powerful sound wave forced Qin to retreat several steps. The gusts of wind carried sharp shards of ice, which, if not avoided carefully, could tear through her clothes and leave several wounds on her body, with blood seeping out. She quickly raised her hands to shield her face, thinking it was better to have scars on her arms than on her face.
Ugh!
Her back slammed heavily against the stone door, her expression grim. If the earlier battle between the dragons had shown Qin what it meant for gods to clash, then this moment made her deeply understand, when gods fight, mortals suffer. She struggled to open her eyes, activated the system's virtual panel, found the riot shield in her inventory, quickly took it out, gripped it tightly with both hands, and held it in front of her. Listening to the sharp shards of ice striking the shield one after another, Qin couldn't help but tremble all over. She was completely powerless, and maintaining the current situation was already taking all her effort.
Through the
observation port of the riot shield, she looked at Shenmue. His steady and unshakable demeanor, as calm as a mountain, filled her with admiration and longing. In her mind, the term strong seemed tailor-made for Shenmue, without exaggeration. Make it shut up, Shenmue ordered the 3 dragons.
The Purple Emperor also transformed into dragon form, and the 4 giant dragons charged forward against the wind. The piercing icy wind,
mixed with sharp shards of ice, had no effect on them, not even breaking their armor.
The hardness of dragon-scale armor was no joke.
The 5 dragons first charged at the White Emperor, attacking in turns with blazing fire, icy frost, and high-pressure water jets. The Red Emperor continued, using the same tactics it had employed against the Purple Emperor, coordinating with the Flame Dragon to bite the White Emperor's neck and inject fire poison. The Purple Emperor soared into the sky, its massive body, as large as a mountain, slammed heavily onto the White Emperor, pinning it down. Then, it bit onto the dragon's wing with its jaws and fiercely tore it off,
ripping it out completely.
The White Emperor let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain, and though the sound was incomprehensible, the agony was palpable.
Dragon blood splattered into the air, spreading like ink.
Qin noticed that her arms exposed to the cold wind and the observation slit of her shield were gradually covered with a layer of silvery frost, slowly freezing over.
Each time a dragon wing was forcibly torn off by the Purple Emperor, the White Emperor's furious roars grew even more ferocious, and the speed and thickness of the spreading ice increased accordingly.
Even with heavy clothing, the piercing cold was impossible to resist. Soon, all 4 dragon wings were removed by the Purple Emperor. Under the siege of the 4 giant dragons, the White Emperor was already on the brink of death, lying in a pool of blood. Shenmue stepped forward, arriving in front of the White Emperor's dragon head. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from the tightly closed gap of the dragon's mouth.
Shenmue raised the fire blade high, ready to personally send it on its way.
Suddenly, he stopped his movement, faintly hearing the White Emperor seemingly saying something.
Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it at all. Is it begging for mercy? Shenmue wondered.
He asked the Purple Emperor and the Red Emperor to translate, but neither responded. Perhaps they simply couldn't speak human language. Shenmue had no choice but to give up, unwilling to waste time on this matter.
But,
sensing the White Emperor's attempt at a desperate struggle, flames tightly coiled around the blade, piercing straight into the dragon's head.
A twist of the blade. Boom! Flames penetrated the White Emperor's dragon head, successfully killed the White Dragon.
Congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 slaughter points.
The last hope of the 3 dragon men, the White Emperor, has completely fallen. Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Cold Wind Domain. Magic power plus 150, magic defense plus 100, strength attribute plus 50, speed attribute plus 50. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Cold Wind Domain, automatically upgraded to SSS level Cold Wind Domain.
Summoning in progress, summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring White Dragon White Emperor.
At this point, all 3 dragonkin submitted to Shenmue.
The knight knelt in front and slowly sank into the shadow world.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clearance gift package. Seeing the system prompt, Shenlu realized that everything had already been settled. The released shield was frozen in ice, standing quietly in place.
Standing up, crack, crack.
The thick layer of ice on the body quickly shattered, large chunks falling off.
We won.
Despite the evidence before her, Shenlu still found it hard to believe. It was much easier than she had anticipated, and at one point, she even thought she might lose her life here. Shenmue glanced at the time. There were still 3 minutes left until midnight. Turn the dragon's corpse into canned food with one click, collecting it all.
Goodbye.
Shenmue turned around, glanced at Shenlu, and then chose to exit the trial tower.
Boom.
Shenlu also promptly confirmed her exit. Back home, collapsed on the bed, the whole body still numb, unable to recover from the battle just now.
Why is he so strong? Those scenes replayed in the mind like a movie.
The more I thought about it, the more turbulent my emotions became, impossible to calm.
Holding the pillow, tossing and turning.
At this moment, Shenmue also returned to the RV, slumping on the sofa and enjoying Milia's attentive leg massage.
Boom.
To be honest, he didn't expect her to have this skill. She truly is versatile. Her expression was focused, and her technique was skillful and professional.
The 12 o'clock chime rang out.
The Heaven and Earth rankings are about to be announced.
Would you like to check?
Shenmue casually clicked yes. A small chat window was thoughtfully provided next to it, which could be enlarged and used for communication. This time, the top 10 will definitely have the most cherry blossoms from us. Without that guy Shenmue, it's highly likely that the Hawk faction will take the top spot, right? I heard someone has seen a Hawk faction member with SSS level skills.
SSS level?
The highest skill I've seen so far is from our guild leader, and it's only A level. Plus, he has 2 A level skills.
Skills can have 2? How is that possible?
Watching a group of people excitedly discussing someone having 2 A level skills, Shenmue glanced at his own skill page, over 100 skills, all SSS level. Speaking of which, I'm clearly alive and well, so why is everyone saying I'm gone? Seeing those regretful and even sarcastic comments, Shenmue couldn't help but smile wryly. The rankings after the top 10 were announced quickly, with a large list displayed directly. Perhaps to make it more entertaining, the top 10 were revealed layer by layer, accompanied by thunder-patterned borders and highlighted prompts. People who are unaware might even think this is imitating the creativity of certain game companies.
Rank 10, Hirayama Natsuki, kills, 684. Rank 9, Shiba Eiko, kills, 988.
Seeing 2 consecutive Sakura players appear, the number of Sakura people sending bullet comments noticeably increased, at least 2 to 3 times more.
Haha, there are already 2 of our Sakura people in the top 10. Unifying the world is just around the corner. Truly impressive. Well done, Hirayama-san and Chiba-san.
Of course, there are differing opinions. I really don't know what you're so proud of.
Sakura people? Are you sure they are still willing to acknowledge themselves as Sakura people?
That's right, the concept of nations has long disappeared in this world. There are only guilds.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. Once guilds become powerful, they'll eventually transform into nations.
At that point, they'll likely adopt the names from the previous world, as it can attract more members. They continued chatting among themselves, while the leaderboard was still updating rapidly.
8th place, Eddie Boren, kills, 1888. 7th place, Boris Cohen, kills, 3,567. 6th place, Noah Davidson, kills, 4,987. 5th place, Lin Huaqiang, kills, 7,823. The higher the rank, the greater the gap, which can only be described as a sheer drop.
Seeing that everyone else had a 4-digit kill count, the previously arrogant Sakura person immediately chose to go into hiding.
4th place, Zhou Gaoming, kill count 9777. This gap is just too wide. Even Shenmue couldn't help but sigh.
The kill counts for 3rd and 2nd place have steadily surpassed 10,000. Reflecting on his experiences of the day, Shenmue suddenly felt a bit worried. Could he
securely hold on to the 1st place position?
He couldn't shake the feeling that handing over the 1st place reward to someone else would leave him feeling dissatisfied.
3rd place, McIntyre Alden, kill count 12888. 2nd place, Guy Bolton, kill count 14888.
Seeing their 2 names, Shenmue felt much calmer. There were only 2 possibilities next: either he would take take first place, or that Creator God deliberately excluded him from the rankings, withholding the reward to avoid leaving a potential threat. After all, Shenmue's kill count was definitely higher than these two Sakura people, so there was no reason for him not to be on the list. In contrast, some of the Sakura people were far less composed. What's going on? Our Sakura is so powerful, why are there only 2 of us on the list? And their kill counts haven't even reached 4 digits. A small country player named Luo retorted bluntly, because their so-called strength is entirely your own imagination. Takamura Shimo rebutted, imagination? Shut up, ignorant fool, why can't the first place be us? The system clearly didn't want him to gloat for too long, as the name of the first place was immediately announced. First place, Shenmue, kill count, 97488. What? Over 90,000? Almost 100,000? Am I seeing this right? Wait, didn't they say he was dead? How is he still on the leaderboard? Could it be that he's not dead? Not only were the onlookers surprised, but Shenmue himself was also quite shocked. He couldn't even recall killing so many monsters today. Could it be that the system accounted for the level difference between the monsters? Or, while muttering to himself, Shenmue recalled the bloodthirsty Raven King, the towering Centipede King, the Bone Dragon, and the undead summoner that he had previously unleashed. Are these guys really that powerful? Shenmue secretly hoped that most of the kills were done by the Bone Dragon and the undead summoner. Boom! The undead army, numbering in the tens of thousands, could definitely be described as an overwhelming advantage. Even in the face of a zombie horde outbreak, with the resurrection ability of these undead, the zombies stood no chance of winning. The undead could resurrect infinitely, and zombies, once killed, would also be summoned to join the ranks of the undead. Even high-level monsters could be worn down through sheer numbers. Coming back to his senses, Shenmue claimed the Earth ranking reward. Earth ranking reward successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 transformation card. At this moment, the heavenly ranking had been announced up to the 5th place. Looking at the comments, many had given up struggling. No doubt about it, the first place is definitely still that guy named Shenmue. How can he be so strong? We kill hundreds, he kills thousands, we kill thousands, he kills 10,000, we kill 10,000, he kills 100,000. You asking me? I don't know either. Who should I ask? He's definitely cheating. Why doesn't he start a guild? I really want to join. Not. You so strong, yet you let others hold you back? How is that any different from being a parasite? As expected, Shenmue effortlessly claimed first place. He proceeded to collect the Heavenly Rankings reward. Heavenly Rankings reward successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 summoning card. 2 cards? Shenmue couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could the authorities be deliberately suppressing him? He took a closer look. The modification card was mainly used to enhance motorcycles, cars, and other vehicles, essentially improving their performance. The summoning card, on the other hand, was similar to the previous Water Giant summoning card, allowing him to summon zombie monsters to assist in battle. However, the summoning card lacked specificity. The type, strength, and level of the summoned creature were entirely dependent on luck. Shenmue took out the 2 cards that could be materialized, thinking to himself that this didn't really count as a bug. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a daily modification card, a one-time item, directly upgraded to daily use. After confirming he hadn't misread, Shenmue smiled with satisfaction. Next was the summoning card. If it also became a daily use item, that would be even more interesting, summoning a different monster every day. Extraction in progress. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3-headed wolf dog summoning card, randomly turned into a fixed type. In comparison, Shenmue was more satisfied with the upgrade enhancement of the daily modification card. Although this summoning card could summon powerful and loyal monsters, it had a time limit. Its lifespan was longer than the Water Giant's, lasting a month, and it couldn't be revived after death. Fortunately, Shenmue had a way to make it a permanent existence, capable of infinite resurrection. He stepped out of the RV, gripping the summoning card tightly. Holding it between his index and middle fingers, he aimed directly at an open space and flung it out. The summoning card flew 10 meters before suddenly freezing in place. Immediately, a crack appeared, followed by the opening of a massive vortex gate, or perhaps a spatial rift. Its shape was highly irregular, so large that Shenmue had to raise his gaze to take in its entirety. Only then did he realize that he had indeed underestimated the skill of random equipment enhancement. He had thought it would merely summon an insignificant little creature, but unexpectedly, 3 wolf heads emerged from the vortex gate. Bang! As the wolf's claw stepped out, the moment it landed, a strong tremor was felt underfoot. Shenmue decisively admitted that he was wrong. These 3 wolfhounds were massive in size, almost comparable to the dragon forms of the Red Emperor and White Emperor. They didn't have many special skills, but their advantage lay in their large size, toughness, and endurance, with an incredibly terrifying bite force. The combined strength of the 3 wolf heads could easily tear many things apart. Shenmue summoned 5 dragons without hesitation. Once the vortex gate closed and he confirmed that the 3 wolfhounds wouldn't couldn't escape. The 5 dragons unleashed their breath in unison, tearing the 3 wolfhounds apart even further. Flesh and bones became increasingly exposed, with large sections of skeleton coming into view. The 3 wolf dogs did not resist. Loyalty was already ingrained in their genes. Even if their master, Shenmue, wanted to kill them, they would willingly accept death. This point made Shenmue have to admit that the creator was somewhat considerate. After all, if he were surrounded by assassins who might stab him in the back at a critical moment, just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. However, that would only happen if those people's blades were faster than Shenmue's reactions. At least for now, he hadn't encountered such a situation. Since the 3 wolf dogs were his summoned beasts, their deaths did not trigger any system reward notifications or activate related conditions. Shenmue hadn't expected this either. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength attribute plus 100, defense attribute plus 100, speed attribute plus 80. Unfortunately, no skills were obtained. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 wolfhounds. A door to the shadow world opened on the ground before him. The 5-headed dragon sank into it, and at the same time, 3 undead wolfhounds emerged from the door. Their intimidating presence instantly reached its peak, far more visually striking than their decayed, pale bodies. The fur on their heads and bodies burned with flames, gently flickering. The experiment was highly successful, and Shenmue was very satisfied with the results. He noticed Milia's gaze from the car and turned to look at her, but she quickly averted her eyes. After getting in the car, Milia returned to her upright and cautious posture. Shenmue knew what she was thinking and comforted her. Relax, I won't kill you, at least not now. Thank you, master. Her smile carried a hint of reluctance. If given a choice, Milia truly wished Shenmue could delete that sentence. But if he really wanted to kill her and let her exist in an undead form, she wouldn't harbor the slightest resentment and would willingly obey his orders in everything. Sitting back on the sofa, Shenmue opened the system backpack and found the daily modification card. The interface was simple, with 3 blank boxes. Between the first and second blank boxes was a plus sign, and between the second and third blank boxes was an equal sign. The first blank adds the object to be modified, and the second blank adds the fusion resource. Shenmue selected the RV, and as for what resource to put in for modification, he carefully looked around. There were quite a few Reaper scythes picked up from the Scythe Blade demon rats. I wonder if it will work. He decided to give it a try, since there was only 1 chance per day, and he could only add 1 item. Proceed with fusion modification? Confirm. Undergoing fusion and transformation. Fusion and transformation successful. That was quick. Looking around, there didn't seem to be any visible changes internally. The virtual 3D diagram displayed by the system also showed no modifications. Where exactly is the change? Shenmue directly asked the system. The host can proceed to the indicated area. Hint: Shenmue noticed a 7 meters prompt near the driver's seat and moved toward it. The highlighted location was exceptionally clear. On the console, there was indeed an additional button with a side symbol printed on it. Shenmue sat in the driver's seat and pressed the button. A sharp sound of cutting through the wind suddenly rang out. Out of the corner of his left eye, he caught a glimpse of something under the car reflecting the moonlight. He pressed the button again. This time, Shenmue saw more clearly. The front and rear 4 corners of the car's chassis concealed 4 Reaper scythes. As long as the switch is pressed, they will swiftly swing out at an incredible speed. Their force is equally formidable, enough to sever legs and shatter any artifact. The button has 2 modes: continuous swing and single swing. If things continue to develop like this, Shenmue simply cannot imagine how exaggerated this RV will look after 10 days or half a month of modifications. In his backpack, he has countless powerful resources, enough to continuously upgrade and transform it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his enthusiasm impossible to contain. He fastened his seatbelt and started the engine. This RV now has attack skills, and simply battling wits with the air is clearly too boring. Shenmue was eager to find some zombie monsters to test it out, preferably summoning a zombie horde. He activated the full map monster attraction skill, selecting a radius of 1 kilometer. As for 10 kilometers, the vehicle might be overwhelmed, with ambition exceeding its capabilities. Absorbing monsters. Absorption successful. As soon as the system finished prompting, ordinary zombies, giant zombies, brain eaters, various mutant beasts, zombie dogs, zombie wolves, all suddenly appeared in view, soared into the air like flying garbage bags, and then fell straight down. There are roughly 1,000 of these zombies. Piled into small mounds, the zombies rolled down from the top and crawled downward one after another. Whether zombies or mutant beasts, upon hearing the sound of the RV engine and under the frenzy effect of the night, they all roared furiously and swarmed over without exception, like a flood breaching a dam, unstoppable. They scrambled to be first, fearing that if they were a step too late, Shenmue's flesh would be torn apart and devoured by them. Ah, master, do you need me to deal with them? Milia stood up and volunteered. No need, it's not worth wasting effort on this kind of trash. Shenmue shook his head. Understood. Milia did not insist and sat back on the sofa.
sofa. Alright, I got it. Zombies swarmed in, closing the distance to 3 or 4 meters. Many extremely fast zombies directly collided with the front and rear of the car, producing constant noises, yet showing no signs of pain. Shenmue was waiting for them to deliver themselves to death. Press the button, hold for 3 seconds, and activate the continuous blade swinging mode. The glint of blades flashed frequently, blood spread like a web, splattering onto the glass window. Severed limbs flew chaotically as those zombie-like monsters were sliced into pieces, quickly vanishing from sight. Rumble. Shenmue roughly estimated that the swing range of the Scythe of Death was about 7 to 8 meters. The continuous slashing was incredibly fast, with afterimages overlapping, resembling the blades of a meat grinder. Shenmue stepped on the accelerator, beginning the true harvest. Four sides swung simultaneously, making the scene look like an oversized lawnmower. The more desperately the zombies charged, the closer they were to their death. The road the RV passed was left with nothing but a pile of unrecognizable corpse fragments, haphazardly stacked together and soaked in thick blood. The sewer entrance had long been blocked. Its original design was never meant to handle such things. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood, each breath violently assaulting the nostrils and forcing its way in. This smell was absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. Just a slight whiff would likely cause uncontrollable vomiting, leaving them utterly drained. Even Shenmue had to admit that the blood of these zombies and monsters was far more putrid than any smell he had encountered during peacetime, mixed with the scent of fermentation and decay. Fortunately, Shenmue had excellent endurance. Coupled with the air purification and filtration system inside the RV, he was completely unaffected. At this moment, the massive windshield in front of him was already covered with a thick layer of blood plasma, occasionally revealing fragments of eyeballs and internal organs. Despite the windshield wipers constantly sweeping, visibility remained very low. From time to time, it crashes into buildings, but for the RV, it causes no damage at all. This RV is already of superior quality and has been further enhanced with SSS level skills. Even if the side blade demon rat strikes with full force, it can withstand at least 2 hits. The third hit would be more challenging. The second attack can almost completely penetrate. Shenmue no longer wanted to experience the intense thrust from the seat during a collision. He simply opened the side window, stuck his head out, and used the high-speed airflow to form a barrier, blocking all the splattering blood. Just like that, he weaved through the tide of corpses and monsters, slaughtering them like mowing grass. This scene left the survivors hiding in nearby buildings, utterly dumbfounded, speechless, and unable to utter a word for a moment. Initially, everyone thought that facing so many zombie monsters, Shenmue was surely doomed. When daylight came, they even planned to rush out to scavenge resources, hoping to survive a little longer if luck was on their side. After all, they hadn't seen many people driving such a luxurious RV. But reality proved they had completely overthought it. That guy was simply a lunatic. This was their unanimous opinion. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the zombie monsters were too weak or Shenmue was too strong. In any case, no one wanted to get involved in this matter, fully aware that they were completely out of their league. Although the side spun rapidly, its blade continuously slicing, accompanied by the roars of zombie monsters, creating an extremely noisy scene, no one dared to complain, fearing they might accidentally become the next target. When they couldn't hold back anymore, they occasionally muttered softly, but almost no one paid attention. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 2 slaughter points. Bang! Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 2 slaughter points. Giant zombie killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 slaughter points. Successfully killed the man-eating wolf. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 slaughter points. The number of zombie monsters was overwhelming. Even though Shenmue harvested them at such a rapid pace, it still took more than 10 minutes to clear them all out. At this moment, the square no longer had any space left to stand. The RV had also been stained a horrifying shade of crimson. Shenmue pressed the button to stop wielding the Reaper's scythe. Looking at the chaos before him, he hesitated. With things like this, can we still process canned food? Whatever, let's give it a try. Following the usual procedure, extraction first, summoning second, and finally processing the canned food. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 strength attribute. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining +5 speed attribute and +3 defense attribute. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining +5 agility. Due to the massive quantity, Shenmue had accumulated over 4,000 points in strength alone. Speed, defense, and evasion attributes also exceeded 4 digits. It should be noted that enhancing all attributes by just 10 points would allow a person to completely surpass old humans, becoming a superhuman among them, unmatched in strength, speed, or reaction time. And in Shenmue's hands, he held tens of thousands of attribute points, and not just in one category. He's finally quiet now. We can finally get a good night's sleep. The crowd watching felt a sense of relief, finally letting go of their tightly covered ears. Wait, look quickly. What are those? Are they souls? Summoning in progress? Summoning successful. Congratulations
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a zombie undead.
Summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining an undead giant.
Summoning successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining an undead wolf. Dozens of people stared in shock as the zombie monsters, who were supposed to be dead, straightened their backs one after another from the sea of blood, responding to Shenmue's summons.
No
matter how many were killed, they were summoned back without exception. All the zombie monsters turned toward Shenmue, with him at the center, as if in worship.
Why are they doing this? So it turns out this isn't a second resurrection of the zombie monsters. Keep attacking. They seem to be kneeling before him. How is that possible? How could such monsters submit to a human?
They can't communicate at all. They're just killing machines, completely emotionless.
Could it be that this is his skill? If it's a skill, then that's just too abnormal. Could it be SSS level?
The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their heated debates showing no signs of stopping. This shocking scene was far beyond what could be explained in a few words.
Tens of
thousands of terrifying killing machines in their eyes had actually chosen to submit to a human. Such a thing, in their view, was originally impossible. But Shenmue had done it, and he had made everyone witness it firsthand. The gate to the shadow world opened like a cosmic black hole, covering the entire square. All the undead legions sank into it, and the scene returned to calm. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, as silent as a graveyard. If compared, it was even more terrifying than the atmosphere in a graveyard.
Next came the cleanup work. Currently cooking. Did it actually work? Shenmue showed a hint of surprise.
He hadn't held much hope and was just trying it out.
Cooking successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining mixed meat canned food plus 10,000.
Cooking successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining organ canned food plus 8,988.
Cooking successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining crispy bone canned food plus 3,425. The crowd had just recovered from the shock brought by the undead army when they saw the blood pool begin to flow backward. Beams of blood light slowly rose, constantly transforming, and eventually turned into cans floating in the air.
At this moment, someone tentatively said, "Wait, those cans, could they have been made by that person named Shenmue?" Shenmue?
Who is that? A woman asked in confusion.
What? You don't even know Shenmue?
He's the great master who has consistently held the top spot on both the heaven and earth rankings from the very beginning, someone responded in astonishment. Mentioning the first place on the heaven and earth rankings, along with the name Shenmue, the woman immediately recalled something.
She turned to the man beside her and asked, "What should we do? Should we go and seek his protection? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me into it." The man's face was full of rejection. Climbing up to someone as powerful as
that would naturally ensure a life of comfort, but failing to latch onto him would be courting death.
He didn't want to take that risk. The woman didn't say much after hearing this, but her eyes were filled with longing as she gazed at Shenmue, softly murmuring, "Why can't I be his?"
The man's face turned ashen, but he kept silent to avoid trouble.
If they ended up arguing and caught Shenmue's attention.
At this moment, Shenmue was holding nearly 20,000 cans in his hands, ready to drive away from this place. Although he could tolerate the strong smell of blood, there was no need to force himself to stay overnight in such a harsh environment. He started the RV and slowly drove out of everyone's sight. But after driving just a few hundred meters, a system notification suddenly popped up. Player Suyu has initiated an arena challenge request to you.
Do you accept?
Shenmue almost thought he had misread it. Someone was actually challenging him voluntarily. Did they click the wrong button? He asked himself, half doubtful. But the opportunity was rare, and there was no reason to let it slip away.
Confirming surrounding environment. Host status. Confirmed. Preparing to teleport to the arena.
He turned off the engine and parked, telling Milia he would be back soon.
Teleportation successful.
In the blink of an eye, Shenmue had already appeared in the arena, still refusing to spectate. At this moment, both he and the person named Suyu, standing more than 10 meters away, were in a restricted movement state.
Above their heads, a 60-second countdown was flashing.
Scanning the surroundings, Shenmue frowned slightly.
Was this person really human?
Her body was covered in mechanical structures, with the majority concentrated around her waist.
It looked like a mechanical version of a
skirt armor, the black shell exuding a cold metallic sheen, and the connections adorned with rolling red and black warning line patterns. Under the skirt armor, she was wearing sports shorts, revealing her crimson calves, with thick-soled mechanical boots on her feet. What made Shenmue doubt whether she was human was definitely not this outfit. It was her crimson skin. At least in Shenmue's memory, he had never seen a human with such a skin color. She wore a chest-binding vest on her upper body, exposing her flat, toned abdomen and slender waist to the air. Her arms were equipped with lightweight external armor connected to fingerless gloves, covering just up to her elbows, while her shoulders and upper arms remained completely bare. Looking up, she wore a pitch-black demon mask on her face, with two red devil horns protruding from the top of her head. Snow-white hair cascaded down from her ears in two chest-length strands, with a thicker and longer bundle of hair at the back of her head. Shenmue wasn't sure if that counted as a ponytail, as it was almost as long as her height and far wider than her slender waist. The waist is so slender it seems it could be held tightly with both hands. The countdown has reached 10.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The numbers change rapidly. The moment he regained his freedom of movement, Shenmue clearly saw the black ghost mask worn by Suyu light up with bright red glows in the eye sockets. Murderous intent filled the air. She suddenly charged forward in large strides, reaching for a protruding piece of black armor on her right waist and pulling out a weapon. Pressing a button, the hilt quickly extended, the guard unfolded, and a blood-red laser blade shot out with a buzz, stretching to a full 2 meters in length. Quickly following closely behind Shenmue, her blood-red 10 fingers tightly gripping the knife handle, she slashed down fiercely with one stroke.
Hey, 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 not even a greeting? Shenmue teleported behind Suyu.
Suyu's blade struck empty air. She didn't freeze like an ordinary person but reacted swiftly, preparing to turn and swing her blade to counterattack. Shenmue saw through her intent and raised his foot to kick. Suyu's body had only turned halfway, and the blade had swung out less than halfway, when Shenmue kicked her flying with one swift move, like a human cannonball, slamming hard into a wall dozens of meters away. That wall was an electronic barrier, capable of quickly repairing itself even if shattered. Shenmue was fully capable of defeating Suyu in a single move. The reason he didn't strike directly was that he found the situation too unusual and wanted to figure it out, resolving the doubts in his mind.
He asked, "Why are you challenging me?"
He didn't remember anyone named Suyu on either the Heaven or Earth rankings. Normally, her strength should have been enough to make it onto the Heaven rankings, not just the Earth rankings. She was fully qualified. But Suyu's blade was not aimed at zombies or monsters, it was pointed directly at him. This made Shenmue difficult to understand.
Could it be that he and she have some kind of grudge? Boom!
Not to mention whether Shenmue has any related memories. She has already turned into this appearance. How could he possibly recognize her? The smoke and dust enveloping Suyu dissipated. Suyu slowly stood up, gripping the knife with both hands again. The mouth of the ghost mask opened, emitting a mechanical-like sound. Then it spewed out a puff of gray smoke.
Shenmue laughed. How could a normal person's breath be this color? Answer me. Who exactly are you? Why are you challenging me? Shenmue's tone was firm, but Suyu had no intention of answering.
She used the inferior version of teleportation a few more times, charging at Shenmue with a knife.
The distance closed. With both hands, she raised the blade, smooth as a solid-state laser knife, above her head and slashed down fiercely.
The blade was close to his eyes, yet Suyu forever lost the chance to kill Shenmue. Her body was frozen in place, completely encased in a thick layer of ice. Not only her, but even 1/5 of the arena floor behind her and a large section of the audience seats were frozen.
The farther the range, the wider the ice layer.
For such uncooperative people, Shenmue's method of handling was very simple: eliminate them directly. He raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, and flicked a knuckle that exploded on the ice.
The ice instantly cracked, then shattered into pieces.
What shattered was not just the ice, but also Suyu, who turned into ice shards like blood vessels.
Kill successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill Demonic Transformation, automatically upgraded to the SSS level skill Demonic Transformation.
No loot? Shenmue wondered inwardly. Or could it be that she came to challenge me with the determination to die? For what purpose?
The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Taking advantage of the time before being forcibly ejected from the arena, Shenmue quickly completed the extraction.
Summon. Extraction successful.
Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 strength and +5 speed attributes.
Summoning in progress. Summon successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Red Oni.
Red Demon? Isn't her name Suyu?
Shenmue became even more puzzled. Meanwhile, in a laboratory thousands of kilometers away from him, an elderly man with white hair sat in front of a pile of precision instruments, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and stared at the prompt flashing on the giant screen before him. Subject number 122, Red Demon, has died.
Instant kill?
Truly disrespecting my hard work.
The white-haired elder chuckled self-deprecatingly.
He raised both hands, his fingers dancing swiftly across the console, and a large amount of data quickly appeared on the screen. For an ordinary human, isn't this data a bit too outrageous? He asked himself. Soon, he tried to convince himself, after all, he is the world's #1. Precisely because he is so powerful, he is qualified to become the subject of my data research. If I can collect his data to create a perfect modified being, and then use it as a template for mass production. He dared not think further, fearing he might tremble with excitement. He was deeply grateful to the heavens for granting him such an opportunity to conquer the world. His innate skill is the modification laboratory, capable of transforming humans, essentially upgrading and evolving them. The current research has encountered a bottleneck, as the data on the research subjects is insufficient. Using zombies and monsters as data collection subjects is not the best choice. Although they are powerful attackers, their attack methods are too simplistic, relying solely on brute strength. This led to the idea of using humans as research subjects, naturally bringing to mind Shenmue, who has shown brightly on the Heaven and Earth rankings.
Thus, the latest human prototype was sent to challenge Shenmue in the arena.
As As it turned out, Shenmue did not disappoint the white-haired elder. In his eyes, Shenmue was like an inexhaustible gold mine, worth digging deeper into. Whether my war god plan succeeds depends entirely on you. The white-haired elder revealed a smile full of anticipation. However, what he didn't know was that Shenmue had already returned to the normal world from the arena, bringing along the transformed Red Oni undead form. Inside the RV, Shenmue summoned the Red Oni and noticed its color had undergone slight changes. He hadn't expected that, apart from the usual gray, white, and black, the undead could also have an additional red hue. However, this red was deeper than the original Red Oni. Otherwise, he might have to rename it White Oni. No matter how he looked at her, Shenmue always felt this person didn't seem like an ordinary human. Yet, if she wasn't human, she could still use the arena functions that only humans could operate and even actively challenge him. Shenmue Yuan thought that the change in appearance was merely due to the skill's effect. However, after trying it out, he discovered that while the demonization skill did enhance all attributes, turning the body red and making it stronger, it did not include those mechanical pieces of equipment. If the Red Oni had used an SSS level skill at the time, it would have been explainable, but this was merely an E-level skill, making it impossible to unleash such power. It simply didn't add up. This also proved that most of the Red Oni's combat strength came from that set of equipment. A stroke of luck, a mission reward? Other than that, there didn't seem to be a more reasonable explanation. In the end, Shin felt that it was truly baffling for an E-level skill to grant power at least on par with an A-level reward. He wasn't sure if he was being overly suspicious, but ever since the Hell Dungeon, everything big or small made him doubtful and filled with mistrust. That guy is such a bastard. Shenmue Yuan raised his hand to rub his forehead, his resentment toward the creator god only growing stronger. Boom! He waved his hand, and the red demon sank into the shadow world as if it had never appeared. Just as Shenmue hesitated between resting or continuing to act, halfway through standing up, a familiar prompt window popped up in front of him. Player who lead has issued an arena challenge request to you. Do you accept? Again? Shenmue frowned deeply. All of this was far too unusual. However, he still chose to agree. He had to figure out who was behind all this. It couldn't simply be explained as a coincidence. Confirming surrounding environment, host status. Confirmation complete. Preparing to transport to the arena. This time, Shenmue didn't have time to explain much to Milia, and Milia obediently didn't ask further. Transmission successful. The two appeared in the arena. That's right, two people. At least this time, Shenmue could tell that the opponent was a living person. The opponent was dressed wildly, as if from an ancient tribe, with a full-body brown-yellow tone paired with creamy white beast fur clothing. Their skin was wheat-colored, and their dark brown hair stood high. The lower body was wrapped in thick beast fur clothing, forming a stark contrast with the exposed upper body. The upper body was covered in tattoos and totems that Shenmue couldn't recognize, mysterious and enigmatic. Around the neck hung white beast fur and yellow fangs from an unknown animal. The arms were bound with severed beast claws fixed by leather straps, the sharp claws spread open, clearly not naturally grown. Heh, using parts of your prey's body as a weapon? That's really primitive. Shenmue found it difficult to determine whether this guy in front of him had any connection to the Red Oni. Why are you challenging me? Shenmue asked loudly. Hulit remained silent, not planning to answer again. Is it pure indifference, or do you simply not take me seriously? Shenmue muttered to himself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 60-second countdown is over. Like Akio, Hulit chose to take the initiative and seize the advantage. His movement speed was slightly slower than Akio's, but still several times faster than an ordinary person. Quickly closing in on Shenmue, he raised the beast claws worn on his wrist and slashed down with both claws. Sparks flew everywhere. Shenmue promptly summoned an earthen wall to block the attack. Hulit's beast claws only left claw marks a few centimeters deep on the wall, completely unable to break through the half-meter thick barrier. Subsequently, Hulai swiftly retreated, suddenly dropping to the ground on all fours. Shenmue Yuan thought he was merely trying to demonstrate a posture of prostration, but to his surprise, Hulai's body and limbs began to grow wildly. During this process, dense white fur began to sprout. No, it looked more like animal fur. He was gradually transforming into something more and more like a wild beast. Not only that, but a thick, furry tail also emerged. His face appeared to be a combination of a wolf and a lion, with a dense mane that exuded a sense of sacred majesty. The fur on the right side of his face was even braided into a small dangling plate. On the sides of his forepaws, black hard bones grew out, resembling black rock clinging to them. On top of the black rock, a yellow crystalline structure extended outward with very low transparency. His left paw took on the shape of a dagger, while his right hand transformed into a larger, longer spearhead. The neck is protected by 3 overlapping layers of stone-like armor. Even more peculiar, above the stone armor floats yellow crystals resembling angelic halos, with a width comparable to the shoulders and arms. The crystals are divided into 3 pieces, symmetrically sized on both sides, while the middle piece resembles a translucent, glistening leaf. The purpose of these crystals is currently unknown. Perhaps they are
merely decorative, meant to appear more divine?
He was originally just a short guy, standing at barely over 1.5 meters. But after this beastly transformation, even a fully grown male lion standing before him would seem like a mere runt. In terms of size, he could even rival a fully grown elephant. Coupled with that thick, long white fur, streaked with hints of brown and gray, he exudes an incredibly intimidating presence. He lowered his head, his golden eyes lifted, staring intently at Shenmue, full of hostility. Constantly shifting his steps, he tried to flank around the stone wall to launch an attack on Shenmue.
Ha! Shenmue sighed helplessly. These guys, one after another, don't say a word, don't even greet him, and directly want to fight him to the death.
This feeling of being kept in the dark and knowing nothing had already happened for the second time. He could only rely on guessing, which made Shenmue extremely annoyed. Could this be the arrangement of the creator? Shenmue thought the possibility was very small, and the reason was simple. Whether it was the Red Oni or the Beastified Hulit. In front of him, their strength was considered powerful compared to humans, but they were nothing compared to the monster bosses he had encountered in the Hell Dungeon before. If the two were to face off directly, the former would only meet the fate of being instantly killed, while the latter would also be unable to escape being instantly killed by Shenmue. This was also the reason why Shenmue could remain calm and rational while conversing with them.
Are you really not planning to say anything? Shenmue asked for final confirmation.
Hulai remained silent, moving on all fours, sprinting forward, his claws and thick paw pads hitting the ground with a tapping sound. Shenmue's arm transformed into liquid metal, quickly extending and sharpening, resembling a knight's lance, and then solidified rapidly. Facing the charging Hulai, he thrust his lance forward.
Put!
Due to the close distance, Hulai had no time to react, and the lance pierced directly through his chest. Plop! A drop of warm fresh blood splashed onto Shenmue's face. Huliet still wanted to swing his beastly claws to counterattack, but Shenmue slightly withdrew his arm and then thrust it deeper again. The spear tip pierced directly through Huliet's back. Huliet abandoned his attack, tightly clutching Shenmue's liquefied arm with both claws. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he forcefully retreated, pulling out the spear that had pierced through his chest to create distance.
Still not dead after this?
After all, Shenmue had just aimed at Huliet's heart. Could it be that, like most zombie monsters, the weakness is in the head, he speculated in his heart. Huliet turned around, quickly sprinted more than 10 meters away, then suddenly spun around. His front claws extended from his fleshy paws, gripping the ground with force, sparking friction, and emitting a sharp, piercing sound as his beastly body completed a drifting maneuver. Along the way, a drop of fresh blood fell. On his abdomen, a large amount of trailing fresh blood could still be clearly seen, flowing down the blood-soaked white fur in streams and dripping onto the ground. The amount of blood made Shenmue feel that he didn't even need to take action deliberately. Huliet would die from excessive blood loss anyway. Just as he thought this, the blood flow suddenly stopped, completely and cleanly.
Self-healing ability? Or some kind of item?
He could judge without even looking. Huliet raised his left forepaw, preparing to launch the next wave of attack. Shenmue was unwilling to waste any more time on him, raised the spear in his hand high, and swung it down forcefully. A wind blade, 3 to 4 meters long and wide, capable of piercing through Huliet, tore across the ground and swiftly slashed toward him. The ground was sliced by the wind blade, lifting a large amount of rubble and sand. Seeing this, Huliet suddenly slammed his left claw heavily onto the ground.
Immediately afterward, an unexpected scene unfolded before Shenmue's eyes. Mecha? From head to tail, even the tail was covered by a layer of mecha, completely transforming into a different appearance, instantly shifting from a beastly style to a sci-fi style. Boom boom boom.
The wind blade fiercely slashed down, striking heavily against Huliet's head. Sparks flew everywhere, forcing the massive body to retreat. It was pushed back a full 20 to 30 meters before finally slowing down. The metal-clad claws easily pierced into the ground to decelerate. As expected, he was stopped by his own defense.
So, you were waiting for me here all along?
Shenmue said with a bitter smile.
Bang!
From the texture of this lightweight external mech, Shenmue could almost be certain that there was definitely some kind of connection between this guy and the Red Oni. Someone was deliberately causing trouble for him behind the scenes.
But on
second thought, this didn't seem like trouble. It was more like someone was delivering equipment.
And the combat power wasn't low either.
Whether it was the Red Oni or the Huliet in front of him, Shenmue was extremely satisfied with both.
Huliet, fully covered in mech armor, looked even more threatening than simple beastification.
His appearance was fiercer, and all traces of sanctification had completely disappeared. As he ran, the sound of metal colliding with the ground was exceptionally loud, rhythmic, and getting faster and faster. The liquefied gun spear began to melt. As Shenmue clasped his hands together, he retrieved the fire blade from the system backpack and raised it high over his right shoulder. Just as Huliet charged into attack range and leaped forward, Shenmue swung the fire blade with all his might.
Flames erupted, dyeing the once transparent wind blade into a blazing inferno, like a crescent moon hanging in the night sky.
No, it was even more dazzling than that.
The moment it landed, countless cracks spread instantly, the mech shattered.
Its fur was burned to ashes by the flames.
The charred black skeletal outline was clearly visible within the
fire. Soon after, the skeleton evaporated along with the flames. The wind blade pierced through and annihilated Hulit, then slashed into the electronic barrier, forcibly tearing open a massive hole. A banner unfurled over the opening, glowing red, warning against approaching. It hadn't had time to recover. Before Shenmue's eyes, the only trace of Hulit's existence was the black dust drifting in the air, like snow. Calm? No. Shenmue was in extreme panic. He had used too much force and almost caused Hulai to vanish completely, leaving no trace behind. Extract quickly. Summon. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill beast transformation. Strength attribute plus 20, speed attribute plus 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level skill beast transformation, automatically upgraded to SSS level beast king simulation. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mechanical wolf lion, not in human form but preserved in beast form. Shenmue secretly felt relieved, as he wasn't picky. After all, Hulit's human form was quite frail and completely unnecessary to retain. Moreover, he was a man. Unlike the situation with Akagami, there wasn't much worth appreciating. Behind the screen, my proudest work can only last 2 minutes? That guy is truly a monster. Because Shenmue chose to refuse spectatorship, even though the white-haired elder had installed a real-time transmission camera on Hulai Te, it was also blocked. The only thing he could receive was the battle data between Hulai Te and Shenmue. After ice, now it's flames and wind blades. Just how many skills does he have? The white-haired elder frowned deeply, his brows forming a large character. Tonight, he decided not to send any more modified humans to challenge Shenmue, planning instead to carefully consider how to enhance defensive capabilities while collecting materials. After all, the materials for modified humans don't appear out of thin air. Shenmue returned to the RV smoothly. After waiting for half an hour, he replenished some food and water. He could now conclude, it seems that a certain kind-hearted person doesn't intend to continue sending me equipment. Completely without any drowsiness, instead feeling increasingly restless. Might as well open the trial tower to check if the challenge attempts have been restored.